My younger brother and I simultaneously awakened as rare-class summoners. The younger brother instantly summoned an elite-level skeleton knight. Father grinned from ear to ear at the sight. Train him directly as a prodigy of the sect. Yet I summoned nothing but an ordinary little stone. Father instantly turned livid with rage. What kind of summoner is this at all? Are they supposed to throw pebbles at each other during a fight? I sneered at this. Without cheats it would be nothing. What kind of novel protagonist? The Hall of Professions was bustling with a large crowd of onlookers. Your family is truly extravagant to have booked out the Awakening Temple exclusively. No kidding. As one of the top guilds in Dayan City, no doubt about the financial strength. What professions do you think their 2 sons will awaken? Wouldn't it be ridiculous if it turned out to be a trash profession? I opened my eyes and gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, somewhat bewildered, suddenly realizing I've time traveled. Off to a good start. I am the eldest son of the founder of the Holy Sword Guild, the top guild in Dayan City. His status was quite illustrious indeed. At that moment, a dazzling light burst forth, at the same time, accompanied by the excited voice of the awakening envoy. It's a summoner. The young master has actually awakened as a summoner. Hearing the voice, I snapped out of my daze. Summoners are an extremely rare profession. Only one in hundreds of thousands emerges. Growing up is quite terrifying. One person is worth thousands of troops in horses. It was just relatively cumbersome at the beginning. Requires massive resource stacking. However, for the wealthy and powerful Li family, this was but a minor expense. It's nothing. Truly worthy of Wuji. Li Yanlong beside them couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. The onlookers were green with envy. Not to mention the Li family's already substantial capital, even without it. Top-tier organizations also recruit and cultivate. Summoners are a profession where wealth alone can propel one to soaring heights. Wuji, show us your initial summoned creature. Li Yanlong spoke up. Yes, father. Li Wuji curled the corners of his mouth, confidently performing the summoning. At this moment, a black vortex appeared on the ground. A chilling gust of wind swept through. A skeleton wielding a heavy sword slowly rose. The divine envoy nearby turned pale with shock. It's actually an elite-level skeleton warrior. Young master, is your occupational talent S rank? Indeed, it's the S class. Li Wuji replied with an air of arrogance. Profession determines intensity, talent determines the ceiling. S-tier talent, even among millions, only a handful possess it. Across the entire continent, it ranks among the finest. Upon hearing this, Li Yanlong was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. A true dragon has emerged from my Li family. Ziki, quickly step forward and awaken. I nodded and stepped forward. Place both hands on the awakening divine stone. After a moment, the light blooms again. The summoner's emblematic totem glows once more. Seeing this, the divine messenger took a deep breath and said, another summoner. Heaven bless our Li family. Li Yanlong's eyes widened, his heart filled with wild joy. What does having 2 summoners mean? He, as the superior. He knows better than anyone, he himself is also a summoner. Is your natural talent as great as mine? Li Wuji let out a disdainful sneer. The entire awakening hall erupted in excitement. Another summoner. The Li family has produced 2 extraordinary talents at once. The Holy Sword Guild truly has no idlers. Even Chairman Li's 2 sons are dazzlingly outstanding. Ziki, quickly show us your initial summoned creature. Let me have a look. Li Yanlong couldn't wait to say. I nodded, raised my hand, and began the summoning. The next moment, a vortex formed in the air. Seeing this, Li Yanlong couldn't help but breathe faster. Could it be a flying type summon? Li Wuji's expression darkened slightly. Am I still supposed to be oppressed by him? Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the whirlpool in the sky, afraid of missing any details. At this very moment, there was a loud snap. A fist-sized stone fell to the ground. The voice seemed to hit the pause button. Silence fell over the entire hall. Li Yanlong beside him widened his eyes, his mouth agape, a face full of disbelief. After a moment, the divine emissary sighed and said, how come it's a nature summoner? Useless. Nature summoners are universally recognized as the most wasted profession. Its summons are usually small stones or little flames. Initial combat effectiveness was practically zero, even investing substantial resources to reach levels 3 or 4. It's merely an increase in quantity and size. The onlookers erupted in a clamor. What a pity. Too bad, he became the most useless summoner after the job change. It seems the Holy Sword Guild will be inherited by Li Wuji now. Although Li Ziki was the eldest son, but could only find themselves at the very bottom of the Li family hierarchy. Be an unknown little character. Li Yanlong let out a deep sigh and said, Ziki, from now on, you'll be staying with your second uncle. Learn management knowledge. He can be considered a useful person. Remember, your brother and you are no longer in the same world. Not qualified to contend for anything, better behave yourself. Let's go. The original owner's second uncle was an unemployed person, in charge of logistics at the Holy Sword Guild. Although they are family members, but his status was no different from a stray dog on the roadside. Anyone can come along and kick it a couple of times. At this moment, Liuji, who was passing by, sneered and said, "Low-class people. The disgrace of the Li family, live on like a dog." I ignored his provocation, but silently staring at the panel before him. Li Ziki. Occupation, Summoner, Novice level. Free attribute points, 5. Skill points, 0. Strength, 7. Constitution, 5. Agility, 6. Spirit, 20. Talent, Catastrophe, exclusive. Unique, can cause a cataclysm to summoning skills. Post-catastrophe skills and native skills do not interfere with each other. Professional skills. Stone summoning LV1, can cause catastrophe, target lock LV1. Novice trial mission, reach level 10 within 7 days. Late completion will result in restricted advancement penalties. Seeing the talent, I felt a bit puzzled. What exactly is the exclusive unique tier? How does it compare to the SSS tier? What will the stones transform into after the catastrophe? I clicked on the stone summoning's optional Calamity feature with slight confusion. Ding! Calamity successful. Meteor Summon LV1, consumes 10,000 spirit points. Summons a meteor from beyond the skies to bombard the target. Given the currently low sanity level, can be used 4 times per day without consuming resources. Please boost your mental strength as soon as possible. I immediately took a deep breath. The small stone had catastrophically transformed into a meteorite. Oh my goodness. This is truly a comet hitting Earth level of power. How powerful is a tier 1 meteorite? You have to try it to know. At the thought, my heart stirred with eagerness. Let's go complete the beginner's quest first. Once my mind was set, I quickly left the Temple of Awakening. Soon, Li Wuwang's figure appeared before the entrance to the beginner dungeon. By now, a large crowd of newbie adventurers had gathered here. They were all here to level up and complete the newbie trial quests. I may be tier tank warrior. Anyone want to team up? Need a DPS and a healer. Really? I may see rank fire mage. Can I join? Bro, we're good on DPS with the fire mage. Fame brings trouble, just like fat brings trouble to pigs. As Li Wuwang approached, someone recognized him and began whispering. Isn't that Li Wuwang from the Li family? What class did he awaken? Who knows? His family's got deep pockets. Heard he rented out the entire awakening sanctuary. Didn't bother awakening with us commoners from this school. I was there. Liuji is an S-rank summoner. His starting summon was an elite level skeleton warrior. Li Wuwang is also a summoner, but his talent just isn't up to par. No wonder he's soloing the dungeon. The Li family patriarch must have given up on him entirely, focusing all their efforts on training his younger brother. Though people whispered about it, no one dared voice their opinions to his face. After all, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. No one wanted trouble. It was better to just quietly watch the show. Li Wuwang pushed through the crowd and arrived at the teleportation array for the beginner dungeon. Please state your class. A staff member clad in a blue robes calmly inquired before the newbie instance. He was the newbie guide for the beginner dungeon. Summoner, Li Wuwang replied. Summoner? Upon hearing this, the guide lifted his head, looking at Li Wuwang with surprise. The eldest son of the Li family? Li Wuwang's lips twitched. Word sure spreads fast. The moment someone mentioned summoner, they knew it was him. Are you alone? Alone. Li Wuwang replied curtly. The guide clearly understood the situation. Too abandoned by the Li family, right? Otherwise, why would he be leveling up alone? His job was to provide newbies with appropriate dungeon recommendations and strategies based on their class. If you're alone, I'd recommend grouping up. Even though the monsters in beginner dungeons are all below level 10, they're still quite dangerous. Li Wuwang didn't insist on going solo. Instead, he asked with a resigned smile. Who'd even want to party with me? The guide was at a loss for words. He was right, no one would team up with him. Summoners were inherently weak classes in the early game, let alone a nature summoner who could only conjure stones. The novice trials are important, but your life matters more. If you encounter any danger, leave immediately, teleport back, and don't push yourself. Yeah, I know. Li Wuwang nodded. Go ahead. Li Wuwang stepped onto the teleportation array. The teleportation array glowed brightly, then a beam of light shot upward. Li Wuwang vanished within it. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the middle of an ocean. A dungeon prompt popped up. You have entered the beginner instance. Current area, shallow beach. Monster levels, 1-3. Li Wuwang looked ahead. An endless expanse of ocean, golden sands, and countless newbies grinding levels. It was packed to the brim. Experience baby, don't run. I'm counting on you for my level up. Don't steal it. I spotted this slime first. Taste my blade. The newbie adventurers, their blood boiling, chased the experience monsters along the beach, hammering away furiously. The shallow beach, a famed leveling spot for newbies. The monsters here aren't very high level. While somewhat aggressive, they can't withstand the sheer numbers. Guess we'll have to find another spot. Li Wuwang glanced around a few times before heading toward the sparsely populated area behind them. As he walked, a red exclamation mark suddenly popped up before his eyes. You have entered the Yellow Wind Forest area. Monster levels 610. Friendly reminder: Yellow Wind Forest frequently hosts monsters above level 6. This area is known as a Newbie nightmare, perpetually deserted, and contains minor boss level monsters. Return to the original teleportation point? Return? This is exactly what I've been looking for. Perfect for testing my skills. Li Wuwang, his heart racing with excitement, gazed at the distant forest before activating his skill, Lock on LV1. After locking onto the Yellow Wind Forest, he immediately unleashed a Meteor Summon LV1. A dark speck silently appeared in the sky, trailing a long, fiery tail as it hurtled forward at extreme speed. That dark speck was none other than a celestial meteorite summoned from beyond the heavens. The tearing sound of air ripped through the sky, its terrifying might akin to a howling gale. As the meteor approached, Huang Fenglin was engulfed in darkness. Overwhelming pressure descended, trees shook violently, and monsters fled in panic. An apocalyptic aura enveloped the scene. Boom! The meteorite slammed down. Boom! The meteor exploded at the heart of the Yellow Wind Forest. The earth shook violently as shockwaves swept outward with devastating force, leveling everything in their path. In an instant, dust and debris shot skyward, a mushroom cloud obscuring the sun, the deafening roar shaking the heavens. Li Wuwang's mouth twitched as he stared at the apocalyptic scene, instinctively taking a step back. Looks like the size of this Class 1 meteorite matches my estimate, around 10 meters in diameter. The entire Huangfeng forest has been leveled. This power is simply absurd. Chapter 3, Terrifying Speed of Growth, a Bountiful Harvest. Meanwhile, in another area of the beginner dungeon. Boom! The newbie adventurers were enthusiastically grinding minor monsters when a deafening explosion suddenly echoed, making their ears ring. The ground shook violently, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Once the tremors subsided, all eyes turned toward the source of the blast, terror etched in their gazes. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Holy crap, what's going on? What the hell just blew up? Damn it, even the ground's shaking. Look, there's a mushroom cloud. Looks like it's coming from the direction of the Yellow Wind Forest. Could it be some kind of boss spawning? Stop spacing out. I don't think today's a good day for grinding. Let's get out of here fast. Nothing's happening here. Shouldn't we go check it out? Check what? You're so damn calm, you won't even know how you died. In the newbie dungeon, some rookies chose to exit immediately, survival first. Others, fearless and convinced they wouldn't be affected, stayed put, waiting for the shaking to subside before investigating. Looks like a meteorite. I thought I was seeing things. A black dot plummeted down in an instant. Must have been a meteor strike. The explosion was probably from it too. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted. A meteorite? It's not impossible, but the probability of a meteorite impact is pretty low. I don't think it's safe here anymore. We should get out first. What if another meteorite comes crashing down? Natural disasters are unforgiving. Huang Fenglin. Li Wuwang, the instigator of all this, stared at the notification on his interface. Defeated level 10 boss, Yellow Wind Wolf King. Experience plus 150. Defeat a level 5 Yellow Wind Wolf, EXP plus 50. Kill 5 level Wind Twisted Rabbit, EXP plus 50. Kill. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 10 and gained 1 skill point. Novice Trial Quest completed. You have reached level 25 and gained 1 skill point. Li Wuwang was astonished, already level 25? But it makes sense. That was the equivalent of several nuclear bombs going off. Any monster would die. Check the panel. Li Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 1. Level, LV 25. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 125. Skill points, 5. Strength, 257. Constitution, 130. Agility, 256. Spirit, 520. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV1, Target Lock LV1. Cataclysm skill, Meteor Summoning LV1, Coasting, remaining time, 1 hour 58 minutes and 20 seconds. Equipment, none. Staring at the attribute panel, Li Wuwang muttered to himself. The free cooldown's over. Though I can cast it 4 times a day without cost, there's still a 2-hour cooldown. Still decent. At least it one-shots everything anyway. Li Wuwang stared at the panel thoughtfully. Once the 4 free uses are gone, each activation will cost 10,000 spirit points. After leveling up, it'll probably cost even more. I'll just put all these free attribute points into Spirit. Spirit, 645. Free attribute points, 0. 5 skill points all into Stone Summoning. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV3, Cataclysm Capable Target Lock LV1. Cataclysmic Profession skill, Meteor Summoning LV3. Skill points, 2. Level 2 requires 1 point, level 3 needs 2 points, level 4 demands 3 points. Not enough. What to do with these remaining 2 points? Wuwang pondered for a moment. Forget it. I'll save them. I'll focus on target lock. Level 1 only locks one target, but Meteor Strike is a carpet bombing. It'll do. Seeing Meteor Summoning reach level 3, Wuwang understood. Cataclysm skills upgrade alongside their base skills. Detecting drop items from the monster you defeated. Pick up. Yellow Wind Wolf Fawn Necklace, Fine Green. Equipment requirement, LV10. Equipment effect, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 50. Boss special effect, increases attack speed by 3%, inflicts Wind Howl, briefly stunning enemies. Whirlwind Strike, Wind Attribute Warrior Skill Book. Learnable at LV10. Generates 3 explosive tornadoes upon attack, granting a 10-second speed boost. Among the dropped gear, only the skill books were relatively rare and valuable. The remaining 30-odd pieces were all quite ordinary, but Wuwang didn't turn his nose up at them. He tucked them all away. None of this seems useful to me either. Wuwang muttered. Summoners like him were rare, and their gear wasn't universal. He couldn't even learn basic summoning skill books, like those for conjuring slimes. Skill books for summoning stones? He'd never even heard of such a thing. To get new summoning skills, you'll have to rely on the companion skills you gain after advancing. Wuwang was speechless. Summoners like him felt like some prankster behind the scenes of this world deliberately playing a cruel joke. You need to reach level 50 to advance. Finding a new dungeon should do the trick. But what can this level 3 stone summon actually summon? He pondered briefly before activating stone summon. The next moment, 3 stones suddenly dropped from the air in front of him. Each was about the size of a basketball. A fist-sized stone summons a meteorite about 10 meters in diameter. What about these 3 basketball-sized ones? Wuwang inwardly gasped. 1 meteorite wasn't enough, so he had 2 more? What kind of monster could withstand that? He suddenly felt that a cooldown of 1 day for this skill wouldn't be unreasonable. I can still use it 3 more times today, but the monsters in the beginner dungeon have reduced experience. Not worth it. Wuwang mused to himself. Best sell off this gear first, my inventory's nearly full. At the Newbie dungeon teleportation point in Dayan City, the blue-robed guide suddenly sensed abnormal energy fluctuations, causing his heart to tighten. He immediately relayed the alert, dispatching specialists to handle the situation and launch a rescue operation for the newcomers. The fluctuations are coming from the Newbie dungeon. Such intense energy fluctuations can only be the work of at least a 4th-tier practitioner. Abyssal dungeons weren't confined to alternate dimensions, they existed tangibly across the continent, separated into distinct zones by specialized magical arrays. Besides dungeons spawning monsters, they also appear in the wild. Just then, the teleportation array activated, transporting numerous newbies back. Each looked like they'd narrowly escaped death, still trembling with fear. Damn it, what the hell was that? This mess has me too scared to even level up now. Seems like a meteor strike. The epicenter was in the Yellow Wind Forest, that area famously dubbed the Newbie Nightmare. A natural disaster? The guide overheard the newcomer's conversation and pondered, unlikely. This energy fluctuation appeared suddenly. Natural disasters typically involve sustained, continuous fluctuations. Guangfeng Forest direction? Well, that's not too bad. Probably not many people suffered, just got scared at most. Yellow Wind Forest, dubbed the Newbie Nightmare, remains perpetually deserted. Then this adventurer's target probably isn't the newbies this time. Just don't know what their purpose is. At that moment, the teleportation array, silent for a while, lit up again. The guide's gaze shifted toward it. As the beam descended, the figure of a youth materialized. Him? Wuwang, the eldest son of the Li family. Chapter 4, Dead and Shaken by a Terrifying Catastrophe. If he's out, then it probably won't be too much trouble. It's just unclear what this 4th-tier professional was after. The guide watched the youth's departing figure, lost in thought. Guide Liu, thank you for the timely report. We've already checked the instance, no one was injured. At that moment, several tall, burly men clad in black uniforms approached the guide. Guided by the gaze, the newcomer turned out to be someone from the city lord's residence. Thus he said, Captain Hu, this is simply my duty. No need for formalities. But Captain Hu, did you find anything inside? Captain Hu replied, the entire Yellow Wind Forest has been razed to the ground. At its very center lies a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. An explosion of this magnitude requires at least a 4th-tier professional strength. Hearing this, the guide nodded. That matches my analysis. But why would a 4th-tier professional cause such a disturbance in a newbie training zone? Captain Hu shook his head helplessly. That remains unknown. A 4th-tier professional is a formidable powerhouse, they shouldn't be targeting newbies. Upon arriving at the scene, they found only devastation and nothing else. Then we'll have to drop this matter, the guide declared. Right. We can let the players who haven't entered the training area yet proceed. We've dispatched some personnel to guard the area, nothing untoward should happen. That puts my mind at ease. Goodbye. After the city lord's men departed, the guide reactivated the teleportation portal, sending the newbies to the beginner dungeon to level up. Upon receiving the news, the newcomers' worries dissipated, and they returned to their usual state. However, the arrival of the group drew the attention of those present. Following the stairs, the guide looked over. It was none other than. It was the Li family members of the Holy Sword Guild. Only the Holy Sword Guild could command such attention. 5 figures approached, with Liuji Dayan City's rising star and an awakened S-rank summoner walking in the center. The other 4 had their ranks unhidden, 2 third-tier professionals and 2 fourth-tier professionals. These 4 were clearly bodyguards and core members of the Holy Sword Guild at that. Their purpose was easy to guess. They were here to help Liuji level up. Isn't that the young master of the Li family? He's here to level up too. Wow, I'm jealous. Even leveling up gets you bodyguards who are over 100 levels high. Envy won't help. With the Li family's protection and resources, Liuji is advancing too fast. He'll probably advance within a month. Sigh, comparing people is deadly. What's a tough challenge for us newbies is probably easier than drinking water for him. Liuji wore an air of pride, strutting with his chin held high and an arrogant demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He reveled in this feeling of being the center of attention. It was something he'd never experienced before. Because all of it had been snatched away by his older brother. Now, he was the top genius. All of this should have been his alone. Under the envious gazes of the many newcomers, Liuji and his 4 bodyguards stepped onto the teleportation array. As the light flared, they vanished. The guide felt a surge of admiration. Truly the pride of the Li family. Even leveling up requires 4 professional bodyguards around level 200. Compared to the solitary young master of the Li family seen earlier, it was a world of difference. One was heaven, the other earth. Hard to believe these 2 are not only brothers but also Li Yanlon's biological sons, yet their treatment couldn't be more different. But it makes sense. Children from prominent families start competing from a young age. Liuji chose to level up in the Yellow Wind Forest, a place known as a nightmare for newbies. After all, it was the highest level monster zone in the beginner dungeons, offering substantial experience points upon defeat. But upon arriving at the Yellow Wind Forest, Liuji was dumbfounded. What's going on? Where's the Yellow Wind Forest? Isn't it supposed to be a nightmare for newbies? Where did it go? The instance had clearly been marked on the map. Why was the scene before him a wasteland? Young master, we're afraid we're too late. The Yellow Wind Forest has been destroyed. Judging by the state of things, it'll take at least 2 days to recover. One bodyguard sighed in exasperation. As high-level professionals, they never entered beginner dungeons, much less intervened in them. And now, the Huangfeng Forest, now reduced to a flattened wasteland, had clearly suffered an extremely powerful assault. That was why he was in such a state now. Liuji's expression darkened instantly. Did someone learn I was coming here to level up and destroyed it beforehand? It's possible, but judging by the damage, it looks more like a natural disaster, a meteor strike. Damn it! Liuji cursed. Why the hell didn't anyone warn us? Well, we didn't ask. The bodyguard didn't know what to say. Young Master Li had wasted considerable time on the road, likely missing the news of Huangfeng Forest's destruction. So what do we do now? Let's head to Red Coconut Island. The monsters there are level 4 to 7. Reaching level 10 within a day shouldn't be a problem. Alright then, Red Coconut Island it is. After some twists and turns, Liuji arrived at Red Coconut Island and began leveling up. His bodyguard handled aggro and whittled down the monster's health, leaving Liuji to deliver the finishing blow. While this method yielded less experience, it was far superior to grinding lower-level monsters. Liuji summoned 3 elite skeleton warriors to finish off the weakened mobs. A moment later, a smirk touched Liuji's lips. Already level 2. It won't be long before I hit level 10. Among all the newbie adventurers my age in Dayan, I'm probably the only one who could awaken and complete the trial on the very first day. The 4 bodyguards had no response. Talent truly defied logic. Indeed, only the young master could complete the trial quest on the very first day. His S-tier talent allowed him to summon elite-level skeletons from the very start, a remarkably high baseline. His ceiling was absurdly high. Other summoners were weak early on, but based on their observations, their young master showed no such weakness in the initial stages. He could easily reach level 10 within a single day without needing them to grind experience for him. With such innate talent, coupled with the resources and training of the Holy Sword Guild, his future potential was unimaginable. In the late game, a summoner could be called unbeatable. A single player could form an entire army, overwhelming all opponents with sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Wuwang exited the teleportation point and arrived at the Trading Guild of Dayan City. This was where adventurers bought and sold their gear. As soon as he entered, a sales assistant approached him. "Welcome to the Dayan Trading Post, young man. How may I assist you? I'd like to sell some gear." "Certainly, please follow me." Wuwang followed the attendant to the equipment sales area. After escorting him there, the attendant departed. Here, specialists handled equipment appraisals. The appraiser was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He glanced at Li Wuwang. From the boy's youthful face, he could tell this was a newbie who had only recently awakened his class. However, gear from beginner dungeons wasn't worth much, with drop rates that were pitiful. For a newbie, getting 2 or 3 ordinary pieces of gear while leveling up to 10 was already pretty lucky. With a smile, he inquired. "What kind of gear are you looking to sell, customer?" "Just these." Li Wuwang emptied all the gear from his storage space. Clatter. A mountain of diverse gear instantly piled up before the middle-aged man's counter. Chapter 5. Did you rob a bank? All this gear. The appraiser's mouth twitched in disbelief. Did you raid the beginner dungeon? In his decade plus as an appraiser, he'd never seen this much beginner dungeon loot in one go. How so? Just got lucky, Li Wuwang replied calmly. The appraiser blurted out instinctively. Are you a professional from this batch? I am, but what does that have to do with selling gear? Li Wuwang nodded, looking puzzled. The appraiser's eyes widened in astonishment. The earliest members of this year's practitioners had awakened just 2 days prior. No matter how exceptional their talents, there was no reason they could have obtained so much gear in such a short time. Besides, the drop rates in the beginner dungeons were extremely low, and monsters were hard to gather. They were scattered by the masses of newbies. But the appraiser didn't know which way to turn. This entire scene is utterly bizarre. Forgive my outburst. It's just that in all my years, I've never seen this many beginner dungeon items at once. The appraiser composed himself and forced a smile. Here's a skill book and a fine necklace, appraise them together. Li Wuwang set these 2 better pieces of gear aside separately. A skill book? Skill books drop in beginner dungeons now? The appraiser looked closely and confirmed it was indeed a skill book. Whirlwind Sweep exclusive to Wind Attribute Warriors. Generates 3 explosive tornadoes upon attack, granting a 10-second speed boost. This is a rare item. Are you really willing to sell it? His mind was in turmoil. When did beginner dungeons start dropping skill books? He'd never heard of such a thing. I don't need it. I'll sell it. Alright, in that case, I'll try to give you the best price possible. This kind of item gets snapped up the moment it's listed. The appraiser didn't hesitate. In the trading post, skill books are the fastest selling items. Currently, skill books of this level are priced around 900,000 on the market. Given the current surge in new players, demand is extremely high. How about 1.2 million? The appraiser analyzed as he spoke. Acceptable. Li Wuwang had anticipated the price, and the appraiser's offer was close to his expectations. The appraiser then shifted his gaze to the fine wolf fawn necklace. Accessories, like other external equipment, were also graded. Common white, fine green, rare blue, epic purple, legendary gold, mythical red, nightmare dark gold. Then there were star ratings, 1 to 5 stars. This yellow wind wolf fawn necklace is a 3-star fine grade item. It grants plus 100 strength, plus 50 agility, and a special boss effect, plus 3% attack speed with wind howl, briefly stunning enemies. It offers significant benefits for tier 1 practitioners and is quite sought after early on. How about 500,000 for this piece? Li Wuwang nodded. Fair enough. Go ahead and appraise the other common gear too, then give me the total price. The appraiser was surprisingly honest. His valuation wasn't far off from Li's own estimate. Alright. Even though they're basic gear, there are still buyers for them. The appraiser exhaled and continued with the valuation. Even basic gear offered attribute bonuses, albeit modest ones. For newbies, it was certainly sufficient. Moments later, the appraiser finished evaluating all the gear. 39 pieces total, including the skill book and the fine necklace. 2 million. What do you think? No problem. Li Wuwang nodded. Transfer the funds. Alright, could you give me your card number? Li Wuwang provided his card number, and shortly after, the 2 million was credited to his account. Transaction complete. Is there anything else you need, sir? No, that's all. Goodbye. Li Wuwang turned and walked away from the equipment sales area. The appraiser watched the youth's retreating figure, murmuring in astonishment. Setting aside the skill book, that necklace alone spoke volumes. The boy must have encountered a level 10 minor boss in the beginner dungeon to obtain this gear. Whether he'd earned it himself or had someone else farm it for him remained unknown, though the appraiser suspected the latter. Either way, it was highly unusual. Though his level is hidden, it's clear he's a fresh newbie this season. But why does he feel so familiar? Ah, never mind. What's an appraiser like me thinking about? Just focus on the job at hand. Li Wuwang made his way out and turned into the equipment shopping area. The same salesperson approached him again. Hey, handsome, need any help? The salesperson's tone was gentle, and their smile was genuinely sincere. Do you have any accessories or weapons that boost spirit? We do. What level are you currently at? That way I can make a proper recommendation. Level 25. Anything that significantly boosts spirit will do. The salesperson paused, taken aback. She'd assumed the young man was a newbie this season, but apparently not. Alright, I'll show you what we have. MHM. After a moment's thought, the salesperson led Li Wuwang to the accessories section for level 30 wearable items. Pointing to the items on the shelf, she explained. That Black Wind Tiger necklace 5-star fine quality. Equipping it boosts your spirit by 600 points and agility by 100 points, plus it has a tiger roar stun effect. Li Wuwang shifted his gaze over, finally settling on the price tag. $1 million for such modest gains? Not worth the cost. He was still miles away from reaching 10,000 spirit. After all, his level would rise rapidly, making frequent gear swaps a hassle. He might buy it in the morning only to equip a higher tier accessory by afternoon. Unless he reached a certain level, the gear wouldn't be practical for him. Not quite suitable. Li Wuwang shook his head. Then, never mind. I don't need it for now. Goodbye. Before the salesperson could finish, Li Wuwang cut him off and strode away. Ha! Welcome back anytime, the salesperson said, looking completely bewildered. This handsome young man probably thought it was too expensive. But it's understandable not everyone can afford gear. Most people actually grind for their gear in dungeons. What a strange fellow. After leaving the auction house, Li Wuwang glanced at his Cataclysm skill. It was already off cooldown. It was the perfect chance to test out the level 3 Cataclysm skill and level up to 50, preparing to enter the second tier. At that point, his attributes would receive a comprehensive boost. With these thoughts in mind, Li Wuwang headed toward the teleportation point for the first tier dungeon. Chapter 6, I only run the hardest dungeons. Got a problem? Tier 1 dungeons weren't nearly as bustling as the beginner ones. After completing the newbie trials, fresh players had a general grasp of dungeon mechanics and no longer needed guides. The need to find a party on the spot, like newbies often did, decreased significantly. Most players had already formed their teams before arriving, so they could teleport in and start grinding immediately, saving valuable time. Of course, some solo players still roamed the area. Li Wuwang arrived at the teleportation plaza. Seeing the unfamiliar faces one after another, he knew he had leveled up too quickly. The newbie adventurers from his cohort were still grinding away at the beginner trials. Most of the people at the first-tier dungeon teleportation point are newcomers from the previous year's intake, with a smaller number from the year before that. This clearly demonstrated how crucial a professional's innate talent was. Otherwise, how could anyone still be stuck at the first-tier dungeon stage after a whole year? Without a second thought, he pushed straight through the crowd toward the teleportation point at the square's center. Hey, handsome! Want to join our team? We've got a level 45 warrior boss leading dungeon runs. As he passed by, a bald young man called out to Li Wuwang. Behind the youth sat 5 other players. Judging by their gear, they included a mage, a priest, and an archer. Li Wuwang smiled faintly and declined, sorry, I don't join teams. The primary purpose of a team was to compensate for the weaknesses of individual classes. DPS classes were too fragile, while tanks and healers lacked offensive capabilities. Warriors, trying to be both tanky and damage dealing, end up mediocre. Their damage falls short of mages and archers, while their tankiness can't match pure tanks. But Li Wuwang didn't need that. What else could one possibly need when a single strike could finish an enemy? Wasn't soloing dungeons just fine? Why join a team and split experience and gear? If you need to run multiplayer dungeons, just grab a few random hangers-on the fly. Joining a team is unnecessary. Hey, handsome, what level are you? What class? Joining a team has tons of perks. Loot gets split evenly. The bald youth wouldn't give up. They needed one more person for their multiplayer dungeon run. But most people were already in teams, making it hard to find anyone. That's why he approached Li Wuwang when he saw him alone. Not interested. Li Wuwang sighed in resignation, waved his hand dismissively, and walked away without looking back. Why so aloof? Soloing is slow and dangerous. Handsome, reconsider. The bald youth persisted, shouting after Li Wuwang's retreating figure. Only when that figure vanished into the teleportation array did he finally withdraw his gaze. Just one more person, so hard to find. This batch of newbies only awakened 2 days ago. Guess it'll be another month before any newcomers finish their initiation trials and show up here. The bald youth sighed softly, his face utterly devoid of hope. Hey! Brother, interested in joining our team? We've got a level 45 warrior leading us. The bald youth spotted another lone adventurer and immediately approached. Really? The bespectacled, disheveled little chubby guy looked a bit nervous. Ha! What's there to be unsure about? What batch are you from? What level? What class? The bald youth waved dismissively, promptly slinging an arm around the chubby kid's shoulder. I'm from the previous batch. Level 27. Shield Warrior. The chubby kid opened his class info and level for the bald guy to see. The bald youth glanced at the chubby kid's class panel and level, then smiled. Bro, no problem. Tanks are welcome too. Hope flickered in the chubby kid's eyes. Really? I'm good enough? He possessed B-tier talent, but his appearance, personality, and social anxiety had kept him unrecruited by any team. Soloing dungeons was already tough enough, and as a tank with no damage output, the cumulative effects of various buffs made him give up entirely. He'd been slacking off, working sporadically, resulting in extremely slow progress. Today, he'd come on a whim, hoping to change himself and catch the goddess's eye. Sure thing, bro, keep your confidence up. Alright, thanks. I'll definitely fulfill my tank duties. The chubby kid nodded vigorously, a weight lifting from his heart. Finally, a team wanted him. Alright, no time to waste. Let's get moving, bro. Wuwang entered the Tier 1 instance. As he gazed upon the towering mountain before him, a prompt popped up. You have entered the Tier 1 dungeon. Current area, Mountain Fire Ridge. Monster levels, 11-19. I should find a guide or dungeon map. That way, I won't have to struggle every step of the way. Wuwang slapped his forehead. He'd been so focused on leveling up. Tier 1 dungeons were vastly larger than the beginner ones. As a first-time dungeon goer, how was he supposed to know which areas had higher-level monsters? He had little interest in these low-level monster zones. I should ask someone. If I go back to buy one, I won't be able to enter the dungeon until tomorrow. Each instance in Dayan City could only be teleported to once per day. Multiple teleports to the same instance required advancement. Wuwang scanned his surroundings, finding no one in sight. The timing was off. Freshmen from his cohort hadn't arrived yet, and seniors wouldn't be leaving. After all, this was a Dayan City affiliated instance, accessible only through the city's designated teleportation points. If it were a public instance on the continent, there would be more people. Oh well, I'll just walk around for now. Wuwang exhaled and began walking along the outer perimeter of the Mountain Fire Ridge area. He didn't want to waste his skills fighting back if monsters swarmed him. Time flew by, and a new notification popped up. You have entered the Frozen Depths area. Monster levels, 25-34. Yuhuntang, monsters only up to level 34. Not quite enough. But there should be some veterans from last season grinding levels here. Wuwang immediately headed deeper into the area. After walking for a short while, the sounds of combat and monster cries reached his ears. Someone's here. Wuwang didn't approach immediately, instead waiting for them to finish clearing the monsters they just pulled. Half an hour passed before the monsters were cleared. Only then did Wuwang approach. Hey, guys, got a minute? Wuwang saluted with a fist bump. Ha? Who are you? When did you get behind us? The leader, a young man wielding a greatsword, clearly a swordsman, turned with a sour expression and demanded. No need to get worked up. I'm just here to ask for directions, Wuwang explained. Directions? Is there a class in this dungeon who doesn't know the way? The greatsword youth grew wary, gripping his weapon tightly as his piercing eyes fixed on Wuwang's every move. Wuwang displayed his level and stated, I genuinely am asking for directions. I just forgot to bring my guide map. Level 25? The greatsword youth relaxed slightly, then asked curiously, how come you're only level 25? Didn't they warn you? The monsters here range from level 25 to 34. A player from last year shouldn't be stuck at level 25, right? Unless he's been slacking off. That's pretty bizarre. Their progress was actually on the slower side. They were already nearing level 50 and preparing to advance. And daring to come here asking for directions at level 25? What a fool. Just a heads up, I'm only here to ask for directions. I'll be on my way soon, Wuwang stated. Ask away. The greatsword youth nodded, easing his guard slightly. It made sense for a fool to get lost. He was probably heading to some low-level monster zones below level 25 to grind. Wuwang wasted no time and asked directly. Which area in the first-tier dungeon has the highest monster levels and the toughest difficulty? Not only the greatsword youth, but the four behind him also froze in surprise. What did you say? Chapter 7, Level 50. The terror of a Tier 3 meteorite. What did you say? The young man with the greatsword stared at the seemingly inhuman youth before him with a look of utter bewilderment. He doubted he'd heard correctly. In the Tier 1 dungeon, which area has monsters at the level cap? Or rather, which area is the hardest to farm? Wuwang repeated the question. Why are you asking that? Shouldn't you be leveling in zones below level 25? The greatsword youth realized he hadn't misheard, but found it odd. Leveling, of course. Areas below level 25 give too little XP. Wuwang stated with deadpan seriousness. The greatsword youth couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. Seriously, calling you a moron would be an insult. You're a complete idiot. Level 25 and you want to grind in high-level zones? You must be out of your mind. He's only level 47 and still only dares to grind in normal level zones. A few people behind him tried to talk him out of it. Brother Zhao, let's not waste our breath on him. He's not one of us, no point. Just tell him which zone's the toughest to grind in. Yeah, if he wants to court death, that's his problem. No need to waste our time on him. If he asks, just tell him. Who says he'll actually go there? Their words made sense to the greatsword-wielding youth. What happens to him is none of his business. He was just asking for directions, give him the info and be done with it. Whatever happened afterward wasn't their problem. The young man with the greatsword smiled in relief and pointed in a direction. In the first tier instance, there's an area called the Demon Beast Forest in the central zone that fits your requirements. From our current position, head west for a while and you'll get a prompt. Most monsters there are level 50, with the lowest being level 46. Boss level foes are common, and their strength far surpasses ordinary level 50 monsters. Its nightmare tier. Only scions of major clans, led by experts, dare venture into its outskirts for a short time. Young man, though we've never met, I feel compelled to warn you that place isn't for just anyone. Wuwang nodded and bowed to the youth. Thanks. I'll be on my way. After bidding farewell, Wuwang followed the area prompts, carefully navigating around the central hubs of each zone. After all, he needed to conserve his skills and maximize their effectiveness. The journey proceeded relatively smoothly. Apart from occasionally encountering a few first-tier practitioners grinding levels, there were no monster disturbances. After walking for some time, the number of practitioners gradually dwindled. Wuwang knew he had entered the core area of the Tier 1 instance. Warning! You are approaching the Demon Beast Forest. If you are not fully prepared, turn back immediately. A warning popped up before Wuwang's eyes. This warning was different from the previous area alerts. This Demon Beast Forest really is different. It's warning me before I've even entered, but I do have absolute confidence. Wuwang grinned and pressed forward. As he walked, the scenery abruptly transformed. Towering, sky-piercing ancient trees stood densely packed, shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun, emanating a bone-chilling, icy aura. Gazing into the depths of the forest, it seemed like a bottomless abyss, dark and terrifying. Simultaneously, a new notification popped up. You have entered the Monster Forest area. Monster levels, 4650. Friendly reminder, the Demon Beast Forest lies at the heart of the instance. Monsters here are nourished by toxic miasma, granting them 5-10 times the stats of ordinary monsters at the same level. They also inflict curses and persistent poison attacks, earning this area the reputation among adventurers as a nightmare level zone. If you are not fully prepared, please return immediately. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Wuwang's excitement surged as he gazed upon the dense, sky-obscuring forest. He immediately activated Target Lock LV1. His attack target locked onto the heart of the Demon Beast Forest. He immediately activated Meteor Summon LV3. Above the heavens, 3 crimson dots suddenly appeared, each trailing an exceptionally long fiery tail. They looked utterly jarring, as if the sky itself had been forcibly torn open in 3 places, leaving behind 3 scarlet wounds. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, echoing across the heavens. The 3 crimson dots aligned perfectly, rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like caged beasts unleashed, 3 colossal fire dragons plunged straight toward the earth. Boom! The first meteorite slammed down, a mushroom cloud billowing upward as shockwaves sent towering waves of dust hurtling outward at breakneck speed. But it wasn't over. The second one slammed down immediately. The third. The earth shook violently as 3 thunderous explosions echoed through the dungeon, their reverberations lingering long after. Wuwang's heart raced. As the meteorites fell, he estimated their diameter to be around 50 meters. The sheer force unleashed was equivalent to roughly 500 little boy mushroom bombs detonating simultaneously. 3 meteorites meant 1,500. What kind of monster could withstand such power? Is this the area reputed to be the hardest to clear? Wuwang gazed at the sky obscured by smoke and dust, interspersed with raging flames, and the thought came to him. Immediately, notifications began popping up on his interface. Defeated level 50 boss tier Black Flame Wolf King, EXP plus 2000. Defeated level 50 boss tier Toxic Mist Giant Vine, EXP plus 2000. Defeated level 50 Venom Fong Black Rabbit, plus 1000 EXP. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up. You have gained 5 attribute points. You have reached level 30 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 50 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached the advancement level. Please proceed to the advancement sanctuary promptly to claim your advancement quest. Reaching level 50 in less than a day after awakening my class, no one could possibly have done it faster than me. Wuwang thought to himself, this is the true terror of the unique talent. View panel. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 1. Level, LV 50 advancement available. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 125. Skill points, 7. Strength, 507. Constitution, 305. Agility, 506. Spirit, 1145. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV3 Target Lock LV1. Cataclysmic Skill, Meteor Barrage LV3 Cooldown, 1 hour 58 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Equipment, none. All attribute points allocated to Spirit. Spirit, 1270. Free attribute points, 0. Level up attribute gains are still too meager. Looks like I'll need to advance to see significant improvements. Wuwang stared at his attribute panel, harboring great expectations for the comprehensive enhancement his stats would receive after advancement. Not only could one only continue leveling up after advancement. Moreover, in this world, first-tier practitioners and second-tier practitioners were entirely different entities. A level 50 tier 1 and a level 51 tier 2 of the same profession might have similar levels, but their attributes could differ by several times. As for skill points, I'll save them for the next summoning skill. For now, Meteor Strike at level 3 is sufficient. Wuwang pondered briefly before inspecting the loot from this encounter. Poison Vine Ring, Special Accessory. Equipment requirements, none. Special effect, immune to poison, curse, and burn effects. Pretty lucky dropped an immunity accessory, and it's full immunity at that. Wuwang was somewhat surprised to find it was a special accessory. Such accessories were priceless if sold, they could fetch astronomical prices. He decided to keep it for now, his gaze shifting to the next accessory. Black Flame Staff, Rare Blue. Equipment requirement, LV 50. Equipment effect, Spirit plus 300, Constitution plus 50, Spell damage plus 20%. Special effect, each attack inflicts sustained burn damage on the target for 10 seconds. A rare piece of gear that boosts spirit this much? While gear upgrades are huge for other classes, it seems kinda useless for me. Never mind, I'll just keep them all. First, I need to go claim the advancement quests. Otherwise, I won't be able to level up. This haul totaled 40 items. Among the better pieces were a special ring, 2 skill books, 3 rare accessories, and 4 rare handheld weapons. Apart from the special ring, the rest were pretty much useless to him. Chapter 8, The Panic City Lord, Preparing for Advancement. The Frozen Abyss Region. The Greatsword Youth and his squad members were diligently grinding monsters. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the sky. Boom! Followed by a second, then a third. The earth shook violently. The monsters they had just gathered scattered in terror, as if startled by some unseen force. What's happening? The young man with the greatsword looked grave. He thrust his sword into the ground to steady himself. I don't know. Nothing was happening before. Could something have emerged? One member's face betrayed panic, his speech becoming slurred. How could that be? In a tier 1 instance, how powerful could any monster really be? Then what is it? An explosion this loud it can't be man-made, can it? Look! What is that over there? Suddenly, someone let out a startled cry, as if witnessing some great horror. All eyes immediately turned toward the source of the commotion. In the distant sky, a massive black mushroom cloud rose, obscuring the sun and sky, as if the apocalypse had descended. Is that coming from the direction of the demon beast forest? The young man with the greatsword felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if something had pierced him. That direction, it really is the demon beast forest. Someone pulled out a map and exclaimed in horror. The monster forest? Few dare venture there in a tier 1 instance. So this explosion. The young man with the greatsword suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth opening slightly in shock. He remembered. Earlier, a level 25 youth had asked them for directions. And the place he'd asked about was the monster forest. That can't be possible? His voice grew urgent, the audacious thought leaving him utterly bewildered. But at that moment, the only connection to the recent disturbance was that youth. Zhao, what's impossible? One of them swallowed hard, glancing warily at the young man with the greatsword. Do you remember that youth who asked us for directions earlier? The greatsword youth replied. The others nodded, then realized. Brother Zhao meant. Is this even possible? That commotion earlier was caused by that kid? Brother Zhao, that seems unlikely. He's only level 25, could he really cause such a commotion? The greatsword youth replied, I don't want to believe it either, but he's the most likely suspect. We've been grinding in tier 1 dungeons for over half a year now. We've never seen anything like this before, never even heard of it, but the moment that kid showed up, the group fell silent. Come to think of it, he was right. Any unusual activity in tier 1 dungeons gets logged in broadcast, alerting all adventurers. It's utterly baffling. How could such a harmless-looking kid cause such a huge stir? The greatsword youth sighed. Forget it. We're done leveling for today. Let's wait and see if anyone documents what happened. Yeah, that's the only option for now. The group immediately activated the teleportation array, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Meanwhile, news of the first-tier instance seemingly being bombarded by some unknown force spread rapidly, circulating among the adventurers. The commotion was significant enough that adventurers hesitated to enter the dungeon for leveling for a time. The Lord of Dayan City promptly issued orders, dispatching investigators to the scene. The investigators arrived at the monster beast forest. Gazing upon the forest, now reduced to a flattened wasteland, they stood speechless for a long time. Had they not been here before, they would have thought they'd taken a wrong turn. This was no longer the monster beast forest. The once towering, dense forest had been transformed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. It was utterly beyond comprehension. Captain, The investigation team members gaped, yet found no words to express their current state of mind. 2 impacts in a single day. Another meteorite strike. Captain whose expression darkened, his brows knitting tightly together. Again. Because a meteorite impact had already occurred in the new books dungeon. But this impact far surpassed the one in the beginner's dungeon. It was on an entirely different level. Captain, could it be the same practitioner again? One member asked instinctively. Unlikely. The power levels are worlds apart. How could the same practitioner possess such a vast disparity in strength? Captain who shook his head. These two incidents were becoming far too complicated. They seemed deliberate, yet not carried out by the same individual. Beyond both being meteorite impacts, there was another commonality. Both impacts occurred in areas marked as nightmare zones. The possibility of natural disasters could be ruled out outright. Coincidences exist in this world, but not on such a grand scale. No professionals were harmed this time either. Considering both incidents together, they seem uninterested in professionals. At least we don't need to worry too much about casualties. Captain who couldn't fathom who was responsible or their motives. As long as they weren't targeting the professionals. Captain who gave the order, measure the impact depth and extent of damage. Yes, sir. Half an hour later. The measurement results came in. Captain, the impact crater is 95 meters deep and 1.2 kilometers in diameter. Severe destruction extends within a 20-kilometer radius, with effects fading only beyond 50 kilometers. The entire beast forest has been utterly destroyed. Hearing his team's report, Captain who sucked in a sharp breath. The meteorite's destructive power far exceeded his expectations. If this had targeted low-tier practitioners, who knows how many would have perished. Captain who exhaled deeply, the thought involuntarily crossing his mind. Fortunately, the target wasn't practitioners. This level of power comes from at least a 6th-tier professional. If they were targeting us, we wouldn't stand a chance. Let's return and report. The investigation concluded, and Captain who teleported his team back to Dan City. Upon hearing the news, the city lord was utterly horrified. Yet a sliver of relief lingered. The attackers hadn't targeted Daeon's professionals at all. As a 5th-tier practitioner, the Lord of Daeon City knew he couldn't withstand even a meteor strike from a 1st-tier dungeon. The protective array shielding Daeon City wouldn't hold either. If they truly targeted Daeon's professionals, why would they directly strike the city with a meteorite? Clearly, it was most likely not targeting Daeon City. Issue the announcement. The 1st-tier dungeon is accessible as usual. Instead of worrying, let's proceed as normal. What's meant to happen will happen. If it doesn't, we're all better off. And if it does, we can't stop it anyway. Understood. Meanwhile, Wuwang emerged from the instance and was about to leave, intending to claim his advancement quest. Suddenly, someone's voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, handsome, remember me? A bald young man asked with a cheerful smile. Yeah, what do you want? Wuwang replied expressionlessly. The bald youth beamed with pride, almost as if showing off. Look at this little chubby guy. He's the one we recruited after you turned us down. He was only level 27 before, but after running dungeons with us for a short while, he's already hit level 29. If it weren't for some unexpected issues today forcing us to leave early, he would have hit level 30 today. Wuwang replied calmly, and then? The bald youth gloated, if you hadn't refused, all that experience would be yours. But our team isn't recruiting anymore. Now you can't even join if you wanted to. How does that feel? Regretting it now? Wuwang. Having already reached level 50 in less than a day, he turned and walked away without looking back. Chapter 9, Advanced Quests Too Hard? Not necessarily. Morning awakening complete. Reached level 50 by afternoon. Wuwang felt no one could possibly outpace his leveling speed. He departed the teleportation point. He arrived at the Advanced Sanctuary. To awaken a class, one must go to the Awakening Sanctuary. Similarly, advancement required accepting advancement quests within the Advancement Sanctuary. Only after completing these quests could one advance. As soon as he reached the temple entrance, a staff member clad in a hooded black robe approached him. Greetings, professional. Have you come to claim your advancement quest? Yes, for the 2nd-tier quest. Last year's practitioner? The attendant muttered under his breath before offering a polite smile. Very well, please follow me. Wuwang followed behind the staff member. Soon they arrived before a sacred statue of the profession. Please place your hand on the statue. It will randomly assign your advancement quest. All right. The process was similar to the awakening ritual. A prompt popped up on Wuwang's interface. Detected that you have reached level 50. Assigning advancement quest. Advanced quest, pass the trial of the giant stone statue. Mission objective, survive for 30 minutes under the siege of giant stone statues. Location, Tier 1 Dungeon, Statue Forest. Time limit, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Passing the trial of the giant statues, adventurer, your luck seems to be running a bit low. The staff member said with a hint of regret. Why do you say that? Wuwang asked, puzzled. The staff member explained, this advancement quest is extremely difficult, hellish, you might say. Every adventurer who's accepted this quest has failed without exception. Due to the nature of advancement quests, participants cannot exceed one tier above their own class level. Otherwise, the quest automatically fails. However, if you assemble a team with strong level 1 adventurers, there's still a chance of success. Wuwang nodded. Thanks for the heads up. Big? How big? Though I can't offer much help, I still wish you luck. The staff member smiled. I'll await your good news at the sanctuary. After completing the advancement quest, one must undergo the baptism of the advancement deity statue within the advancement sanctuary to receive a tribute bestowal and ascend to tier 2. But she doubted she'd live to see the youth return. Having worked here for quite some time, she knew full well the immense difficulty of the stone statue trial quest. No one could possibly complete it. It was essentially a task assigned by the divine statue to artificially cap the advancement rate. Thank you. With that, Wuwang left the sanctuary. The quest location was already marked on the interface. However, he needed to purchase a map of the Tier 1 instance to cross-reference and pinpoint the exact location. I'll buy the map first. I've already entered the Tier 1 instance today, so I'll have to wait until tomorrow to complete the quest. Wuwang felt a slight pang of disappointment. He had hoped to achieve the second tier advancement today. But now he was blocked by this advancement quest. He made his way to the trading post. While buying the map, he also sold off the gear he'd looted from the first tier dungeon. After all, his storage space was limited. His current storage capacity could only hold 40 pieces of equipment. Inside the trading post, a sales clerk suddenly spotted the youth outside the door and felt a pang of confusion. Him? He's back? She remembered him distinctly. He was quite handsome, after all. But he might be running a bit low on funds. When he was picking out gear at noon, he backed out after seeing the price. Has he finally scraped together enough money? She greeted him with a smile. Hey there, handsome. Welcome back. How can I help you today? Wuwang snapped back to reality and nodded. Oh, hello. I need a map of the Tier 1 dungeon and a map of the Tier 2 dungeon. Hearing this, the salesperson froze. She recalled this handsome guy had told her he was a level 25 professional. How come he hadn't even bought a Tier 1 dungeon map? How had he leveled up before? What if he accidentally wandered into a high-level zone? That would be. Maybe someone was guiding him? Before she could dwell on it further, she realized her own awkwardness and quickly said, Alright, I'll get it for you right away. Please wait in the rest area. Alright. Wuwang nodded and hung out in the rest area for a bit. 2 minutes later, the sales assistant approached with 2 copies of the map and handed them to Wuwang. How much? The Tier 1 dungeon map is 10,000, and the Tier 2 dungeon map is 30,000, the salesperson reported truthfully. Wuwang nodded and paid without hesitation. He knew these prices were standard and not inflated. Anything else you need? The salesperson asked with a smile. Seeing the salesperson's sincere expression, Wuwang instantly understood and replied. Sorry, I'm not buying any gear this time. Just here for 2 maps. The salesperson nodded with a smile. Understood. Wishing you smooth leveling. After that, the salesperson went to attend to other adventurers. Wuwang made his way with practiced ease to the equipment sales area, locating the same appraiser from before. Young man, what brings you back? The appraiser looked at Wuwang with surprise. He bought a pile of gear at noon, and now he's back in the afternoon? What kind of joke is this? Can't I come? Of course you can. Of course you can. The appraiser gave an apologetic smile, then composed himself, his expression a mix of anticipation and puzzlement. What gear are you selling this time? Wuwang emptied out all his gear except for that ring. Clatter. Another pile of gear landed on the appraiser's counter. Staring at the gear on the counter, the appraiser was dumbfounded. As much as at noon? This must be stolen loot. He'd been appraising for over a decade and had never seen anything like this. And this seemingly harmless teenager had come in twice in one day. Ahem. When he saw the gear's level, he choked and coughed violently. Holy crap! Equipment dropped from a Tier 1 dungeon. Several rare pieces, with the rest all being fine quality. His gear was just from a beginner dungeon this morning, and now he's getting Tier 1 dungeon drops in the afternoon? The appraiser exhaled deeply, his face turning anxious as he asked. Young man, if I may ask, what do you do for a living, and where did you get all this gear? Wuwang offered no explanation, only replied, afraid to take it? Of course I dare. This gear is all brand new, the appraiser hastened to say. It's just, bringing in this much gear for sale in a single day is truly astonishing. It is a bit, Wuwang conceded. He'd have to consider selling elsewhere next time. The appraiser's jaw dropped. It was more than just a bit surprising. What kind of person brings gear from 2 different dungeons to sell in a single day? And not just a few pieces, but a whole pile. Clear both the beginner dungeon and the Tier 1 dungeon in a single day? The thought immediately made him dismiss this terrifying possibility. It was clearly impossible. Even with the backing of the continent's most elite factions, such feats were unattainable. But hadn't he claimed he wasn't a newcomer this season? Chapter 10, Advancement Begins, Kicked Out of the House? The appraiser realized the kid had lied about being this year's new recruit. Any newcomer who could acquire this much gear would be a miracle. So, are you taking it or not? Li Wuwang asked again. If they refused, he could always find another trading house. Dayan City wasn't the only trading post around. We'll take it, absolutely. Let me appraise it first. The appraiser snapped back to attention, picked up the equipment from the counter, and began appraising it. About half an hour passed. The appraiser announced, both skill books are excellent 3 million. The 3 rare accessories provide solid bonuses 6 million. For rare handheld weapons 4 million. The rest are common and fine grade items 3 million. Total, 16 million. Li Wuwang nodded. Alright, let's go with that. Apart from the rings, he had no use for this gear. It would just take up space, so selling it was the better option. The price was fair enough. Same card number? Yes. The appraiser proceeded with the transaction, transferring the funds, then said, take a look. Yep, it's there. I'm out. After the funds cleared, Li Wuwang promptly departed. The appraiser exhaled deeply, meticulously recording each piece of equipment on the counter before securing them away. By then, the sky had grown dark. Walking down the street, Li Wuwang suddenly pondered a question. Should he return home? Li Yanlong had already made his choice. Pushing him onto his second uncle meant abandoning him. Since things had come to this, why the hell would he go back? Better to cut ties completely. As a time traveler, he harbored no affection for the Li family, let alone any sense of familial bond. Let's find a hotel to stay in for now. Tomorrow, we'll go complete the advancement quest. Meanwhile, in the beginner dungeon, Liuji watched the sky gradually darken and finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally hit level 10 before dark. The bodyguard beside him immediately offered congratulations. Congratulations, young master, on completing the novice trials. The future looks bright. With such talent, the Holy Sword Guild will break out of Dayan and compete across the continent under your leadership. Reaching level 10 in a single day, word of this will likely shake the entire Grayton. Liuji, naturally pleased by these words, waved his hand dismissively. This is just the beginning. I aim to reach level 50 within a month and advance to a tier 2 summoner. Hearing this, the others chimed in. Young master, your brilliance is unmatched, you will surely achieve your goal. Such terrifying talent. Across all of Dayan, few could possibly match the young master. Liuji smiled with satisfaction. Return now. Yes, sir. The teleportation array activated, and their figures vanished within a blinding burst of light. Upon returning to Dayan City, Liuji made no effort to conceal his rank. Outside the teleportation point, a crowd of newcomers still gathered. When they saw Liuji's level displayed as 10, it caused a minor stir. Holy crap, someone's already level 10. Who is he? How the hell did he do it? Who else could it be? The young master of the Holy Sword Guild, Liuji. He awakened as an S-rank summoner. Impressive. Reaching level 10 in a single day, that's rare in Dayan City. Another rising star. What about Li Wuwang? I saw him here today. What level is he? As Liuji basked in the adulation of the newbies, a voice pierced his ears like a sharp blade. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the speaker, snapping. Li Wuwang. He's not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. He's nothing but a dying ant. Once he'd been crushed beneath his brother's shadow, unable to lift his head. Now that fortune had turned, he couldn't bear to hear anyone mention him alongside that worthless elder brother. Faced with such a scathing rebuke, the speaker fell silent, his face plastered with apology. Liuji then turned to his bodyguard and ordered, "Go ask that good-for-nothing second uncle of mine how he's managing things." What was Li Wuwang doing running off to the Newbie dungeon? Is he trying to disgrace the Li family? Yes, young master. A bodyguard immediately made the call. Li Yanhu, the young master asks your opinion on Li Wuwang running off to the beginner dungeon. Once connected, the bodyguard even addressed him by his full name. Ha? I have no idea. He never came to see me. Li Yanhu sounded utterly bewildered on the other end. Let me speak with him. Liuji snatched the phone. My dear second uncle. Father entrusted you with such a crucial mission, yet you've neglected it. How do you explain this? Young master, it's not that I'm not taking it seriously. I haven't found Li Wuwang, and I can't get in touch with him. Does that good-for-nothing even want to do this much? Looks like he wants to be expelled from the Li family. Liuji immediately shouted angrily. Young master, this truly has nothing to do with me. I genuinely didn't know Li Wuwang had gone to the Newbie instance. Enough. I'll report this to father. After speaking, Liuji flung the phone at the bodyguard, snapping, My good mood's been completely ruined. Young master, please calm your anger. No matter how much he struggles, he can never surpass you. The more he struggles, the more pathetic he looks. His disgrace brings shame upon the Li family. Where does that leave my reputation? The Li family tolerates no sand in its gears. Father gave him a chance and he refused it. Then let him be cast out. Let's go. I'll inform father immediately. Li family villa. Li Wuji was certain Li Yanlong would be furious over this matter, but he didn't expect it would lead to Li Wuwang's expulsion. Therefore, he decided to add a few embellishments to the story. After all, his father valued his reputation above all else. Upon hearing the news, Li Yanlong's face turned ashen with fury. That ungrateful son. I've worked so hard to mold him into someone useful, yet he shows no gratitude. If he runs off to disgrace me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Convey my words, from this day forward, Li Wuwang is expelled from the Li family. Whatever he does henceforth has no connection whatsoever to the Li family. Yes, father. Li Wuji responded with utmost reverence, inwardly rejoicing. Without the protection of his Li family bloodline, Li Wuwang would never rise again in this lifetime. Soon after, the news of Li Wuwang, the eldest son of the Li family, being cast out spread far and wide. The next morning, after rising, Li Wuwang gathered his belongings and headed toward the teleportation point for the first tier instance. He was eager to advance as soon as possible and acquire new skills. Due to the early hour, many adventurers gathered at the teleportation point. They stood in small groups, seemingly discussing their recent experiences and exchanging information. Did you hear? Last night, the Li family disowned Li Wuwang. What? Li Yanlong is that heartless? That's just inhumane. Put. In a family like that, if you don't have the skills, family ties mean jack. Li Wuwang awakened as some trash summoner getting ditched is only natural. Heard his younger brother just awakened yesterday? Reached level 10 in a single day and completed the trial quests. Absolutely incredible. Li Wuwang heard these words and felt slightly puzzled. Last night he thought cutting ties would be best and today the Li family had done it themselves? Well, that suited him just fine. A blessing in disguise. Holy crap, bro, you're this good looking? Want to join the team? I'll carry you. A young man wielding a staff stared in astonishment at Li Wuwang as he passed by. No thanks. Hey. Don't go. I've never seen anyone this handsome in my life. Let's get to know each other. Li Wuwang quickened his pace toward the teleportation array. From their reactions, Li Wuwang could tell not everyone had seen him before. They'd merely heard the name Li Wuwang, eldest son of Li Yanlong from the Holy Sword Guild. As the teleportation array's light faded, Li Wuwang entered the first tier instance. Chapter 11, The Mysterious Tattooed Man, an Uncommon Youth. Li Wuwang pulled out his map and checked the exact location of the stone statue forest within the first tier instance. Learning it lay within the giant stone mountains, he set off in that direction. The stone forest was considered a restricted area, only appearing in the giant rock mountains when undertaking advancement quests. The map made things much easier. Not only did it shorten the journey, but it also allowed him to bypass monsters that would actively attack adventurers. The journey proceeded smoothly, with few obstacles along the way. Hey, handsome, we meet again. All alone? Suddenly, a bald young man appeared, grinning as he spoke. What do you want? Li Wuwang frowned. This bald guy is like a ghost that just won't go away. Nothing much, just ran into you. What's up? You alone? No teammates? The bald youth's tone carried a hint of smugness. Behind him, 5 more professionals appeared. Li Wuwang's mouth twitched as the 2 words slipped out. He then chose to ignore them and walked away on his own. Damn it, bro. How could you curse like that? Even if our team doesn't want you anymore, you shouldn't be swearing at people. The bald youth, feeling ignored, immediately started yelling. Lin Dahu, what the hell are you doing? A tall man wearing a mask, carrying 2 unidentified long swords on his back, and clad in gleaming silver armor, barked the reprimand. Big bro, he insulted me. He deserved it. Why are you stirring up trouble? People can do whatever they want. But I just feel like he looks down on us. He's acting all high and mighty, it's really annoying. The bald youth retorted, visibly annoyed. Let him put on airs. If he suffers, is it your burden to bear? Mind your own business. The tall man's expression darkened. Their team wasn't strong to begin with, they shouldn't be stirring up unnecessary trouble. Bro, why are you sticking up for an outsider? The bald youth looked dejected, clearly displeased with his brother's stance. The tall man's voice turned cold. Change your attitude, or I have the right to kick you out. Got it, big bro. The bald youth gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The tall man continued his warning. Today, the Demon Blood Squad is bringing people to clear the dungeon. Keep your wits about you and avoid any conflicts with them. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The other squad members paled at his words, tension immediately rising among them. The Blood Demon Squad. In Dayan City, they were a notoriously infamous squad. Led by 2 third-tier dark mages, their ranks swelled to over 30 members, each possessing formidable strength. They operated with extreme arrogance and ruthlessness, routinely committing murder and robbery. Crossing them meant facing a deadly fate. Young professionals in Dayan City avoid them like the plague, never daring to provoke them. The reason this guild has survived this long is because they have other powerful forces backing them. Alright, let's pull some mobs and grind levels. As long as we don't provoke them, everything should be fine. Before the tall man could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. He stared tensely at the 6 figures approaching from ahead. All 6 were clad in black, bearing a blood-spattered red emblem on their chests. The new arrivals were none other than the Blood Demon Squad. Speak of the devil. Today really wasn't a good day for grinding. The tall man deeply regretted entering the dungeon today. Well, who knew we were so famous? The leader, his face adorned with eerie patterns and a mocking expression, made one feel uneasy. The tall man's expression tightened as he explained, "We were merely discussing the renown of the demon blood, no ill intent." "Oh? But I clearly heard you say our demon blood is evil?" The tattooed man sneered. The tall man felt immense pressure. The storm mage before him was already a tier 2, and the others behind him were all around level 45. Seeing no response, the tattooed man laughed loudly. "Ha, relax. You're right, we really are bad." "So?" The tattooed man's expression hardened, revealing a hint of cruelty as he coldly demanded, "Hand over all your equipment. Consider it compensation for damages." What? That's impossible." A short young man behind the tall man protested indignantly. His gear was hard-earned through grinding, there was no way he'd just hand it over. "Oh? Seems you truly don't know the blood of the demon?" The tattooed man chuckled, suddenly reaching out. The next moment, a whirlwind erupted beneath the young man's feet, instantly sweeping him into the air. The tattooed man clenched his palm. Put! The young man instantly dissolved into a cloud of blood mist that drifted down. The tall man, seeing this, suppressed his inner rage and muttered, "Hand him over." This man before him was beyond his control. He could only obey the command of the demon blood. He was the first to hand over his gear. The few team members behind him, nearly frozen in terror, quickly followed suit, hastily stripping off their equipment and placing it on the ground. They feared that any delay would lead them to suffer the same fate as the small-statured youth. The men behind the tattooed man collected all the gear. Very sensible. The tattooed man suddenly demanded, "Weren't there 7 of you? Where's the missing one? Where's he hiding?" The tall man's heart skipped a beat. So this wasn't a chance encounter, the demon blood had been tracking them all along and had simply come to collect them now. Otherwise, how could they possibly know a youth had just passed through here? That person isn't one of us. Oh? Not one of you? Then who was he? The tattooed man clearly didn't buy it. "We don't know. Just a passerby." "Then where did he go?" The tall man hesitated, unsure whether to speak. The pressure from the tattooed man grew intense. The bald youth trembled all over, stammering. "He headed east." The tattooed man was confident they wouldn't lie. "Let's go after him." That little bastard dared to head east alone, he must be hiding something. The tattooed man immediately led his men in pursuit. Once the demon blood members were out of sight, the tall man punched a tree. The recent events left him feeling humiliated. He cursed his own weakness, unable to intervene. Otherwise, someone would have died. Boss. Several team members now stood at a loss. Not only had one teammate died, the gear they'd painstakingly farmed for half a year had been stolen, and their strength would inevitably decline significantly. "Lin Dahu, do you realize how your actions endangered that boy?" The tall man exhaled heavily. The bald youth retorted. "If we don't speak up, we'll end up like Shanghai. We can't let an outsider drag us down. Besides, he looked down on us. He knew that with that kid's arrogant attitude, he'd likely offend every demon blood clan until he met a miserable end." The tall youth fell silent. Being targeted by the demon blood was like hearing the toll of a death knell. If they were ever dissatisfied with his actions, they would kill him without mercy. He didn't want his own affairs to drag an outsider into this. His own strength was too weak, he couldn't control anything. After wrestling with his thoughts, he spoke slowly. "I'm not a qualified captain." Effective immediately, the team is disbanded. Leader, why? There's no reason. Just disband. Wuwang followed the route on the map and finally reached Giant Rock Mountain after some time. You have entered the Giant Rock Mountain area. An advanced quest has been detected. The Stone Forest location is now accessible. Mission reminder, limited to 6 players. No class higher than tier may first enter. Failure to comply will result in mission failure. Chapter 12, Instant Kill, Obtaining Special Abilities. Upon entering Giant Rock Mountain, the scene before Wuwang's eyes transformed dramatically. Towering stone mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, their endless expanse stretching for countless miles. After traveling a short distance further, he found himself amidst a forest of bizarre rock formations, jagged and abrupt alongside stone pillars as sturdy as ancient pines, piercing straight toward the heavens. This must be the Stone Forest, right? Wuwang surveyed the scene before him, a landscape true to its name. You have entered the Stone Statue Forest. Monster level, 50. Kind reminder, over eons, these stone pillars have given birth to stone spirit warriors who guard this ancient land, burying all who dare intrude. They possess the hardest stone armor and the most formidable strength. Their only limitation is level, not power. As an intruder, your mission is to survive their assault for 30 minutes. A string of characters appeared, and Wuwang gave them a cursory glance. Essentially, it stated that the stone spirit warriors were formidable. But how strong could they possibly be? Crack! 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 Just then, the stone pillars before him, resembling ancient pines, suddenly shattered. As the rock layers peeled away layer by layer, the majestic forms of the stone spirit warriors emerged. Each wielded a long hammer, standing tall and straight like towering pines, radiating a fierce, murderous aura. Roar! With the arrival of the invaders, they awoke one by one. Their roars, echoing as if from ancient times, reverberated across the land, causing the earth itself to tremble in fear. 1, 2. As if without end, stone spirit warriors continuously burst forth from the stone pillars, swarming toward Wuwang like ants from an overturned nest. Wuwang retreated swiftly. Only after he exited the stone forest did the stone warriors cease their pursuit. As if the intruder had not truly departed, they encircled the edge of the stone forest, erecting stone walls as defenses, their long hammers held at an angle before them. If I summon a meteor to obliterate them all, would that count as surviving 30 minutes? Wuwang gazed at the stone warriors, his voice tinged with doubt. Probably counts, right? Without dwelling further, he retreated a few more steps, maintaining a safe distance. He immediately activated LV1 target lock. Immediately after, the Meteor Strike was summoned. Boom! Here they come, meteorites bearing terrifying destructive power, 3 of them arriving in an instant. Boom! The meteorites crashed down, their explosions echoing. In an instant, dust flew everywhere as a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Then the second, the third. The mushroom cloud seemed to take on a life of its own, growing ever larger until it obscured half the sky. The entire stone forest was leveled to the ground, leaving nothing but devastation. The stone warriors didn't even have time to react before they became part of the sand and stone. The mission hasn't marked as complete yet, so I should wait 30 minutes? Wuwang gazed thoughtfully at the flattened stone forest before him. That seemed reasonable enough. He waited silently. This time, however, there was no experience gain notification. He was already at level 50. He needed to advance to the second tier to continue leveling up. However, he could still loot equipment. Wuwang glanced at the loot that had filled his inventory. He chose to inspect them. The items were sorted by rarity. The top item didn't appear to be equipment. Wuwang focused his gaze. Ancient Statues Protection. Special Effect 1. You are protected by the Ancient Stone Statue. When facing danger, the statue's power activates, increasing your defense and summoning the most elite stone spirit warriors nearby to fight for you. Special Effect 2. You gain Stone Affinity. Any tangible stone object will obey your commands. Bless? Wuwang read the description of this peculiar item and felt somewhat astonished. This is a type of passive skill. Though it doesn't have a standard production grade, it's a very rare find. You're in luck. The first special effect, when facing danger, it can summon stone spirit warriors identical to the one just encountered to fight alongside you. This ability is also quite impressive. That stone spirit warrior was undeniably powerful, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. No wonder this is called the most hellish advanced mission. It's just that my meteor summoning is so overpowered that it makes them seem weak. They're actually quite formidable. It compensates for the limitation of having only one summoning skill. Summoning a meteorite costs no resources but requires a 2-hour cooldown. This creates a 2-hour window of vulnerability, a period of powerlessness. If it consumed mental energy, his reserves wouldn't suffice. If the second companion summoning skill also has a 2-hour cooldown after the Cataclysm, he'll still face that vulnerability window. Ancient Statues Protection perfectly compensates for his weakened state during this window. The second special effect, however, is quite intriguing. Any concrete stone object, meaning stone carvings or naturally formed stones resembling specific creatures. For instance, a naturally formed rock resembling a turtle, a tiger, a wolf, a dragon, or a snake. Such stones bearing distinct forms will obey commands. This is an active ability, compensating for the passive skill's inability to act on its own? Wuwang was quite delighted. This was the second thing that made him feel quite pleased. The first was that poison vine ring, which granted immunity to toxins, curses, and burning effects. Both can be equipped. If some bastard tries to ambush me with curses or poison, they'll have no chance. Wuwang selected the ring to equip. The next moment, a green ring formed from delicate vines appeared on his finger. Equipment could be hidden or made visible. He opted for concealment, and the ring vanished. Activate the protection ability too. You have gained the protection of the ancient statue. A flash of golden light then appeared around Wuwang before fading away. Nice needle. Wuwang could sense an inexplicable protection, a profound sense of reassurance. He turned his attention to the next piece of equipment that appeared. Stone statue armor, rare purple. Equipment requirement, LV 150. Equipment effects, strength plus 400, constitution plus 100, physical defense plus 30%, brutality plus 40%. Special effect, chance to trigger stone statue power, critical hit rate plus 100%. All gear suited for warrior type classes. Not suitable for me. Wuwang shook his head. There was no need to look at the next set of gear, most of it was useless anyway. He waited in place. The task completion notification hadn't appeared yet, he'd have to wait another half hour. Meanwhile, the tattooed man led his men, tracking their way toward Wuwang's location. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, rumbling explosions echoed, and the ground trembled. What's happening? The tattooed man frowned, steadied himself, and looked toward the source of the sound. A massive mushroom cloud still lingered in the sky. It's the giant rock mountain area. What happened there? Could it be similar to the rumors of high-tier professionals intervening in the demon beast forest? Let's go check it out. This man must be hiding a major secret. Chapter 13, Advanced Quest completed, The Slaughtered Demon Blood. The tattooed man led his group to the giant rock mountain area. Gazing at the flattened giant rock mountain before him, he couldn't help but feel horrified. What on earth caused this? The tattooed man's expression turned vacant, his mouth opening involuntarily. He had heard rumors about the events in the previous tier dungeon. He had assumed it was just a case of hearsay. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt nothing but profound shock. Brother Chang, maybe we should just leave. How could that kid survive an impact like that? One of the Demon Blood members was under immense pressure, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. The sheer terror of this place had etched itself deep into his mind, instilling an overwhelming conviction that anyone who entered would surely meet their end here. The tattooed man snorted coldly. What the hell are you scared of? Our city lord explicitly said this impact isn't meant for professionals. But something still feels off. Can that kid really survive? Let's go. Let's check it out. Maybe we'll find something surprising. The tattooed man grew increasingly excited. An incident like this in a Tier 1 instance must hold some earth-shattering secret. And they were the first to arrive. This area wouldn't reset anytime soon, giving them plenty of time to investigate. They began searching the boulder-strewn hills. Brother Chang, there's someone over there. Suddenly, one of the members pointed to a figure standing in an open area not far away. He really didn't die. The tattooed man nearly burst out laughing, as if he'd caught a big fish. This kid must have known the collision was coming and rushed over ahead of time. Brother Chang, if he survived the collision, his strength is beyond what we can handle. Something's definitely off. One of the underlings shrank back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He's barely grown any hair yet. How much strength could he possibly have? Most likely just a first tier level. Our Demon Blood Squad has always ruled Dayan City with an iron fist. What the hell are we afraid of? The tattooed man shot a glare at this new blood demon recruit before waving his hand dismissively and striding toward the youth. Wuwang, nearby, also sensed the disturbance and scanned the area. Probably some professional who came over after hearing the explosion. Wuwang observed the 6 figures, muttering to himself. Soon, the 6 approached. The tattooed man asked with a smile, "Kid, what just happened here?" "Meteorite impact," Wuwang replied, his expression unreadable. As they drew nearer, he sensed something unnatural about them, and his guard rose. "You're lying. How could you survive a meteorite impact?" The tattooed man's expression darkened as he snarled at Wuwang. Wuwang's mouth twitched. "This guy's a real piece of work. Do I even know you? Get lost. I owe you no answers." "Heh, you're a real pain in the ass, kid. Never heard of the Demon Blood Squad?" The tattooed man's cold, icy smile carried a chill. Wuwang retorted, "Some roadside squad? Never heard of them. Stop bothering me." "Oh? Seems you truly hold no regard for the Blood Demon's reputation. In that case, I'll show you what the name Blood Demon truly means." With that, the tattooed man revealed his level, 105, a second-tier professional. "Hand over everything you're wearing and any secrets you know. I might spare your life." The tattooed man sneered. He was certain this greenhorn was his for the taking. "Oh? Now you're resorting to robbery? But do you really think I'd fear you lot after surviving that collision?" Wuwang chuckled lightly. "A second-tier professional coming to a first-tier dungeon to lord it over others? You must be out of your mind." Generally, high-tier professionals wouldn't come to low-tier dungeons to cause trouble. The main reason was that high-tier practitioners would gain only 10% of the experience points in lower-tier dungeons. Everyone's too busy grinding levels to bother with low-tier dungeons. If they did come, it was to level up newbies. Even then, they wouldn't casually attack other players in dungeons, it was an unspoken rule. "You, kid, you're asking for trouble." The tattooed man's rage flared at the youth's words, a gust of wind erupting from his body that instantly swept the dust from the ground. "Kid, don't get cocky. We're the Blood Demon clan. Mess with us, and you won't last a day in Dayan. Daring to defy strong brother? You must be tired of living. Ha! What a greenhorn, you don't even know the Blood Demon clan. What are you doing in Dayan?" The other members immediately joined in, spewing threats. Wuwang stood there, several golden halos appearing around him. Ancient statues protection activated. Boom. 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 The next moment, the ground suddenly trembled, cracking open as if something were about to burst forth from beneath. What the hell is this earthquake? The tattooed man steadied himself, his heart pounding with shock. He turned to glare at Li Wuwang. Kid, what do you know? Spill it now, or I'll wipe you out. Li Wuwang replied calmly, people this rude are a waste of resources alive. I think you'd be better off dead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than over 20 stone spirit warriors burst forth from the earth. Each towering in stature, wielding stone hammers, they formed a disciplined line before Li Wuwang, radiating an invisible aura of overwhelming pressure. You, what did you do? The tattooed man sensed an overwhelmingly powerful pressure emanating from these stone spirit warriors, his expression instantly turning panicked. Crush them! Li Wuwang issued the command. Over 20 stone spirit warriors flashed sharp glints in their eyes, raised their stone hammers, and charged toward the six, crushing them underfoot. Boom! Boom! With each step the stone spirit warriors took, the ground trembled, filled with a murderous aura. You dare kill one of the demon blood clan. They will seek vengeance. The tattooed man's eyes darted wildly. He watched helplessly as the stone spirit warriors closed in, unable to muster any resistance. Because he knew he couldn't resist. The stone spirit warrior before him was so powerful, it crushed any will to resist. Flee? He dared not. He felt that if he took even one more step, that massive stone hammer would smash down on his skull. Who the hell are you? The tattooed man now realized he'd provoked someone far stronger than himself. Yet the figure before him clearly looked like a youth who had only recently come of age. How could he possibly have such an opportunity? You're a summoner? The tattooed man realized with horror. One who could summon stone spirit warriors, what else could it be but a summoner? Li Wuwang seemed slightly surprised. Oh. You're quite sharp, but too late. The stone spirit warrior encircled the six, then raised its stone hammer and brought it crashing down with brutal force. Boom! The deafening roar drowned out the six men's pleas for mercy, burying their very lives beneath the earth. The crisis averted, the stone spirit warriors slowly retreated back into the earth. This stone statue power's protective needles are quite impressive. They activate in times of danger, and I can even command them myself. Li Wuwang was thrilled. Having someone test its power right after acquiring it proved it was truly exceptional. After waiting a moment longer, a mission prompt popped up. Congratulations, professional. You have successfully survived 30 minutes under the siege of stone spirit warriors. The advancement quest is complete. Just as I expected. Next, I just need to return to the advancement sanctuary. Once the sacred statue grants me attributes, I'll be a second-tier professional. Chapter 14, Attribute Surge, New Skills. Shortly after Li Wuwang departed Giant Rock Mountain, a tall, imposing man appeared at the outskirts of the area. This was none other than the recently disbanded team leader. Unwilling to accept defeat, he had followed alone. Gazing upon Giant Rock Mountain, which looked as if it had endured an ancient cataclysmic explosion, he was rendered speechless by the sight. The scene before him could only be described as terrifying. That explosion we heard earlier. What happened here? Was it truly a natural disaster? He muttered to himself. Within these past 2 days, the first-tier instance had already endured 2 explosions caused by meteorite impacts. Each impact had obliterated an entire section of the instance. He began searching. Soon, he found nothing, not a single person, not even a monster. The destruction was too severe, there hadn't been time for recovery. As he walked on, an irregularly shaped crater suddenly appeared before his eyes. Pits forming on the outer edges of an explosion's epicenter were actually quite normal. But what caught his attention was the crimson liquid pooling within it, along with a distinct, pungent smell of blood. As the tall man approached, he recognized the mangled limbs and pulped flesh in the pit as human remains. And not just one. The boy's teammates? Were they all killed by the demon blood squad? He felt a deep sorrow. Damn blood demon squad, they'd done nothing but evil. What a pity. There's nothing I can do about it. The tall man slammed his fist into the ground, feeling nothing but humiliation at the mere mention of blood demon. No. The tall man's eyes widened suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on the tattered rags covering the mangled human remains. A crimson splattered emblem was emblazoned upon the rags. That was the emblem of the demon blood squad. A member of the demon blood squad is dead? He was utterly stunned. A member of the blood demon squad was dead. Not that youth. That youth killed them. The towering man trembled all over, unable to contain his horror. The blood demon squad ruled Dayan City with an iron fist. Few low-tier practitioners dared to cross them. And now they're dead? Not even their bodies were left intact. To think that such power could reside within that seemingly harmless youth, truly, one can never judge a book by its cover. To instantly kill a second-tier professional, his strength must be at least third-tier. Ha 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 ha. Serves him right. Evil begets evil. The towering man burst into uncontrollable laughter, his heart aflame with defiance against the blood demon squad. So this is the might of the blood demon squad. He searched around and found all his looted gear still intact, filling him with immense joy. I owe that kid a debt of gratitude. Without him, I'd never have reclaimed my gear and endured endless humiliation. Bloodthirsty Legion, I'll slaughter every last one of you someday. Wuwang exited the first tier instance and arrived at the advanced sanctuary. The hooded black-robed advancement envoy was startled to see the youth approaching. The youth's return signified completion of the advancement quest, coming to receive the baptism of the sacred statue. That was the purgatory advancement task no one had ever completed. She even suspected the temple had specifically designed this quest to boost the advancement rate. Is that it? She couldn't quite believe it. As the youth approached, the advancement officer inquired, "Professional, have you completed the advancement quest?" "Completed." Wuwang nodded lightly. The advancement officer's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at the handsome, seemingly harmless youth, speechless for a long moment. This was the first practitioner in recorded history to complete the giant stone statue trial. "Hello?" Wuwang watched the dazed advancement officer and waved his hand in front of her face. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she regained her composure. "My apologies, professional. I was a bit overwhelmed just now. Congratulations! You are the first professional to complete the giant stone statue trial advancement quest. You've truly astonished us." Wuwang smiled faintly. "Thank you. Please follow me." The advanced envoy's inner shock lingered long after, leaving her breathless. This is bound to shake the entire Graydon. Understood. Then, Wuwang followed the advanced envoy to the sacred statue. "Place your hands upon the sacred statue. It will perform the baptism and bestow your attributes." Understood. Wuwang placed his hands upon the sacred statue and a prompt appeared. "Detected, you have completed the advancement quest. Assigning attributes." Golden halos streamed down from the stone statue, bathing Wuwang in light before being absorbed into his body. Moments later, another notification appeared. "Attributes granted." Wuwang's character panel also appeared. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 2. Level, LV50. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 7. Strength, 1507. Constitution, 1305. Agility, 1506. Spirit, 5270. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV3 Target Lock LV1 Weak Electric Summoning New LV1 Cataclysm Capable. Cataclysmic Skill, Meteor Summoning LV3 Cooldown, 1 hour 12 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Equipment, Venomous Vine Ring Special. Special Ability, Protection of the Ancient Stone Statue. Wuwang stared at the panel data, utterly astonished. His strength, stamina, and agility had each gained 1,000 points. His primary attribute, Spirit, had surged by a staggering 4,000 points. Not only that, but he had also gained a new class skill, Weak Electric Summon. The advancement needle is pretty awesome. Wuwang exclaimed in admiration. "Congratulations on reaching the second tier, professional. You may now embark on your continent dungeon journey." The advancement agent offered his congratulations. Upon reaching Tier 2, adventurers could choose dungeons belonging to Dayan City or public continent dungeons. Public instances attract a vast number of adventurers and offer an incredibly diverse range of dungeon types. However, the danger level also increases significantly. In Dayan City dungeons, there are at least some basic safeguards. Venturing into continent-wide dungeons, however, offers no such protections. You rely entirely on yourself or your party members. "Thank you. Judging by your appearance, the statue must have granted you quite a few attributes," the advancement agent remarked with a smile. "Yeah, quite a few," Wuwang nodded. For most practitioners advancing to the second tier, doubling their attributes would be considered a decent outcome. "Congratulations. Congratulations. You're truly astonishing." The advancement officer congratulated him repeatedly, beaming with delight. "Thank you." Wuwang offered a faint smile of thanks before preparing to depart. He intended to test his new summoning skill to see what form the Calamity would take. After all, he'd waited 50 levels for this new skill. Though it had only been less than 2 days. With this new skill, it was time to prepare for the third tier. Chapter 15, The Continuous Bombing Incident, Panic in Dayan. News of the second impact on Dayan's Tier 1 instance inevitably spread. Rumors swirled instantly, and professionals grew uneasy, fearing they might get hit unexpectedly while leveling up. The Dayan City Professional Forum was flooded with comments reflecting a wide range of attitudes. What's wrong with our new Dayan adventurers? A Tier 1 instance bombed twice in less than a day. Are other cities targeting us? I agree with the above, but I think this is a warning. Stop overthinking it. If they wanted to bomb new players, they'd have done it already. What kind of warning is that? So far, who's even figured out who did it? I really don't get why these big shots are bombing newbie dungeons. Is it just for fun? Can't rule that out. They're bombing near no man's lands, places nobody dares go. So what if they bomb? Exactly. If a top-tier summoner like Wuji dares to grind there, what's stopping us? He's already level 10. We shouldn't be freaking out, we should be leveling up. Seems right. If they were targeting newbies, Liuji and S-tier talent summoner would have been wiped out long ago. Clearly, it's not aimed at us. Faced with the rumors and panic spreading over the past 2 days, the Lord of Dayan City felt utterly helpless. After all, the investigation had yielded nothing. Not only could they not identify the perpetrator, they couldn't even determine the motive. These 3 impacts felt like genuine celestial disasters, meteor strikes. In the conference room of the city lord's mansion, several high-ranking officials of Dayan City, along with the leaders of the city's pillar guilds, had gathered for an emergency meeting. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the meteorite impact incidents that have occurred these past 2 days? Lord Ningji's weary gaze swept across the assembled figures. Li Yanlong, head of the Holy Sword Guild, responded calmly, I believe this is merely a coincidence. If someone truly intended to target Dayan City, they would strike directly. Why go to the trouble of causing a disturbance within a dungeon? He maintained an optimistic stance. The damage caused within the dungeon was far beyond what Dayan could handle. Why would someone with such capability not simply bomb Dayan City directly? Zhang Xianghu, leader of the Blazing Fire Guild, held a different view. President Li, if we disregard this matter, what if that meteorite lands on your head? How would you feel then? We must investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, how can you and I feel at ease in Dayan? Coincidence? 3 coincidences in a row? That's impossible. There must be some hidden secret behind it. Perhaps it's targeting Dayan City itself, and this bombing is merely a warning. To demonstrate the capability to destroy Dayan, or to destroy Dayan City, a newcomer professional. The chief of Dayan City's Public Security Bureau stated, the city's security remains stable for now, and no unusual incidents have occurred. While this incident has caused considerable panic, the silver lining is that no one was injured. As Chairman Li Yanlong mentioned, if someone were to target Dayan City, even our combined forces wouldn't be enough to withstand it. Rather than worrying about what might befall us, we should focus on the present. Even if it does come, we won't be able to handle it. His perspective aligned with Li Yanlong's. Though all 3 explosions occurred within Dayan's dungeon, they caused no casualties. The worst-case scenario? A meteorite striking Dayan City. Could we even block it? Dwelling on such matters is pointless. Others also voiced their opinions, some agreeing while others disagreed. City Lord Ningji stated, investigations have been completed. Current findings indicate the bombing had minimal impact in the beginner dungeon, while the 2 bombings in the Tier 1 dungeon were roughly equal in power. Moreover, the bombed areas were all novice-restricted zones teeming with exceptionally powerful monsters. The meteorites did not originate from deep space but were positioned near the Karman line, indicating this is not a natural disaster but an act of human design. One possessing such capability must be at least a 6th-tier practitioner, and likely a professional with exceptionally high mental attributes. Do we have such a practitioner in our Graydon? After speaking, Ningji turned his gaze toward the group. Practitioners could choose to operate openly or conceal their identities while quietly strengthening their abilities. Dayan was not a major city. High-tier practitioners hiding in the shadows were virtually non-existent. Like Li Yanlong and his kind, those with sufficient power could secure high status and influence, even concentrating resources to elevate themselves. Why would anyone choose to hide in the shadows and level up alone? Yet in other major cities across the vast continent, high-tier professionals might indeed exist in concealment. Powerful professionals dominated by mental energy? We truly don't have any in Dayan. Forget powerful professionals, there aren't even many spirit-dominant ones. Summoners are one such type, a relatively rare class. When someone mentioned the summoner class, Li Yanlong suddenly perked up. His son was one of those rare summoners. Summoners, I know them well. They are indeed spirit-dominant. My son has completed his novice trials and is preparing to break through to level 50. It's a very powerful profession. Li Yanlong's sudden remark clearly signaled his intent to use this opportunity to clarify certain matters. The Holy Sword Guild ranked among the top guilds in Dayan City, though the gap between elite guilds was narrow, fueling constant rivalry. His generation had fought to the limit, now it depended on the next generation. And Li Yanlong's next generation boasted the rare summoner class. Their future strength was incalculable. One move could command an entire legion. Li Yanlong, don't get too excited just yet. So what if your son is a summoner? Don't get ahead of yourself. Zhang Xionghu of the Blazing Fire Guild said with a stern expression. His own son was merely a mainstream class, neither exceptionally strong nor weak. Rest assured, Li Yanlong chuckled. I've placed core high-ranking guild members by my son's side. I doubt you'd dare make a move. He knew Zhang Xionghu's words were mere hot air. He wouldn't truly harm his son, lest it become a case of both sides going down together. No one could bear that responsibility. Oomph. What are you so smug about? My 3 sons are all mainstream classes. What about your son with that useless talent? Why aren't you mentioning him? Zhang Xionghu reminded him with a sinister edge. You! Li Yanlong gritted his teeth in fury, pointing at Zhang Xionghu. Let me make this clear, I have only one son. There is no second. Chairman Li, you're quite ruthless expelling your own son from the family. TSK, Zhang Xianghu said with a sarcastic tone. Poof. And you're any different? What right do you have to judge me? Li Yanlong snorted coldly, his face darkening. Zhang Xianghu chuckled. Chairman Li, expelling him from the family won't change the fact that you have a useless son. We'll see who comes out on top in the end, your 3 sons or my 1 summoner son, Li Yanlong declared confidently. The city lord, Ning Ji, couldn't bear to listen any longer. Annoyed, he interjected. Gentlemen, cease your quarrel. Calm yourselves. Future matters can be addressed later. The immediate situation demands our attention. The 2 guild leaders rolled their eyes at each other and dropped the argument. Li Yanlong declared, there's no point discussing this further. If we can't even investigate, what's there to talk about? That's final. I've got a custom upgrade plan to arrange for my son Wuji. No time for this nonsense. The others agreed. After all, there really was no point in discussing it further, nothing could be investigated anyway. In that case, let's adjourn the meeting. Chapter 16, New Skill Cataclysm, entering the public instance. Li Wuwang returned to the inn. He immediately used weak electricity summon. He wanted to test his newly acquired skill. Zzzzzzz. A tiny electric arc appeared at his fingertips, barely stronger than a lighter spark. Without this innate talent, what good is this tiny spark? Li Wuwang sighed helplessly. Immediately after, he activated his cataclysmic talent. Catastrophe activated. Cataclysm class skill, Thunderstorm Summoning LV1. Thunderstorm Summon consumes a certain amount of spirit to summon a thunderstorm. Can be cast 4 times daily without additional cost? Seeing the Cataclysm success message, Li Wuwang allocated his skill points to weak electricity summoning. Professional skills, Stone Summoning LV3, Weak Electricity Summoning LV3, Target Lock LV1. Cataclysm class skills, Meteor Summoning LV3, Thunderstorm Summoning LV3. Skill points, 1. Meteor Summoning at level 3, Thunderstorm Summoning also at level 3. After lunch, I'll test just how powerful a level 3 Thunderstorm Summoning can be. Li Wuwang's heart swelled with anticipation. He already understood the power of Meteor Summon, but he still held considerable anticipation for the new skill. Stepping out of the inn, he casually picked a snack shop, ordered some bites, and began eating on his own. Meanwhile, customers in the snack shop glanced at the recently posted announcement, murmuring among themselves. The city lord's mansion has issued an announcement. The collision within the instance isn't targeting Dayan City, nor is it targeting new adventurers. You can safely enter the instance, don't scare yourselves. Other diners nodded in agreement. Really? I still feel like there's more to this. Did the city lord's mansion really uncover something? With an impact of that magnitude, what if it accidentally harms someone? Who'd dare go in without a proper investigation? If Li Wuji, son of Li Yanlong, dares to go in and level up, what's there to be scared of? Sigh, this whole mess. My son just awakened his class not long ago, and now everyone's on edge. These whispers naturally reached Li Wuwang's ears. Li Wuwang. That's just how his skill works, nothing he can do about it. He couldn't very well summon raw stones to fight monsters and level up, could he? Damn it. I'm not some goblin pitcher. Hey, young man, you look unfamiliar. You don't come to this snack shop often, do you? A greasy middle-aged man wearing glasses suddenly addressed Li Wuwang. Li Wuwang paused his eating and replied, nope, first time here. So you're one of this year's rookie adventurers? I guess you could say that. Did you see that collision in the beginner dungeon? The man asked, sounding like a curious kid. I guess I did, Li Wuwang replied hesitantly. Not only did he see it, he was the one who caused it. So tell me what really happened? Was that Yellow Wind Forest, the so-called Newbie nightmare, truly razed to the ground? The uncle perked up. He'd heard all sorts of versions, none of which sounded like the real deal. All I saw was a meteorite plummeting down, then boom. Huangfeng Forest was gone. After Li Wuwang finished, he set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and prepared to leave. Aren't you scared? What if it hit someone? My son hasn't entered the instance these past few days, I'm worried something might happen. The uncle felt a chill just thinking about it. Getting hit probably wouldn't have been painful. Just dead. It's fine, Li Wuwang replied simply. Not only did he plant that thing himself, but he also never went to the beginner dungeon anymore. The uncle suddenly wore a worried expression. Have you finished your newbie trials? I'm so worried about my son. If he fails the trials, his future is set, no prospects. Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before saying, I suppose I did. You mean you passed? The uncle looked astonished. Li Wuwang remained silent, effectively acknowledging it. Holy crap! What class are you? You've only been awakened for less than 2 days, and you've already finished the novice trial quests? The uncle was dumbfounded. Could anyone possibly be faster than this? No way. Can't say, Li Wuwang replied, continuing to eat. At that moment, a customer sitting next to the uncle waved his hand and said, Hey, what's so surprising about that? Li Yanlong's youngest son completed his trial on the very first day of his awakening and reached level 10. What? Level 10 on the very first day of awakening? The uncle was stunned for a moment, then shrugged it off. Guess only a major guild could pull off something like that. You just found out, the man chuckled. I haven't been paying much attention these days, either working overtime or sleeping. Today's the first chance I've had to rest, the uncle sighed. The other man, looking like he was itching to share gossip, continued. I'll let you in on a secret that kid awakened as a summoner and got an S-rank talent. But that's nothing. Word is he's aiming to hit level 50 within a month and advance to tier 2. The uncle sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, really? His youngest son is that good? The customer puffed out his cheeks and continued. Just got lucky. No one can predict class awakenings. His eldest son, Li Wuwang, didn't have that kind of luck. What happened? Well, Li Wuwang, he awakened as a summoner too, but his talent's abysmal. All he can summon is a crappy rock. Word is, Chairman Li kicked him out of the family. Poor guy. The uncle couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Banished from the family? That's pretty ruthless. Is Li Yanlong's heart made of stone? That's precisely why he commands the Sacred Sword Guild. The first rule is ruthlessness without ability. There's no room for sentimentality. If need be, just have another child. True enough, but I couldn't bring myself to be that ruthless. So all you can do is sleep and work overtime. Sigh, the uncle sighed. Li Wuwang, standing nearby, remained utterly unmoved. After settling the bill, he stood up and left. Not long after, his figure materialized on the teleportation plaza of the Tier 2 instance. Compared to the Tier 1 instance, the Tier 2 instance's teleportation plaza was bustling with activity, packed with people. This was the teleportation plaza for the Tier 2 public instance. Professional adventurers from across the continent could enter the dungeon through their city's teleportation point to grind monsters and level up. These public instances spanned vast territories with numerous zones, teeming with diverse monsters. Special zones would also spawn within the dungeons. Monsters in these zones not only granted more experience but also had extremely high drop rates, making them highly contested areas among second-tier adventurers from all major cities. Consequently, recruitment halls existed within the public instance's teleportation plaza, where adventurers from all cities banded together to avoid being bullied. The recruitment hall buzzes with a cacophony of shouts. Deep Sea Squad recruiting. Interested? Hurry up. We're about to enter the dungeon. Looking for a tank. Level 90 leader. Plenty of perks. Gear farmers welcome, mages preferred. Level 2 newbies needing escort for XP? Price negotiable. Bro, need an escort? Full-time protection, keep you safe. Any gear drops are all yours. Chapter 17, diving straight into the hardest zone? Are you kidding me? Just as Li Wuwan was heading toward the teleportation point, a young man clad in black armor stopped him, offering his services with genuine sincerity. Li Wuwang glanced at him. From the gear on this person, it was clear he was a warrior type class. And he hadn't hidden his level. A level 78 warrior. Li Wuwang glanced down at himself, dressed in ordinary, everyday casual wear. His only current equipment was a poison vine ring, which he had hidden. So he looked very much like a second-tier newbie. No thanks. Li Wuwang shook his head and headed toward the teleportation portal. Hey! You must be a tier 2 newbie, right? Don't be like that. The price is negotiable. This public instance isn't like the ones in Dayan territory. Going solo is dangerous. The man seemed to see Li Wuwang as a potential customer, trailing alongside him as he spoke. I know, but I really don't need an escort. Li Wuwang sighed in exasperation. This must be your first time in a public instance, right? You probably don't know the ropes. Going solo makes you easy prey for loot snatchers. Friction can break out, and you could even lose your life. We can not only protect you but also act as guides, helping you get familiar with the environment, the monster farming process, and more. The price is really reasonable. Give it a try, bro? The warrior persisted earnestly, his desperate need for money evident. Li Wuwang sighed softly. Should he book a service? Though he had a map, this truly was his first time in a public instance. He knew nothing about the layout inside. A guide would be quite helpful. Alright, what's the price? Li Wuwang nodded. Seeing the young man relax, the man immediately began his pitch. The price is very reasonable, 3,000 per hour. Everything you acquire in the dungeon is yours. Li Wuwang pondered for a moment. Instead of spending your time escorting, why not just farm the dungeon yourself? You could sell the gear you loot. In his view, escorting for this price was less profitable than farming gear for resale. 3,000 for escorting was indeed rock bottom in this world, especially for a level 79 professional. Normally, such services went for around 100,000. 30,000 wouldn't even buy a single piece of ordinary gear. Ah, bro, you really are a second-tier newbie. You're out of touch with current market rates. The warrior sighed and continued. For us low-talent adventurers with families who can't afford gear, running dungeons at our level is just not worth it anymore. The efficiency is horribly low, and we barely get any drops. We end up grinding monsters below our level. Sure, the efficiency is higher, but both the drop rate and experience gain plummet. So the only way is to grind for money first, stack up gear, and then farm efficiently. Listening to his explanation, Wuwang furrowed his brow slightly. Is the drop rate really that low? Come to think of it, he seemed to have looted quite a bit of gear himself. Well, it's normal for you second-tier newbies not to know. Drop rates really are a bit of a mystery. A regular team would be lucky to get 2 or 3 pieces of gear in a day. The value of standard grade gear isn't high either. When divided among team members, it barely amounts to anything. Plus, with more people farming, the market floods with gear, driving prices down. Wuwang pondered thoughtfully. That made sense. The gear he dropped was a mix of good luck and grinding tons of monsters. No wonder they'd rather escort players than grind monsters for gear. Drops from monsters of the same level were already low, and grinding monsters below his level would likely make the drop rate negligible. Bro, forgot to introduce myself, I'm Lusan. Wuwang asked, so how do you escort? 3 of us form a team to escort you. We're all around level 80 with plenty of experience. Lusan explained. 3 people, that's actually pretty cost-effective, Wuwang remarked. That breaks down to 10,000 per person. 10 hours would be 100,000. 10,000 yuan for 10 hours per person? No choice, competition's fierce. At least it's stable, Lusan said with a wry smile. Alright, let's get going, Wuwang said. Alright, I'll contact the other 2. Lusan immediately made the call, and soon 2 figures approached them. Their appearances suggested they were a mage-type class and a tank-type class. Once everyone was assembled, they set off. The 4 arrived at the teleportation point and were transported into the Tier 2 dungeon. Upon entering the instance, a notification popped up. You have entered a Tier 2 public instance. Current area, open grasslands. Monster levels, 50-54. Lusan inquired, bro, any thoughts? Or a specific area you want to head to? Wuwang pulled out the Tier 2 dungeon map he'd purchased earlier and began studying it. I suggest we farm the level 65-69 area. We can whittle down the monster's health first, then you finish them off. This way, the drop rate stays the same, though the XP gains are a bit lower. Still, it'll definitely be more than grinding monsters at your own level. Lusan watched Wuwang's wide-eyed expression and suggested. How about we head straight to Ghost Shadow Mountain? Wuwang pointed to a marked area on the map and said. Ghost Shadow Mountain. Monster levels, 94-100. Ha? Bro, you're not joking, right? Lusan was utterly dumbfounded. That was Shadow Mountain. In Tier 2 dungeons, only teams above level 90 dare to venture there. A bunch of small fry like them wouldn't even be enough to fill the monster's teeth. Bro, you must have misread it. The monsters in Shadow Mountain are level 94 to 100, you know. Another player chimed in. I didn't misread it. This is the place, Wuwang stated. Bro, this is a bit much, isn't it? 30,000 is already rock bottom. Lusan looked utterly distressed. Wasn't this just trying to scare them off? No, I wasn't trying to scare you off. Just kidding. Wuwang thought for a moment before saying. Right. He'd forgotten one crucial thing. He needed a guide, but he also had to consider whether the guide would dare to go to the area he intended to visit. What a hassle. Next time, I'll just go alone. You scared the hell out of me, bro. Only fully geared level 90 teams dare venture into Shadow Mountain. Lusan instantly relaxed, letting out a wry laugh. Truth be told, it was because their strength was too weak. Fine, I'll pick another location then. Wuwang glanced at their publicly listed levels. The highest was 82. He began scanning the map. His gaze finally settled on the Fire Bear Forest region. Fire Bear Forest, monster levels 78-83. We can go to Fire Bear Forest, right? Wuwang asked. Lusan hesitated before replying. Fire Bear Forest is accessible, and we can ensure your safety. But our efficiency at grinding monsters' health is very low. It would significantly reduce your monster farming efficiency, so I don't really recommend it. If we can go, then let's go, Wuwang shrugged indifferently. He'd come this time to test out a new skill anyway. By the time he farmed Ghost Shadow Mountain using Summon Meteor, it would have cooled down perfectly. Fine, but don't blame us if it's slow. Lusan warned. He was afraid Wuwang might refuse to pay once he realized how inefficient it would be. It won't come to that. Lead the way. Chapter 18, Thunderstorm Summoning. You call this a summoner? Wuwang stowed his map. Lusan led the way up front, with the other 2 bringing up the rear, keeping the employer safely in the middle. Seeing their formation, he thought they seemed pretty responsible. Bro, what's your class? Aren't you looking for a team or something? Lusan turned back and asked with a smile. For a second-tier rookie professional, if their family couldn't support them, the best option was to join a long-term team. Wuwang saw no reason to hide it and replied frankly, Summoner. A summoner? Wait, no, a summoner? Lu San whipped his head around, staring at Li Wuwang in utter shock. The other two behind him were equally stunned. Bro, you're really a summoner? Lu San confirmed. Yeah. So you're the Li chairman of the Holy Sword Guild. Lu San trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Li Wuwang asked curiously, is it not possible for Dian City to have other summoners? Hearing this, Lu San felt awkward, his face brimming with apology. He'd assumed the man before him was Li Yanlong's son. Turns out he wasn't. He blamed his own lack of sharpness. Li Yanlong's youngest son, though an S-rank talent summoner, couldn't possibly have leveled up that quickly. After all, his awakening had only occurred 2 days prior. As for Li Yanlong's eldest son, he was also said to be a summoner, but his talent was lacking. Rumor had it he'd even been expelled from the family for some offense. Clearly, this bright-eyed, beaming youth before him wasn't a member of the Li family. He was likely a veteran from the previous generation. Sorry, bro, my mind just wandered. Lu San scratched the back of his head, his expression sincere. Li Wuwang remained silent. Lu San's eyes sparkled with envy as he smiled. But man, you're really lucky. Summoners are incredibly rare, and your future achievements will be immense. Li Wuwang replied indifferently, it's not that mystical. Being a summoner just makes things a bit more convenient, no need to grind monsters yourself. Ah, you just don't get it. Once you reach our level, you'll understand how crucial classes are. Lu San sighed. He continued, speaking of which, since you're a summoner, why not join a guild or team for support? With support, you'll level up faster, build your summoning roster quicker, and become seriously powerful. Li Wuwang waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'm used to being free and easy. Can't stand any restrictions. Lu San respected his choice, merely remarking. That's a real shame. Summoners are weak early on, but they start gaining strength mid-game and become unstoppable late-game. Just get through the early game safely, and the rest is pure bliss. Though the youth was alone, he had no intention of recruiting him into his team. After all, the summoner class was vastly different from theirs. They lacked the strength to ensure a summoner could develop smoothly. Li Wuwang replied calmly, perhaps. His summoner was different from conventional ones. He was already quite formidable in the early stages. Lu San pondered for a moment before offering a warning. Brother, speaking as someone who's been there. Your rare class is highly sensitive. If you don't join any faction, it's best not to reveal it casually. Keeping it mysterious is your best bet. Thanks, Li Wuwang acknowledged. Indeed, revealing it before he'd grown stronger would only invite trouble. Lu San didn't press further about the profession, focusing instead on guiding the way. As he guided them, he added. Bro, this is your first time in a Tier 2 public instance. There's a lot you might not know. Like what? This dungeon attracts players from all over the city. They mostly grind levels in specific zones. If you're unaware and accidentally wander into their grinding zones, you could easily get into trouble. With us as your guides, we can steer clear of them and avoid that trouble. You definitely won't be wasting your money. Li Wuwang said, true enough. I'm not one for trouble. Lu San nodded. Yeah, we'll be there soon. Get ready at your current level, you're pretty weak. Farming high-level monsters will be super inefficient. After a long trek, they finally reached the Fire Bear Forest region. Along the way, they truly encountered no other adventurers, and even monsters that actively attacked adventurers were rare. Evidently, these 3 guides were reliable. We're at Fire Bear Forest. Stay alert. Lu San glanced back at the other 2 and reminded them. A notification simultaneously popped up before Li Wuwang's eyes. You have entered the Fire Bear Forest area. Monster levels, 78-83. Bro, we might prioritize protecting you from now on. Luring mobs to grind health will be painfully slow. If you'd rather move somewhere else, that's fine too. Lu San looked at Li Wuwang and suggested. They themselves would find it tough to grind monsters here. Let alone bringing along a second-tier rookie summoner. Li Wuwang said, no change. This is how it is. Alright, we'll just have to do our best. Lu San turned to the chubby tank class player and instructed, Zhang, you go lure a few monsters over. He then turned to the lanky mage and said, Brother Hu, you handle the client's safety. I'll wear down the monsters. No problem. The slender man gripped his staff, his gaze instantly sharpening as faint golden halos began to appear around him. Clearly, this was some kind of buff effect. Seeing the 3 of them so serious, Li Wuwang was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only watch for now. He certainly couldn't disrupt their professional focus. The chubby tank class player sprinted forward, then vanished into a thicket of trees. Seeing this, Li Wuwang was somewhat surprised. Is the tank class really that agile? Lu San noticed Li Wuwang's confusion and explained awkwardly. What can you do? No money for proper gear, so we make do with what we have. That's why his agility's a bit high, but he's still pretty tanky. I see. Li Wuwang murmured. After speaking, Lu San stepped forward to confront the monsters. Though fire bears dominated the Fire Bear Forest, other monsters roamed 2 steel-tail monkeys, ironbeak eagles, and the like. After a moment's wait, the tank, Zhang Wei, suddenly burst out of the undergrowth, looking utterly disheveled. No good. He shouted hoarsely, sprinting away. What's going on? Alarm bells rang in Lu San's mind. For a tank to be this disheveled meant something major had happened. It's the Fire Bear King. And a monster, tied. Zhang Wei rushed closer and immediately warned. Damn it. I told you to pull the mobs, and you brought the Fire Bear King and the monster tied? Lu San's mouth twitched violently. He turned to Li Wuwang and said, Brother, we need to get out of here fast. An enraged Fire Bear King is no joke. Li Wuwang shook his head. No need. This suits me just fine. Brother, now's not the time to be showing off. With the monster tide accompanying it, the Fire Bear King might very well break out of the territory. Ignoring him, Li Wuwang targeted the direction of the erupting thicket and unleashed Thunderstorm Summon LV3. Chapter 19, The Might of Thunderstorms, 3 Stunned Men. Boom! Crackle! A series of thunderous explosions erupted suddenly. Above the Fire Bear forest, thick black clouds rapidly gathered. The clear sky darkened in an instant, the canopy shrouded in gloom as howling winds threatened to tear the entire forest apart. Boom! The thunder rolled, shaking the heavens and causing the earth to tremble. It felt as if divine wrath had been unleashed, poised to rain down punishment and destroy everything. This sudden turn of events caught Lu San completely off guard. What's happening? The weather changed so suddenly? Terror flashed in Lu San's eyes as lightning illuminated his face, turning it deathly pale. What the hell is this? The weather changes like this without warning? What the hell are you standing around for? Run! You won't survive if you don't get moving. The other two were in a panic, clearly unprepared for this situation. The restless tide of beasts and the enraged Fire Bear King. Li Wuwang watched the flickering thunderclouds, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Summoning thunderstorms was way more thrilling than summoning meteorites. Roar! At that moment, the 10-meter-tall Fire Bear King erupted in searing flames as it reared up, roaring toward the heavens and pounding its chest with all its might, as if determined to tear the thunderstorm apart. Damn it, you bastard Zhang Wei, what the hell did you do? I don't know either. Who could have guessed pulling a monster would summon such a terrifying? Zhang Wei sounded both terrified and aggrieved. Bro, hurry up and get out of here. What are you still standing around for? If we don't run now, we'll never make it out alive. Lu San turned to Li Wuwang, urging him repeatedly. This situation was beyond their control. Their only option now was to flee to escape the battle zone and teleport back. If they didn't flee now, they'd either perish at the hands of the Fire Bear King or be struck down by the thunderstorm. But when he saw the faint excitement on Li Wuwang's face and his outstretched hand frozen midair, he froze in shock. What was he doing? Is he controlling the thunderstorm? Could it be? A terrifying thought took root in his mind. Lu San's pupils dilated wildly as he stared at Li Wuwang in utter disbelief. It was all too clear now this thunderstorm, as majestic as the wrath of heaven itself, had been conjured by the youth before him. Who on earth was this guy? Third brother, run now! Zhang Wei was frantic with worry, his voice sharp with urgency. He had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, the Fire Bear King had been roused, along with that strange tide that had gathered at some unknown time. And this bizarre thunderstorm. No need to run. Lu San watched Li Wuwang's hand come down, his voice trembling as he spoke. Crack! The gloomy Fire Bear forest was instantly illuminated. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel crashed down. The Fire Bear King tried to brace his body against the strike. But it was met by a second bolt of lightning, followed immediately by a third. 3 bolts of thunder, brimming with raw energy, struck straight down, as if tearing 3 glaring rifts in the very fabric of space. The lightning struck the ground. Crackle. 3 bolts of apocalyptic thunder left the Fire Bear King utterly powerless to resist, not even granting it the chance to flee. Like the ancient tree, it was reduced to charcoal, its remains scattered to the wind as a swirling cloud of ash. Yet this was clearly not the end. The storm's rampage had only just begun. A sea of lightning formed, centered on the Fire Bear King, surging outward in all directions, reducing everything in its path to ash. The entire Fire Bear forest was engulfed by the surging sea of lightning. Zhang Wei and the mage were so stunned by the unfathomable scene before them that their minds froze, unable to process it. Impressive power. Li Wuwang's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This was only level 3 to possess such power already. If he continued to advance, it was simply unimaginable. Moreover, he could control the lightning strike points, as long as it was within the black cloud's range. Most crucially, he remained completely unharmed within 5 meters of his own location. This fact filled Li Wuwang with immense delight. He had previously feared that if he positioned himself incorrectly, he might suffer damage from his own attacks. Now he had no reason to worry. Lu San's face was deathly pale. His throat convulsed as he stared at Li Wuwang with eyes wide with disbelief. A summoner? His gaze shifted to Wu Shanglin, who looked as if scorched by flames, yet no words could escape his throat. They were stuck there like a fishbone. Unaware of the trio's turmoil, Wuwang simply watched the notification pop up on his interface. Defeated level 83 boss Firebear King, plus 10,000 EXP. Defeated level 82 Firebear, plus 4,000 EXP. Defeated level 81 Tree Monster, plus 3,500 EXP. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 55 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 70 and gained 1 skill point. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 2. Level, LV 70. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 100. Skill points, 6. Strength, 1,707. Constitution, 1,405. Agility, 1,706. Spirit, 5670. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV3 Target Lock LV1 Weak Electricity Summoning LV3. Cataclysm class skills, Meteor Summoning LV3, Thunderstorm Summoning LV3 Cooldown, 1 hour 58 minutes 49 seconds remaining. Equipment, Poison Ivy Ring Special. Special ability, Protection of the Ancient Stone Statue. Wuwang felt immense joy as he stared at the interface prompt. He was already level 70. Reaching Tier 2 level 70 in just 2 days since awakening. No one could possibly level faster than me, right? Suddenly, multicolored points of light began flying out from the scorched remains of Firebear Forest, converging toward Wuwang. These were all equipment dropped by slain monsters. Whoever had killed them would automatically have them gather before them. Among them, the most eye-catching was the purple beam of light. Epic tier gear. There were also quite a few blue rare items, and even more green fine quality ones. Liu San and the other two were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell kind of insane drop rate is this? Epic gear? They'd never even seen it before, let alone dropped it themselves. Wuwang stared at the gear tooltips. Firebear King's Helm, Epic Purple. Equip level, LV 90. Equipment effect, Constitution plus 700, Strength plus 700, Fire damage plus 50%, Fire resistance plus 30%. Boss special effect, attacks deal additional burn damage equal to 30% of attack power. Set effect, Protective Flames, physical defense plus 70%. It's actually part of a set, Wuwang remarked with surprise. He had never looted this kind of equipment that could form a set before. His gaze shifted to the next item, a skill book. Fiery Charge Warrior Skill Book. Learnable at LV 90, transforms into a fiery meteor to charge forward, granting a 30% attack power boost. Wuwang didn't bother looking any further. None of this was useful to him at best, he could sell it for money. This haul totaled 41 pieces of gear. Now that he'd advanced to Tier 2, his storage space could hold 80 items, more than enough to accommodate everything. Liu San and the other two stared in awe at the scattered gear, yet they didn't reach out to pick anything up or even ask for it. After all, these items didn't belong to them. Meanwhile, professionals farming monsters near Firebear Forest almost all noticed the thick, dark clouds gathering overhead almost instantly, forming a thunderstorm. They weren't afraid, instead, they were excited. A thunderstorm over Firebear Forest? That means good loot is bound to drop. Charge! Don't let others beat us to it. Wave after wave of adventurers charged forward toward Firebear Forest. Chapter 20, The Battle for the Loot, All Forces Converge. Wuwang gathered all the gear he'd looted, keeping only one 5-star fine grade item. His gaze fell on Liu San. This gear should cover today's payment, right? Enough, more than enough, Liu San responded mechanically, still dazed. After another moment of hesitation, his throat moved as he stared blankly at Wuwang and asked, "Brother, no, boss, who exactly are you?" The current situation made him deeply uneasy, fearing he'd offended this young big shot with his earlier actions. He had actually boasted about protecting the boss's safety? And even claimed the boss was the son of Li Yanlong from the Holy Sword Guild? That was utterly insulting. Was Li Yanlong even worthy of such a title? Recalling the thunderstorm earlier, the answer was glaringly obvious. Li Yanlong was utterly unworthy. This was enough to condemn him to eternal ruin. And the boss's earlier words. He planned to farm monsters at Ghost Shadow Mountain. Given the sheer power and control he demonstrated over the thunderstorm just now, he could easily crush them. Is this some second-tier newbie? No way. Besides, what kind of summoner is this? He knew this was the big shot hiding his identity, deliberately calling himself a summoner. He even reminded the master to conceal his identity. Everything, absolutely everything, was under the big shot's control. Instead, he felt like a clown. What kind of person? Wuwang actually gave this question some serious thought. He wasn't entirely sure what kind of person he was. A second-tier newbie? That was true. It was true that he'd just awakened his profession the day before yesterday. Being a summoner was also true. But I am whatever you perceive me to be, Wuwang declared. Liu San's heart skipped a beat. He really is a big shot. His words carried such weight. Big shot, I hope you'll forgive me for any past offenses. Please don't hold it against us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he frantically signaled to the other two, who stood frozen in shock. "Big shot, please forgive us. We genuinely didn't know who you were, which is why we tried to stop you from entering the mysterious Crimson Forest. We truly didn't mean any harm." Their expressions were sincere, eyes brimming with reverence. "Well, no offense taken. It's understandable you didn't recognize me, and I do need a guide." Wuwang didn't believe they'd done anything to offend him. "Ha? Sir, you're this powerful you still need a guide?" Lu San couldn't wrap his head around it. With such formidable strength, needing a guide? Public instances are far larger than private ones. "Even with a map, you'll run into trouble," Wuwang said indifferently. Lu San's mouth twitched. A big shot's mindset really is different from ordinary people's. This powerful and still worried about trouble? Are you kidding me? Trouble wouldn't dare come near me. "Alright, fine. What are your orders, boss?" Wuwang said, "Just keep guiding me. After all, I've already paid you for a day's work." Alright. Lu San desperately wanted to return the gear right then and there, take not a single penny, and get the hell out of there. Serving the boss is like walking on thin ice. Staying close to the big shot, if you messed up, you wouldn't even know how you died. Often, it's the big shots who look harmless as can be that send shivers down your spine. But now that the big shot had made a request, he dared not refuse. He could only grit his teeth and complete today's task. "Oh, so someone's already here. I thought we were the first ones to arrive." At that moment, an untimely, cold voice drifted from nearby, its tone laced with indifference. Wuwang turned to see 6 figures approaching. The leader was a young man. Dressed in a black cloak and mask, he was tall and slender, with 2 daggers slung at his waist. This was the attire of an assassin-class profession. Behind him, the 5 others displayed diverse roles: a tank, a mage, an archer. Damage dealers, healers, crowd controllers, and damage absorbers, a well-rounded composition. All were around level 75. "Boss, they're from the neighboring city of Wuwei," Lu San explained from behind Wuwang. "Fearless City?" Wuwang pondered thoughtfully. That was the district adjacent to Dayan City, several times larger than Dayan itself, with a professional population at least 5 times greater. Right. The professionals from Wuwei City don't have the best reputation. They often bully the weak, relying on their numbers, Lu San added. Wuwang nodded. The 6 men had already approached him. The masked youth at the head of the group didn't even glance at Wuwang. Instead, he looked at Lu San and said, his meaning unclear. "I recognize you. You're Lu San from Dayan City." "Poof. So what if you know me?" Lu San snorted coldly, giving him a sour look. Working as an escort in second-tier dungeons, he naturally came into contact with many professionals from other districts. "Oh? Care to repeat that?" The masked youth found it inexplicably amusing, his tone dripping with flippancy. Clearly, he held no regard for Lu San. "What do you want?" Lu San snapped impatiently. "What do I want? Hand over everything from Firebear Forest. Or die." The masked youth dropped all pretense, his tone sharp and his intent clear. Judging by the vast expanse of scorched earth, the lightning storm had nearly obliterated everything. All the monsters in Firebear Forest had perished in the tempest. And after such an unexpected catastrophe wiped out the monsters, equipment would also drop. Lu San looked puzzled. "What things? What are you talking about? Pretend? You're pretending with me, huh? That lightning storm just now burned the entire Firebear Forest to the ground. What do you think it is?" The masked youth sneered coldly. "You want to keep the loot for yourself, huh?" He immediately took a step back, hand on his sword hilt, ready for battle. The 5 men behind him immediately assumed combat stances upon seeing this. Lu San turned his gaze to Wuwang, seeking his opinion. The masked youth caught this moment and sneered, "So he's your big brother? I guess I overestimated you, Lu San. But how come you're regressing in life, picking some pretty boy like him as your boss? Your den really has no one left, just a bunch of trash." Lu San stared wide-eyed at the masked youth, utterly incredulous. This bastard must be out of his mind. The age of this so-called big shot might indeed lead one to underestimate his strength, but in reality, this thunderstorm was all his doing. Lu San immediately shot a warning glance at the masked youth. The masked youth coldly snapped, "Don't you dare give me that look, we're not on familiar terms." Lu San was speechless. "Since you're the escort team, you handle it," Wuwang stated flatly. The 6 men before them were well equipped, but only around level 70. Lu San and his group, however, were all around level 80. A 10-level gap meant a significant difference in strength. "Alright, leave it to us." Lu San wasn't afraid of these 6 men, he feared the wrath of their powerful employer. The masked youth overheard their exchange and instantly understood. Fixing his gaze on Wuwang, he lifted his chin and declared. "Ha? So you're the ones he hired? Kid, you've got the Firebear Forest gear, right? Hand it over and we'll spare your life." Wuwang silently moved to the rear, preparing to watch the show. "You!" The masked youth, ignored, seethed inwardly. "What are you playing at? Udian professionals are all useless trash. Lu San snorted coldly. Cut the crap. I'm eager to see how tough you really are, barking like dogs here. Fine. Fine. Then die. The tension between them thickened, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Hold it. At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out once more. Chapter 21, Threats. Who holds the upper hand? Both sides, locked in a tense standoff, turned toward the source of the voice almost simultaneously. Another group of 7 adventurers approached. Their levels were unhidden, all at 80, and their equipment was equally well matched. However, the leader was a cold-faced mage. Not only Lu San, but the masked youth also recognized the newcomers. Well, look who's here. Looks like we're in for some fun, the masked youth said, dropping his combat stance with a smirk. Lu San also relaxed his guard, his earlier confidence fading. If it were just the gang from Wuji City, he was confident he could win. But now a second wave had arrived. And they were from Blackside City, all 7 hovering around level 80. Not only did they outnumber them, but each individual's strength surpassed their own. Clearly, they'd been drawn here by the earlier thunderstorm. Third brother, what should we do now? Zhang Wei's face darkened with worry. The situation had spiraled beyond their control. No worries. With the boss here, they won't cause much trouble. Lu San glanced at the boss resting nearby and continued, it's just that we can't fulfill our responsibility. Then what about this fine grade equipment? We failed to fulfill our escort duties. What right do we have to claim the boss's reward? We'll return it to him once this is over. Zhang Wei and the others knew third brother was a man of unwavering integrity. He never took what wasn't rightfully his. If the escort mission failed, he wouldn't accept payment either. Just then, the second group approached. The masked youth stepped forward, eyeing the mage and asking with a smile, "You're here for the gear too? What do you think?" The cold-faced mage snorted, exhaling sharply through his nose. With such an opportunity, how could they not come to compete? Well, you're too late. They've already taken all the gear, the masked youth said innocently, spreading his hands. The cold-faced mage turned his gaze to the 4 who were clearly part of the same group. Who are they? Professionals from Datin City. That level 78 warrior is the boss. The masked youth nodded toward Lu San. Datin City? That city of losers? Yep, right next to Wuwang City. After learning the details, the cold-faced mage scrutinized Lu San from head to toe, speaking in a measured tone. Brother, keeping all the loot for yourself isn't exactly fair, is it? Why not share it out? With the big shot around, Lu San naturally felt more confident. He asked, did you guys get this gear from monsters you killed? The cold-faced mage shook his head. No. So what? Lu San pressed on. Exactly. It wasn't yours, and it wasn't mine. So whoever picks it up first gets it, right? The cold-faced mage smiled, but it was stiff and gave off a chilling vibe. So, you still want to keep this gear for yourself? The masked youth chimed in immediately. Lu San, I advise you to hand over the gear now. Don't wait until you're dead to regret it. Lu San retorted coldly, what makes you any different from bandits? He was starting to lose his grip. The masked youth chuckled, the difference is huge. Bandits wouldn't waste their breath arguing with you. Just as the group was locked in argument, another wave of adventurers arrived. Who knew it'd be this lively? Thought I was the first one here, but guess I'm not late after all. The voice rang out. All eyes turned toward the source. The leader had snow-white hair yet looked no older than a youth, a massive sword slung across his back. Lu San's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized this man. He was a professional from Blood Sea City, and from the previous generation at that. Already a second tier, level 94 professional rising to level 94 in less than 2 years was proof of his extraordinary talent. Moreover, his appearance was intimidating. The massive sword on his back might lead one to assume he was a warrior-type profession. In reality, he was an assassin-type profession. An assassin wielding a greatsword. This was an exceptionally rare sight. Sutian, why are you here too? The cold-faced mage asked with a hint of displeasure. What? If you can come, why can't I? The Firebear Forest might not be the highest level area, but that Firebear King is no ordinary foe. It drops some serious loot. The greatsword-wielding youth's gaze carried an intense aggressiveness, inevitably unsettling those of lower levels. Who says it's guaranteed to drop good loot? You're already level 94. Do you really need these resources? Besides, your family holds considerable status in Blood Sea City, right? The cold-faced mage was thoroughly displeased. Sutian's arrival meant he was no longer in control. At best, he'd get scraps. He lacked the strength to claim the gear the Firebear King might drop. Ha 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 ha. So what if your family's powerful? Does that mean you can just squander everything? The giant sword youth roared with laughter, his expression dripping with contempt for everyone. The cold-faced mage conceded, stating, let's be clear, I won't take the Firebear King's gear. I'll choose any 2 other items. The masked youth chimed in, whoever's strongest gets the best gear. Makes perfect sense. I'll pick after you too. But the gear is currently on someone else's body. With that, the masked youth shot Lu San a mocking glance. All eyes turned to Lu San. Cold sweat poured down Lu San's forehead. The giant sword youth asked in confusion, "Who are they?" "From Datan City." "Oh, buddy, hand over the gear. I only want the stuff dropped by the Fire Bear King. You guys can split the rest." "How's that?" the giant sword youth asked politely. Lu San was in a bind. The big boss had entrusted him with this escort mission, but he couldn't pull it off. Of these three groups, he still had the confidence to defeat the first one, but against the later arrivals, he didn't stand a chance. "Actually, the gear isn't on me. And you shouldn't even think about getting it, you won't be able to take it." Lu San could only speak truthfully, taking the opportunity to warn these arrogant bullies who thought they could bully their way through. "Don't provoke the boss, you won't even know how you died." "Not on you? Then whose is it?" The masked youth's expression darkened instantly. "Still talking tough at a time like this? Don't you fear death? Professionals of Dayan City, I warn you, some things aren't meant for just anyone to take." The cold-faced mage lowered his gaze, and in an instant, a halo of light emanated from his body, radiating an overwhelming aura. The greatsword youth looked utterly sincere. "Bro, just tell me who has it. Just tell me, and you can have a share of the gear too." Lu San felt even more conflicted. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, suffocating him and sending cold sweat streaming down his body. Especially the giant sword youth, though he spoke calmly and reasonably, the sense of oppression he conveyed was no less than that of the other two. He turned to Li Wuwang behind him with a pleading look. Li Wuwang sighed softly. "Are the professionals of Dayan City really that mediocre on the continent? This is just too pitiful, anyone can step on them." Li Wuwang rose, walked over, and stated calmly. "No need to ask. The gear is with me." Chapter 22, Escalation, Strike. The sudden appearance of the handsome youth drew everyone's gaze. The masked youth warned, "Kid, you better be telling the truth. Otherwise, you won't get off easy." He knew this youth was Lu San's employer. What does Lu San do? He escorts newbies to grind levels. Clearly, the youth was a tier 2 newbie. The cold-faced mage frowned and said, "Why is Dayan full of such low-grade trash? Kid, if that gear really is on you, I advise you to be smart and hand it over. You can't handle it." He wasn't afraid of any professional from Dayan City, no matter who they were. Sutian, the greatsword-wielding youth, however, reacted completely differently from the other two. He approached Li Wuwang with astonishment etched across his face. "So there's someone even cooler than me in this world? What's your name, kid?" Li Wuwang replied indifferently, "You've seen plenty of things you've never seen before. The gear is with me. How exactly do you plan to take it? I've got better things to do than waste my time with you lot." With that, Li Wuwang displayed the gear looted from the Fire Bear King. Skill book, Blazing Charge. An epic quality Fire Bear King helmet radiating purple light beams, 5-star grade. The moment these two items appeared, everyone present was stunned, their eyes immediately flashing with greedy light. It's the Fire Bear King's helmet, part of the Fire Bear King set. And a 5-star epic. Unbelievable. It's a skill book. This place truly holds great fortune. The Fire Bear King set the equipment every physical class dreams of actually dropped. As expected, disaster always brings great rewards. The cold-faced mage's eyes flashed with intense light as he turned to the greatsword youth, Sutian, and declared, "I don't want the Fire Bear King helmet. I only want that skill book." The greatsword youth merely smiled, offering no reply. He wanted it all. The Fire Bear King's helmet was something he absolutely had to have, but the skill book was also an extremely rare find. And it had dropped from the Fire Bear King itself, it was bound to be extraordinary. Seeing this, the masked youth knew he could only choose equipment other than these two items. He couldn't afford to provoke the cold-faced mage from Black Side City, and he certainly couldn't afford to provoke Sutian, the giant sword youth from Blood Sea City. But the professionals from Dayan City? He had them in the palm of his hand. The greatsword youth stared at Li Wuwang. Though he tried to appear sincere, the greed in his eyes was impossible to hide. "Kid, I'll overlook the fact that you're better looking than me for now. Hand over the gear and skill book, and I'll grant you one favor. With the weight of the Su family of Blood Sea City behind you, young man, your future is secure." The masked youth paused upon hearing these words. It seemed this piece of the Fire Bear King's armor was far more formidable than he had imagined. The Su family of Blood Sea City, a regional powerhouse controlling businesses across several neighboring districts. For a weak practitioner, even one of their conditions would be unbearably heavy. That kid from Dayan City is incredibly lucky. The cold-faced mage was clearly displeased. Was Sutian planning to pocket all the gear dropped by the Fire Bear King? "Sutian, this is going too far. I've already made concessions, and now you want to keep everything for yourself?" Sutian, the giant sword-wielding youth, shot him a cold glance. "And who are you? What gives you the right to speak to me like that?" With that, the five behind him simultaneously entered a poised stance. With a single motion, they could pounce and kill the cold-faced mage on the spot. "You!" The cold-faced mage, his pride wounded, seethed with rage. "This is a public instance. Do you think this is your Blood Sea City? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The six behind the cold-faced mage also entered combat stance, facing off against the Blood Sea City professionals. The giant sword youth, Sutian, found it odd but showed no fear. Oh? When did Blackside City's people become so arrogant? Let my father put you in your place and you'll learn your lesson. The cold-faced mage's face darkened so much it seemed water could drip from it. Brother Fong, if need be, will summon all of Blackside's forces. Those Blood Sea City scum are so greedy they all deserve to die. Exactly. Blackside City isn't a pushover either. This is outrageous. They make concessions only to press their advantage further. Do they really think we Blackside City folk are made of clay? Several professionals following the cold-faced mage were boiling with rage, deeply humiliated by the giant sword youth's actions. As the center of this incident, Wuwang felt utterly helpless. Was Dayan City's presence really this insignificant? Did everyone assume Dayan City's people were fair game? Lu San stood awkwardly nearby, offering no explanation. Dayan City was simply too weak. If they ventured into a dungeon alone, they'd likely be stripped bare and left defenseless. Hey! Aren't you guys getting a little too cocky? If you don't want the gear, I'll just take it. Wuwang spoke with growing impatience, then began collecting the gear. The cold-faced mage seized the moment to taunt the greatsword youth. Why don't you go grab it yourself? They're not interested in your crappy terms. The greatsword youth ignored him, fixing his gaze on Wuwang and confirming. Kid, you're sure you want the gear and not my terms? Wuwang frowned in confusion. What's your offer worth? If it truly matches this gear, I might consider trading. An equal exchange wasn't out of the question. He had no use for this gear anyway. Ha. Someone actually questions the Su family of Blood Sea City? Let me tell you, kid, one promise from me can guarantee you a worry-free future. The giant sword youth roared with laughter, his lips curling upward, yet his gaze held pity, as if looking upon a beggar. Any condition? Wuwang pressed. Yes, any condition. You said it. I want your life. How about that? Wuwang said earnestly. Hearing this, the giant sword youth narrowed his eyes and snapped, Kid, don't push your luck. The cold-faced mage seized the moment to sneer. Seems the Su family of Blood Sea City isn't all-powerful after all. Looks like your influence isn't quite what it's cracked up to be. Wuwang frowned, puzzled. Didn't you say any condition was acceptable? As long as you kill yourself, I won't hesitate. The Fire Bear King helmet and skill book are yours. My word is my bond. The giant sword youth roared with fury, his white hair whipping wildly. He yanked the massive blade from his back and snarled. Since you refuse to recognize a good deal, I'll take it myself. Wuwang sneered, is it even yours? You just come and take it? Shameless bastard, what kind of thing are you? His words even startled the cold-faced mage. Such potent defensive capability? Had the young man from Dan City lost his mind? His audacity to confront Sutian of Blood Sea City stemmed from a certain confidence. But where did this kid get his confidence? Though his level was hidden, they were already in his second-tier instance. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't be that powerful. After much deliberation, he decided to watch and wait. Even the most reckless fool wouldn't be so blind as to misjudge the current situation. Whether it was a bluff or genuine skill was hard to say. He whispered to the people behind him, preparing to seize the opportunity to intervene. At this moment, only Lu San and his two companions knew the big shot was genuinely furious. And you lot, didn't you all want it? Come and get it. Wuwang turned his attention to the other two groups. You're asking for death. The giant sword youth couldn't hold back any longer. With a flash, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage in his place. In an instant, the giant sword in his hand was already behind Wuwang. Chapter 23, Establishing Authority, Exterminate Them All. Before anyone could react, the giant sword in Sutian's hand had already reached Wuwang's back. The speed was blinding, the force overwhelming. Clang! The clang of metal colliding echoed abruptly as the greatsword's fierce momentum was halted. And blocking it was a towering stone spirit warrior. The stone spirit warrior had appeared out of nowhere, its massive stone hammer blocking the greatsword, preventing it from advancing even an inch. The onlookers finally snapped out of their daze. When did Sutian strike? And what is that thing behind the youth? This doesn't bode well. The most deceptive greatsword assassin has been blocked. How is this possible? Neither side is someone to mess with. No wonder that Dian Brat dared to act so brazenly. He had a trump card all along. The crowd was stunned by Sutian's lightning-fast strike, but what shocked them even more was that the Dayan youth had blocked Sutian's attack. The cold-faced mage felt immense relief that he'd chosen to watch from the sidelines instead of rushing in recklessly. This youth from Dayan City was no ordinary opponent. He'd managed to block an assassination attempt from a Tier 2, level 94 assassin. Lu San and the other two, who knew the full story, were genuinely dumbfounded. Is the big shot really a summoner? Capable of summoning stone spirit warriors? No way. Then what about that thunderstorm earlier? Could it be that it wasn't the boss's doing? For a moment, they couldn't make heads or tails of it. As the attacker, Sutian's eyes suddenly widened. His most relied upon swift footwork had actually been blocked. No. He stared at the towering, formidable stone spirit warrior, utterly incredulous. Impossible. Sutian's mind went blank. In second-tier dungeons, he was virtually unmatched, never having failed a single attempt. I told you, there's so much you haven't seen yet. Wuwang turned, gazing at the stunned Sutian with a faint smile. I refuse to believe this pathetic stone golem could outrun me. Sutian's face hardened, his entire body radiating an inexplicably fierce aura, as cold and sharp as the giant sword he wielded. Whoosh clang! Sutian transformed into a blur once more, only to have his path blocked again by a newly appeared stone spirit warrior. Whoosh! Sutian moved like lightning, slicing through the air like a series of sharp blades, leaving behind a dense trail of afterimages. Clang! Each time he traversed a path, a stone spirit warrior would appear to block his way. Until 8 stone spirit warriors appeared, completely surrounding him. Even the gap in the sky was obscured by a massive stone hammer. No! This can't be! Sutian was on the verge of collapse. His pride and joy, the shadow slash, proved utterly ineffective. Moreover, his greatsword only left a shallow scratch on the stone spirit warrior's surface. It couldn't budge it at all. He now felt like a grasshopper trapped beneath a bowl. No matter how much he struggled, it was all for naught. Wuwang appeared beside the stone spirit warrior, chuckling, "Come and take it? Why aren't you coming to take it? Where's all that energy you had just now?" This remark was directed at everyone present. A wave of dread washed over them. For they too coveted the gear dropped by the celestial Calamity, and had even dismissed the youth as insignificant. Take? How could they possibly take it? 8 formidable, towering stone spirit warriors now stood on the field, radiating an overwhelming pressure that felt like a weight pressing down on one's chest. Lu San now knew for certain the big shot really was a summoner. His earlier speculation about a hidden identity had been true. A summoner? That kid's been hiding his true strength way too well. When did Dayan City get such a powerful class as a summoner? Wait, didn't Dayan City just produce a skeleton summoner not long ago? How could there be another one? Uing idiot. Look at the power of this kid's summon creature, obviously not some rookie summoner from this year. Oh crap, Sutian's in deep trouble now. He's provoked a hidden master. Everyone present could tell the Dayan youth was a summoner. His creatures were already out in the open. Surrounded, Sutian was nearing despair. No matter how he struggled, escape was impossible. You can't kill me. I'm a direct descendant of the Su family of Blood Sea City. Kill me, and not just you, the entire Dayan will face the Su family's vengeance. The threatening words of the giant sword-wielding youth, Sutian, filled the silent scene. The cold-faced mage's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He could already foresee the consequences. The Dayan youth showed no fear whatsoever, clearly unconcerned about the Su family of Blood Sea City. Moreover, he was a formidable summoner, likely backed by considerable power. Threatening someone like this was tantamount to provocation. The only outcome would be death. Boy, if you know what's good for you, release our young master at once. You won't survive the wrath of the Su family. Just you wait. Once the Su family finds out, the entire Dayan won't know peace. Have you no sense of your own place? A worthless city like Dayan dares to provoke Blood Sea City. Sutian's henchmen pointed at Wuwang, shouting insults. Little did they know, their actions had just sealed Sutian's fate. Wuwang rubbed his ears and took a deep breath. After all, he was a professional in Dayan City. Carrying that title meant people treated him like dirt wherever he went, utterly disgusting. You all call Dayan a city of losers, thinking your little power gives you the right to bully us, huh? Today, I'll slaughter you all to establish Dayan's authority. Kill. Wuwang issued the command without mercy. 8 stone spirit warriors swung their massive stone hammers with brutal force. Crash. 8 stone hammers crashed down. Sutian below didn't even have time to beg for mercy before being struck, driven into the ground. Thud. 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 Each of the 8 stone spirit warriors struck 4 times, leaving the ground completely caved in, forming a massive crater. Within the hollow, Sutian had become a bloody pulp, dead beyond any doubt. How dare he? Young master. You've brought disaster upon yourself. Daring to kill a direct descendant of the Su family, the entire Dayan will be buried with you. Has he lost his mind? The Su family's young master is dead? This can't be real. No matter what, he was still a direct descendant of the Su family. Killing him is tantamount to declaring war on the Su clan. Who could withstand the Su family's wrath? Dayan is doomed by this murderer. Everyone present was utterly horrified. They never imagined someone from Dayan would actually kill a direct descendant of the Su family of Blood Sea City. Wuwang suddenly turned to the others, his voice devoid of emotion. One Blood Sea City? That's hardly enough. Since we're establishing our authority, let's do it thoroughly. Hearing these words, the crowd felt as if they were being stared at by a demon. Endless fear welled up within them, causing their livers and gallbladders to tremble. Regret and dread filled every heart. We didn't even strike first, why must we exterminate them all? The cold-faced mage's alarm bells rang loudly as he shouted fiercely. Why? Because you all deserve to die. In the next instant, the 8 stone spirit warriors swung their hammers around and charged toward the remaining survivors. Chapter 24, Crushing, No Survivors. He's gone mad. Everyone, run for your lives. No, don't kill us. Run. This guy's lost his mind. No. The group of adventurers panicked, their hearts filled with terror as they sensed death approaching, trembling uncontrollably. They never expected the young man from Dayan to seek their complete annihilation, nor did they anticipate he was a powerful summoner. Except for Lu San and his 2 companions, every single person present had only one thought: run. For if they stayed, death awaited them. One who dared kill Sutian would undoubtedly kill them too. However, one after another, stone spirit warriors burst forth from the earth, completely surrounding the escape routes. What rank summoner is he? How could he summon so many stone spirit warriors? No, I refuse to accept this. I'm still so young. My future is limitless. I can't die here. Spare me. I know I was wrong. We're done for, completely done for. We've stumbled upon a madman. Am I really going to die? We shouldn't have come here. It's all your fault for insisting on grabbing this opportunity. They all felt regret, but it was useless now. They couldn't even resist. Even someone as powerful as Sutian couldn't resist in the slightest. What could they possibly do? Worse still, some had already wet themselves in terror at the sight of the formidable stone spirit warriors closing in. Bang! Bang! Thud! The thunderous crashes of stone hammers pounding down filled the air, blood splattering everywhere, and wails of agony echoed across the field. Soon, the explosions ceased, leaving dozens of craters in the ground. Each crater held a mass of bloody flesh. Not a single soul had managed to escape. All were crushed to death. Soon, the stench of blood spread, lingering in the air. Lu San stared at the fallen professionals, his throat convulsing, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. It was terrifying. With absolute, crushing dominance, he had annihilated dozens of professionals. Such ruthless power and skill left him trembling with lingering fear. He felt profound relief that he wasn't among them, otherwise, he would have been one of those crushed into mincemeat by the stone hammer. The 3 of them stood frozen, speechless for a long moment, swallowing hard in their place. The once proud outer city professionals now lie like a pile of mud. It felt like a lifetime ago. It had always been the outer city practitioners who bullied the Dayan practitioners. Now, the Dayan professionals made them pay with their lives. Lu San felt exhilarated, finally standing tall. Yet, a shadow of worry crept over him. These professionals hailed from powerful districts near Dayan, boasting deep-rooted influence and countless high-ranking practitioners. The identities of those killed were equally formidable, holding significant status within their respective districts. Killing them was tantamount to declaring war on these titans. This impact extended far beyond the borders of Dayan territory. Whether Dayan's professionals would face reverence or retaliation in future dungeons was anyone's guess. But he suspected the latter was far more likely. The sudden emergence of Dayan's weak professionals eliminating practitioners across multiple districts would send shockwaves and fury rippling through the realm. Li Wuwang, however, didn't dwell on such consequences. He sighed deeply. How utterly satisfying. The atmosphere grew noticeably quieter. He felt his thoughts clear and his body and mind relaxed. Boss, the people you killed, their backgrounds aren't simple, especially that white-haired kid with the giant sword. Lu San stammered out a warning. The boss was undoubtedly powerful, stronger than anyone present. But how could one person possibly withstand the retaliation of an entire powerful faction? Li Wuwang retorted. Don't you find it satisfying? When Dayan professionals get humiliated like crickets, or robbed as you mentioned, left with nowhere to turn, I took them out. Shouldn't you all feel that justice was swiftly served? Lu San clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes. So damn satisfying. I just hate that I lack the strength, the courage, and the means to stop the oppression. The other 2 shared Lu San's sentiments. The Dayan professionals had bowed their heads for too long, bullied for far too many years. After years of oppression, they finally got their moment to lift their heads high. How could this not feel exhilarating? It felt like a great vendetta had been avenged. But, while the moment was exhilarating, what came next? Born in Dayan, they've endured oppression since entering public instances. He'd heard it all too often: Dayan, the city of losers, Dayan practitioners are trash, and similar remarks. The people around him were no different. Having grown accustomed to this sense of inferiority, they only thought about how to avoid trouble and not provoke the outer city practitioners. Yet no one dared to break through this invisible prison. The powerful practitioners of Dayan always deferred to those from the outer districts. It was clear how much courage and resolve it would take to kill these powerful outer city professionals. The consequences were too horrific to contemplate. This incident must never be leaked. Not only would the bigwigs face retaliation, but even the entire Dayan district would be implicated. Upon considering this, Lu San immediately declared, "Rest assured, boss. What happened today will be kept absolutely confidential. We'll swallow it whole. After all, everyone who came here is dead. Only the three of them know about this incident. If they kept it to themselves, trouble wouldn't come their way. Who knows who did the killing? Wuwang shook his head. Are you out of your mind? Keeping it secret would negate the very purpose of my authority. Why yeah, you're probably right. Lu-san hesitated mechanically, his movements stiff and awkward. But if you spread this, you might put yourselves in grave danger after all, you were present. It won't affect us. If the boss dares kill someone even our Dayan professionals wouldn't dare provoke, then we'd be useless if we couldn't handle this. He then pulled out the piece of equipment Wuwang had paid him with and said, Boss, we didn't do our job right. We'll return your payment. Keep it. Consider it payment for delivering the message. Alright, thanks, boss. Alright, that's settled. After speaking, Wuwang pulled out his map and headed toward Ghost Shadow Mountain, preparing to grind levels to reach Tier 3. Watching the boss's receding figure, Lu-san finally relaxed. That was close. Who'd have thought the client was a hidden big shot from Dan? Unbelievable. Brother San, what should we do next? Asked Zhang Wei, the tank. What else can we do? Spreading the word about this show of force is our top priority. Otherwise, the boss's efforts would have been for nothing. And it must be detailed and truthful that those outsiders from the outer city, relying on their power, tried to kill us and steal our gear without reason, only to get killed themselves. Not long after. News of a Dayan summoner professional eliminating players from Wuwei City, Black Side City, and Blood Sea City. A display of power spread throughout the Tier 2 dungeon. This unprecedented, earth-shattering news swiftly spread to the outside world, causing a sensation. Chapter 25, The Outside World in an Uproar, Reactions from All Sides. This can't be real. How is this possible? How dare someone from Dayan City kill Sutian from our Blood Sea City? It's not just Blood Sea City professionals from Bothersome City and Black Side City have suffered too. The news is true. It's a murderous show of force. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Which bastard is spreading these lies? Dayan City, that city of losers, dares to defy their superiors? Have they had enough of living? Absolutely true. People have already checked the scene, it matches the rumors exactly. Verified it really was people from those districts. Holy, the honest folk have finally woken up? Serves them right though. Who told you lot to bully the honest folk just because you had a bit of clout? Deserved my ass. What the hell do Dayan City's losers think they're doing with that gear? From now on, every Dayan City pro I see, I'll kill one. That's how I'll establish my ING authority. Attitudes among professionals from different districts varied in the Tier 2 public instance. Those not directly involved in their district's affairs simply adopted a spectator's mindset. They were waiting to see how Dayan City would handle the fallout. After all, Wuwei City, Blood Sea City, and Black Side City weren't small districts. The leaders of the fallen groups held significant status within their respective districts. Those whose districts were directly involved, however, were utterly shocked. How dare the Dayan City professionals? They were furious, ashamed, and harbored unprecedented hostility toward the Dayan City professionals. This is a declaration of war. A provocation against our three districts. Any Dayan City professional we encounter must pay the price. Forget that the gear was communal property. The fact that Dayan City's professionals dared to push things this far talking about establishing authority? They clearly don't give a damn about us. Damn it, if Dayan City dares to do this, don't blame us for being ruthless. Dayan City is doomed. The Su family of Blood Sea City isn't exactly a pushover. Targeting their direct descendants to establish dominance? That's just too insulting. The bullies had been killed. As their supporters, they felt nothing but humiliation, their faces stinging with shame, their thirst for revenge burning ever brighter. Upon hearing this news, the professionals of Dayan City were all shocked, yet simultaneously filled with immense excitement and exhilaration. An arrogant upper-tier district professional had been slain by a lower-tier district professional. Who dared to kill practitioners from three districts? Are they suicidal? What a satisfying sight. Just because Dayan City is a bit weaker, did we do anything wrong? Why should we be bullied? Well done, well done. Ha ha ha. We've been too afraid to even start a fight, yet someone dared to strike first. Impressive. A role model for us all. If I knew who it was, I'd marry him myself. So inspiring. Hold your excitement. I've got a bad feeling about this. Blood Sea City's professionals are coming. Some practitioners from Dayan City chose to explode against the outer city practitioners who had oppressed them. Others immediately disengaged from combat, exited the public instance, and returned to Dayan. Dayan City was now in an uproar. News swept through every street and alley, reaching men, women, and children alike. Young adventurers who had endured humiliation, oppression, and unfair treatment found their spirits soaring after this incident, their resolve growing restless. Who is this summoner? To provoke three districts at once utterly astonishing. Does Dayan City even have such talent? To instantly kill Sutian of Blood Sea City, a level 94 professional? Just how powerful is he? Honestly, what can you say about someone like that? Bold and powerful. This finally gives us Dan something to be proud of. But what happens next? Liuji, who was currently leveling up in a Tier 1 instance, was also stirred upon hearing this news. Could it be that our great city has another summoner? He turned to ask the bodyguard accompanying him during the leveling session. Not entirely sure. Dan City may be small, but it's not exactly lacking in professionals. It's plausible there is one, but they've simply never made themselves known. The bodyguard explained. Liuji's eyes flashed with excitement as he exclaimed. He embodies the very essence I aspire to, killing 3 outer city professionals to establish Dian's authority. It's utterly breathtaking. He too yearned to emerge into the public eye in such a breathtakingly extraordinary manner. This shadowy summoner of Dayan City was the very blueprint for the life he envisioned. The bodyguard, ever the tactful one, offered encouragement. Young master, you are a summoner too. I believe you can reach his level, even surpass him, fighting for the sacred sword, fighting for Dian. Liuji's mind was already painting a picture of himself revered by thousands. That's how a summoner should be, instantly defeating all other practitioners. Unlike someone else, if that summoner were any good, he'd be dead already. He's a disgrace to the profession. The bodyguard cautioned. Young master, you have the Holy Sword Guild backing you. That murderous summoner may be from Dayan, but he has no faction supporting him. Killing 3 major city professionals single-handedly carries consequences he can hardly bear. Seeking momentary satisfaction will only lead to his own downfall. Young master, you're far superior to him. A summoner with backing versus one without is a world of difference. Outdoing him would be a breeze. I urge you to think this through carefully. Liuji stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking, could we recruit this summoner? The bodyguard shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. He's a hot potato. Young master hasn't grown strong enough yet. The Holy Sword Guild can't match the power behind the victims, let alone 3 districts. Recruiting him would only bring disaster upon the Holy Sword Guild. Hearing this, a fierce fire ignited within Liuji's heart. We're still too weak. I must grow stronger quickly. Young master's leveling speed is astonishing. He reached level 13 within 2 days of awakening. I've never witnessed such rapid growth in my entire life, the bodyguard praised sincerely. The young master's future was beyond his imagination. An S-rank talent summoner? That was simply too godlike. Liuji basked in the praise. His leveling speed far surpassed that of any other practitioner in his cohort. No one could match his pace. He immediately prepared to continue grinding monsters for experience. At only level 13, to achieve one-shot kills against level 94 professionals, he must continue honing his talent and enhancing his strength. In Dayan City, some were thrilled while others were deeply troubled. The independent adventurers of Dayan City were fired up, while the city's factions grew fearful. They knew provoking the neighboring district's factions would inevitably bring retaliation. The city lord's mansion was now flooded with reports, all from the districts where the victims resided. The city lord's pressure skyrocketed, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chapter 26, Pressure mounts, danger looms over Dayan City. Summoners? When did our Dayan City ever have summoners of such power? Lord Ningji wore a troubled expression. This incident had left him deeply embarrassed. Dayan City had always maintained a low profile, never provoking major powers from other districts. Now, they'd gone and committed murder to establish their authority. It was tantamount to thrusting Dayan into the eye of the storm, roasting it over a blazing fire. At that moment, Lord Ning's assistant hurried in, holding documents as he reported. Lord Mayor, letters have arrived from multiple factions in Wuwei City, Blackside City, and Bloodsea City, demanding we find the murderer within a day. Lord Ning pressed his forehead, his expression grim. He paced the office, his anxiety palpable. Find the killer within a day? Where am I supposed to look? The public instance is vast, and we don't even know where the information originated. We'll have to conduct a thorough investigation immediately. Reply immediately, assuring them Dayan City will provide a satisfactory resolution and that they may rest assured. Yes, Lord Mayor. The assistant exited the office. Lord Ning sighed deeply. A case with no leads whatsoever. This was likely a frame-up. Who would be so despicable as to kill someone and then frame Dayan? What kind of power play is this? Does Dayan even have the capacity to handle this? This is killing me. Someone. Ningji bellowed, and immediately a uniformed staff member entered. Lord Mayor. Form an investigation team immediately. Get to the bottom of this matter. You must resolve it within 2 days. No mistakes. Yes, sir. After issuing the order, Lord Ning worked to steady his mind and began to ponder. Could Dayan City truly harbor such a summoner? He found it highly improbable. He knew the factions within Dayan City well. There were no summoners among them. And a summoner operating entirely outside any faction? Even less likely. Summoners consumed vast resources and were weak in their early stages, requiring faction protection to develop. 2 summoners did awaken this year. But they'd only awakened 2 days ago. How could they possibly kill a second-tier professional? One of them was a nature summoner with mediocre talent. It must be a frame-up. But we haven't offended anyone. Why would they frame us? Lord Ning asked himself. All these years, Dayan City had always kept to itself, never getting involved in incidents prone to accidental escalation. It made no sense. Click. Just then, the office door burst open. Li Yanlong strode in with several men, his expression demanding answers. Lord Ning, what exactly is going on here? Lord Ning sighed helplessly and gestured for them to sit down. The incident had already affected several top guilds in Dayan City, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to him. I don't have time to waste here. Because of this show of force, the 3 neighboring districts have already terminated their cooperation with my Holy Sword Guild. Li Yanlong's face was ashen with fury. He suspected Lord Ning had known about this beforehand. Ah, I had already guessed. This is pressure being applied to us, Lord Ning sighed. Li Yanlong's brows knitted tightly as he demanded. You didn't know about something this huge? Establishing authority in Dayan City? What a grand gesture. Wouldn't it be better to just keep things peaceful and stable? Why stir up such a huge commotion? Ning Chengzhu felt a wave of injustice wash over him, exclaiming urgently, where the hell was I supposed to know? Did I go mad and decide to establish Dayan City's authority? Wasn't he a victim too? You genuinely didn't know? I really didn't know. Both fell silent. If Lord Ning hadn't orchestrated it, then who else could it be? Li Yanlong broke the silence first, analyzing. Looks like someone else was behind it. But when did Dayan gain another summoner? Lord Ning Chang replied, who knows? It could be a summoner operating in the shadows, or perhaps just a decoy. What about the source of the information? Who spread it? We've already sent people to investigate. Once we find out who leaked the information, we'll have a clearer picture of the situation. Hurry up. If we don't handle this properly, Dayan City will suffer a severe blow and will never recover. Right. You should deploy some of your people too. Strength lies in numbers. Li Yanlong hesitated to refuse, but given the gravity of the situation, he had no choice but to agree. Alright, I'll assign some personnel to investigate as well. As they spoke, another group of people arrived. Lord Ning, what's going on? I just received word that someone's trying to establish authority over our Graydon. The visitor was none other than Zhang Xionghu, leader of the Blazing Fire Guild. I don't know either. I've sent people to investigate. This is ING Bull. Why the hell are they messing with us? I've already had to terminate some of my partnerships. This is hitting us right at the core. Zhang Xionghu assessed the situation and already suspected this incident had nothing to do with the City Lord's Mansion or the Holy Sword Guild. Everyone was a victim. Yeah, with so many people killed, anyone would be furious. Lord Ning exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with resignation. What if we can't find out who did it? How do we deal with that? Zhang Xionghu laid out the worst-case scenario. Finding out who did it would be manageable. But if we can't? What then? That's precisely what I'm considering. If we can't find the culprit, we'll have to let them come, but it'll likely involve some outrageously high compensation demands. Lord Ning said. He believed that if it came to compensation, Denan would be severely weakened, teetering on the brink, and might even become a subordinate district. The repercussions would be disastrous. I wonder if the reports of self-defense counterattacks are true or false. Zhang Xionghu massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. If it were true, at least they wouldn't be so passive, they'd have some moral ground to stand on. Ning Qingzu offered a candid explanation. Assuming the perpetrator was indeed from Dayan, there's a high probability it's true. Our Dayan City practitioners are indeed a disadvantaged group in public instances. But this was an unavoidable reality. Dayan City itself is weak, and that's not something that can be changed quickly. Li Yanlong snorted coldly, that's none of our concern. I only care about when this can be investigated and our cooperation with them restored. Lord Ning replied, it's hard to say when it will be resolved. There's even a possibility we might never get to the bottom of it. Zhang Xionghu asked, is the person really dead? He's truly dead. Silence fell once more. Ning Chengzhu paused before saying, you should all return to handle your own affairs first. I'll notify you immediately if there's any news. You should also assign some personnel to investigate. Understood. After everyone had left, Lord Ning sighed deeply. Who could this perpetrator be? Could it truly be a Dayan practitioner? But the others wouldn't have any reason to frame him either. It couldn't just be some random act of malice, could it? Clearly, the news spreading so quickly was intentional. It was highly likely someone from Dayan. Damn it all to hell. Getting dragged into this mess out of nowhere, this is a real headache. Chapter 27, Blood Sea Guild, Sky High Bounty. Blood Sea City, Su Family Manor. The Su family resided at the very heart of Blood Sea City, controlling its largest guild, the Blood Sea Guild. Their business interests spread far and wide, extending into dozens of surrounding districts large and small, including Dayan City. Beyond that, their guild boasts the largest number of professionals. Not only is their overall strength formidable, but they also have high-tier professionals stationed within. They were the undisputed local powerhouse across more than a dozen districts. Upon learning of Sutian's death, the Su family immediately dispatched agents to the second-tier instance to verify the report. The report was confirmed. Sutian and several collateral branches of the Su family were all dead. All that was brought back were scraps of flesh and fragments of clothing. In the Su family hall, an atmosphere of grief and solemnity hung heavy, punctuated by waves of wailing. Su Yunqi, the head of the Su family, stared at the pile of flesh scattered on the floor. No matter how he tried to piece it together, he couldn't form a human shape. Overcome with grief and rage, he declared, "Tian'er, rest assured. Your father will see justice done. Those who took your life will pay with their own." Su Yunqi was overcome with grief and fury. This was his sore spot. His youngest son was peerless. An S-tier talent, a heavy assassin, the future pillar of the Su family, the pride of Bloodsea City. He was the one they pinned their hopes on. And now he had been brutally murdered, his death horribly gruesome. He would never rest until vengeance was exacted. This wasn't merely the murder of his son, it was a provocation against him. A provocation against the Bloodsea Guild, even against the entire Bloodsea City. Those who dare to defy his authority shall not be forgiven. Sutian's mother knelt on the ground, cradling a mass of flesh in her hands, weeping uncontrollably. Sutian's older brother's face flushed crimson. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Rest in peace, little brother. I'll make sure the one who killed you suffers a death worse than death, a death where he begs for both life and death." The other Su family members present, witnessing the horrifying scene, couldn't help but contemplate the killer's brutality. To reduce a person to minced meat. Who dared to be so audacious, fearing no retribution from the Su family? This was a blatant provocation. After a long while, Su Yunqi, having regained some composure, said, "Let Tian rest in peace." After speaking, several figures clad in white robes carefully lifted the mangled remains of Su Tian, barely recognizable as human, into the prepared coffin and closed the lid. Su Yunqi then turned and left the hall, followed by the rest of the Su family's confidants. Outside, a middle-aged man said, "Brother, please compose yourself." What are your thoughts on this matter?" Su Yunqi's face betrayed no emotion, neither joy nor sorrow, his expression rigid and unyielding. The middle-aged man was Su Yunqi's younger brother, Su Yunlin. Su Yunlin replied, "Establishing authority in Dian? I don't see it. What is Dian City? Just a lowly, subservient little town. They would never dare do such a thing. The city's high-ranking officials or any faction would never dare. But as for the rest of Dian City's populace, that was another matter." Su Yunqi agreed, "True. Those factions in Dian City and its lord, Ningji, would never dare to do such a thing. They wouldn't even dare to think about it." The moment he received the news, he was certain it wasn't the work of Dian City's high-ranking officials. Killing an S-tier talent who hadn't yet reached maturity would only impact the future, having no effect whatsoever on the present. To attempt it would be tantamount to playing with fire and self-destruction, sealing their own doom. Su Yunlin continued. Public instances gather professionals from all districts. As a Tier 2 level 94 professional, Tian'er was virtually unkillable in Tier 2 instances. Not to mention he was accompanied by several other level 90+ professionals. Therefore, this is most likely a meticulously planned conspiracy. If the killer came from another district, there'd be no need to spread false accusations implicating Dian or muddy the waters, especially since no witnesses have been found. Therefore, I believe the killer must be a professional from Dian. The rumors aren't entirely false, there's some truth to them. Listening to his brother's analysis, Su Yunqi found it quite plausible. The killer could have easily concealed the truth. Why spread rumors that Dian City killed someone to establish authority? Dian is different. As a weak district, they desperately need such incidents to prove themselves. They didn't reveal the specific individual, only the occupation and district affiliation. This suggests they still fear retaliation. I've already pressured Dian. If they can't uncover the truth, what do you plan to do, big brother? Our cooperation with Dian can continue. But since it was Dian's doing, let their higher-ups bear some of the consequences. If it's Dian, we'll find out exactly who did it. Send people to Dian to investigate covertly. Ideally, trace it back to the source. Issue a bounty, 2 epic tier items and 10 billion gold for any leads. Plus VIP treatment at Bloodsea Guild. He believed that where there's great reward, there will be brave souls. Understood. On the other side, Wuwang, the instigator of it all, hadn't even left the second-tier public instance yet. Following the route on the map, he made his way toward Ghost Shadow Mountain. At this moment, he remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. Although I had Lu San spread the word about my display of power. It seems they still don't know my name. Wuwang suddenly realized this. He had never once mentioned his own name. If someone investigates, it'll be hard to trace who did it. Wuwang thought to himself. After all, his name, Wuwang, was quite notorious, a useless summoner who'd been disowned by the Li family. Plus, it had only been 2 days since his awakening. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't possibly have the strength to kill so many high-level second-tier professionals. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. Unless he demonstrated his killing prowess. But that would be utterly idiotic, right? Voluntarily proving you were the killer? Only a lunatic would do that. Let them investigate if they want. If they uncover the truth, good for them. I've got nothing to fear. If they can't, it's their incompetence. This works out just fine. It saves a lot of trouble. That's precisely why he never mentioned his name. Almost everyone in Dayan City has heard his name, but few have actually seen him. Mention it, and everyone knows, yet the chatter starts up immediately. It's unbearably noisy. Never mind. Leveling up is the most important thing. Wuwang walked on, his destination the Shadow Mountain. Along the way, he encountered few other adventurers, whether due to the monster's high levels or to establish his authority. He didn't deliberately take detours either, since he now possessed the ancient statue's protection ability. Whenever a monster initiated an attack, the protection would activate. The stone spirit warrior would emerge and slay the creature. He would still gain experience. Hey! Brother! Which district's adventurer are you? Just then, 3 adventurers suddenly appeared before Wuwang, all eyeing him warily as they questioned him. Clearly, they were affected by the recent murder to establish authority incident. Dayan City. Why? Wuwang replied. The leader exclaimed in surprise, Dayan City? You Dayan City professionals still dare linger in the dungeon? Tired of living? Chapter 28, Reaching Level 100, Phantom Step. Hearing this, Wuwang immediately recalled how he had wiped out those groups. But how could the news spread so quickly? How did Lu San spread it? What's going on? Wuwang feigned ignorance. The leader explained, not long ago, a summoner from Dayan City slaughtered professionals from Wuwei City, Blackside City, and Bloodsea City, claiming it was to establish his authority. Now, practitioners from those districts harbor intense hostility toward Dayan practitioners. They'll start a fight over the slightest provocation. Most Dayan practitioners have already withdrawn. Hearing this, Wuwang exclaimed in surprise, is that so? Does Dayan City harbor such a figure? Who did this? The man replied impatiently, who knows who did it? The rumor just says it was a high-tier summoner from Dayan City. His summoned beasts beat everyone to a pulp, not a single one was spared. Wuwang continued to express astonishment, that brutal? Who spread this news? What if it's just a rumor? The man looked at him with disappointment. Why do you ask so many questions? Who knows who spread it? But I'm telling you, it's true. Representatives from all 3 districts have arrived and they're no small fry. Especially the Bloodsea City. Cut the damn nonsense. This isn't your business. Get out of here. Wuwang understood. Oh, thanks. I'll be off then. After his thanks, Wuwang swiftly departed the scene, though his destination was the Shadow Mountain. The 3 watched the youth's figure recede into the distance before withdrawing their gaze, feeling a sense of satisfaction from doing a good deed anonymously. Their original intent had been to share the news after all, who could resist gossip, especially about something this significant? The leader of the group chuckled disapprovingly. TSK, with this mess, Dayan's practitioners won't dare set foot in public instances now. I'd love to know who that summoner in Dayan City is. Damn, he's got guts killing people like that. You gotta hand it to him. Another one remarked in wonder. That's absolutely incredible. To think Dayan City has someone like that, truly eye-opening. From now on, we can't look at Dayan professionals with conventional eyes. Wuwang pressed on toward Ghost Shadow Mountain. Thanks to the kind stranger's warning earlier. He now understood. News spread quickly, and just as he'd anticipated, no one knew who this summoner was. Nor did anyone know who had first spread the news. Lu San and his crew must have employed some method to avoid being identified as the source of the rumor. Lu San's pretty clever, Wuwang chuckled inexplicably. Spreading the news without leaving a trace of himself as the source. Had Lu San and his group been identified as the initial disseminators, the trouble would have been immense. Torture under interrogation would have been inevitable. He didn't dwell on it further. Wuwang continued walking forward. After walking for quite some time, a dungeon notification popped up. You have entered the Shadow Mountain region. Monster levels, 94-100. Note, this area is recommended for multiplayer teams. The scene before Wuwang was strikingly different from the areas he had traversed earlier. Monstrous trees loomed ahead, casting a gloomy, eerie shadow like a deep forest at dawn shrouded in mist. Occasional strange cries echoed through the air. An eerie atmosphere permeated every corner. Even Wuwang couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. This Ghost Shadow Mountain really lives up to its name. It has a distinctly eerie feel. But I'm not going in. Wuwang stood at the edge of Ghost Shadow Mountain, activated target lock, and summoned a Meteor Strike. 3 meteors streaked toward the mountain, one after another, crashing into the Guiying Mountains. Boom! 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 Flames and smoke shot skyward, the explosions reverberating across the heavens. The monsters of Guiying Mountain didn't even have time to react before being obliterated by the meteors crashing straight down. Defeated level 100 boss, Phantom White Tiger. Experience plus 20,000. Defeated level 100 boss, Phantom King Snake. Experience plus 20,000. Killed level 99 Shadow Giant Tree, experience plus 6,000. Killed level 95 Swiftwind Black Wolf, EXP plus 5,500. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 75 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 90 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 100 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached the advancement level. Please proceed to the advancement sanctuary promptly to claim your advancement quest. Experience notifications and level up prompts popped up one after another. Level 100. After advancement, I'll gain new skills. Wuwang couldn't help but marvel at the insane pace of his leveling. Who could possibly level up this fast, reaching level 100 in just 2 days? Open the profession panel. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 2 advancement available. Level, LV 100. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 250. Skill points, 12. Strength, 2007. Constitution, 1555. Agility, 2006. Spirit, 6270. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV3, Weak Electricity Summoning LV3, Target Lock LV1. Cataclysmic skills, Meteor Summoning LV3 cooldown, 1 hour 58 minutes 49 seconds remaining. Thunderstorm Summoning LV3 cooldown, 20 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Equipment, Poison Ivy Ring Special. Special ability, Ancient Statues Protection. All free attribute points allocated to Spirit. Spirit, 6,520. Free attribute points, 0. Also level up each of the 2 summoning skills by 1. Cataclysm class skills, Meteor Summoning LV4, Thunderstorm Summoning LV4. Skill points, 6. Wuwang pondered for a moment before thinking to himself, I'll save these remaining 6 points for the new 3rd tier skill. I wonder what the new skill will be. He then turned his attention to the equipment gathered before him. Shadowy White Tiger Robe, Epic Purple. Equip level, LV 100. Equipment effect, Spirit plus 800, Constitution plus 100, Spell damage plus 40%. Boss special effect, chance to trigger White Tiger's power, granting 10% all-around boost. Wuwang skimmed through the loot, finding little of use to him. However, this time he did obtain a skill book. Phantom Step Agility Skill Book. Learnable at LV.100. When activated, movements become ghostly and elusive. At max level, enters a phantom state. Reading the description, Wuwang was pleasantly surprised. A movement skill book? I can actually learn this. Learn Phantom Shadow Step. Learning successful. You have acquired Phantom Shadow Step LV1. The notification flashed, and Wuwang immediately activated Phantom Shadow Step. In the next instant, he vanished 20 meters away, leaving behind a trail of tightly packed after images. These phantom traces seemed almost tangible, as elusive as a split-second clone. Turning back, Wuwang stared at the lingering after images, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Not a bad movement skill. It can cover nearly 20 meters in an instant while leaving behind phantom traces that seem almost real. But it's only a level 1 shadow step. Each use requires a 5-second cooldown, and the flash distance is only 20 meters. Upgrading will solve these issues. Can it enter a phantom state at max level? Wuwang pondered for a moment. Void form, as the name suggests, meant existing in a state of unreality. Never mind. It should be something like that. I'll find out once I max it out. The immediate priority now is to return and claim the Tier 3 quest. Chapter 29, Claiming the Tier 3 quest, The Dazed Advanced User. Wuwang sorted through the looted gear, filling every slot in his 80-slot inventory. He then teleported away from the area, returning to Dian. After his departure, in a certain area near Ghost Shadow Mountain, 3 outer city adventurers heard 3 sudden explosions, followed immediately by earth-shaking tremors. A shockwave swept through, carrying dust and broken branches like a desert storm. Then came the earth-shaking tremors. The trio scrambled to steady themselves, panic rising. Damn it, what's going on? Where did those explosions come from? No clue. Judging by the direction, it sounds like it came from Ghost Shadow Mountain. What the hell blew up? Could it be an earthquake? Making such a huge racket? Let's get out of here fast, things haven't been peaceful around here lately. After leaving the instance, Wuwang headed straight for the advancement sanctuary. As soon as he reached the entrance, the advancement officer responsible for guiding professionals approached him. Cleric, why are you here again? Is there something you need? The advancement officer looked deeply puzzled. This young, handsome adventurer had completed an advancement quest no one else could finish, leaving a deep impression on her. She had only visited the advancement sanctuary yesterday to receive the sacred image baptism, and now she was back again? Perhaps she had questions about the advancement process. After all, she was a second-tier newcomer, it was only natural to have questions. Wuwang stated, "Hello, I'm here to claim my 3rd-tier advancement quest." The advancement officer was utterly baffled, as if he'd misheard. Claiming a third tier quest? This. Professional, could you repeat what you just said? The advancement officer feared he was experiencing dizziness and couldn't process it immediately. I said I'm here to claim a tier 3 quest. Huh? But didn't you just complete your tier 2 advancement quest yesterday? The advancement officer was absolutely certain she hadn't misheard. This young professional was quite serious. But he completed the second tier quest yesterday, and today he's here to claim the third tier? Even a rocket couldn't accelerate that fast. Yes, is that not allowed? Wuwang asked in confusion. Could there be a cooldown period for advancement? I suppose so. Could you show me your level? The advancement left her head spinning, momentarily at a loss for words. She'd worked here for over a decade and had never seen a practitioner advance this rapidly. Are you kidding me? Was this a dream? Sure. Wuwang displayed his level. A bright, glowing number appeared on his body. Level 100. You went from level 50 to level 100 in a single day? The advancement agent stuttered, clearly unable to accept it. His entire worldview had just crumbled. MHM. Wuwang nodded. The advancement agent froze, standing dumbstruck as if frozen in place. She'd seen fast advancements before, but never anything this blisteringly fast. It was utterly beyond comprehension. You wait a moment. Am I dreaming? Yes, I must be dreaming. Because you left such a deep impression on me, I dreamt of you while sleeping tonight. It must be so. The advanced envoy stood there in a daze for a long while, recalling the rumor that dreams would end the moment one realized they were dreaming. But after waiting a moment, the bright-eyed, pearly-toothed young professional before her hadn't vanished. He stood straight and tall in front of her, a hint of confusion on his face. I'm not dreaming? The advanced envoy stared at Wuwang. You're not dreaming. Wuwang regretted coming so quickly. But delaying the advancement process was out of the question. The advancement officer apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I lost my composure just now. Please let me catch my breath first. I need to collect myself. My deepest apologies. Seeing this, Wuwang suggested, shall I come back tomorrow? No need. Just give me a minute. All right. After waiting a minute in place, the advanced envoy looked at Wuwang earnestly and asked. Professional, I know I shouldn't ask, but I'm curious, how did you manage it? Going from level 50 to level 100 in a single day? That's outrageous. Wuwang pondered for a moment before replying, just got lucky. Just luck, the advancement officer pressed instinctively. Well, what else could it be? Wuwang shrugged helplessly. Ha! The advancement officer exhaled deeply. Well, that's some luck. You've got more than even the luckiest of the lucky. But that was the only explanation. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom how it was possible. I've always been lucky. Alright, my apologies for earlier. Please follow me, practitioner. The advanced envoy could only accept the fact that the young professional was simply lucky. MHM. Wuwang followed the advanced envoy into another grand hall. The sacred statue here towered significantly above the previous second-tier statue, though the rest remained largely unchanged. Professional, please step before the statue and place both hands upon it. All right. The procedure was identical, and Wuwang followed it with practiced ease. A notification popped up on his interface. Detected that you have reached level 100. Advanced quest being assigned. Advanced quest, retrieve the lost golden staff. Mission details, successfully retrieve the staff. It will serve as proof of mission completion. Keep it safe at all times. Location, Tier 2 Public Dungeon, Abyssal Caverns. Time limit, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Upon seeing this quest, the advanced envoy congratulated you. Congratulations, professional. You will now become a Tier 3 professional. Retrieving the lost golden staff is a simple task that nearly all professionals can accomplish. Thank you. Your luck truly is remarkable. It seems completing the giant statue trial was partly down to fortune as well. Only now did the advancement officer truly believe that this young professional's luck was genuinely exceptional. Indeed. Wuwang nodded in agreement with the advancement officer's words. You're truly impressive, the advancement envoy remarked unexpectedly, his gaze fixed on Wuwang. Indeed. Wuwang gave a perfunctory reply before adding, in that case, I shall take my leave. Very well, adventurer. Farewell. The advancement envoy's tone grew cheerful. Goodbye. Wuwang turned and left the sanctuary. Outside, the sky had already begun to darken. Everything can wait until tomorrow. There's no need to rush. Exhausted after a long day, he found a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. While waiting for his meal, he overheard many people discussing the summoner from Dayan City who had slaughtered 3 cities worth of professionals. After all, this was Dayan City's biggest news recently, and nearly everyone in the city was talking about it. Some felt alarmed, others felt energized, and still others developed a sense of reverence, speaking passionately. Whoever that summoner is, there's something else. Defying 3 cities and restoring our honor. Dayan City's professionals aren't useless after all. You bet. What's wrong with our Dayan City professionals? Why should we be pushed around? Well done. That's the kind of fighting spirit young professionals should have. Unlike those Saint Sword Guild types who just wag their tails and grovel, losing all their manly spirit. As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward the only young man present. Young man, you agree, don't you? Chapter 30, Declining Dayan at a Dead End? Yeah. Wuwang gave an awkward smile and nodded in agreement. Right? These days, practitioners have lost their fighting spirit. They're nothing like the young practitioners of our generation. They don't start trouble, but they never back down either. If young people aren't fiery, what kind of youth is that? The uncle grew more animated as he spoke, his face lighting up with excitement. If you ask me, that summoner is a man of true grit. No one in Dayan City can hold a candle to him. What he did has truly brought out the fighting spirit of Dan. Back in the day, Dan's adventurers were all incredibly brave, united as one. When faced with injustice, they never backed down, and no one dared to bully them. Ah, look at them now, nothing but sycophants, abandoning all professional dignity. What's the point of living like that? The old man suddenly grew somber, clearly disillusioned with present-day Dayan City. Just then, the restaurant owner approached carrying Wuwang's meal. Setting it down on the table, he turned to the old man and remarked, "Times have changed, haven't they? If you don't play it safe, you won't even keep your life. What else is there to talk about? Dayan has truly fallen into decline." At this, the old man grew even more despondent, grabbing his wine cup and downing it in one gulp. Back then, Dayan City and Redley City had waged a great war. That battle decimated Dayan's elite practitioners and shattered its middle ranks. Dayan's foundations were shattered, and it never recovered. It has since fallen into its current state of decline, branded by outsiders as the City of Ruins. Sigh. When will we ever see Dayan rise again? At this rate, I doubt I'll live to see it. The old man sighed, his mood growing increasingly gloomy. Wuwang listened to the conversation while eating. He didn't know much about Dayan. From the older practitioner's conversation, he gathered that Dayan had once enjoyed a period of splendor. But why had it fallen into decline? He hadn't heard about it. It's tough. How long has it been since Dayan City produced a dragon? Though they recently awoke an S-rank talent summoner, he belongs to the Holy Sword Guild. Ultimately, they'll prioritize guild interests. They won't bring anything to Dayan. The restaurant owner said with a wry smile. Times have changed. The old man suddenly perked up, as if recalling something. Let's just hope that summoner who slaughtered those 3 city mercenaries grows strong. He's the backbone of Dayan. The restaurant owner shook his head. It's difficult. Those slain mercenaries were all extraordinary individuals. They won't let this go. An individual standing against factions is like an egg hitting a stone. Unless Dayan City's professionals unite once more. But reuniting them is harder than climbing to the heavens. It's better to pray they never find out. I've heard that the Bloodsea Guild in Bloodsea City has offered a sky-high bounty. Anyone providing clues will be rewarded. If news of the execution could leak out, there must be witnesses. Faced with such a bounty, it's hard to resist the temptation. Hearing this, the uncle reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. It's just a pity about that summoner warrior who established Dayan's authority. May he escape the pursuit of the 3 cities' forces. Sigh. The restaurant owner rolled his eyes. Enough. These matters aren't for you or me to decide. Just let's enjoy talking about it. Oh, you just don't get it. Oh, you think you know everything. I can't be bothered to explain it to you. Wuwang could easily tell from their exchange that the restaurant owner and this uncle were old acquaintances, and there must be some story behind them. Otherwise, why would they be reminiscing about the past? As people reach middle age, they often reminisce about their youthful vigor and ambition. The uncle seemed drunk as he looked at Wuwang and said, "Young man, take this from me, the most important thing for a professional is to have backbone. Without it, you're no different from a walking corpse." Before Wuwang could respond, the restaurant owner interjected, "Old Lin, if you've had too much to drink, go home and sleep it off. Don't cause a scene and disturb the customers." After that, he turned to Wuwang with an apologetic look. "Sorry about that, kid. He's had too much. Don't mind him." "It's fine, no problem," Wuwang replied. The restaurant grew quiet afterward. After finishing his meal, Wuwang left and found a hotel to rest. After spreading the news, Lu San and his 2 companions returned to Dayan City. Like most other professionals, they didn't venture back into the public instance. After all, entering at this critical juncture could easily provoke friction and risk investigation. As the sole eyewitnesses present, they absolutely could not be exposed. They weren't confident they could withstand the brutal interrogation methods of the 3 city factions. Let's rest these few days and see how things develop. The impact of spreading this news has been far greater than we anticipated. In a secluded, deserted square, Lu San looked at the 2 men and urged them earnestly. Both nodded solemnly. Shortly after their return to dawn, the news had completely fermented, causing an uproar throughout the city. This left them genuinely unsettled, requiring them to steady their nerves. Lu San continued, remember this, as eyewitnesses, we absolutely cannot speak to anyone. If we're arrested and tortured for information, everything will be lost. Who can guarantee we'd withstand the fury of 3 districts? Not just the big shots, but us too. If we're exposed, we won't walk away unscathed. A quick death would be the best outcome. Lu San could guarantee his own silence, but he remained deeply concerned about the other 2. Under immense pressure, it was easy to slip up. Yeah, Brother San, relax. I'll take it to the grave. Zhang Wei, the muscle, declared solemnly. The other mage chimed in, got it. I won't breathe a word. Lu San felt slightly reassured and continued, Blood Sea City has issued a sky-high bounty. That shows how seriously they take this. They must hate the big shot to the bone. They're capable of anything. Don't let them sway you. Anyone who dares provide information won't end well. Don't entertain any illusions, especially since we're Dayan natives. Both men nodded. A sky-high bounty held immense temptation. But the higher the price, the more it speaks volumes. Alright, let's stick together for the next few days. We'll see how things play out after that. Early the next morning, Wuwang rose early, packed his things, and didn't head straight to the instant's teleportation point. Instead, he headed to another trading house in Dayan City. Before tackling the advancement quest, he needed to clear out the gear in his inventory to free up some space. He approached the trading counter. May I assist you, sir? An appraiser looked at the youth approaching and inquired. Selling some gear. The appraiser replied casually, alright, what kind of gear are you looking to sell? Wuwang pulled out a large pile of gear, excluding the Fire Bear King helmet. Appraiser, ? Young man, did you rob someone? Chapter 31, did you rob a bank? Is the dungeon drop rate that high? Where did you get all this gear? The appraiser was sweating buckets. He'd never taken in this much gear at once. There were over a dozen epic tier pieces and even skill books. How many monsters would one have to kill to get this much loot? Customers nearby couldn't help but stop and stare in awe at the scene. Holy crap, you bought all this good gear? You're so generous. I take forever just to pick one item. Unbelievable. Are drop rates this high in dungeons now? Damn, you couldn't even get this much loot in a heist. Is he some rich kid from a powerful family or something? Everyone was stunned by the sheer quantity and quality of the gear. Selling 70 or 80 pieces at once? He must be loaded beyond belief. Wuwang ignored the murmurs and simply stated, all loot from the dungeon. You guys aren't even willing to appraise this? Hearing this, the appraiser instantly understood this was likely a big shot from some faction. Anyone who could produce this many items at once couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. His demeanor shifted completely. With a flattering smile, he said, I'll appraise them for you immediately. The appraiser assessed each item one by one. Before long, the valuation of all the gear was complete. You have 79 pieces of equipment in total, 11 epic tier items, 1 skill book, and the rest are rare tier. After my rigorous appraisal, the total value comes to 32,300,000. What do you think? The appraiser had already calculated the value slightly above market price. After all, this was a major client. If he upset the client, a lowly appraiser like him might lose his job. Acceptable. Wuwang had made his own rough estimate around 30 million. Alright, give me your account number and I'll transfer the funds immediately. After providing the account number, the 32.3 million yuan arrived shortly thereafter. The appraiser beamed, the funds have been transferred. Please check your account. The onlookers nearby were green with envy. 32,300,000. That's enough to buy several sets of top-tier gear. But he really was willing to sell it. Most people wouldn't part with gear like that. Which faction's scion is he? How powerful is he? The appraiser paused, then added. Why don't you wait a moment? I'll apply for a membership card for you. From now on, when you buy or sell gear, just contact us online directly. No need to come in person, we'll come to you. With a membership card, you'll get subsidies when selling gear and enjoy a 5% discount when buying. Wuwang nodded slightly. Alright. Having them come pick up gear was indeed quite convenient. He had no immediate need to buy gear. Any gear he deemed truly useful would likely be worth hundreds of millions per piece. After all, the current leveling speed was too fast, leading to frequent gear replacements. Besides, his assets hadn't reached 100 million yet, and his level wasn't high enough. There was absolutely no need to deal with it. Alright, please hold on. The appraiser hurried off. After a brief wait, he returned carrying a silver membership card, presenting it to Wuwang with both hands. Please keep this safe. Contact us anytime you need assistance. Taking the membership card, Wuwang turned and left. The appraiser chuckled under his breath. Wonder who that kid is. Looks like a rookie, but to have so much gear to sell, not your average newbie. After clearing his inventory, Wuwang arrived at the teleportation plaza of the Tier 2 public instance. Compared to earlier, the number of adventurers on the square had dwindled significantly. Following the incident that established authority, most young adventurers in Dayan City no longer dared to enter public dungeons for leveling. They could only grind for experience and gear in Dayan's low-tier affiliated dungeons, where both drop rates and XP were meager. Level 3 boss leading. Any warriors brave enough to join? Only 300,000. As everyone knows lately, someone's crossed someone you don't want to cross. Dungeons are super risky right now. If you're brave enough to come, hurry up. We need one support class player. Interested? Hurry up. Don't miss this chance. Public dungeons offer higher drop rates and experience than private ones. This is way too tough. Everyone's motivation is dropping. The impact of the Liyue incident is huge. Anyone joining the 50-man raid? As long as we stick together, there's nothing to fear. No requirements. Anyone interested is welcome. Though numbers were low, recruiters were everywhere. Many professionals who showed up only looked around without intending to join, their enthusiasm waning as they looked worried. Wuwang's skills were all fully cooled down, so there was no need for him to form a party. He pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the teleportation point. Hey buddy, interested in joining a 50-man raid group? Resource distribution is fair, you won't lose out. A warrior-class adventurer turned his gaze toward Li Wuwang and asked. Not interested. Li Wuwang shook his head and walked straight to the teleportation point, entering the public instance. This guy, going solo into a dungeon? Hasn't he heard about the recent show of force incidents? Nah, that can't be right. He must have heard. He must be a greenhorn. Once he gets beaten up, he'll learn the importance of a group. Lately, everyone entering dungeons has been in groups. Solo players are practically non-existent. There was no chance to join a group once inside. In this climate, just looking out for yourself is already pretty good. Upon entering the dungeon, Li Wuwang pulled out his map and located the area and coordinates of the deep caverns. I need to get a flying skill or a beast pet. Otherwise, this huge dungeon will take forever. Li Wuwang pondered as he walked. Though his current stats meant he didn't tire easily and his speed wasn't sluggish, it still paled in comparison to flying skills or beast companions. Flight skills are extremely rare, probably not even available on the market. And pet summoning requires reaching tier 3. Ah well, it's just this one trip. Things will be much easier once I unlock pet summoning at tier 3. Li Wuwang decided that acquiring a beast pet or a flying skill would be his top priority after reaching tier 3. Along the way, he encountered other practitioners but faced no obstructions. Everything proceeded normally. After all, it was only the professionals in Dayan City who had decreased, not those in other cities. Li Wuwang couldn't be bothered to care. He knew only this: if someone provoked him, he'd strike back. Was he supposed to look out for every professional in Dayan City and swallow his pride? Absolutely not. Strengthening himself was paramount. Without that foundation, everything else was meaningless. Lost in thought, Li Wuwang was suddenly intercepted by a group of men. Kid, which district's professional are you? The speaker was a burly young man wielding a hammer studded with sharp teeth, clad in black armor that gave him an imposing presence. Li Wuwang frowned slightly. Dayan City. What's the matter? The man's eyes suddenly widened, gleaming with intensity, like a predator locking onto its prey. Dayan City? Heh, what a coincidence. We're professionals from Black Side City. Chapter 32, Advanced Quest. You started this, didn't you? Die. Kid, daring to come to the dungeon alone, and even claiming to be from Dayan City, you've got some guts. The man sneered, raising the massive hammer in his hand. So what? Li Wuwang asked indifferently. As they say, enemies meet in narrow places. Your Dayan City used us Black Side City to establish your authority. I'm eager to see just how much strength you truly possess. Before the words had even faded, the imposing warrior swung his hammer down without warning. Clang! The massive hammer froze mid-air as a stone spirit warrior, nearly 4 meters tall, materialized before Li Wuwang, blocking the fierce blow. What? What is this? Alarm bells rang in the hearts of Black Side City's adventurers. Unable to conceal their terror, they leapt backward to distance themselves. They stared warily at the youth before them. The towering stone spirit warrior radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Its power far surpassed his own. This was a sense of oppression he had never felt from a fellow practitioner of the same rank. The youth before them was likely not a second-tier professional. Big brother. How are you? A subordinate stepped forward to check on him, equally horrified. I'm fine. He glared at Li Wuwang, his expression grim as he demanded, who the hell are you? The towering stone spirit warrior reminded him of that summoner from Dayan City. Who am I? Haven't you already figured it out? Li Wuwang spoke calmly. Hearing this, the warrior's breath caught in his throat. Eyes wide with disbelief, he stammered. You're the summoner from Dayan City spoken of in the rumors? No, impossible. How dare you still linger in the dungeon? Li Wuwang chuckled lightly. Why should I be afraid? Did you just attack me? With that, the towering stone spirit warrior planted his feet and charged straight at the group. Ah! With overwhelming dominance, the stone spirit warrior loomed larger and larger in their pupils, its stone hammer streaking through the air like a meteor. Fear instantly seized their minds, paralyzing their bodies. Without a moment's hesitation, the stone hammer came crashing down. Crash! The single blow sent the group flying like scattered pebbles, leaving a startlingly deep crater in the ground. Out of nowhere, 8 more stone spirit warriors materialized from all directions. Before they could even hit the ground, the stone spirit warriors swung their massive hammers again, striking them once more. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as several figures lost all direction, tumbling like before crashing to the ground. They lay motionless, limp as puddles of mud. All 8 members of the group were dead. Using summoning skills against these guys is a total waste. The protection of the ancient stone statues is actually quite useful. Using a summoning skill with a 2-hour cooldown on ordinary Calamity was simply too costly. No experience points, no decent gear. Wuwang pondered indifferently, as if it were as trivial as crushing a few ants underfoot. He continued onward toward the depths of the cavern. For the rest of the journey, no one else came offering themselves up like that. Some asked which district he belonged to, but it was merely a question. This underscored the sheer scale of the public instance. The odds of encountering professionals from those 3 districts were slim. After over 2 hours of travel, Wuwang finally reached the area of the Abyssal Caverns. A notification popped up. You have entered the Abyssal Caverns area. Monster levels, 80-85. However, within this zone, he spotted another party of adventurers already present. This group consisted of 4 individuals, seemingly here to complete a quest as well. As Wuwang noticed them, they noticed him as well. Hey, bro. You here for the Abyssal Caverns quest too? A younger-looking mage-type adventurer approached Wuwang and asked. Yep. Wuwang nodded. Damn, what a coincidence. Which district are you from? Dan. Holy crap, we're from Dan too. This is insane. The adventurer exclaimed with delight. But how come I didn't see you picking up a quest at the Ascension Sanctuary? I picked mine up yesterday, Wuwang explained. The adventurer's eyes lit up with realization. I figured as much. The Abyssal Cavern quest isn't too tough, but it's safer to bring someone along. Plus, the dungeon's been pretty unstable lately. Even us Dan professionals are staying away. If it weren't for the advancement quest, I wouldn't have come either. Oh, really? It wasn't too bad. Didn't run into any troublemakers. Wuwang said. You're brave, bro, coming alone? I'd be scared. Better safe than sorry, right? I brought 3 level 99 adventurers for backup. Yeah, enough chit-chat. The quest comes first. Wuwang felt a bit irritated. Were there any unoccupied dungeons? Then he could level up and complete quests in peace. True. Why don't we go in together? It'll be safer. Each class can loot the quest item once it respawns. The mage adventurer chuckled awkwardly. Forget it. We're better off doing our own thing. Wuwang declined and strode straight toward the entrance. Come on, bro. More hands make light work. It's better with company, right? The mage hurried after him, his 3 hired escorts close behind. Entering the cavern tunnel, a cold, damp chill washed over them. Oil lamps hung every 5 meters along the tunnel walls. The mage shivered, trying to ease his fear by talking. Bro, what year did you graduate? I'm from the year before last. Shut up. Wuwang frowned slightly upon hearing movement ahead. Got it. The mage grew alert and fell back behind Wuwang. Squeak. A spine-chilling squeak suddenly echoed through the dark, damp tunnel. Our rats, the mage stammered, trembling. Wuwang paid him no mind, continuing to walk deeper into the cavern. Rustle. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings filled the air. In the darkness, pairs of glowing eyes approached the group. Holy crap, shadow bats. The mage cried out, hastily casting a spell. Boom. A massive fireball shot forth, rolling through the cavern. Bats caught in the searing flames instantly lost their ability to fly, crashing to the ground before being consumed by the inferno. What are you doing? Wuwang frowned, glaring at the mage behind him. Ha! But the bats were coming this way. I just used my skill to clear them out. Wuwang glared at him like he was an idiot and snapped. I'm right in front of you, damn it. You unleash your crappy skill and nearly set me on fire. If you love using skills so much, you lead the way, I'll follow behind. The mage hastily apologized. Sorry, bro. My bad, really sorry. Alright, you lead the way. Wuwang stepped aside. Alright, fine. The mage scratched his head awkwardly and took the lead. Wuwang followed behind. Passing through a narrow tunnel, the group arrived at an underground cavern with 5 passages carved into its walls. But we were told there was only one passageway. Where did these 5 come from? The mage stared at the 5 passages, utterly bewildered. The escort behind him explained, You didn't read the guide thoroughly, did you? The Deep Caverns quest is simple, just follow the passage all the way to the end, and you'll get the quest item. But that's only for a single person. Since there are 5 of us now, the difficulty increases, hence the 4 extra passages. Hearing the escort's explanation, the mage was dumbfounded. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me sooner? Heh, why pass up easy money, the escort chuckled. Damn it! The mage lost his cool. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A rustling sound echoed through the air, as if something was surging through the passageway at breakneck speed. Even the cavern itself seemed to tremble. Chapter 33, Difficulty escalates, Dungeon mutates. Holy crap, what the hell is coming? The sudden commotion sent a chill down the mage's spine, leaving him flustered. It's probably some crawling monster. Get ready. Don't let them out. The escort immediately warned. Got it. I can only cover two sides. You guys handle the other directions yourselves. The mage replied urgently. With his current strength and skills, he could only cover two passageways after all, abilities had cooldowns. Leave the remaining three sides to us. The escort leader didn't count on Li Wuwang, instead turning to instruct the two behind him. Got it. With the exception of Li Wuwang, the four of them each took their positions, handling the different waves of monsters. Almost simultaneously. From the 5 passages, hordes of monsters poured forth in dense waves, emitting a shrill, hair-raising squeak. The mage immediately cast Fireball, launching a massive orb of flame that streaked toward one of the openings. Boom! Fire was the natural enemy of the cave monsters. Where the fireball passed, not a single creature survived. Without pause, he unleashed another spell. A continuous stream of flames erupted before him, like a flamethrower, spraying toward another opening and forming a sea of fire. The roaring flames crackled and popped as they scorched the monsters. The 3 escorts each took charge of a tunnel entrance, unleashing their skills to block the monsters emerging from the caves. Li Wuwang watched from the sidelines. Well, he wasn't needed here. Before long, the rustling sounds of crawling gradually faded away, marking the end of the first wave of monsters. These monsters aren't particularly powerful, but their sheer numbers are terrifying. If it weren't for fire being the natural enemy of cave creatures, we might not have held them back. The mage looked at Li Wuwang with a hint of pride as he spoke. The employer's strength is truly impressive, one person holding off monsters from 2 directions. Indeed, mage-type classes are enviable. I have nothing to say. Even though he's only 1 level above us, his strength far surpasses ours. The 3 escorts all chimed in with flattery. After all, he was their paymaster. A few kind words were part of the job. Ha ha ha, it's nothing special. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be stuck on 3rd-tier quests after 3 years. The mage waved his hand dismissively, speaking with feigned modesty, though the corners of his mouth were practically stretched to his ears. Li Wuwang's mouth twitched. He had no words. What was his 3-day level 100 achievement compared to this? Our immediate priority is finding the correct passageway. It'll likely take quite some time. The escort leader reminded them. Right. Should we split up and search? Or what's the plan? The mage turned his gaze toward Li Wuwang. Whatever, Li Wuwang replied. The escort leader glanced at the outsider and said indifferently, if you're afraid, you can wait here for us. You didn't pay for this, but since we met, we'll be generous and not hold it against you. What do you say, brother? The mage asked. Let's split up then. Li Wuwang was left somewhat speechless by the escort's attitude. It was a kind offer, but the way it was phrased made it sound like he was getting some kind of special favor. Didn't you guys follow us here yourselves? The mage asked. Alright, but what's your class, bro? Summoner, Li Wuwang replied. At this, everyone froze in surprise. Summoner? You're a summoner? From which cohort? The mage's eyes widened suddenly. Take a guess, Li Wuwang said before selecting a cave entrance and disappearing inside. The mage watched Li Wuwang's figure vanish into the cave entrance, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. He's just bragging. What kind of summoner is he? Besides Li Wuji, who else could it be in our Graydon? One of the escort team members chuckled darkly. What about Li Wuwang? The mage countered. Another member explained. That Li Wuwang doesn't count as a summoner. His summons are stones. What kind of summoner is that? I heard he got kicked out of his family. The mage suddenly remembered something and said, wait, besides those 2 Li guys, isn't there another one? The escort leader's expression shifted. You mean that summoner who slaughtered 3 cities worth of professionals and established Dayan City's authority? Yes, the mage replied. You think it was him? No. The mage realized he'd been overthinking it. To annihilate 3 city-level professionals, especially ones of considerable rank. Clearly, this wasn't someone on a 3rd-tier quest like him. That's why I said he's just bragging. There aren't that many summoners out there. Forget about him. Let's hurry up and find them. He's at least level 100. How weak could he really be? Let's search. We'll split up. All 5 split up, each entering a different passageway. Time passed, its duration unknown. Li Wuwang was the first to emerge from his passageway. His passage ended in a dead end, nothing at all. Seeing the others hadn't emerged yet, he could only wait where he stood. About half an hour later, the other 4 emerged one after another. The last to emerge was the mage, looking utterly disheveled. Panic etched across his face, he gasped. I ran into a swarm of bloodthirsty giant bats. I nearly lost my life. My skills couldn't keep up at all. The escort leader replied, bloodthirsty giant bats? Then your passageway was probably the right one. Keep fighting your way through to the end and you'll get the quest item. But it'll be a lot riskier. Not easy. The mage gritted his teeth. No matter how dangerous, we have to go in. Failing the quest is the worst that can happen. Alright, but be extremely cautious. With 5 of us, the difficulty has skyrocketed. Getting that quest item won't be a walk in the park. After speaking, the escort leader turned to Li Wuwang and added, brother, keep your wits about you once we're inside. Don't slow us down. Li Wuwang. He'd already prepared his curse words. The mage chuckled awkwardly. No worries. More hands make light work. After all, he'd insisted on tagging along. The escort leader felt a headache coming on. He wasn't even your person, why were you looking out for him like this? Did you even ask us? We won't be held responsible if anything goes wrong. That's final. Let's move out. Chapter 34, The Noble Mage? How noble? Bro, it'll be fine. Just don't fall behind once we're inside. The mage turned back as he walked, addressing Li Wuwang trailing behind. Li Wuwang. He couldn't be bothered to respond, arms crossed as he trailed behind, strolling along as leisurely as if on a spring outing. Others cleared obstacles for him. He didn't have to lift a finger yet could directly obtain quest items. Why not? After walking an unknown distance, the tunnel seemed endless. The deeper they went, the colder it grew, and an eerie atmosphere spread. The mage leading the way shivered, his neck tensing with anxiety as beads of sweat formed on his forehead and back. The 3 escorts were equally tense, constantly alert to their surroundings, afraid of making a single misstep. This isn't right. It's completely different from when I came in before. The mage managed to squeeze out the words, the pressure overwhelming. The scene before them was far more terrifying than before, and the encounters were different too. He wondered where those bloodthirsty giant bats had gone during his first solo visit. After traveling this far, they should have encountered them by now. 5 people entering, who knows how much harder it's gotten. The scene changes are probably part of the increased difficulty. The escort leader responded in a dull tone. He hadn't completed this mission himself either, all his knowledge came from guides. Before entering, he assumed there wouldn't be any major issues. With more people, the difficulty would be spread out, making it only slightly harder than going solo. But the current situation was different, far beyond expectations. After the brief exchange, silence fell once more. The 4 had no energy left for conversation, their focus entirely fixed on the quiet, deep passage ahead. They advanced cautiously along the tunnel, a lantern lighting up every 5 meters ahead. Li Wuwang, however, remained utterly relaxed, as if none of this concerned him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, a rustling sound of something crawling echoed through the silent tunnel. The 4 in front tensed, their eyes fixed intently ahead. The mage couldn't hold back any longer. He activated his skill, unleashing a fireball spell toward the sound. The fiery orb surged forward with a roar, followed by a crackling explosion. The crawling sound vanished. Whoa, guess I was too timid. Underestimated how well my skills handle cave monsters. The mage sucked in a sharp breath, finally realizing his own damn nobility as a mage. What was there to fear from mere cave monsters? Cave monsters fear light, and they fear fire even more. Mages are their natural nemesis. The escort leader added, his taut nerves finally relaxing slightly. The monsters in the abyssal caverns weren't that high level. How much tougher could they possibly be? One fireball spell and any monster would be toast. The mage's confidence soared. He turned to Li Wuwang, who trailed behind, and asked, brother, you okay? I'm fine. Good. Don't fall behind, okay? MHM. Li Wuwang felt no particular emotion. Aside from the gloomy surroundings, he experienced nothing else. Seeing this, the escort leader frowned, clearly not fond of Li Wuwang and showing obvious disdain. The group walked a further distance as the tunnel gradually widened and rose. Just as the mage was about to speak, an unexpected change occurred. Rustle. The sound of flapping wings erupted suddenly, echoing from all directions. Bloodthirsty giant bats. The mage recognized the sound instantly. It was the same flapping he'd heard from the bloodthirsty giant bats during his first entry. Watch out. The 4 immediately assumed combat stances. They're all around us, front, back, left, right. We're surrounded, the escort leader shouted a warning. Seeing this, the mage immediately unleashed a fireball spell, launching it toward the sky where the sounds originated. He swiftly pivoted, aiming forward, and unleashed another spell. A continuous stream of flames coalesced before him, like fiery serpents striking out. After traveling a distance, they instantly transformed into a sea of fire, completely engulfing the cave entrance. The escort leader drew his long sword, swinging it repeatedly at the sky. Crescent-shaped sword chi streaked forth, striking the swarming bloodthirsty giant bats with pinpoint accuracy. They're actually level 90 bloodthirsty giant bats. The kill notification sent a jolt through the escort leader's heart. Monsters in the abyssal caverns region were only supposed to be between levels 80 and 85. Yet now, the second wave alone possessed 90-level strength. Clearly, the difficulty of the abyssal caverns had increased significantly with 5 people entering. Even if they were to farm areas of the same level, they'd need a full team to proceed safely. But they were only 5 people now. Minus the deadweight, that left just 4. This was going to be tough. One escort team member, seeing the situation, immediately drew his bow. He swiftly pulled the great bow back to its full moon position and released the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 arrows shot out, slicing through the air and striking several bloodthirsty giant bats. After firing, he reloaded and continued shooting. Another escort team member held a crossbow-like firing device. He aimed at the attacking bloodthirsty giant bats, pulled the trigger, and fired one fist-sized fireball after another. The 3 escorts worked in perfect coordination to clear the swarm of bloodthirsty giant bats. Wuwang watched silently, showing no intention of intervening. These monsters weren't worth using his Cataclysm summoning skill on. Brother, watch out. Just then, the mage's warning cry rang out. Instantly, a fireball spell streaked overhead, striking the dozen or so bloodthirsty giant bats in mid-attack. You okay? The mage landed beside Wuwang with an overly showy flourish and asked. I'm fine. Thanks. Wuwang's mouth twitched. Something felt off. Stop spacing out, buddy. I won't be able to watch your back from here on out. Can you handle yourself? Go ahead. Don't worry about me. Wuwang replied indifferently, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Alright then. After that, the mage continued casting spells to fight the bloodthirsty giant bats. It took the 4 of them considerable effort to clear them all. Though they'd weathered the monster onslaught, all 4 were left looking thoroughly bedraggled. The escort leader shot Wuwang a displeased look but held his temper, merely panting heavily. Are you all okay? The mage inquired. The escort leader retorted, fine my ass. How are we supposed to play with deadweight like you tagging along? Get out of here while you still can. Yeah, you didn't help at all. Just stood there frozen. Who think you were so tough? If not for us, you'd have been drained dry long ago. Maybe we should retreat. A level 94 bloodthirsty giant bat has appeared. If we keep going with just the 4 of us, I can't even imagine what'll happen. The other 2 escorts voiced their discontent as well. The mage immediately interjected, it's my fault. I insisted on coming along. The 3 fell silent. The mage looked thoroughly embarrassed and awkwardly suggested, how about I pay you extra? Include this brother in the deal too. Given the current difficulty, if these 3 escorts abandoned ship and fled, relying solely on him and that brother, the mission would truly be impossible to complete. After 24 hours, he'd be completely crippled, stuck at tier 2. The escort leader instantly relaxed his frown. Deal. But it'll cost you an extra 800,000. Chapter 35, Summoning the Thunderstorm, the Might to Destroy the World. 800,000? Wasn't it 300,000? The mage class practitioner was visibly annoyed. How dare these guys jack up the price at the last minute? Their extortion was downright inhumane. After all, they were fellow professionals from the same district. The escort leader snorted coldly. Oof, look at what he can do. You should be grateful he didn't ask for $1 million. We only quoted you 300k because your skill lower difficulty means lower cost. The mage had no retort, only grudgingly conceding, fine. 80,000 it is. An advancement quest couldn't be abandoned midway. Gritting his teeth, he agreed. Wuwang paid them no mind and continued walking ahead. None of this was his concern. Hey! Wait up, bro! Why are you leaving already? The mage caught sight of Wuwang's figure vanishing into the pitch-black darkness and immediately called out. Humph, how amusing. Your kind gesture goes completely unappreciated, the escort leader sneered. Ah, well. This wave was definitely my fault, the mage sighed helplessly. He'd thought having more people would make things easier. But now it seemed like more people only made the task harder. Since you paid, we'll see this through to the end. Come on, stop dawdling. The escort leader finally felt a sense of balance. Since the big spender insisted on tagging along, extra payment was only fair. After all, more people meant a tougher job and having to look after one extra person. How could they possibly work for free? Alright, let's go. The mage sighed and hurried to catch up. Money shouldn't be handed to these guys for free. Wuwang moved swiftly after all, his base stats were high, so he never felt tired. Before long, he reached the tunnel's end. The terminus opened into a cavernous space. Looking up, he could not see the ceiling, and visibility extended less than 10 meters. In the center of this space stood 2 rows of solemn, humanoid stone statues, each gripping a long spear. The statues stood about 5 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Wuwang walked between the 2 rows of statues, continuing forward. Clatter, rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted, intertwining into a chaotic din. Rumble. The entire cavern trembled, as if on the verge of collapse, stirring up clouds of dust. A strange tide? Wuwang halted in his tracks, standing still to observe. The strange sounds approached at an alarming speed. Li Wuwang glanced at the stone statue beside him, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. The ancient statue's protection possessed a second unique effect. Stone affinity. Any concrete stone object would obey his commands. These towering stone figures wielding long spears should qualify. After all, they were tangible. With a flicker of thought, he issued his command. Rumble. In the next instant, stone statues within sight trembled violently. Layers of dust peeled away from their surfaces, as if some energy had erupted within them. Clank! 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 The statues raised their spears, holding them horizontally across their chests, then lifted their feet, breaking free from their pedestals. One by one, the stone statues came to life in an eerie revival. Wielding their spears like battle-hardened warriors, they charged into the shadowy tide of monsters. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed one after another in the darkness. Some statues surrounded Li Wuwang, blocking the monsters that slipped through. With one hand, they swung their long spears upward with fierce momentum, cleaving monsters on the ground and in the air clean in two. The surging tide of monsters was temporarily held back. Impressive ability. Li Wuwang was somewhat startled. The stone statue's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had expected them to be rigid and unresponsive. But now it seemed that once the stone statue received commands, it was no different from a real person, highly agile and possessing formidable combat prowess. A series of notifications popped up. Killed level 98 Bloodthirsty Giant Bat. Experience +0. Killed level 99 Crimson Demon Spider, EXP +0. Killed level 100 Serrated Ant, EXP +0. Seeing the notifications, Li Wuwang was both surprised and delighted. The kills generated by Special Effect 2 counted as his own. But upon seeing the +0 EXP, he felt a pang of regret. Upon reaching the maximum level of each tier, defeating monsters no longer granted experience. Only by advancing could he continue gaining experience. This meant he had to complete the third tier quest and advance to tier 3 to continue gaining experience. Just then, Li Wuwang heard the sound shift. Snapping back to attention, he saw the stone statues all facing away from him, being forced back relentlessly, their feet scraping deep grooves into the ground. The monster's cries grew denser and more piercing, like a tsunami building in intensity. The sound of flapping wings echoed incessantly from the sky. Damn it, a monster wave this massive? Li Wuwang gasped in shock. The wave barely entered his field of vision, yet it already threatened to trigger his claustrophobia. Though the monsters couldn't harm the stone statues, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The statues couldn't move freely, forced to hold their long spears across their chests and use their bodies to block the tide of monsters. I have no choice but to summon the thunderstorm. Seeing the dire situation, Li Wuwang immediately activated target lock and then unleashed the Thunderstorm Summon. Thunderstorm Summon LV.4 activated. Boom! The next instant. Above this space, thick leaden clouds formed in an instant, nearly filling the entire sky overhead. Purple lightning danced within the clouds like writhing thunder dragons. The dark space flickered, shifting between light and shadow, bathing the surroundings in an eerie, ghostly white glow. Rolling thunder shook the entire cavernous underground chamber to its foundations, making it tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Crack! A bolt of lightning as thick as a door panel struck down like divine retribution, crashing into the surging tide of countless monsters. Crack! 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 Four bolts of lightning struck fiercely, illuminating the entire subterranean space. Boom! The lightning exploded upon impact, transforming into a surging sea of thunder that rolled out in all directions. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lightning, the natural enemy of dark creatures. The sea of thunder raged, nearly engulfing the entire chamber. Not a single monster survived. Li Wuwang formed a circular protective barrier 5 meters around himself, untouched by the thunderstorm. Meanwhile, at the tunnel entrance connecting to this space, violent tremors erupted. The entire tunnel shook violently, accompanied by countless howls. The four paled, bristling with tension as if facing mortal danger. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why the sudden earthquake? No, it's a monster tide. That's the sound of a monster tide. A tidal wave? What kind of tidal wave the hell is this to make such a racket? I feel like the abyssal caverns are about to collapse. That guy, The four men felt their scalps tingle, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, their hands trembling as they gripped the cave walls. One escort team member, utterly terrified, pointed trembling fingers at the blue lightning storm erupting in the space ahead and bellowed in horror. Look at that! What is it? Chapter 36, Flight Skill Book acquired. Who the hell is he? What the hell? The mage stared wide-eyed, struggling to believe the blue light before him. It seemed like a miracle, evoking a fear that shook the very soul. This is a thunderstorm? Where on earth did a thunderstorm come from in the dungeon? The escort leader exclaimed in terror, having never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. How could a thunderstorm appear in the dungeon? It was utterly beyond comprehension. Holy! That thing seems to be heading our way. Retreat! The mage's pupils suddenly contracted. Forgetting everything else, he frantically fled without a second thought. Damn it! What the hell is this? The escort leader's voice trembled with panic. Staring at the advancing sea of lightning, only one thought consumed him: run. The farther away, the better. The four scrambled frantically, racing back down the tunnel without pausing for a moment. Only when the thunderstorm ceased spreading did they halt, hunched over and gasping for breath, their faces drained of color. What the hell happened in there? How could such a terrifying thunderstorm erupt? The mage spoke, still trembling with fear. He swore it was the most terrifying sight he'd ever witnessed in his life, every inch of space filled with raging lightning, like millions of blue snakes coiled together. I don't know. The difficulty shouldn't have escalated this much. Only practitioners above 6th rank could possibly withstand it. The more experienced escort leader turned pale, his scalp prickling at the memory of the terrifying spectacle. Is this still a Tier 2 instance? Anyone unaware would think a natural disaster had struck. It's no different from a natural disaster. It's just too bizarre, a sea of lightning forming in the underground caverns. The other two gasped for air, their faces grim as they spoke. Brother! The mage thought of the young man who had gone in first, suddenly unsure which direction to focus his thoughts. Don't even think about it. He's long since turned to ash. Nothing could survive that terrifying thunderstorm. It was just too horrific. The escort leader shook his head, a dry, bitter smile tugging at his lips. Ah, well. The mage was momentarily speechless. Right. Who could possibly survive such a terrifying sea of lightning? Probably only high-tier professionals. But that young man was a professional like him, here to complete a Tier 3 mission. The escort leader pondered for a moment, then looked at the mage and said, "We can't take this escort job. We won't take the money either. Right now, I think life is more important than money." Had they been even a fraction slower, they would have been engulfed by that terrifying sea of lightning, reduced to ashes. Why not wait a bit longer? We can't just turn back now, can we? Why, the mage protested, unwilling to give up. Wait for what? Are you crazy? After all that happened, you're willing to risk it, but we're not. The escort leader was on the verge of breaking down. As a mere second-tier professional, what right did he have to take such a risk? The mage dared not linger alone in the abyssal caverns and pressed on. We won't go in. Let's wait here and see. If things calm down, we'll go in then. How about that? I'll go first. The escort leader was deeply conflicted. I'll add another 500,000. That's all I've got left. The mage staked his last remaining funds. Fine. Add the 800,000 too. We'll wait 2 hours, not a minute more. The escort leader relented. 3 hours. Fine. We'll wait and see. Deep within the cavern. After a long while, the violent thunderstorm finally dissipated and the entire space became clear. Scattered points of light of various colors could be seen drifting toward the center. These were dropped equipment. Though experience points were absent, the drop rate remained normal. He began to examine them closely. Several epic tier items appeared, though they held little use for him, best for selling for profit. However, the appearance of a skill book caught his attention. Skill book. Swiftwind Bat Wings, Flight Type Skill Book. Learnable at LV 100. Upon learning, grants flight capability. Flight speed and duration depend on skill level and the user's constitution and strength attributes. A flight skill book. Wuwang was overjoyed. It was like offering a pillow when starving or steamed buns when sleepy. Learn. You have acquired Swiftwing Bat Wings LV1. I'll hold off on upgrading for now. I'll wait and see what new skills come out. Wuwang muttered to himself as he studied the interface. Then, he gathered all the equipment scattered on the ground into his inventory. This haul wasn't extensive, for epic tier items, 6 rare pieces, and 15 fine quality items. Wuwang returned to his quest status and looked up at his surroundings. Not far ahead of him lay a golden treasure chest. The quest item must be inside. He walked over and opened the chest. A golden staff, approximately 50 centimeters long, lay prominently inside. Wuwang picked it up, gripping it in his hand. A prompt appeared. You have obtained the quest item, Golden Staff. Submit the quest item at the Advanced Sanctuary to complete the quest. Wuwang stowed the staff in his spatial storage and activated his flight skill. The next moment, a pair of enormous black bat wings materialized from his shoulder blades, shimmering with an ethereal quality both virtual and tangibly real. I don't feel anything unusual. Wuwang stretched his limbs, then leapt upward, soaring silently toward the tunnel entrance. At that moment, the mage waiting inside the tunnel sensed the violent tremors had ceased and remarked, "The tremors have ceased. The thunderstorm must have passed." The escort leader cautioned, "Let's wait a bit longer. It just stopped. If there's any lingering danger, going in now would be suicide." "Alright, we'll wait a bit longer," the mage said with resignation. 3 hours was still a long way off. He could wait. Damn it! What the hell is that? Suddenly, a guard on watch let out a trembling, startled cry. Everyone snapped to attention, their gazes instantly locking onto the sight. A humanoid flying object was approaching them through the tunnel air. Bloodthirsty bats? The escort leader stared at the creature's eerie silhouette, bewildered. He had never encountered such a creature before. He immediately raised his longsword to strike at the unidentified flying creature. Hold on, it doesn't seem to be a monster. The mage's eyes widened as he stared intently at the figure. That figure gave him a familiar feeling. And that familiarity came from the young man he'd encountered outside the deep caverns. He was certain it was him. But how could he be flying? And those wings on his back, they looked just like those of a bloodthirsty bat? And how had he survived beneath a terrifying sea of lightning? A strange sensation washed over his mind, sending a chill down his spine. No, it's not a monster. It's him. How is he still alive? The escort leader's jaw dropped. He recognized the unidentified flying creature. It was that boy. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Holy, this is terrifying. Not only is he alive, but he can fly now? That must be a flight skill, right? Two escort members gaped in shock, their mouths forming perfect O's, even forgetting to breathe. It was utterly bizarre. As Li Wuwang drew closer, the mage stammered in horror, brother, you. Li Wuwang merely glanced down before soaring over their heads. He lingered not a moment longer, flying straight toward the exit. It's him. It's definitely him. How could he be alive? That's impossible. And he's even acquired an extremely rare flying skill. The escort leader finally got a clear look, but he couldn't believe his eyes. That youth soaring past was the very person he had dismissed as dead weight. Impossible. Even a 6th-tier professional might not survive such a terrifying thunderstorm. How could he have made it out alive? Who exactly is he? Chapter 37, 3rd Tier, Attributes Skyrocket. The escort leader was utterly dumbfounded, his mind unable to process any further thoughts. Unbelievable. Is this really a professional here for a 3rd-tier mission? The mage adventurer sighed with disappointment. It's definitely him. What exactly did we miss? The escort leader deeply regretted his decision. If only he'd gone in with them, he could have witnessed what happened inside. Regardless of what transpired inside, that flight skill was an extremely rare commodity, priceless. Even if it resembled bat wings, it would be worth at least hundreds of millions. Something that would sell for a premium in an instant. No, we have to go in and see. The escort leader exhaled deeply and led the way into the interior. He was too curious about what was happening inside. If there was anything to be salvaged, he wouldn't want to miss out. The others hurried to follow. Soon, they reached the tunnel's end. The terminus opened into a spacious chamber. Though dimmer than daylight outside, it was bright enough to make out the surroundings. The entire space was charred black, as if someone had spray painted it with black ink. A burnt smell hung in the air, and within that scent, a faint hint of meat could be detected. It's a complete wasteland. Clearly, it was engulfed by a sea of lightning, resulting in this scene. The escort leader was deeply shaken by the horrific aftermath of lightning strikes everywhere. Then how did he survive? The mage was equally curious. As a fellow 2nd tier, level 100 practitioner, he knew full well that had he been present, he would have been instantly reduced to ashes. I don't know. The escort leader shook his head with difficulty. Strange. It was utterly bizarre. Cold sweat drenched everyone as they cautiously moved forward. Soon, 2 rows of stone statues came into view. These statues seem a bit peculiar. The escort leader stepped closer to examine them. He noticed a ring of cracks between the statues' feet and their bases. Have these statues been removed? He couldn't help but wonder. Probably just loosened by the effects of the lightning sea, the mage replied. The escort leader nodded, abandoning the idea of investigating the statue further, and continued walking forward. As they walked, the ground suddenly shifted from being covered in scorched patterns to appearing normal. The normal ground formed a circle roughly 10 meters in diameter. After walking 10 meters, the ground was once again covered in scorched patterns. What's going on here? The mage's mind was overwhelmed, unable to fathom the reason. Everywhere else had been ravaged by the thunderstorm, yet this section alone remained untouched, utterly bizarre. I know. The escort leader jolted awake, suddenly recalling something. The other 3 turned their gaze toward him. He took a deep breath and declared, the reason that kid survived is because he was standing right in this area. Only this section remained untouched by the lightning strikes. Hearing this explanation, the others immediately understood. Right. He survived because of this zone. So why did this zone form? And how did he manage to stand precisely within it? Faced with the questions, the escort leader shook his head. I don't know either. The mage pondered for a moment before suggesting, is it possible, just a possibility, mind you, that he unleashed the lightning sea himself? At this remark, all eyes abruptly turned to the mage. The idea was too bold, too terrifying. But impossible. Impossible. Judging by the destruction wrought by that thunderstorm, it required at least an 8th tier practitioner. He's only a 2nd tier practitioner, how could he possibly do that? The escort leader immediately dismissed the notion. Why is that? Why didn't the thunderstorm flood this area? The mage countered. The escort leader pondered for a moment before explaining, it might be part of the increased difficulty. Even though the thunder sea washes over the land, a safe zone must exist. Finding it is the only way to survive. That was the only plausible explanation. He simply couldn't believe that a second-tier practitioner could unleash a skill with the power of an 8th tier or higher. Maybe. I really regret not seeing exactly what happened. Then we wouldn't have to keep guessing. The mage was deeply frustrated. He regretted bringing so many people along, and he regretted not entering together. As much as I hate to admit it, he's clearly far stronger than us. We underestimated him. The escort leader admitted with a hint of regret. Yeah, I told you he was no ordinary guy, the mage said. Heh, didn't you also think we shouldn't have come in together earlier? Now you regret it? The mage's thoughts exposed, he looked thoroughly embarrassed. He had indeed entertained the thought. Never mind. I'll start searching for the quest item. The mage remembered why they'd come and began scanning the area. Before long, he spotted a golden treasure chest ahead. He retrieved a golden staff from it. The escort leader approached, watched the chest respawn, and opened it himself only to find it empty. So it really is a quest item, only the person on the quest can get it. Having obtained the quest item, the mage declared, let's go. There's nothing left inside, not even a single monster. Don't rush. Let's search again. What if some equipment was left behind? If there was, it's already been taken. Why would it be left behind? That can't be. It's such a huge place. You look around. He searched the entire area and found nothing. Rumble. The tunnel began shaking violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. It's collapsing. After leaving the instance, Wuwang arrived at the Ascension Sanctuary. It was the same advancement officer. Congratulations, Adept. The advancement officer offered his congratulations with a smile. Thank you. Wuwang walked to the advancement statue and drew his golden staff. A prompt appeared. Detected quest item. Submit? Submit. Submission successful. Verifying. Verification successful. Advanced quest completed. Assigning attributes. Beams of light cascaded down, enveloping Wuwang. A panel popped up, displaying his attributes, which had seen a significant increase. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 3. Level, LV 100. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 6. Strength, 4014. Constitution, 3110. Agility, 4012. Spirit, 13040. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV1 Weak Current Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV1 Swift Bat Wings LV1 Water Drop Summoning LV1 New Cataclysm Ready. Cataclysmic skills, Meteor Summoning LV4, Thunderstorm Summoning LV4 Cooldown, 43 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Special. Special ability, Protection of the Ancient Stone Statue. Beast Companion Space unlocked. Attributes assigned. Wuwang glanced at his stats panel. His attribute values had doubled. His spirit stat reached 13,040. Advancement truly provided the greatest boost. His gaze shifted to the new skill, Water Drop Summon. Another new skill to use. Amidst his delight, he noticed an additional section on the interface. Pet Space. Beasts were also a key component of a professional's combat strength. Finding the right beast companion could compensate for personal weaknesses and boost combat effectiveness. Wuwang snapped back to reality. The advancement officer observed Wuwang, who had just completed his initiation, and reminded him. Congratulations on unlocking your beast companion space, adventurer. Beast companions form a crucial part of your combat strength. Selecting the right one requires considerable patience. May you soon find a powerful beast companion that suits you well. Wuwang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, offered his thanks, and departed. Watching the young professional walk away, the advancement officer murmured to himself. What an impressive young man. I wonder how long it will be before we meet again. Chapter 38, The Continent's Top Practitioner. Still need to strive, Wuwang. After leaving the advancement sanctuary, Wuwang returned to the inn. He immediately summoned the water droplet to trigger the cataclysm. Cataclysm successful. Cataclysmic transformation, tsunami summoning LV1. Immediately afterward, he allocated skill points to water drop summon. Water drop summon LV3. Cataclysm class skill, tsunami summon LV3. Skill points, 3. 3 skill points remain. Let's allocate them to Swift Bat Wings. Swift Wing Bat Wings LV3. A level 3 flight skill should suffice for now. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Wuwang contacted the trading post to arrange for the collection of his gear. Shortly after, the exchange staff arrived, appraised the gear, and transferred the payment immediately. 15,200,000 has been transferred. Please check your account. Got it. Pleasure doing business. Goodbye. After quickly clearing out the unused gear, Li Wuwang rested for a bit before heading out again. As soon as he reached the lobby, he overheard hurried conversations among the guests. The rankings are about to be released. I wonder if there's been any changes. Come on, let's hurry and check. Hearing the exchange, Li Wuwang paused in thought. He'd been so focused on leveling up he'd nearly forgotten about this. The professional rankings, also known as the level rankings. The rankings are compiled and released monthly, attracting attention from nearly all professionals in the field. The rankings reveal the power disparities between districts. No need to rush. Let's go take a look first. Li Wuwang followed the crowd's pace and soon entered the tavern nearby. The tavern was already packed with people. All professionals gathered to see the rankings. Probably not much change. The top practitioners are always the same bunch. How much ground could they possibly gain in a month? Ha, I told you don't get it. A month might seem short, but it's the most critical period for widening the gap. A month isn't short. Top professionals have top-tier resources. With good luck, advancing a few levels isn't that hard. But I'd still bet 80% that the top spot belongs to a professional from Imperial City. That's a given. Extreme Emperor City has always held the top spot. The tavern was packed to the rafters, buzzing with lively chatter and heated debate. Li Wuwang stood at the back of the crowd, gazing at the large display screen on the tavern wall, listening to the clamor and commotion. Moments later, the ranking list appeared. First place, Anonymous, Extreme Emperor City, Mage Swordsman, Tier 20, Level 963. Second place, Anonymous, Extreme Emperor City, Summoner, Tier 20, Level 961. Third place, Anonymous, Extreme Emperor City, Grand Curse Mage, Tier 20, Level 958. Fourth place, Anonymous, Mountain Sea City, Blast Mage, Tier 20, Level 954. Fifth place, Anonymous, Skyroar City, Storm Sorcerer, Tier 20, Level 952. Sixth place, Anonymous, Skywind City, Psychic Master, Tier 20, Level 951. Seventh place, Anonymous, Skyfire City, Rune Array Master, Tier 19, Level 948. The list featured a total of 100 high-tier practitioners, though most practitioners focused their attention primarily on the top 10. Holy crap, did Skywind, Skyroar, and Skyfire all take steroids or something? Their rankings shot up like crazy? Looks like things have shifted significantly this month. Skywind and Skyhowl finally produced 20th tier practitioners. Skyfire City isn't half bad either, just 2 levels away from producing a 20th tier practitioner and joining the continent's elite cities. Damn it! I searched everywhere, and Ardean City isn't even on the list? How pathetic is that? It's normal. If it weren't for that major battle with Redleaf City, Ardean City would have easily cracked the top 20. Guess we just don't measure up. Every other city has someone on the list, but we're the biggest losers. No wonder we can't even get into dungeons with any dignity. As the rankings were released, the tavern erupted once more. Some argued fiercely over the placements, others bickered loudly about the current state of affairs. Li Wuwang, however, stared silently at the rankings, deep in thought. How long would it take him to make this list? He was only a 3rd-tier practitioner now. A 20th-tier practitioner was already among the elite few at the very pinnacle of the continent. They possessed absolute resources and absolute power and status. But he wondered if this ranking was truly authoritative. What if there were even higher-tier beings out there? After all, the list's origins are unclear, and no one bothers to question it. Li Wuwang, possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, remained skeptical. This thought weighed heavily on him. He was merely a Tier 3 practitioner, still weak and in need of greater effort. Without delay, he left the tavern and headed toward the teleportation point for the Tier 3 public instance. Meanwhile, today was the day the rankings were released. Liuji and his leveling bodyguard entered the venue where the leaderboard could be viewed. As the level rankings were announced, Liuji felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing with excitement. The 2nd-ranked summoner. Who would have thought he could climb from 5th place to 2nd in just a month? He's unstoppable. From now on, he's my idol and my goal. As a fellow summoner, he felt particularly moved. Could he too reach such heights someday? A 20th tier summoner? The very thought was terrifying. The head bodyguard beside him couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his eyes gleaming as he said, "Young master is absolutely right. A summoner can single-handedly form an army. Their combat power is unmatched. Reaching tier 20 means they'll have no rivals across the entire continent. When the rankings are released next month, this summoner will undoubtedly take first place. And since young master is also a summoner, your starting point is already high. You never had a weak phase, so your future achievements might just rival this summoner's." The bodyguard's words filled Liuji with immense excitement. His blood surged with fervor, as if boundless strength now coursed through his veins. "I agree. This is what a true summoner should be, the very profession I've awakened to. And I reached level 15 in just 3 days. Absolute talent." Liuji spoke breathlessly. He eagerly anticipated the day's arrival. The onlookers nearby overheard the conversation and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Holy crap, Li Yanlong's youngest son? He's here. And he's a summoner too. Level 15 in 3 days? How insane is that? It's true. The second place player is also a summoner. Could it be that our Graydon is about to rise? The summoner class is incredibly powerful. And Liuji's talent is truly god tier level 15 in just 3 days. Thinking about it, our Graydon has a bright future. Liuji is amazing. He's gotta look out for us Graydon folks from now on. It's a real shame, though. If his brother Wuwang had been a normal summoner, Dayan's future would be unimaginable. Becoming the top city on the continent would be a certainty. You're absolutely right. With 2 summoners, I can't even imagine what Dayan's future will look like. How high the status of Dayan's professionals will soar. Chapter 39, Red Leaf City Practitioners, Beast Pet Competition. 3rd Tier Public Dungeon Teleportation Plaza. Due to the incident to establish authority, few Dayan practitioners were entering the public dungeon now. After all, entering at a time like this was too likely to cause friction. No one would risk losing their life for such a thing. Wuwang, however, showed no concern whatsoever. After obtaining the map with a Tier 3 public instance, he arrived at the teleportation plaza and, without lingering, teleported straight inside. Once inside the instance, he unfolded the map to scout for a suitable area. He didn't even glance at areas below level 90. After all, he wanted to maximize the rewards from each cataclysmic summon. Soon, his gaze locked onto Fire Dragon Valley. The monsters here ranged from level 145 to 150. This was already the 3rd tier limit. Having set his target, Wuwang activated his swift batwing skill, soaring into the air and flying toward Fire Dragon Valley. After some time, he arrived at Fire Dragon Valley. A dungeon prompt appeared. You have entered the Fire Dragon Valley area. Current monster levels, 145-150. Friendly reminder, the Fire Dragon King is about to spawn in the valley. It is recommended to form a party before proceeding. The Fire Dragon King spawned? Better late than never, just what I needed for a beast pet. Wuwang felt a surge of excitement, but then worry crept in. His skills were all Cataclysm tier. Could the Fire Dragon King withstand them? What if it gets killed? Well. If it couldn't survive, it wasn't worthy of being his beast companion anyway. Wuwang looked up at Fire Dragon Valley. The immense mountain peak before him appeared as if cleaved by some colossal force. The valley walls were remarkably smooth, covered in lush greenery. The valley was exceptionally wide, teeming with birds and beasts moving freely within, truly a picture of pristine nature. The Fire Dragon King has been born. The notification popped up again. The next moment. Roar! A roar echoed through the valley, its shockwaves tangible enough to push the air into rippling waves. The various monsters within the valley, startled, instinctively scattered, throwing everything into chaos. The Fire Dragon King has been born. Quick! Don't let anyone beat us to it. At that moment, a high-pitched cry of excitement rang out from nearby. 5 adventurers descended from the sky atop a beast companion. How did someone get ahead of us? Didn't they say the information was last minute? The lead adventurer glanced at Wuwang with a hint of confusion. I don't get it, but I'm determined to get the Fire Dragon King. Judging by their formation, the youth shielded in the center was clearly the core of this group. He clenched his fist and declared with resolve. The Fire Dragon King possessed growth attributes, making it a rare and valuable type of beast pet. Pet creatures with this attribute spawning in dungeons were almost entirely monopolized by major factions from various districts. For ordinary adventurers, obtaining one was virtually impossible. The youth leading this group wore a crimson robes adorned with a flame totem. Clearly, he was a fire mage. Rest assured, young master. This mission is to help you subdue the Fire Dragon King. He patted his chest emphatically. Then he turned his gaze to Wuwang and asked. Young brother, the Fire Dragon King has spawned here. Haven't you noticed? The Fire Dragon King is dangerous and extraordinary, not something ordinary practitioners can handle. You should leave quickly. Wuwang replied, Fire Dragon King? No problem. Just experience points. Where are you from? The Flame Mage inquired again. Den, Wuwang replied. Dawn? The Flame Mage pondered thoughtfully before continuing, we're adventurers from Red Leaf City. Could you do us a favor and let us handle the Fire Dragon King? They had arrived before us, clearly here for the Fire Dragon King as well. Though they hailed from Dan, their strength likely wasn't weak either. Wuwang had initially intended to let things take their natural course. Having survived the Cataclysm skill, even if the Fire Dragon King was fortunate, it could still become his beast pet. Yet the words of these professionals from the major city piqued his interest. He would try his best not to kill the Fire Dragon King. Whoever gets it first keeps it. How about that? The Flame Mage frowned slightly, gesturing for the 4 of them to reveal their levels. 5th Tier Fire Mage, level 249. 5th Tier Heavy Warrior, level 234. 5th Tier Storm Sorcerer, level 248. 5th Tier Heavy Armor Tank, level 221. Except for the young boy, the other 4 were all 5th Tier professionals. Young man, if you lack the strength, you'd be wise to leave now. More will arrive soon, wasting even more time. The flame mage warned. Since reason wouldn't sway them, strength would decide the matter. If you're not at least 5th tier, you'd better listen to reason. Seeing the ranks displayed by the four, Wuwang was slightly surprised. Truly befitting professionals from the great city, they certainly knew how to make a statement. A full squad of 5th tier professionals serving as bodyguards. Even the Li family of Dayan City only had 3 5th tier professionals, and all 3 were core figures. Clearly, this group was no ordinary bunch. But then again, he wasn't ordinary either. Wuwang smiled, choosing not to reveal his own rank. He simply stated, since that's the case, it's you who should be leaving. The fire mage froze, then furrowed his brow, a hint of apprehension in his expression. The implication was clear. The youth before them was stronger than they were. 6th tier? Or even 7th rank? Could Dian possibly have a practitioner of such caliber? It's hard to say. After all, since that conflict, Dian has had ample time to develop. Besides, the youth before them wouldn't lie. After all, he managed to arrive here before them and remained utterly unfazed even after the 4 5th tier professionals revealed their ranks. Unless he's little cutie. But the youth doesn't seem like little cutie. We were too careless. We should have sent those 7th tier professionals instead. In that case, we'll settle this by our own skills. We won't back down either. The fire mage had no choice but to accept this outcome. Fair enough, let's settle this with our skills. Wuwang spoke, then walked straight into the valley. Little Huang, what should we do? Should we call for backup? The youth turned to the fire mage. He could tell the youth, seemingly his age, possessed extraordinary strength far surpassing any of them. Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, his age limits him. With the 4 of us 5th tier professionals working together, even a max level 6th tier professional would have to think twice. The fire mage declared. Finding reinforcements now would be pointless. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. After all, this was a rare beast pet with growth attributes, a target coveted by many. You're right. He can't possibly be that strong. He's not going to suddenly become young again. I don't believe 4 5th tier practitioners can handle him. The youth felt slightly reassured. The Fire Dragon King would be the perfect beast companion for him. Let's go. No time to waste, we're going in too. Chapter 40, 7th tier practitioner? The Fire Dragon King. Entering Fire Dragon Valley, a refreshingly fragrant aroma filled the air, making it feel much fresher and invigorating. Yet this was merely an illusion. Often, such seemingly idyllic scenes concealed the greatest danger. Screech! A piercing cry split the sky as a hawk with wingspans exceeding 3 meters circled overhead. Wuwang looked up. Iron-beaked eagles, level 143. Not just one, but dozens more pairs of eyes glared down from the cliff walls. He paid them no mind, continuing straight ahead. These monsters posed no threat to him, and they did not initiate an attack. The professionals from Redleaf City who were chasing after him weren't so fortunate. The iron-beaked eagles soared above the 5 figures, letting out a piercing cry before diving straight toward the youth in their midst. Whoosh! The iron-beaked eagle plunged like a cannonball, its speed so extreme it seemed to pierce the air. Humph, a mere 3rd-tier monster. Die! The fire mage was thoroughly annoyed. Why didn't that damn eagle attack the first one who went in? Instead, it came after them. Did it look down on them? Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a blazing explosion bomb. Whoosh! Boom! The blast collided with the eagle, instantly reducing it to ashes that slowly drifted away in the air. Shriek! Another piercing cry rang out as a dozen iron-beaked eagles soared from the cliff face. They circled overhead, gaining altitude before launching a dive. A dozen iron-beaked eagles, like cannonballs, plunged downward. Overconfident! The fire mage roared with rage, raising both hands to aim at the eagles. In an instant, pillars of flame erupted, sweeping toward the iron-beaked birds. The flames barely grazed the hawk before it instantly turned to ash, not even reaching within 10 meters of the group. The youth was utterly baffled. Little Huang, are these eagles crazy? Why are they attacking us relentlessly? Why not attack that person up ahead? This was too unfair. Shouldn't it be attacking the first person? I don't know. This phenomenon is indeed unusual. Monsters like this aren't exactly intelligent. The fire mage shook his head. He was puzzled too. What's going on? Do they look easy to bully? This is truly strange. Are there really such powerful professionals in Dayan City? The youth muttered under his breath. Hard to say. Dayan City has been making waves lately, taking down over a dozen professionals across 3 districts in quick succession to establish its dominance. That's no small feat. The fire mage pondered for a moment before responding. Professionals capable of such show of force incidents were certainly no ordinary individuals. Dayan City had previously clashed with their Redleaf City in a major battle, suffering defeat and never fully recovering. Since then, this show of force was arguably the most shocking news to emerge from Dayan City. Could it be this person? The youth's eyes darted around as he speculated. The fire mage smiled faintly. Dayan City has no shortage of practitioners, over 1 million, in fact. Who knows who did it? It's unlikely to be such a coincidence. A district housing a million-level professional must have several formidable practitioners, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. True. Let me put it this way, a full day has passed since the Liyue incident began, and those 3 districts seem to have uncovered nothing. The only lead we have is the summoner profession, and even that's unverified. Investigating this is practically impossible. The fire mage shook his head and smiled. It could only be said that the professionals in those 3 districts had died in vain. No one could do anything for them. And revenge was out of the question. There wasn't a single shred of information on the killer. How could they investigate? As for Dayan City, Liyue's actions certainly had an effect. Outside the district where the slain professionals resided, practitioners in other districts had altered their attitudes toward Dayan City's professionals, no longer treating them as they once did. After all, who knew if that summoner might turn his attention to them next? No one dared take that gamble. It was undoubtedly a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of low-tier professionals in other districts. Could this be a sign of Dayan's rise? The youth pondered thoughtfully. Recent events had caused quite a stir. Even he, who paid little attention to outside news, had heard about it. The fire mage, appearing quite knowledgeable, explained to his young master. It could very well be. It all depends on how Blackside City, Bloodsea City, and Indifferent City respond, whether they swallow their pride or leverage this to pressure Dayan. We should have an answer within the next couple of days. Bloodsea City is a major power, second only to Maple Leaf City. Its foundations are not to be underestimated. The youth nodded, then noticed the figure of the Dayan City professional walking ahead of them had vanished. He exclaimed urgently. Enough, enough. Stop talking. Who knows where that guy is? Don't let him beat us to it, I tell you. The fire mage gave a resigned smile. Yes, young master. We'll catch up immediately. Whoever he is, the Fire Dragon King is ours to claim. Alright, don't let me down. You bet. The group quickened their pace and soon caught up with Li Wuwang. At that moment, they found themselves in the middle section of Fire Dragon Valley. The scenery here was vastly different from the initial section. Where the initial section had been refreshingly serene, the middle section now felt oppressive. Vegetation had drastically thinned as temperatures soared. The valley walls had turned pitch black, seemingly formed from cooled magma. On the ground, though a path remained passable, it was constantly billowing with hot steam and black smoke, with molten lava occasionally splattering upward. Wow, Fire Dragon Valley lives up to its name. The outside looks like a scenic spot, but the inside feels like a volcano. Li Wuwang couldn't help but exclaim. He'd never encountered a place like this before. Indeed, the more beautiful something is, the more deadly it tends to be. But for him, it wasn't too bad. The 5 from Crimson Leaf City approached. The flame mage asked with a smile, Brother, I'm curious, just how strong are you to dare come alone and challenge the Fire Dragon King? My strength? That's hard to say, Li Wuwang replied. He had little concept of high-tier practitioners. The level of his Cataclysm summoning skill? Hard to say. This left the fire mage speechless. Well, no need to admit it. You must be quite strong, at least stronger than me. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Even without revealing his rank or other details, his demeanor clearly signaled he was no ordinary opponent. At the very least, he showed no fear of them. But would they give up because of this? Absolutely not. The crucial point was that the opponent hadn't revealed their full strength, leaving him clinging to a sliver of hope. After all, they had 4 5th-tier professionals. Had the opponent displayed strength befitting a 7th-tier or higher professional from the start, they would have turned tail and fled. There was no chance of victory. If it's only 5th tier, then yes. Li Wuwang offered no false modesty. Yet these words sent a jolt through the flame mage's heart, causing him to hesitate. Merely 5th tier? What kind of arrogance was this? Could the other party truly be a 7th tier or higher practitioner? Roar! At that moment, the Fire Dragon King's roar echoed through the valley, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Chapter 41, The Enraged Fire Dragon King, How do you know I can't do it? That voice. The Fire Dragon King is enraged? The most experienced flame mage among them spoke in disbelief, clearly unsettled by this unprecedented state. What do you mean? The youth resisted the shockwaves from the Fire Dragon King's roar, his brow furrowed. Li Wuwang was also puzzled. Instead of continuing forward, he paused to listen intently. The fire mage stared wide-eyed, his voice dry as he said. By all logic, a Phase 1 Fire Dragon King shouldn't enter a rage state. Raging at Stage 1 is highly unusual. This made things rather tricky for him. The Fire Dragon King possessed 3 distinct phases. The Stage 1 Fire Dragon King is weak. Most practitioners can defeat it before it enters rage mode. It's only upon entering the second stage that the Fire Dragon King truly becomes formidable. Practitioners below Tier 4 struggle to defeat it, often triggering its rage state, which drastically boosts its power. Even a single Tier 5 practitioner might fail. The third stage Fire Dragon King requires at least 3 5th-tier practitioners working together to defeat it before it enters enraged mode. If it enters enraged state during Phase 1, the Fire Dragon King remains perpetually enraged. This enraged state stacks with Phase 2, making its power utterly terrifying. Even the 4 5th tier practitioners working together would struggle to defeat it, facing a high probability of being counterattacked and killed. What happened? The youth asked, his voice tinged with tension. The fire mage shook his head, his tone uncertain. Perhaps someone reached Fire Dragon Valley before us. They failed to defeat the first stage Fire Dragon King, allowing it to enter its enraged state. Of course, other possibilities exist, like another powerful monster engaging the Fire Dragon King. He now had to consider whether to leave. After all, the 4 of them alone stood no chance against a Fire Dragon King perpetually in a rage. Wuwang listened without much reaction. What difference did it make whether it was enraged or not? In his view, all creatures were equal. The youth sighed dejectedly. Then what should we do? I still wanted the Fire Dragon King as my beast pet. There's no particularly good solution right now. This was unexpected, the Flame Mage said with a hint of regret. He regretted bringing the young master here with such confidence. Is that so? What a pity, the youth sighed. The Flame Mage felt awkward seeing his young master's disappointed expression. Returning empty-handed meant more than just facing ridicule. It could very well lead to severe punishment for mission failure. What should they do? No. There was still a chance. The Fire Mage pinned his last hope on a passerby he'd encountered. Brother! The Fire Mage looked at Wuwang. Wuwang had heard every word clearly and knew exactly what the Fire Mage was thinking. What's this? Want to team up with me? The Fire Mage nodded bitterly. Accidents are beyond anyone's control. The Fire Dragon King is no ordinary foe now. Even you would find him difficult to handle. Wuwang chuckled softly. Cooperation? Isn't the Fire Dragon King your target? My goal is to make the Fire Dragon King my beast pet. What's the point of cooperation? Who will the Fire Dragon King belong to in the end? At this, the Fire Mage fell silent. Their objectives were identical. How could they possibly cooperate? Besides, how do you know I can't handle the Fire Dragon King? Wuwang added another sentence. The words the Flame Mage had been about to speak caught in his throat. So you'd better leave. I absolutely won't give up on the Fire Dragon King. Cooperation is pointless. Wuwang declared. The Fire Mage seethed inwardly. His own strength held no sway. Even invoking his status as the young master would likely prove futile. Fine. We don't want anything. We just want to see what kind of power you truly possess. For the time being, he could only choose to observe. What if there was a turning point? Who knew if the mission could be completed until the very last moment? Turning tail now would guarantee failure. Staying offered a sliver of hope. Wuwang reminded them, stay or go is your choice, but if you get caught in the crossfire, I won't be responsible. This was a public instance. Their legs were their own to move. He couldn't control that. As for the idea of someone else cleaning up the mess afterward, that wasn't in Wuwang's playbook. None of your business. If we die, it's our problem, retorted the Flame Mage indignantly. What kind of power did he possess? His tone was nothing short of audacious. He made even him feel overshadowed. Whatever. Wuwang gave a brief explanation before striding straight inside. The Fire Mage hesitated. Little Huang, wanna go check it out? The youth accepted reality, knowing he couldn't claim the Fire Dragon King as a beast pet. Beyond that, he was curious just how powerful this Dayan practitioner, seemingly his age, truly was. The confidence and composure radiating from him surpassed even that of Wuwang, a youth from a major power. It might be dangerous, the Fire Mage cautioned. It's fine. I have ways to protect myself. Alright, we'll do our best to ensure the young master's safety. The Fire Mage felt slightly reassured. For scions of powerful clans like them, having survival skills was only natural. After all, they all feared being targeted. Follow him. I'm curious to see how he handles the enraged Fire Dragon King. The 5 continued to follow. However, the path ahead proved far more arduous than the first stretch, with numerous obstacles blocking their way. Wuwang, leading the way, fared relatively well. Aside from the heat, the monsters didn't actively attack him. This struck Wuwang as odd. Had these creatures sensed something? Uncertain, he chose not to dwell on it. Less trouble meant smoother progress. Wasn't that just fine? The 5 professionals from Red Leaf City struggled to keep up behind him as the monsters launched attacks specifically at them. Monsters thriving in volcanic regions possessed formidable strength and fire-based abilities. The slightest misstep could result in severe burns. The Fire Mage and his 3 companions absorbed wave after wave of monster assaults. As 5th-tier professionals, they felt deeply frustrated by their repeated setbacks in a 3rd-tier dungeon. Damn, something's off. Are these monsters really only attacking us? The Fire Mage grumbled in frustration. Wave after wave of monster assaults began to wear him down. Watching the unimpeded Grandin ahead, he began to question his very existence. What magic did he possess that made the monsters ignore him? Was it because he was truly powerful? But he didn't radiate any intimidating aura of a powerful warrior either. What was the reason? Even a 7th tier professional would be attacked by monsters after all, most monsters aren't exactly intelligent. To them, he's just an intruder trespassing on their territory, nothing more. This is really strange, the youth frowned, utterly perplexed, his curiosity growing stronger by the moment. After clearing the obstacle, the fire mage continued to follow. It was unclear how much time had passed. The group finally arrived at the Fire Dragon King's domain. Lava flowed everywhere within the domain, and directly ahead was even a lava waterfall. Beneath the lava waterfall lay a pool filled with searing hot magma. The molten rock churned and boiled violently, as if something terrifying lurked beneath its surface. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed across the land, shaking the very soul. The source of the sound was not the Fire Dragon King, but a black and red, two-horned, four-winged pterosaur circling above the lava pool. The 5 from Red Leaf City felt their hearts tremble. What is this? Chapter 42, Boss Battle Had Enough? My turn. That's not the Fire Dragon King? It's a two-horned, four-winged pterosaur. The fire mage gasped in shock. He now understood why the Fire Dragon King had flown into a rage. It was because of this two-horned, four-winged pterosaur. Both were top-tier boss-level creatures. But such a situation rarely occurs in low-tier dungeons. Why are there two major bosses? The youth from Red Leaf City furrowed his brow deeply. As a mere third-tier practitioner, he felt an overwhelming, inexplicable pressure here that made him extremely uncomfortable. I don't know. This kind of situation is quite rare, the flame mage shook his head solemnly. They were already overwhelmed by a single enraged Fire Dragon King, and now a two-horned, four-winged wyvern had joined the fray. Young master, we should retreat. He certainly didn't want to be targeted by these two boss-level monsters. The young master had ways to save himself, but they did not. Understood. The youth nodded with difficulty. Then, the fire mage and the 4 others retreated, leaving the Fire Dragon King's territory behind. They came to a halt on a ledge platform along a cliff face. Outside the territory, there would be no aggro, relatively safe. This vantage point also allowed them to survey the entire battlefield. The fire mage's gaze lingered on the professionals from Den City. A strange smile touched his lips as he remarked. This should be interesting. I'm eager to see how you'll handle these two big bosses. We'll find out just how powerful they are soon enough. Two major bosses, even a max level 6th tier professional would struggle against them. A 7th tier professional might manage to take down one and still have a chance to escape. But the professionals from Dayan City before him gave him a different kind of feeling. They were strong, at least stronger than him. But just how strong? That remained to be seen. Can he handle this? The youth couldn't help but doubt. Even after leaving the Fire Dragon King's territory, he still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It felt like a massive boulder pressing down on his chest, making breathing difficult. We'll just watch the show. If the chance arises, we can swoop in like the yellow-breasted bunting. The fire mage chuckled. Whether he could handle it was uncertain after all, these were two major bosses. Within the Fire Dragon King's domain, the twin-horned, four-winged wyvern circled above the magma pool. Flapping its 4 wings, it opened its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs and unleashed terrifying roars toward the molten lava below. The roar solidified into tangible sound waves, visible to the naked eye, rippling through the air like concentric circles. Sound waves were one of the two-horned, four-winged pterosaur's attack methods. The magma boiled violently as it was shaken apart, forming a vacuum zone in the center. The Fire Dragon King revealed its true form, 2 horns gracing its head, a flat, wing-like neck, and 2 sharp fangs protruding from its jaws, a truly formidable sight. Roar! The Fire Dragon King refused to be outdone, opening its maw to spew a torrent of molten lava. The molten rock shot forth like a pillar, hurtling toward the quadri-winged pterosaur. The 4-winged pterosaur sucked in sharply, as if gathering power, then suddenly spat out a torrent of flames in retaliation. The 2 charged attacks collided, erupting in a deafening explosion. Boom! A colossal fireball formed, magma spattered everywhere, and the air along with the entire Fire Dragon Valley shuddered. In the next instant, the Fire Dragon King soared skyward, circling in the air as it locked horns with the 4-winged pterosaur mid-air. Wuwang instinctively took a step back, avoiding the blast's residual force. Observing the scene, it was clear that this 4-winged pterosaur, like Wuwang, was an invader. Wuwang looked up at the 2 colossal bosses and shouted, "Are you two done fighting?" At his words, both bosses turned their gaze toward Wuwang, their eyes cold and fierce. Hiss! The Fire Dragon King bared its fangs at Wuwang below, its face fierce and unyielding, its oval vertical pupils devoid of any emotion. The 4-winged pterosaur's eyes flashed with a warning glint. Meanwhile, the crowd watching from the elevated platform outside the territory couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight. Is this man truly fearless of death? What possible benefit could he gain from provoking both bosses so blatantly? The fire mage's eyelids twitched violently. In his view, this was pure suicide. There was no benefit in provoking the bosses. Even the strongest wouldn't be this arrogant. A fully enraged boss transforms into a killing machine, nothing else matters. True, he really is bold, like some greenhorn just out of training. The youth narrowed his eyes slightly, finding it hard to believe. Almost every professional knew that when fighting a boss, you had to finish it quickly and avoid pointless actions. Otherwise, when unexpected trouble struck, you'd only get burned. Poof. The fire mage folded his arms and snorted lightly. Such confidence. I hope your overconfidence will truly open my eyes. Just then, a piercing cry echoed through the air. Hearing it, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. In the distant sky, a group of people were charging toward them, riding a two-winged firebird. Ha ha ha. Who'd have thought someone beat us to it? Who knew Fire Dragon Valley would be this lively? Before the figures arrived, a burst of laughter, whether hearty or mocking, reached them first. The flame mage frowned upon hearing that voice. He recognized the voice's owner, Fire Wuwang, a 6th-tier blazing warrior from Skyfire City, the neighboring city to Crimson Leaf. Skyfire City, a major urban center with resources comparable to Red Leaf City. As fellow practitioners from the same cohort, they had met while the fire mage was grinding monsters in dungeons. They weren't friends, merely acquaintances. This man appeared cheerful and easygoing, but he was a thoroughly ruthless character. The flame mage had never warmed to Huo Wuwang, even harboring a certain disdain. As they drew closer, Huo Wuwang recognized the flame mage. He laughed heartily. Well, what a coincidence. Grand Mage Minglin? Poof. Minglin snorted, refusing to respond, unwilling to engage further with this man. Well, haven't seen you in ages. Your temper sure is fiery. Huo Wuwang chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the awkwardness. What's this? Aren't you here to farm the Fire Dragon King? Why are you standing here watching the show? Minglin gave a cold laugh. Fire Dragon King? I doubt it. Go try hunting it for me. Still so cowardly. You haven't grown at all. Huo Wuwang's tone was almost playful. But jokes fly between friends. When they don't, it's not humor, it's a deeper meaning. Let me see what kind of creature could make the great mage Minglin stand by and watch. Huo Wuwang focused his gaze and saw two massive bosses, the Fire Dragon King and a 4-winged pterosaur. Both were max-level 3rd-tier entities. The 3rd-tier max level was merely the level cap of these special bosses, not a limit on their power. Whoa, a 4-winged wyvern. No wonder you didn't dare go. Huo Wuwang understood. It was indeed tricky, but only the Fire Dragon King was in a rage state. With the lineup he'd brought today, there was still a chance to take them down. Roar! Yet in the next instant, the 4-winged pterosaur suddenly plunged into a frenzied rage, unleashing a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Minglin sneered coldly. Go ahead and try. You think we're the only ones here? Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Aren't there people below the two bosses? Chapter 43, The Terrifying Tsunami, Slaying the Boss, Level 150. Hearing Minglin's words, Huo Wuwang's brows furrowed. He hadn't noticed it earlier. He'd assumed only the few from Red Leaf City were present. But could the Fire Dragon King spawn notification really spread this fast? Huo Wuwang scanned beneath the boss and indeed spotted a figure. The distance and the intense heat of the lava made it difficult to notice. Who is that? Was the wyvern's rage also his doing? Fire Wuwang narrowed his eyes and turned to ask Minglin. No idea. Probably just a passerby, Minglin replied with a faint, ambiguous smile. A passerby? A passerby dared go there? Are you kidding me? Huo Wuwang's expression turned sharp. Just moments ago, only the Fire Dragon King was in a rage. Now even the 4-winged pterosaur has gone berserk. This is getting tricky. Who exactly was that person down there? How dare he provoke two major bosses? He must be no ordinary person. Fooling you? Then go down and ask him yourself. Minglin sneered. I'm not as foolish as you. Huo Wuwang's brows knitted tightly, his mood sour. He too had come for the Fire Dragon King, expecting an easy capture only to find someone had beaten him to it. Minglin seized the moment to take a dig. Just now you were asking why I was standing here watching. Why didn't you go down and snatch the monster yourself? Huo Wuwang snapped, I'll steal your mother. You. Minglin replied coolly. You. Huo Wuwang was seething with rage, yet unable to vent it. Fine. Just you wait. Once I become a trusted confidant of the Huo family, I'll skin you alive. Minglin couldn't be bothered to respond. Just a dog of the Huo family, a surname bestowed by others, and he actually has the nerve to brag about it? He turned his gaze away from Huo Wuwang and fixed it on the Fire Dragon King's territory. Huo Wuwang, unsure of the situation, could only watch alongside him. Little cutie. Even you can tell that guy down there is no ordinary person. He's probably some powerful figure from a major faction. Besides, both bosses were now in a rage hard to deal with. Watching might just give us a chance to strike. On the battlefield at that moment. After realizing the two bosses could understand human speech, Li Wuwang casually uttered a phrase that sent both bosses into a raging fury. Forget it. You two fight it out. Whoever wins gets to be my beast pet. Saves me the trouble of choosing. It was precisely this remark that sent both bosses into a rage. They abandoned their previous hostility, reaching a fleeting consensus of peace. Roar! Both bosses charged their power nearly simultaneously, unleashing a fierce attack that instantly hurtled toward Li Wuwang. Searing flames and molten lava surged toward Li Wuwang in an instant. During the boss's charging phase, Li Wuwang had already activated his movement skill. Shadow Step LV1. The moment the attacks were about to strike, his movement skill activated. Li Wuwang vanished, leaving only a trail of elusive afterimages in his wake. The two bosses reacted with lightning speed, swiftly searching for Li Wuwang's true form after their attack missed. However, the moment he evaded, Li Wuwang activated two skills almost simultaneously. Target Lock Level 1. Tsunami Summon LV3. Before the two bosses could pinpoint Li Wuwang's location, a thunderous roar of crashing waves erupted within the territory. Boom! The entire Fire Dragon Valley shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. This sudden upheaval caused the two bosses to abandon their search for Li Wuwang. Instead, they visibly panicked, scrambling to locate the source of this overwhelming power. The crowd watching from the nearby elevated platform immediately fell into panic, overcome with dread. The other monsters within Fire Dragon Valley descended into chaos, their cries rising in waves as they surged toward the valley's exit. What's happening? An earthquake just hit? Could there be something even more terrifying? Damn it, this doesn't feel right. I think we should get out of here fast. What the hell is that noise? Could something be descending upon us? This is terrifying. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. How is this possible? Looks like it's not just two bosses causing this chaos. Could there be a third boss? The sudden change sent a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone felt an immense oppressive pressure, accompanied by an overwhelming sense that something immense and powerful was brewing, a force of colossal might. Once unleashed, this colossal force would obliterate the entire Fire Dragon Valley. Damn it, it must be a third boss. This place is no longer safe for us. We need to get out of here fast. Young master, let's go. Ming Lin grabbed his young master and the other three, summoned their beast companions, and sped toward the valley exit. Fire Wushwang narrowed his eyes. He too could only retreat for now. This terrifying aura filled him with deep apprehension. Damn it! This was my best chance to become a trusted confidant of the Hua family. Hu Wushwang cursed under his breath, his expression darkening to a gloom so thick it seemed to drip. What a third boss! They'd better destroy each other, then he might still have a chance. We're leaving too. As the overwhelming pressure intensified, the crowd began to scatter. Roar! Both bosses roared, their aura surging as if to confront this unknown terror. In the very next instant, a massive white chain suddenly appeared in the sky, continuously expanding until it obscured half the heavens. Rumble! Waves surged like raging beasts. Amidst thunderous roars, mountains of liquid sea poured down, carrying the scent of death. They descended like ravenous demons, vying to devour. Seeing this, the two bosses trembled violently, visions of death flashing through their minds. Before they could even consider fleeing, the surging sea, carrying the might to destroy the world, had already arrived. Boom! Unable to resist, the two bosses were swept up by the waves and slammed violently into the ground. Fire Dragon Valley was instantly flooded, the earth trembled and shattered, and the boiling magma was instantly extinguished. The sea transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, slicing through everything in its path. Wherever it passed, nothing remained protruding, only eerily smooth, perfectly level surfaces, as if carved by a blade. The terrifying tsunami surged toward the valley's exit. The two bosses were welded to the ground, relentlessly pounded and crushed by the surging waves. Phase 1. Phase 2. Phase 3. Until the kill notification appeared. Defeated level 150 special boss, Fire Dragon King. Experience plus 300,000. Defeated level 150 special boss, Twin-Horned Four-Winged Wyvern. Experience plus 300,000. As the rolling tsunami surged past, wave after wave of experience notifications popped up. Defeated level 149 Iron Beaked Eagle. Defeated level 148 Blazing Rockbird. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up. Gained 5 attribute points. You have reached level 105 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 150, gaining 1 skill point. You have reached the advancement level. Please proceed to the Advancement Sanctuary promptly to claim your advancement quest. Chapter 44, Destroy Everything. Panicked crowd. Whoa, a special tier 3 boss drops 300,000 EXP? Li Wuwang was currently in the midst of a tsunami, yet within a 5-meter radius around him, a bubble of air had formed, keeping the seawater at bay. He glanced at the notification popping up on his interface, slightly surprised. The 600,000 EXP instantly filled his level 3 character's experience bar to the max. Panel pop up. Li Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 3 Advancement Possible. Level, LV 150. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free Attribute Points, 250. Skill Points, 10. Strength, 4,514. Constitution, 3,360. Agility, 4,512. Spirit, 14,040. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV1 Weak Current Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV1 Swift Bat Wings LV3 Water Drop Summoning LV3. Cataclysm Class skills, Meteor Summon LV4, Thunderstorm Summon LV4, Tsunami Summon LV3 Cooldown, 1 hour 58 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Equipment, Poison Ivy Ring Special. Special ability, Protection of the Ancient Stone Statue. Beast pets, none. The needles are decent, but it's a shame the beast pet is gone. Li Wuwang sighed softly. He had intended to make the Fire Dragon King his beast companion. But the Fire Dragon King couldn't withstand his attack. Outside Fire Dragon Valley at that moment, the tsunami surged forward, carrying masses of trees and rocks like a primordial beast, its terrifying might causing the entire Fire Dragon Valley to tremble. Those who had retreated outside the valley saw the crest of the tidal wave and their pupils dilated instantly. Holy! Tsunami? It's a tsunami! Where the hell did this tsunami come from? Run for your lives! Who the hell can stop this? What the hell is going on? Where did this tsunami come from? Alarm bells rang in everyone's minds. Staring at the approaching flood monster, they immediately mounted their beast pets and soared skyward. Roar! The violent tsunami surged beneath them, roaring deafeningly, a sight terrifying enough to paralyze. Ming Lin's gaze grew unfocused as he stared at the colossal wave below, his throat involuntarily tightening. What the hell is this? A tsunami appearing out of nowhere? They'd expected some third special boss to appear, but instead, it was an utterly bizarre tsunami. But upon closer thought, how could this not be considered the third boss? Fire Wuwang of Skyfire City was utterly stunned, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. That tsunami just now, even an 8th-tier professional wouldn't stand a chance against it. What on earth happened inside? Why did a tsunami appear out of nowhere? He gazed into Huojiu Valley, murmuring to himself. His gaze held both awe and curiosity. What force could possibly unleash such a colossal tsunami here, washing everything away? It was utterly bizarre. Truth be told, he desperately wanted to go inside and investigate. Such an oddity piqued his curiosity immensely. Perhaps some opportunity awaited within. Brother Wuwang, maybe we should leave first. This doesn't feel right. A young professional traveling with Huo Wuwang suggested. Leave? Why leave? Huo Wuwang frowned. This is too terrifying for us to get involved in. The man was deeply troubled. I absolutely cannot miss this chance. The tsunami will crush every monster in Fire Dragon Valley. How could I let such an opportunity slip away? A fiery gleam flashed in Huo Wuwang's eyes. Even monsters not slain by professionals drop gear. Every professional knows that. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King might very well drop a beast pet egg after all. It was a special class boss. The other man had no further objections. Since Huo Wuwang was determined to investigate, he could only accompany him. Let's wait until the tsunami subsides before going in to investigate. Who knows, maybe fortune awaits me. Wuwang calmed down, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Opportunities are seized, not handed out. If he could bring back the Fire Dragon King's egg or even the 4-winged wyverns, he'd earn the Fire Family's favor and become his trusted confidant. Once he became a trusted confidant of the Hua family, he would gain the resources and power he desired. Then, advancing his rank would be no trouble at all. Ming Lin scoffed. Opportunity? More like a suicide mission. I know you're a coward. I understand why you wouldn't dare go in, Huo Wuwang sneered. Of course I wouldn't dare, Ming Lin admitted frankly. Truth be told, he really wouldn't dare rush in recklessly. After all, he had others following him. He couldn't endanger them because of his own cowardice. If you're scared, just stay out. Huo Wuwang sneered. Ming Lin stopped talking to him. The youth from Red Leaf City heaved a heavy sigh. Though he had evaded the tsunami, merely watching it roar past beneath him had left him dizzy and lightheaded. As the lowest ranked among them, the tsunami's fury had affected him the most. Young master, are you all right? Noticing his young master's unusual state, Ming Lin immediately asked with concern. I'm fine. What exactly happened? Do you know, Xiao Huan? The youth shook his head, his brow furrowed as he looked at Ming Lin. Young master, I don't know either. If you're feeling unwell, we should return immediately. The Fire Dragon King was out of reach now. We'll see if another chance comes along later. Oh? Xiao Huang? Ming Lin, you call him Xiao Huan? Huo Wuwang overheard their exchange and latched onto the key phrase. What business is it of yours? Ming Lin's expression darkened instantly. No need to get worked up. Why Little Yellow? Sounds like a dog's name, doesn't it? Huo Wuwang chuckled. At those words, Ming Lin's face darkened instantly and a murderous aura spread from his body. Say that again? Ming Lin ground the words out between clenched teeth. Whoa, you really got mad. That's no fun. Huo Wuwang waved his hand dismissively. The young man from Red Leaf City frowned beside him. Little Yellow, that name. It's fine, young master. Call me whatever you like, Ming Lin replied. Fine. If you don't like it, I'll change it later. The Crimson Leaf City youth shifted his gaze to Wuwang, who sat atop a flying beast pet not far away. But who is he? Him? His former name was Yan Wuwang. He curried favor with the Hua family, who bestowed their surname upon him, changing his name to Wuwang, Ming Lin explained. The Crimson Leaf City youth realized, so he's a two-surnamed lackey even willing to abandon his birth surname. Wuwang didn't seem annoyed. Instead, he smiled and said, Young Master Yi, unlike your noble birth, we're just trying to scrape by. The youth from Red Leaf City was named Yi Hongshua. The Yi family was among the most prominent clans in Red Leaf City, controlling 3 top-tier guilds that dominated the city's elite circles. The youth Yi Hongshua snorted coldly, sneering. Poof. I despise people like you most. Do you really think the Hua family would accept you? Don't get your hopes up. Then we won't trouble you, young Master Yi, Wuwang replied calmly. Watching the tsunami gradually recede, he offered a peculiar smile. The tsunami is receding. We'll head in first to seek our fortune. If you dare, follow us. Chapter 45, A Bountiful Harvest Dragon Eggs and Snake Eggs. Young Master, I'll follow your lead. Ming Lin looked at Yi Hongshua. Yi Hongshua, of course, understood Ming Lin's meaning and replied, It's fine. Let's follow and see. I'm also curious whether the Dian City professional is still alive. Him? At that mention, Ming Lin suddenly snapped to attention. Right. There was another person in the valley. The Dian City professional. The tsunami had momentarily made him forget about this person. Damn. He hadn't retreated immediately. Under such a tsunami, a force of nature, the person's chances of survival are slim. Ming Lin paused thoughtfully before saying, most likely swept away by the tsunami. Hearing this, Yi Hongshua silently lamented the loss. The man had strong principles and a distinctive style qualities he had admired. What about the 2 bosses? Could they still be alive? His own power was too low to grasp the scale of such formidable entities, so he could only ask Ming Lin, a seasoned 5th-tier expert. If humans couldn't survive, the 2 bosses certainly wouldn't have either. However, they likely left behind snake eggs, and there's a high probability the 4-winged pterosaurs left dragon eggs too. Ming Lin explained. This makes it even more worth checking out. If we can't get the Fire Dragon King, getting the 4-winged pterosaurs eggs would be great too. We can hatch them back home and raise them from hatchlings way better than finding a pet beast halfway through. Hearing Ming Lin's explanation, Yi Hongshua saw a glimmer of hope. After all, the purpose of this expedition was to find a beast pet. You're absolutely right. We need to hurry and catch up, we can't let them beat us to it. Right. Let's go. Inside the valley. The tsunami's fury had receded, the lava extinguished, leaving behind pits filled with seawater throughout the valley. Wuwang surveyed the surroundings, noting the valley had been widened at least twice its original size by the tsunami's force. Everything was gone utterly empty. The valley walls at the bottom were eerily smooth, as if deliberately polished. Impressive power. Water specifically counters fire. Both bosses were fire attribute, so their demise wasn't undeserved. Still, it's a shame. A beast companion like that would have been pretty impressive. Would have spared me from using my own flight skills. Wuwang sighed softly. Finding a suitable beast companion was troublesome. If any random monster could become a beast pet, he wouldn't be so torn. Snapping back to reality, the gear drop from the slain monster began gathering toward him. The gear emitted faint beams of light as Wuwang scanned them carefully. He found the highest tier was only purple epic grade, with most being blue rare. Fire Dragon King Necklace, epic purple. Equip level, LV 200. Equipment effect, Spirit plus 1000, Constitution plus 500, Strength plus 1500. Boss special effect 1, Fire attribute attack damage plus 150%, inflicts 20% total damage as burn effect. Boss special effect 2, increases fire resistance by 60%. Reading the equipment description, Li Wu muttered to himself. This spirit boost isn't exactly huge, but it's not negligible either. Bottom line, it's neither here nor there. The special effect, increased fire damage. Useless for now unless I have fire-related skills, but might come in handy later. The second special effect is pretty weak. The Poison Vine Ring completely immunizes against burn effects, isn't that better? After pondering, Wuwang decided not to sell it for now. After all, he wasn't lacking anything. Selling it might bring in a few million more, but keeping it wouldn't affect him either way. After stowing away the Fire Dragon King necklace, Wuwang turned his attention to the second epic item. Double-horned 4-winged dragon headgear, epic purple. Equip level, LV 200. Equipment effects, Spirit plus 400, Constitution plus 1000, Strength plus 1600. Boss special effect 1, increases fire resistance by 40%. Boss special effect 2, Dragon Roar briefly intimidates target, causing stun effect. Boss special effect 3, Dragon Breath spews high temperature flames from its maw. Equipping this allows autonomous control. Note, use with caution if fire resistance is low, as it may inflict burn effects on the wearer. This one's pretty good too. After reading the description, Wuwang picked up the helmet and examined it. The helmet glowed a fiery red, featuring 2 horns and a surface covered in tightly packed scales. These scales possessed a lustrous sheen, resembling polished metal. When worn, only the chin and eyes remained exposed. Dragon Warrior? I'll keep this one. It's actually quite stylish. This was the 3rd time Wuwang had felt genuinely satisfied with an item. But he'd already claimed 2 pieces, the other being the poison vine ring. Both bosses dropped decent gear. You died well, though it's a shame my beast pet is still missing. Wuwang examined the other gear as he spoke. Compared to these 2, the rest were rather ordinary, the kind you'd sell off to free up inventory space. Still, they could fetch some money. In total, there were 36 pieces of gear, 5 epics, 15 rares, and the rest were all fine quality. Time to move on. I'm ready to take on a tier 4 quest. Wuwang stowed the remaining gear away, preparing to take flight and depart. Ha! He suddenly paused. He spotted something glinting in a nearby rock crevice. That can't be right. Isn't all gear supposed to automatically gather around you? Wuwang approached with confusion, then crouched down to inspect it. Ha! These are 2 eggs? Wuwang was astonished. One was about the size of a fist, while the other was as large as a basketball. Both emitted a colorful glow. Killed the boss and left behind 2 eggs. And they're both growth type. Wuwang felt a surge of excitement. The colorful glow signified growth potential. Equipment with such hues existed, but they were extremely rare, mere legends. The larger one is likely a 2-horned, four-winged pterosaur egg, while the smaller one belongs to the Fire Dragon King. Not bad at all. This is a great find. Wuwang was in high spirits as he picked up the 2 eggs to examine them. The snake egg was oval-shaped, its surface smooth with fine, intricate patterns. It was grayish-black, resembling cooled magma. The dragon egg, however, had a rougher surface, glowing fiery red. Its base featured tightly packed protrusions, like red crystals grown directly from the egg, cradling it. Taking these to auction would likely cause chaos. Wuwang muttered to himself, things money can't even buy, how could anyone possibly purchase them? He could earn money, but a color-changing pet like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But how does one hatch this? Just leave it be? Or must it be placed in an incubator? Wuwang held 1 egg in each hand, suddenly perplexed. He knew little about this. Most professional practitioners' beast pets were already active, it was rare to encounter one still unhatched. Garlic bird, we'll discuss this back at the base. At that moment, Wuwang, who had rushed from outside Huajiao Valley, spotted Wuwang below from the air. Seeing him, Wuwang frowned. He didn't die in the tsunami? That lucky? Wait, what is he holding? Chapter 46, everyone is shocked. Colored eggs. The conflict begins. Wait, what is he holding? Fire Wuwang, riding atop his beast companion, suddenly widened his eyes. Below, the man held 2 objects radiating colorful light. He knew exactly what the colors signified, they represented the legendary existence. They were growth-type eggs, theoretically limitless in potential, provided sufficient resources. Holy crap, they look like 2 eggs. One big, one small. Colored eggs? If word gets out, it'll surely spark a frenzy. Priceless treasures. Whoever gets these 2 colored eggs will have no worries for generations. Fire Wuwang's entourage chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Colored quality utterly rare, so rare it's practically legendary. 2 colored eggs, one must be the Fire Dragon King's, and the other is a wyvern egg. Fire Wuwang's eyes flashed with a piercing light, his gaze brimming with greed. Forget him, even practitioners above the 10th rank couldn't resist the temptation of colored eggs. Brother Wuwang, what should we do? One of them turned to Wuwang, seeking his advice. After all, no matter how precious they were, the items were already in someone else's hands. And this person had survived the tsunami, no ordinary feat. Erhao, Sanwu, you 2 dash back to Tianhua City immediately and notify the Hua family. I'll try my best to hold them off. There's still time. Those 2 colored eggs must be secured for our Hua family. Wuwang took a deep breath, his expression grave as he issued the order. He was acutely aware of his own desire to claim the 2 eggs for himself. But he also knew his own limitations. Even if he somehow managed to obtain them, he would never be able to control them. He could only strive for what lay within his grasp, that was to earn the full recognition of the Hua family. This was his golden opportunity. He absolutely could not let it slip away. Yes, Brother Wuwang. Both men understood the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, they responded and swiftly departed the area. How thrilling! Wuwang watched the departing figures, his mind settling slightly. Soon, the Hu family would arrive. By then, the 2 colored eggs would be theirs for the taking, and he would be the one to take all the credit. Suppressing all emotion from his face, Wuwang adopted a cheerful and easygoing demeanor as he descended downward. Below, Wuwang noticed the approaching figure the moment it drew near. He stowed both eggs into his spatial pouch, preventing any potential friction that might damage them. He knew full well the value these eggs held, they were bound to spark conflict. For now, leaving wasn't an option. Hello, brother. Wuwang landed, his face immediately breaking into a smile as he approached Li Wuwang. What brings you here? Li Wuwang asked, his expression calm. Fearing he might have misjudged the situation, Wuwang hastily clarified, brother, I mean you no harm. I simply have some questions I'd like your insight on. I owe you no answers, Li Wuwang replied coldly, preparing to leave. He could see it despite the man's desperate attempts to hide it, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Hey, brother, don't be so hasty. Everything can be discussed. I truly mean no harm. Wuwang remained level-headed, unwilling to provoke a violent confrontation with the youth before him. Though the other had concealed his rank, surviving such a terrifying tsunami meant his strength far surpassed his own, not someone to provoke. Negotiate what? What bargaining chips do you have? Li Wuwang scoffed. Ah, well. Wuwang faltered, then laughed again. Brother, I suppose I should introduce myself. I believe I do have the capital for negotiation. I come from the Hua family of Tianhua City. Li Wuwang shrugged. So? Hearing this, Wuwang wanted to curse, but ultimately held back. Was he not afraid of the Hua family of Tianhua City? Could it be? He hailed from an even greater power? That couldn't be. Would a major power send just one person to raid the Fire Dragon King's lair? Brother, may I ask where you're from? Wuwang pressed, the Hua family may not be a top-tier power, but we're no slouch either. We hold some renown across the continent. Li Wuwang retorted, why should I tell you? Brother, I truly mean no harm. I just want to ask about that tsunami earlier. Wuwang had no choice but to quickly change the subject. This man was completely unyielding. He likely knew Li Wuwang was here for the colored eggs. But his role wasn't to seize them, it was to buy time. Once the Hua family arrived, everything would be over. Tsunami? I unleashed it. Li Wuwang declared. Oh? You've got quite the sense of humor, Wuwang merely chuckled. Could such a tsunami of overwhelming power really be unleashed by a practitioner? You've got to be kidding me. Li Wuwang couldn't be bothered to respond. He instantly unleashed the swift bat wings technique, soaring into the sky to depart, leaving behind one final remark. I know you're stalling for time, but you picked the wrong person. The Hua family? I couldn't care less. Hearing this, Wuwang watched the retreating figure, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth and muttered. What are you pretending? If you don't care about the Hua family, why won't you admit you're from a major power? I'd say you're just bluffing. But he dared not intervene. The man's strength surpassed his own, and any attempt to stop him would likely end badly. Brother Wuwang, what should we do? Someone asked. Wuwang frowned deeply. If only they could stall a little longer, just a little longer. Teleporting into the instance and returning here would take mere minutes. Go for it. We can't let him break free from combat. Chase after him. Wuwang immediately summoned his beast companion and sped after them. He added urgently, use your wits later. Our goal is to prevent him from teleporting. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs. Yes, Brother Wuwang. The remaining members knew that to teleport back from a dungeon, one must first exit combat. They only needed to unleash ranged skills to keep him locked in combat, preventing any teleportation. Li Wuwang, unaware of the pursuit, flew straight toward the valley exit. Moments later, he collided with another group ahead. To be precise, it was the group from Red Leaf City. Ming Lin, standing before her beast companion, sensed the approaching adventurer. His alertness heightened, and as the adventurer drew nearer, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. It's him? He's still alive. Chapter 47, Pursuit. The Hua clan of Tianhua City arrives. Yi Hongshua's eyes also widened in disbelief. He survived such a powerful tsunami? Unbelievable. He looks about my age. Just seeing that tsunami made me dizzy and trembling, and he survived? Ming Lin took a deep breath. He's stronger than I anticipated. To think Dian could harbor such a formidable professional. A tsunami like that would be difficult even for an 8th-tier professional to withstand. Yet the youth before them had miraculously survived. This was far beyond mere luck. Thinking back to his earlier words of doubt and disrespect toward the big shot, if such a figure ever found out, well, the mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Master. Please wait. Ming Lin abandoned any casual familiarity, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Sir, please wait. Ming Lin called out again, seeing the figure show no intention of slowing down. Li Wuwang halted, gazing at them with puzzlement. Speak your mind. Big shot, surviving that tsunami is incredible. Ming Lin blurted out. I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect. So that's your business? Li Wuwang's mouth twitched. He had unleashed the tsunami himself. Could it possibly backfire on him? He couldn't be bothered to explain anything. Ming Lin paused awkwardly. Actually, it's nothing major. I just wanted to ask what's going on inside. Yeah. What happened inside? Can you tell us? Yi Hongshua asked with innocent curiosity. Shrill. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The group's attention was instantly drawn to the area behind Li Wuwang. They saw a beast pet carrying 4 people, rushing towards them at full speed. Fire twin? What are they? Minglin frowned, then realized, are they hunting you down? Wuwang replied, hunting me down? He hadn't even noticed until now. Looks like that's the case, boss, Minglin mused. Why would they be chasing? Could it be some earth-shattering treasure? Otherwise, how could Wuwang dare pursue someone who survived the tsunami? But why did the boss run? Boss, the leader is a member of the Hua family, Wuwang, a 6th-tier professional. You should be able to handle him easily, right? Minglin asked with a hint of confusion. Why does everyone think I'm running away? Wuwang was a bit speechless. He was simply leaving normally after clearing the dungeon. The other party hadn't shown any obvious intent to attack, and besides, there was only one exit from Fire Dragon Valley. No, not at all. Minglin, his thoughts exposed, scratched his head awkwardly. Holding his distance mid-air, Wuwang halted and called out. Bro, why the rush to leave? I just wanted to ask a few questions. No need to be so impatient. Hearing this, Wuwang sighed helplessly and chuckled. Of course it's because your mother died I'm rushing off to pay my respects. Wuwang's face darkened instantly. I told you you're humorous, bro. Humor my ass. Wuwang retorted. Minglin and Hongshua beside them grimaced in disbelief. The big shot really is down to earth. But he deserved it. You. Wuwang seethed, his anger bottled up. Seeing the other party had stopped running, he halted as well, no longer intending to strike. His goal of stalling for time had been achieved, so he could only swallow his anger for now. You just wanted to stall, didn't you? I'll wait and see how things play out. Wuwang had no intention of leaving immediately either. Sometimes a man just had to prove himself, lest others think he couldn't hold his ground. Wuwang merely smiled at this, saying nothing, though his heart was bursting with glee. No need to worry about counterattacks if he tried to stall, the other was willing to wait. Perfect. Minglin froze upon hearing this. Stalling for time? He looked closely and saw that indeed, 2 people were missing from the group Wuwang had brought. Only then did he recall that not long ago, 2 people had indeed left at breakneck speed. He'd been wondering what had happened, turns out they'd gone to tip off the others. If only he'd stopped them. Things were different inside the instance. Reinforcements could arrive incredibly fast. Once they teleported in, they could reach this location within minutes. Several minutes had already passed. The Hua family must already be on their way here. Whoa! What kind of treasure could possibly be hidden within this Fire Dragon Valley? Minglin took a deep breath and warned. Boss, the Hua family isn't a small clan. They're tough to deal with. Wuwang asked, how are they troublesome? Well, they're formidable in every aspect, Minglin replied. The Hua family was a genuine major power, brimming with high-tier professionals under their command and backed by ultra-high-tier practitioners. Even the Yi family gave them face. Wuwang didn't respond. He retracted his swift-winged bat wings and landed on Minglin's beast companion. Boss, what exactly happened inside Fire Dragon Valley? Seeing his pleas fell on deaf ears, Minglin shifted the subject. Nothing much. Just a tsunami, Wuwang replied. We know about the tsunami, but where did it come from? From the heavens. What about the 2 bosses? Dead. Minglin sucked in a sharp breath. The tsunami's force was overwhelming. They hadn't seen a single monster on their way in. All of them had been crushed to death by the tsunami. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced the question burning in his mind. Brother, what exactly was Wuwang after? Or did something valuable appear inside Huajiao Valley? As the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted them. Given the current situation, this question was far too sensitive. What else could it be? 2 eggs, that's what. Wuwang replied. Hearing this, Wuwang and his group were stunned. Both bosses had dropped eggs. This was extraordinary. 2 eggs? Could they be from the Fire Dragon King and the 4-winged wyvern? Wuwang nodded indifferently. Impressive. 2 eggs. That means 2 rare pets to raise from hatchlings. Minglin was visibly excited and envious. He planned to ask if they could part with one later, hoping to complete this mission. Not far away, Wuwang overheard the conversation, his expression darkening further. Damn it, playing favorites, huh? Just wait until the Hua family arrives, then we'll see how you keep up this act. Wuwang, it's just 2 eggs. Do you really need to be so extreme? Why not just have the Hu family pay for them? Minglin suddenly interjected. These eggs were rare, but if you were willing to pay the price, there was still a chance to buy them. Wuwang laughed. 2 eggs? You think those 2 eggs are ordinary? The Hua family will be here soon. I'm not afraid to tell you those damn things are the legendary eggs that emit colored light. At this revelation, the Red Leaf City crew froze in shock. Colorful, light? Wholly the legendary quality that can theoretically grow infinitely? Minglin and the others were stunned, momentarily speechless. Eggs of this caliber only existed in legends. And yet, it appeared in Fire Dragon Valley? He understood now, no wonder Wuwang had gone to such extremes. Even a single colored egg would spark conflict if it were released to the outside world, let alone 2. He'd been considering whether to bid on it later. Who in their right mind would bid on a legendary colored egg, for crying out loud? Ming Lin took a deep breath and immediately said, "Boss, while the Hua family hasn't arrived yet, I think you should leave immediately. I'll hold them off. Even if the Hua family shows up, they won't be able to do anything to us." Before Li Wuwang could respond, Wuwang sneered coldly. "Trying to leave now? Too late." Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind them, several sharp whistles tore through the air. Chapter 48. So what if it's 11th tier? Summoning a Cataclysm. Dozens of figures soared through the sky from the distance, their speed so extreme it tore through the air. Fire Twin immediately flew forward to greet them. "Brother Looming! Elder Hua! You finally arrived!" Fire Wushwan was overjoyed, bowing respectfully. "Wushwan, where is this multicolored beast egg you mentioned?" The elder at the head wore a hooded black robe, his face etched with eerie black runes. Clutching a jet black staff, his eyes gleamed sharply as he cut straight to the point without further pleasantries. "It's on that kid. But this kid's a bit strange, keep an eye on him." Hua Wushwan pointed at Li Wuwang with a smug look. "Oh? A mere child?" Hua Ying's expression flickered with doubt. "Are you certain they're on him?" Hu Wushwan replied, "I dare not conceal anything from Elder Hua. I saw him put away 2 colored eggs with my own eyes." Hua Ying nodded. "Understood. Step aside for now. Your contribution this time is significant. The Hua family will not shortchange you." "Thank you, Elder Hua." Hua Wushwan's heart surged with excitement. This time, he would finally gain the Hua family's recognition. Hu Luming also spoke up. "Wushwan, your contribution is truly great. I will speak well of you before father and take you as my adopted son." "Thank you, Brother Luming." Secured. Completely secured. Across from them, Ming Lin's expression darkened as he frowned. "It's Hua Ying who's arrived. He's an 11th tier dark mage. Hu Luming is an 8th tier, while the others are mostly 7th tier, spanning various professions. Dispatching so many high-tier professionals at once clearly shows how seriously the Hua family takes this." "Impressive?" Li Wuwang remained unmoved. Ming Lin gave a bitter smile. "Extremely formidable. Dark mages strike with cunning and viciousness. One misstep, and even a 12th tier professional could fall. These arrivals are all elite members of the Hua family. That Hua Luming is the eldest son of the Hua family, a thunderstorm warrior. He once defeated a 9th tier professional at the 8th tier. These 2 leaders are both formidable figures." "Xiao Ming, how do you know all this?" Yi Hongshua looked at Ming Lin with surprise. He didn't recognize any of them. "I've heard and seen a lot. If you don't understand them, and you happen to provoke them, well, you'd be dead," Ming Lin said helplessly. After all, he wasn't a member of the Yi family. To survive and thrive in the cracks, he had to be cautious at every turn. Understanding the factions around Redleaf City was his essential lesson. "Little brat, you've got 2 Easter eggs on you?" Hua Ying, having assessed the situation, approached and asked Li Wuwang. Though he tried to hide it, the fire in his eyes was impossible to conceal. "They're on me. So how do you plan to take them?" Li Wuwang replied calmly. Hu Luming spoke bluntly. "Kid, hand over the colored eggs. We can all live in peace. You can't handle these things. Giving them to our Hua family is the wisest choice." Hua Wushwang chimed in, "I advise you to be sensible. With Elder Hua here, you won't be able to stir up any trouble." Hua Ying shot both of them a stern look. "You two are being terribly rude. Don't scare the poor kid." His gaze then shifted back to Li Wuwang, adopting a more approachable demeanor as he proposed. "How about a trade?" Li Wuwang chuckled. "A deal? It's possible, but you'll need to offer something of equal value to the colored egg. If you can't, I suggest you give up on the idea." Hua Ying and his group fell silent at this. This was clearly putting them in a bind. The value of the colored egg was immeasurable. Where on earth could they find something comparable? "Youngster, it's best not to be too greedy. If you're willing to hand it over, the Hua family won't treat you unfairly," Hua Ying said with a laugh that was deeply unsettling. "What's that supposed to mean? Trying to force a sale?" Li Wuwang scoffed. These people were shameless scoundrels, dressing up their banditry in noble-sounding words. "You can interpret it that way," Hua Luming replied. "So you still refuse to hand it over? Is it even yours?" "Shameless," Li Wuwang retorted. Ming Lin, standing nearby, listened with dread, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Li Wuwang. This bold? These were Hua Ying and Hua Luming. Defying them was tantamount to defying the entire Hua family. He desperately wanted to cry out and warn the boss, but the palpable tension in the air left him speechless. "Since that's the case, I shan't waste my breath on you any longer." Hua Ying drew in a deep breath, his hands curling into claws with palms facing skyward as if gathering power. The eerie runes on his face twisted into a savage grimace, and wisps of black gas began seeping from his body. "Ugh!" he roared. The next instant, the once clear sky plunged into darkness. A dense, gas-like mass of pitch-black substance coalesced overhead, radiating an eerie, deathly aura that swallowed the light. Stop! I'm a member of the Yi family of Hongye City. Seeing the situation turn dire, Ming Lin struggled to speak. The black substance felt too terrifying, almost making his soul tremble. The Yi family? Wuwang paused, his eyes cold as he said, leave immediately, or don't blame this old man for showing no mercy. Though the Yi family held no sway over his Hua clan, he still owed them a measure of respect. They must obtain the Easter eggs. If the Yi family dared to obstruct them, he could easily abandon all pretense of courtesy. Minglin, get out of here now. I'll let you off today, but if you ever humiliate me again, I'll take your life. Wuwang threatened as well. Boss, what should we do? Minglin had hoped to leverage the Yi family's standing to ease the tension, but Wuwang showed no room for compromise. If he didn't move now, he believed Wuwang would truly dare to kill them all. Since I stand here, I fear nothing. What of an 11th tier? Li Wuwang said indifferently. Ah, boss, take care. Minglin was utterly helpless now. An 11th tier dark mage was too powerful, he couldn't do anything. With that, he led Yi Hongshua and the others in a swift retreat, moving as far away as possible. Only when Fire Dragon Valley vanished from sight did they halt and turn back. Xiao Ming, can you think of anything? Yi Hongshua asked. Nothing we can do. It's too late to call for help now. Boss, you'll just have to hope for the best. Ming Lin shook his head, his expression grim. With no viable options left, all they could do now was watch. Young man, remember this, some things aren't meant for everyone to take. The black-robed elder's resonant voice echoed as the dark mass coalesced, radiating a deathly stillness. Is that so? Li Wuwang wasted no time, unleashing two skills in quick succession. Target locked LV1. Thunderstorm summon LV4. Chapter 49, Escape? Where to escape? Slaughter them all. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions erupted suddenly. Above, thick black clouds gathered like a rising tide, plunging the world into darkness. The sky was shrouded in gloom, as if the end of days had arrived. Purple lightning danced within the leaden clouds, casting intermittent flashes of light across the darkened sky, illuminating the surroundings in a stark, eerie white. The sudden change left everyone present utterly astonished. What's happening? Where did these dark clouds come from? What is this? I can actually sense the aura of death emanating from those clouds. No, this is a damn thunderstorm. Liu Ming was utterly horrified. The sheer power emanating from it felt like the force capable of shattering the heavens and earth, utterly overwhelming. Thunder, a thunderstorm? A thunderstorm appearing out of nowhere? Who? No. How could he possibly possess such overwhelming power? Liu Ming suddenly turned his gaze toward the youth, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. As an 11th tier dark mage, Hui Ying's face paled with terror, and panic immediately seized him. He sensed that death had locked onto him. And lightning had countered dark mages. He had a strict rule: never engage in combat during thunderstorms, and absolutely never face off against practitioners of the same tier or lower who wielded lightning attributes. Oomph! Gritting his teeth, he hurled the dark mass above his head forward, then bellowed urgently, You must flee. Fire Liu Ming and Fire Wuxuan, nearly scared out of their wits, scrambled like drowned rats, fleeing frantically toward the horizon. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a door panel crashed down, like a gaping wound splitting the heavens, utterly monstrous. The lightning struck the dark mass. The pitch-black substance proved as fragile as foam, instantly dissipating. The lightning dispersed into the air, spreading like countless purple snakes slithering outward. The dark mage was utterly stunned, his very soul trembling as terror gripped his heart. He was nearly mad, unable to accept this reality. No, impossible. How could a practitioner wield such colossal power of heaven and earth? Impossible. This can't be. I can't die. Boom. 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 3 more bolts of lightning, each as thick as door panels, struck down, as if a thunder tribulation had struck the dark mage squarely in the head. In an instant, the dark mage was reduced to ashes. The thunderous sea raged, illuminating the entire world. Huishuang, Hualiaming, and the others stared at the lightning sea rushing toward them at breakneck speed, utterly terrified. Mommy! I want my mommy! Wah! How is this possible? He's so young, how could he possess such power? We've provoked someone we shouldn't have. Quick, run! Exhausting every ounce of strength, the only thought in their minds was escape. After fleeing a considerable distance, the thunder's fury gradually subsided. We escaped. We made it. Old Master Hua. Terrifying. Who exactly is he? Liu Ming glared at Hu Wuxuang and demanded harshly. I don't know. I told you he was strange. Hu Wuxuang was so terrified he had wet himself, shaking his head frantically. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Liu Ming screamed hysterically. It was terrifying. Even he, an 8th tier cultivator, could feel the soul-shaking dread emanating from it. He'd never experienced anything like this in his entire life. Fire Wuxuang suddenly recalled a phrase the youth had uttered earlier. The tsunami was summoned by him. The thought sent a buzzing sensation through his mind. He was telling the truth. The tsunami was summoned by him. Is this even a professional? What the hell is this? On the other side, Wuwang watched the fleeing crowd and chuckled. Run? Where to? Target locked LV1 activated once more, locking onto Huo Luming. Immediately after, Meteor Summon LV4 was activated. Boom! Above the sky, four meteor-like asteroids formed a perfect line, streaking across the heavens with long, trailing flames. What is that? Meteors? Noticing the anomaly, Huo Luming immediately looked toward the source of the disturbance. Four neatly aligned meteors were plummeting through the sky. Meteors? Where did meteors come from? Wuwang paused, looked up, and saw the same scene, though the meteors appeared significantly larger to him than to Huo Luming. Well, meteors aren't exactly unusual. Huo Luming's pupils suddenly contracted. A wave of dread washed over him. Staring at the meteors growing ever larger, every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat poured down his back. This is bad. This damn meteor is heading straight for us. He bellowed. Holy, it really is. The other 7th tier professional gasped in horror. Run, run. It hasn't hit yet. We still have time to escape its attack range. Huo Luming gasped for breath as he kept running forward. The others scrambled to follow, looking utterly disheveled. Moments later, he was utterly dumbfounded. This meteor is chasing us. We're locked on. Quick, spread out. Huo Luming barked the order, and the group instantly scattered in all directions. Protect young Master Luming. Hurry. Everyone noticed the meteorite closing in on Huo Luming and immediately shouted. Those who had scattered quickly regrouped within what they deemed a safe perimeter, unleashing skill after skill. Some cast protective skills on Huo Luming, while others attempted to intercept the meteorite. The meteorite closed in with overwhelming force, causing the very air to tremble. The meteor's overwhelming pressure descended like a crushing weight. Within a kilometer radius, those mid-flight instantly lost their ability to soar, plummeting one after another as the crushing pressure made breathing impossible. No! Our beast companions and flight skills are useless. We're done for. We're completely finished. What kind of being have we stumbled upon? A demon. That person must be a demon. Piercing screams filled the sky as the meteor's oppressive force trapped them, leaving no escape. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. Four meteors plummeted in succession, their explosions reverberating as a massive mushroom cloud billowed upward. The violent shockwave flattened everything around the explosion. At this moment, every member of the Hua family who had come was dead. On the other side, the retreating forces of Red Leaf City, sensing the commotion, halted and turned to look. Above them, dark clouds gathered thickly. Four bolts of lightning flashed suddenly, followed instantly by the roar of explosions. The sky and earth were illuminated by the blinding, piercing light of the lightning. What was that? The end of the world? Ming Lin was stunned, her mind going blank. Meteor? There's a meteor. One person spotted the meteors streaking through the sky and shouted immediately. Everyone looked up to see four meteorites suddenly appear, plummeting straight down. They exploded upon impact like nuclear bombs, sending showers of fire and light across the ground. The scene resembled the apocalypse, leaving the people of Red Leaf City utterly horrified and frozen in place. What the hell is going on? What's happening over there? A terrifying thunderstorm, then meteors crashing down. Is this even a dungeon anymore? Is this divine retribution? Is heaven punishing those Hua family members? This is terrifying, worse than any natural disaster. Suddenly, Ming Lin was struck by a terrifying realization. Combining the current situation, the tsunami within Huajiao Valley, and the fact that the big shot remained unscathed. Could all of this actually be caused by the same person? Who the hell is he? Chapter 50, the shocked advancement officer you leveled up 50 times in one day? It's over. Time to return and claim the 4th tier mission. Wuwang watched the lingering aftershocks of the Meteor Strike, exhaling slowly. He now possessed some self-defense capabilities. No longer a 3-second wonder, but a 9-second one. Without lingering, he flew straight out of Fire Dragon Valley and teleported back to the teleportation plaza in Dayan City. The square was now crowded with people, each wearing a look of fear as they discussed something. Did you see that? A massive battle just erupted in the Tier 3 instance. Holy, that thunderstorm and meteor strike were absolutely terrifying. If I hadn't gotten out of there immediately, I might have died in there. Damn it, are we DN professionals doomed? It's bad enough we're hated by Wuwei City, Bloodsea City, and Black Side City, but now powerful figures keep showing up in these dungeons too. This is insane. Seriously? You saw high-tier players clashing? You'd have to be crazy to get close. I felt the pressure from miles away. What else would it be but a major battle? We're done for. Totally screwed. Why are so many weird things happening lately? Heard the Bloodsea City Lord is coming to Dan personally today to demand an explanation. Wuwang, who had just emerged from the teleportation point, overheard these whispers. The Bloodsea City Lord is coming to Dan? That has quite the show of force, but it won't do him any good. Bro, you just got out of the instance? A fellow adventurer spotted Li Wuwang emerging from the teleportation point and immediately approached him, his eyes widening with surprise.
Yeah. Li Wuwang nodded. Is what they're saying true?
A major battle broke out between high-tier adventurers in the dungeon. The adventurer pressed quickly. He had originally planned to go in and find some people to level up with, but hearing these rumors made him hesitate, unsure of their truth. Already viewed with hostility by adventurers from the 3 nearby cities, if the battle was real, this public dungeon would truly become off-limits.
Yeah. Damn, it's true. This public instance is out of the question. Guess I'll have to stick to the small instances in Dian. After confirming the news, the adventurer looked utterly dejected. Dan dungeons couldn't hold a candle to public ones. Who'd grind in Dan dungeons unless they had no other choice? The drop rates were abysmal, and the XP rewards were a fraction of what the public instance offered, a classic case of putting in twice the effort for half the results. Li Wuwang didn't linger. He walked straight out of the teleportation plaza. Moments later, his figure appeared outside the advancement sanctuary. The advancement officer responsible for guiding practitioners was daydreaming inside the sanctuary when footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. She quickly stood up, smoothed her robes, and stepped outside, flashing a formulaic smile as she said, "Greetings, adventurer. May I ask?" Her gaze lifted to meet a familiar face, and she froze in place. It was him. Just yesterday, she'd wondered when she might see him again. After reaching Tier 3, the experience required for leveling up increased significantly. Even with exceptional talent and ample resources, it would take 1 to 2 months to complete the training. Yet here he was, appearing again today? It caught her completely off guard. Professional, you're back?" Her eyes widened as she stared at Li Wuwang in disbelief. "Yes, I'm back." Li Wuwang nodded. Jin Jian was visibly a little excited, yet also puzzled. The excitement stemmed from seeing the young professional she'd dreamt of again. The confusion stemmed from how unexpectedly quick this reunion had been. Was this right? "Hey, what are you doing?" Li Wuwang rubbed his temples and gave a gentle reminder. Jin Jesher flinched, her fair, translucent face flushing visibly to her ears as she stammered apologies. "I am so sorry, professional. I just... Oh dear, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble." "It's fine," Li Wuwang replied. The advancement officer took a deep breath, composed herself, and asked earnestly, "What brings you to the advancement sanctuary?" She hadn't even considered that Li Wuwang might be here for a reason other than claiming an advancement quest. After all, even with the best luck, it was impossible to go from Tier 3 to max level in a single day. That would be beyond abnormal. Yes, Li Wuwang paused before replying, to claim an advancement quest. The advancement officer was utterly dumbfounded. Claim an advancement quest? Maxed out a 3rd-tier skill in a single day? You've got to be kidding me. Is our approach to this different from yours? Are we even in the same world? Her worldview was completely shattered. All right. The advancement agent snapped out of her shock, her speech stumbling slightly. Please follow me." "All right." Li Wuwang followed the advanced envoy deeper into the sanctuary. The advanced practitioner walked ahead, diligently adjusting her emotions, telling herself to take deep breaths. Was this a dream? No, this isn't a dream. Like a joke? Not at all. It felt both real and surreal. Before long, the advancement envoy guided Li Wuwang to the sacred statue where 4th-tier advancement quests were assigned. Li Wuwang, already well versed in the process, walked to the front of the statue and pressed his palm against it. A prompt appeared. Detected that you have reached level 150. Advanced quest being issued. Advancement quest, pass the trial of the goddess of 100 flowers. Task details, the goddess of 100 flowers will test the adept. The adept must maintain sanity and endure for 30 minutes during the trial. Location, Tier 3 public dungeon, 100 Flowers Cavern. Time limit, 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Upon seeing the quest, Li Wuwang felt a flicker of confusion. Goddess of flowers? What was this? The advancement officer, upon reading the quest details, looked utterly stunned and explained, how could it be this quest? The 100 Flowers Goddess's trial, this quest is far too unusual. Numerous female practitioners have succeeded, but male practitioners have almost never passed. I don't know about elsewhere, but in Dian, no male adventurer has ever succeeded, not even lasting half a minute. Hearing this, Li Wuwang furrowed his brow slightly. Was this quest even gender-biased? What do you mean? The advancement envoy's face flushed again as he explained, well, legend has it that the goddess of 1,000 flowers is immensely powerful and breathtakingly beautiful. Unparalleled in beauty. Moreover, her figure, voice, physique, attire, every aspect would adapt to your. Seeing the advancement envoy falter, Li Wuwang pressed, my what? The advancement envoy sighed. According to your preferences. She transforms until she becomes the most perfect being in your heart. The crucial part of the mission is this, the true form of the goddess of 100 flowers is actually a disgusting humanoid tentacle demon. Chapter 51, Special Advancement Mission, prepare to hatch the egg. Hearing the advancement agent's explanation, Li Wuwang's mouth twitched. Ha? There are missions like this? The advancement officer nodded solemnly.
This mission is generally considered rare, but it seems your luck isn't very good. Wuwang remained non-committal, nodding slightly.
Indeed, anyone would think that. A task like this even I might struggle to handle it.
This was the first time he'd ever felt truly stumped.
This is going to be tough.
Hearing Wuwang speak thus, the advanced envoy felt inexplicably flustered and hurriedly interjected. Adventurer, you mustn't be charmed. Just keep reminding yourself that the true form of the goddess of 100 flowers is actually a humanoid tentacle demon utterly disgusting. If you can maintain that level of revulsion and stay rational for 30 minutes, you'll get through it. Wuwang felt a pang of embarrassment.
He wasn't a saint.
Even if he kept reminding himself how revolting her true form was, what he was actually seeing wasn't her true form.
Seeing Wuwang's expression, the advancement envoy's eyes widened instantly. What? There are actually people with such preferences? Wuwang glanced at the advancement envoy.
Noticing the hint of shock in her expression, he instantly understood what she must be thinking.
He quickly explained. What are you thinking? How could I possibly have that kind of preference?
The advancement officer sighed softly.
No need to explain. I understand. People having all sorts of strange ideas is only natural, right?
Wuwang's mouth twitched.
What do you know?
The advancement envoy added regretfully, though I don't know how you managed to level up 50 times in a single day, your luck has truly run out this time. Wuwang composed himself and said. This quest does sound incredibly difficult, but I believe there might be another way to complete it.
What solution? The advancement envoy froze, instinctively pressing for details. Since it's a monster, why not just kill it? Wuwang replied. Hearing this, the advancement officer looked at Wuwang uncertainly. You mean kill the 100 flowers goddess? Exactly.
The advanced envoy found the professional's reasoning hard to believe and explained. Though the goddess of 100 flowers resides in a tier 3 instance, her power is formidable. Even a tier 6 adventurer would fall to her.
Theoretically, this approach is feasible, but it's the least recommended.
No adventurer who has ever laid a hand on the goddess of flowers has met a good end. Hearing this, Wuwang felt even more at ease.
Is it that difficult? Not at all. As long as it's a monster, it's just a matter of one skill. Doesn't matter how many tentacles it has. Understood. I'll be going now. Wuwang took his leave and turned to go. Goodbye.
The advanced envoy sighed softly, unable to shake off his concern for the young man. The goddess of 100 flowers trial was difficult, but men were even harder. In her view, killing the goddess was absolutely out of the question. Maintaining sanity for 30 minutes still offered a chance of passing. Sigh, I wonder who he really is. To level up 50 times in a single day, it's truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. We'll know in 2 days if he succeeds. From the looks of it, his composure should hold out, right? After leaving the Ascension Sanctuary, Wuwang walked down the street, heading toward an inn to rest. As he walked, the pedestrians suddenly all rushed toward one direction, shouting excitedly. Hey, hey, hey! The Lord of Blood Sea City and the head of the Su clan have arrived. Word is they're going to confront our Lord of Dan City in public. Hurry up and see. Holy crap, they really showed up. Who the hell provoked the Su family, that big shot? This is gonna cost us big time. This is bad. Even if they establish their authority, Dan City can't handle this. The Blood Sea City Lord and the Su family patriarch are here, and we still haven't found the killer.
Danon is finished. Who says it isn't? Why did we have to go and provoke them?
I'm too scared to even enter dungeons now.
Wuwang murmured to himself. It really happened. But it's none of his business. Who knows if he's involved?
Right, I need to figure out how to hatch these 2 beast pet eggs first.
I haven't even resolved the beast pet issue yet.
Wuwang slapped his forehead and immediately changed course, heading toward the beast pet market in the southern part of the city.
Not long after,
his figure appeared at the entrance of the beast pet market.
He strolled inside. Hey! Wuwang. Suddenly, someone looked up at Wuwang and called out his name.
Wuwang turned his head.
He recognized this person. They were on decent terms. A former classmate from school, Wu Fei. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Wu Fei appraised Wuwang before asking. Not bad. I heard you've been.
It's truly a case of turning your back on someone once they've fallen. These aristocratic families are so heartless.
Wu Fei sighed.
He'd heard the whole story. Wuwang had awakened as a summoner, but his talent wasn't up to par. Then, for some reason, the Li family had cast him out.
Maybe I'm not even their biological son, Wuwang replied jokingly. Hearing this, Wu Fei's expression froze. It's actually possible. Otherwise, they'd be too heartless. So, what have you been up to lately? If things aren't working out, I could hook you up with a job.
It's not as glamorous as being a professional, but at least it has some future. After all, as a classmate, he had some influence to help out. The matter of awakening a profession was beyond one's control, it was entirely a matter of fate.
Thanks, but I don't need help finding work. I've got things covered. Li Wuwang offered his thanks. All right. Wu Fei nodded. He knew Li Wuwang was a man who valued his pride, and given the recent turmoil, it would be hard for anyone to accept such an offer. So, what brings you to the beast pet market? Wu Fei asked curiously. Just browsing. Oh, I see. Having a pet is nice, at least you have company, unlike with people. Wu Fei nodded. True. I'll head inside now. We can talk more another time. Alright, we'll chat another time. Watching Li Wuwang's retreating figure, Wu Fei sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. Once inside, Li Wuwang surveyed the spacious market. Cages lined both sides, housing all manner of beast pets, flying types, reptilian types, beasts, and more. Everything imaginable was here. Li Wuwang thought for a moment. Since it was an egg, the flying beast pet market should be the right place to look. He immediately entered the flying beast pet section. Young man, interested in flying beasts? A vendor promptly called out to Li Wuwang, who appeared to be a potential customer. I am. Li Wuwang nodded, continuing, do you know much about flying beasts? The vendor waved his hand and launched into a passionate monologue. Oh, come on. What are you talking about? I know them inside out, not just flying ones, but basically every type of beast pet. Flying ones are just more popular, so business is better. Li Wuwang perked up. He hadn't come to the wrong place. Professionals handle professional matters. The seller promptly ushered Li Wuwang inside. Li Wuwang explained, actually, I have 2 eggs. I don't know how to hatch them, so I came to ask. Eggs? What kind of eggs? Hearing this, the seller's patience evaporated by half. Li Wuwang stated bluntly, they're a bit special. One is a snake egg, and the other is a dragon egg. What? Dragon eggs? Chapter 52, the stunned pet seller begins incubation. Young man, don't joke with me like that. I'm getting on in years, can't handle much excitement. The seller stared at Li Wuwang, his tone tinged with warning. A dragon egg. Such eggs were exceedingly rare. Dragons themselves were scarce, and their eggs even more so. And even those found in dungeons had long been reserved by major factions. How could ordinary people ever get their hands on one? Do I look like I'm joking? Li Wuwang retorted. What kind of joke? He never joked. Really? Let me see them. Otherwise, get out of my way and stop interrupting my work. Before the seller could finish speaking, 2 eggs appeared in Li Wuwang's hands. One was fist-sized, the other basketball-sized. Their surfaces pulsed with intermittent flashes of iridescent light. The seller was stunned, eyes suddenly widening as they stared straight at the 2 eggs. Colorful light. This was the sign of an absolutely rare existence. As a beast pet dealer, he'd never seen a colored egg himself, but he'd heard of them and read about them in ancient texts. Colored eggs meant the beast inside theoretically had no growth limits. Even setting aside colored eggs, ordinary eggs were already fiercely sought-after commodities in the market. After all, raising them from hatching ensures an exceptionally high bond with their owner. Beasts acquired midway through their development aren't necessarily inferior, but they pale in comparison to those nurtured from the embryonic stage. You. The seller momentarily stammered, his gaze darting between Li Wuwang and the 2 eggs. I don't know how to hatch them, I'm not an expert in that area. Li Wuwang reiterated his question. You wait a moment, I need to catch my breath. The seller laboriously rubbed his chest, trying to steady his breathing. After a moment, he drew in a deep breath, immediately stood up, closed the door tightly, and locked it. Young man, these eggs are no ordinary things. The seller stood before the egg, bending down to examine it from every angle, his eyes filled with utter astonishment. I know, Li Wuwang said calmly. Where did you get it? The seller stared intently at Li Wuwang's face, trying to glean some information. Where else? From the dungeon, of course. Li Wuwang replied. Wow, that's incredible. A colored egg signifies what? It signifies a legendary existence. I've been selling beast pets for most of my life, and this is the first time I've ever seen one. The seller marveled, his heart surging with overwhelming excitement. Li Wuwang carefully stored the egg away, then took it out again. Alright, now you've seen it twice. So, could you tell me how to hatch it? The seller was momentarily flustered by Li Wuwang's actions and explained, I know how to hatch them, but I must warn you, these 2 eggs are exceptionally extraordinary. They could bring deadly peril. Such things are not for ordinary practitioners to handle. It was strange they'd ended up in the hands of an ordinary practitioner. The thought made the seller suddenly re-examine the youth before him. Could he be anything but ordinary? But something still didn't add up. If he's not ordinary, why doesn't he know how to hatch it? Strange, truly strange. It would indeed invite mortal danger, but not for me. Li Wuwang agreed. Because of those 2 eggs, he'd killed quite a few professionals. Whoa! Upon re-evaluating the situation, the seller realized Li Wuwang was no naive rookie adventurer. He remarked, I must say, you seem calm and composed, yet you possess an extraordinary presence. Perhaps these eggs truly are meant for you. Li Wuwang replied, indeed. Very well. Seeing this today has broadened my horizons considerably.
I shall explain the method for hatching both eggs. The seller cut to the chase, explaining in a matter-of-fact tone.
This egg is extraordinary and cannot be treated like ordinary eggs.
Though its shell is hard, impervious to impact and heat, it fears cold temperatures most. Protect it well, placing it in a warmer location. Each day, place a single drop of blood upon the shell. Within half a month, it shall hatch.
Wuwang nodded.
The seller's words seemed credible. After all, both adult forms of these eggs possessed fire attributes. The seller continued, in my opinion, the smaller one is likely an egg of a fire dragon or similar creature, while the larger one belongs to a pterosaur or similar species.
Am I right?
Wuwang exclaimed with delight, you absolutely are.
Looks like I found the right person.
You're a beast pet master. Well, you can't run a beast pet business without some skill, the seller said with a hint of pride, smiling as he spoke.
Once they hatch, how should I feed them?
Wuwang pondered for a moment before asking again. The seller continued.
Feeding it will be quite costly.
You'll need to feed it equipment, but the main focus is leveling it up.
That's why I say most people would just waste this thing.
They don't have the resources to properly level it up. I don't know your background, but if you don't have powerful connections, you'd be wise to give up now. Find a buyer, and you'll never have to worry about resources for upgrades for the rest of your life.
Wuwang replied, thank you for your insight. You needn't concern yourself further, I have my own plans.
The seller nodded, signaling the conversation was over.
All right. Want the incubator?
It can regulate temperature, lasts up to 6 months on a single charge, and is quite convenient, can be stored in your spatial pocket.
Wuwang paused, then asked, you're still selling the incubator?
Sure, I sell everything related.
All right, give me 2 units.
Wuwang didn't hesitate. After all, it wouldn't look good to ask so many questions and leave without buying anything.
Hold on a moment, I'll get them for you.
The vendor turned and walked away, returning shortly with 2 incubators in hand.
The incubators weren't large, just big enough to hold 2 eggs.
For the temperature, I'll set it to 60 degrees for you, that should be just right.
All right.
After the seller adjusted the temperature, Wuwang placed the egg inside and then stored it in his spatial pocket.
That's 40,000 total.
The seller chuckled, as if afraid Wuwang might forget.
All right, I'll transfer it now. Wuwang transferred the money.
After receiving it, the seller reminded him again, remember, drip a drop of blood onto the egg every day.
Don't forget.
I'm looking forward to seeing you and these 2 beast pets rise to fame.
Thank you, thank you.
I'll be on my way then. Wuwang thanked him and left the pet market. Only then did the seller mutter to himself, what a strange day indeed.
A legendary colored egg actually appeared, and in the hands of a mere child? How peculiar.
If the major factions were to find out, it would surely stir up too much unnecessary trouble. He knew full well that today's events must be buried deep within him, never to be shared with others.
Stirring up trouble would be unwise.
Wuwang left the beast pet market and headed straight back to the inn. He took out the 2 eggs, pricked his fingertip with a needle, and squeezed a drop of blood onto each one. As the blood fell, ripples spread across the egg's surfaces. They flashed briefly, then the blood vanished.
That should do it.
I look forward to the day they hatch.
With no growth limits, though they'll need gear to feed them, and gear is the last thing I lack. Chapter 53, Negotiations, Sky-High Compensation, and Tianhua City issues a bounty. Meanwhile, the Lord of Bloodsea City and the Su family of Bloodsea City had already arrived at the residence of the Lord of Dayan City. Ningji, Lord of Dayan City, received them with utmost caution.
Ningji, a day is past.
Today, the Su family demands an explanation. What exactly does your Dayan City intend?
Using my Su family to establish your authority, how utterly audacious.
Suyunchi cut straight to the point, his words directed squarely at Ningji.
Ningji wore a look of deep sorrow and spoke with feigned grievance, this is truly beyond our knowledge. We've dispatched numerous investigators, yet found nothing.
This is a complete frame-up.
He had no way to explain his predicament. It's not like we're sick, why would we go looking for trouble? He truly hated whoever had spread this rumor, it had ruined them. Suyunchi's face was as cold as ice, his tone sharp.
Frame us? Why target Dayan specifically? What makes Dayan so worthy of being framed?
Explain yourself. Hearing this, Ningji froze, momentarily unable to respond.
Why frame Dayan? Dayan was just a small city.
Even he couldn't fathom the reason.
Wan Liantian, Lord of Bloodsea City, interjected, head of the Su clan, there must be hidden circumstances here. As Lord of a city, how could Ning do such a thing? Everyone, let's not lose our heads. Sit down and talk this through calmly. Suyunchi snorted coldly. Overreact? My own son was murdered. Wan Liantian, spare me the nonsense.
If Ningji doesn't give me a proper explanation today, don't blame me for showing no mercy, I'll slaughter every practitioner in your Dayan.
Ningji was left speechless.
Even if he had 1,000 grievances, he couldn't defend himself against such accusations. Upon learning that Bloodsea City's Lord Wan Liantian and Suyunchi had arrived today, both the Holy Sword Guild and the Blazing Fire Guild shut their doors tight. He had no choice but to face this alone.
Wan Liantian tugged at Su Yunqi's sleeve, motioning him to sit. Household head Su, that's a bit harsh.
From what I understand, Dayan City has always kept to its proper bounds and never done anything out of line.
Don't take your anger out on the innocent. Su Yunqi sat down, his voice filled with grief and indignation. Innocent people? Was my son not innocent? How utterly innocent he was, he didn't even have a whole body left. Compose yourself, Wan Liantian sighed softly. Such tragedies are unforeseeable.
Unable to produce evidence proving his innocence, Ningji could only swear an oath. Master Su, there truly is more to this matter than meets the eye.
You must believe me.
If I were capable of such an act, may my entire family meet a terrible end.
The investigation yielded no results, not even a single clue.
All they knew was that the culprit was a summoner from Dayan.
Dayan's practitioners were few, numbering in the millions.
Where could they possibly search? Without leads, it was nothing but an unsolved case, a deliberate frame-up.
Wan Liantian remarked, in my view, Lord Ning is also a victim here. He had absolutely no reason to do such a thing. However, Dayan professionals certainly had motive. We can confirm it was definitely done by a Dayan professional. Ningji couldn't refute this point.
Even he himself believed it was the work of a Dayan practitioner. It was simply carried out with such stealth that no leads could be found.
Su Yunqi snorted coldly.
Oomph. As the ruler of a city, you allowed someone under your jurisdiction to slaughter my son and then flaunt their defiance.
I will never forgive this.
To slaughter professionals from 3 cities in succession, what a ruthless show of force.
Sigh, Ningji lamented. What the hell kind of situation was this? He was getting stabbed in the back without even lifting a finger. Where could he go to seek justice? Though no representatives came from the other 2 cities, the pressure was palpable. The joint statement with Blood Sea City, signed by Wan Liantian and Su Yunqi, spoke for all 3 cities. Wan Liantian suddenly proposed. I say this, the dead cannot be brought back. We must mourn with restraint.
Further words are futile.
What do you think, family head Su? Su Yunqi sighed.
But my son was the future heir of the Su family, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. To have him killed like this, I cannot accept it.
Wan Liantian turned to Ningji and said, Lord Ning, though this wasn't done by your city's officials, it was carried out by the people of Dayan. While you may be innocent, you cannot escape responsibility. Master Su's grief over losing his son makes his harsh words understandable. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Ning? Ningji nodded.
He knew what needed to be done next.
Compensation. He wasn't foolish. Su Yunqi and Wan Liantian were playing the roles of the good cop and the bad cop. Compensation, was it? Yet he had no choice but to comply.
Even if it was proven beyond doubt that the Dayan faction wasn't responsible and no conclusive evidence had been uncovered, he had to grit his teeth and pay compensation to Su Yunqi. For the sake of Dayan's stability, he had no other option. After all, Blood Sea City far outmatched Dayan City in strength. Their power dictated the terms. Even with valid reasons, it made no difference. He wanted to stand firm, but weakness was an original sin. Defiance would only invite greater calamity.
Sigh, let's leave this matter to City Lord Wan. As long as the Su family head is appeased, anything is acceptable. Ningji sighed.
He had originally intended to use the rumor that Dayan's practitioners had acted in self-defense, that it was Blood Sea City's practitioners who had struck first.
But now it seemed pointless to say anything. Who had actually seen it? Was there any evidence? None.
In the end, the matter could only be decided by who was stronger.
Wan Liantian pondered for a moment before saying, Head of the Su family, how about this?
The past cannot be undone, but the future can be prevented. Without the truth, we cannot find the culprit. Lord Ning is willing to compensate you for your losses.
What do you think? Su Yunqi sighed repeatedly, as if torn by the decision. After a long pause, he finally said, There is no other way.
My son was the future heir of the Su family, the pride of Blood Sea City.
No amount of compensation can replace my son. Alas, I have failed as a father.
Ningji's expression darkened.
Wan Liantian interjected, This resolution is best acceptable to all parties.
Su family head, please draft a compensation list.
Very well. Ningji had someone fetch paper and ink. Su Yunqi began writing. Before long, the compensation list was drafted and handed to Ningji.
Seeing the compensation amounts on the list, Ningji nearly choked on his own blood. It was outrageous. This wasn't just asking for the moon, it was asking for the stars.
300 billion in monetary compensation. 50 pieces of 5-star epic equipment. 5 legendary tier items. Plus, they demanded ceding a portion of Dayan City's wild dungeon territories, nearly 1/3 of all its wild territories.
He believed he could meet these demands, but Dayan City would bleed heavily.
The space for Dayan City's professionals would be squeezed once more.
Ningji's expression darkened to the extreme. Yet he had no choice but to accept.
Fine, I agree. But this is the absolute limit of what I can offer. Wan Liantian smiled and said, That's good.
This negotiation process is completely open, there are no hidden agendas.
Only by getting along harmoniously can we achieve a win-win outcome. The negotiations concluded, and the final outcome was made entirely public.
Lord Ning also stated he had not been threatened.
Yet the staggering compensation sum sent shockwaves through Dayan City's professional circles. Meanwhile, another bounty notice issued by Skyfire City swiftly circulated throughout the city districts. It stated that Hua Luming, the legitimate son of the Hua family, a major power in Tianhua City, along with an 11th tier dark mage and 9 7th tier adventurers, had been killed in a tier 3 public instance. The Fire Clan of Tianhua City, Enraged, issued a sky-high bounty. Any informant providing clues would be immediately rewarded with 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment. This incident caused a massive stir. Adventurers everywhere speculated on the identity of the killer and launched investigations, all eager to claim the astronomical bounty. Chapter 54, 2 prodigies slain, speculation runs rampant. What the hell? The Fire Clan's heir, Hua Luming, was killed? I heard he was only in his 20s, already an 8th tier professional, an S tier talent thunderstorm warrior, and he just got killed like that? Damn it, these incidents are happening more and more frequently lately. First, a prodigy from Bloodsea City was killed, and now a prodigy from Skyfire City. Could it be the work of the same person? It's terrifying to even think about. In just a few days, 2 prodigies have been killed. The bounty notice is out 2 legendary grade equipment pieces? That's insane power. The news spread rapidly throughout Dayan City, with some even posting the bounty notices. Bounty hunters from all corners were drawn in.
Across the continent, a group of professionals formed teams, making their living by hunting down targets listed on bounty notices in various cities. Over a dozen high-tier professionals, including Huaying, were slaughtered. Not even their bodies were found. Huaying was an 11th tier dark mage. The killer's strength must be above 13th tier. The bounty is tempting, but it won't be easy to claim.
Several masked bounty hunters stood before the notice, studying the details and analyzing the situation.
This bounty is incredibly difficult. To kill someone like Huaying and leave no body behind, they likely left no evidence either.
True, but it's worth a shot. The bounty doesn't require us to capture the killer, just provide clues. The bounty hunters discussed and weighed the feasibility.
Ultimately, they decided to investigate the 3rd tier instance where the incident occurred. Perhaps there was an opportunity there.
In other districts, bounty hunters sharing their mindset were far from rare.
This showed just how tempting 2 legendary grade items could be. Legendary gear no more than 10 pieces exist in each district, making them exceedingly rare.
Meanwhile,
at the teleportation plaza of the Tier 1 dungeon,
Liuji, who received the news first, felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, another prodigy killed? And one from Skyfire City?
His face betrayed utter disbelief as worry began to gnaw at his heart.
Do you think I might be in danger too?
Wuji looked at his 4 bodyguards, his voice heavy with worry. After all, he was a prodigy of Dayan City. Hard to say. If Li Li's murder was an accident, then this time might be different. With 2 prodigies killed, we can't rule out the possibility that the killer is specifically targeting prodigies. One bodyguard frowned, his voice equally troubled. They had naturally learned of the news the moment it reached Dayan City. If it were just ordinary practitioners, it might be manageable. But within days, 2 prodigies had been killed. This was deeply troubling. As bodyguards for the young master of the Li family, their strongest member was only at the 4th tier. Yet the killer managed to eliminate everyone present, including an 11th tier practitioner. Their strength was formidable, truly formidable. Such a professional could likely crush them effortlessly with their innate attributes alone, without even needing to use any skills. Under these circumstances, if their young master were targeted, they truly lacked the ability to protect him. Seeing the young master's hesitation, the head bodyguard said, "But there's no need to worry too much.
These 2 incidents might not be connected at all.
Sai, why are prodigies so difficult to deal with these days?"
It's not our fault they're gifted. Liuji sighed. Sometimes being a prodigy was frustrating. Just then, the bodyguard received a notification from Li Yanlong.
He relayed the message to Liuji.
Young master, the family head instructs us to take you to the Dayan affiliated dungeon for leveling. Avoid public dungeons for now, wait until the dust settles.
But the Dayan dungeon gives such meager experience points, Liuji protested.
No problem.
If the experience is low, we'll just grind more. Young master, you reached level 16 in less than 4 days. Not only in Dayan City, but even including the surrounding cities, no one in this generation can match your leveling speed. Mentioning this, Liuji felt slightly better.
It was true.
As an S-tier talent and a rare summoner, he was truly 1 in a million.
That was undeniable.
Before he had fully developed, he couldn't afford to take risks. Even if he went to the auxiliary dungeons to level up, his progress wouldn't lag behind anyone else's.
Then let's change locations. Meanwhile,
after securing the 2 colored eggs, Wuwang rested briefly before leaving the inn.
As dusk approached, he had no intention of entering a dungeon for advancement quests.
After all, the quest had a 48-hour time limit, no need to rush. Soon, he arrived at the familiar little eatery. He'd been here several times before, and for no other reason than this eatery served the best food in the area. Of course, there was another reason. In public places like this eatery, he could pick up news about the continent that might otherwise slip his notice. Owner, the usual 3 dishes. Wuwang entered to find the place already bustling with customers. He found a seat and settled in. Alright, coming right up. Just a moment. The owner responded with a smile before turning and heading into the kitchen. Seriously, what's going on lately? Can our great and even survive? Why did the city lord agree to that huge compensation? It's clearly extortion. You're telling me. They're even handing over a third of our Dayan wilderness territories. Are they trying to wipe out Dayan's professionals? We're losing our very livelihood. Dayan's still got it easy. Haven't you heard? Both Bloodsea City and Skyfire City lost their top-tier prodigies. At least we still have Liuji. He's extraordinary and S-tier summoner. Once he matures, he'll be Dayan's greatest asset. Among the diners were both young men and elders, all discussing the major news of recent days. Wuwang had naturally heard about these events. After all, he was the one behind it all. He didn't join in the conversation, nor did he speak to anyone. Only when the owner served his meal did they exchange a few pleasantries. After all, Wuwang was a familiar face to him. After the brief exchange, the owner turned to chat with the other patrons. 2 legendary items as clues for a bounty? Looks like the professional assassins have thoroughly angered Tianhua City. This isn't going to be simple. The winds of change are truly blowing lately. How much longer can our great and empire last? I miss the Dayan of old. Wuwang, seated nearby, ate in silence. After finishing his meal, he returned to the inn to rest. Early the next morning, he rose. He headed to the teleportation plaza of the Tier 3 public instance, preparing to tackle Tier 4 quests. Despite the recent events, the number of adventurers gathering at the teleportation plaza was steadily increasing. Chapter 55, Goddess of 100 Flowers? Eat my thunderstorm. Wuwang entered the Tier 3 public instance. He pulled out the map he had prepared beforehand and checked the location of the mission site, the 100 Flowers Cavern. South, in the same direction as Fire Dragon Valley. After confirming the direction, Wuwang immediately activated his flight skill and soared toward the 100 Flowers Cave. The flight skill proved immensely convenient. Coupled with his solid base stats, Wuwang flew swiftly and sustained his momentum well. After roughly half an hour, he halted outside Fire Dragon Valley, noticing someone ahead. Hey, who goes there? What are you doing here? 4 7th-tier practitioners blocked his path in the air, their leader bellowing the warning. Wuwang asked in surprise, why are you bothering me? This is a public instance, right? The lead adventurer's brow furrowed in suspicion. Doing a quest? Why won't you show your level? Hiding your level here suggests something's amiss. Hearing this, Wuwang frowned. First tell me what you're doing. This is a public instance, why are you blocking my way? Public instances belong to all adventurers, they aren't private property. His presence here was perfectly justified, no one had the right to restrict him. Blocking his path was one thing, but demanding he reveal his level first? This was getting ridiculous. You brat. The leader narrowed his eyes, ready to strike. This was trouble. Not only did he show no fear, but he dared to talk back. Seeing the situation escalate, a professional behind him stepped in to mediate. Brother, we're acting on orders from the Hua family of Tianhua City to control the area within 50 kilometers of Huajiao Valley. Without proper authorization from the Hua family, we can't just let anyone pass. The leader snorted coldly, stepped aside, and fell silent. Wuwang understood now they were members of the Hua family. The men he had killed were also from the Hua family. Their enforcement of control made sense. He then revealed his level, 150. The man visibly relaxed and inquired. A max level 3rd tier professional? Are you here for an advancement quest? What kind of quest? Wuwang replied, I'm afraid I can't disclose that. The man didn't press further and said, fine. Proceed, but stay clear of Fire Dragon Valley and don't land. Wuwang flew off toward the 100 Flowers hidden cave. Watching the receding figure vanish, he turned to the former leader and remarked. See, old he? Sometimes force isn't the only solution. If we just explained what we're doing, wouldn't things have been resolved much more easily? The leader merely snorted without reply. What trouble could a 3rd tier practitioner possibly cause? Unless he's the murderer who killed young Master Hua Liuming, he's just here on a mission. No need to make a big deal out of it. You're right. You're absolutely right. He couldn't argue with that. Because it was true. At first, he'd suspected this man was trouble. After all, he'd concealed his rank and possessed flight skills. Any ordinary practitioner, faced with this display, would have revealed their intentions and identity long ago. Wuwang soared above Fire Dragon Valley, his gaze sweeping downward. Since the destruction began roughly half a day ago, Fire Dragon Valley had whitened dramatically. The scars left by the tsunami remained starkly visible, showing no signs of recovery. Outside the valley, 4 colossal meteor craters remained.
Normally, the monsters and natural formations that permanently inhabited these dungeons would regenerate within a certain time frame. However, the damage was too severe. Fire Dragon Valley would struggle to recover anytime soon. Within the valley, numerous figures bustled about, moving to and fro. But one could guess they were conducting an investigation. As for whether they would uncover anything, no one could say. Wuwang paid them no mind, swiftly soaring over the Fire Dragon Valley. After another half hour or so, he finally arrived at the 100 Flowers hidden cave. A prompt appeared. You have entered the 100 Flowers hidden cave area. Monster levels, 140-145. Wuwang landed on the ground and walked a few steps before spotting a cave entrance. The entrance was rectangular, approximately 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. The cave walls were covered in various climbing plants, each bearing vibrant, alluring flowers. A potent floral fragrance wafted from them. Anyone with hay fever might just drop dead on the spot. These flowers look beautiful, but they're likely poisonous. Fortunately, I'm immune to toxins, so I have nothing to fear. Wuwang stepped into the 100 Flowers cave and walked deeper inside. Inside, the cave wasn't dark at all. Some flowers glowed like light bulbs, illuminating the entire 100 Flowers cave. Oi, ha ha. A strange chuckle echoed through the air. A male voice. Wuwang grew alert, his gaze darting toward the source of the laughter. 3 adventurers were rolling their eyes, gesticulating wildly, running about with silly grins on their faces, seemingly thoroughly enjoying themselves. Hee, don't run. Let me give you a kiss, Mua. Hearing this, Wuwang's mouth twitched. Were these adventurers under some kind of hallucinatory spell? None of them hid their levels all below 140. Clearly, they weren't here for a quest. The 100 Flowers hidden cave recommends a minimum level of 140. No wonder they're being hallucinated by the floral scent. Wuwang muttered to himself. Then he watched as the 3 adventurers skipped and bounced their way past him, hands clasped before their chests, heading straight for the cave exit. Witnessing this scene, Wuwang was momentarily speechless. Could it be they came here on purpose? As he ventured further in, the floral scent grew increasingly potent. This fragrance is downright overwhelming, almost pungent. Wuwang pinched his nose shut with his fingers, finally finding some relief. No wonder they say male practitioners almost never succeed with this task. This floral scent likely contained hallucinogenic or aphrodisiac effects. Even just these effects would be enough to make mentally weaker operatives lose their way on the spot. And that's before even facing the final boss, the goddess of 100 Flowers. He even doubted whether any previous operatives who took this mission had ever actually seen the goddess of 100 Flowers. Moments later, a notification popped up. You have entered the quest area. Seeing the notification, Wuwang analyzed. Only adventurers undertaking this quest should trigger the goddess of 100 Flowers, right? Just like the golden staff before, only those on the quest could see and obtain it. He continued thinking as he moved deeper inside. Soon, he reached the cavern's chamber. Though enclosed, the space was remarkably spacious and surprisingly well lit. Here, too, bloomed a myriad of flowers. At the center lay a circular stone bed, its surface carpeted with pink petals. You're here. A voice suddenly rang out beside Wuwang, its breath fragrant and ethereal, beautiful and enchanting. Wuwang grew alert, his gaze sweeping the area, yet he detected no source. The voice seemed to fill every corner. You finally came. I've been waiting so long. Come quickly, I've missed you so much. As the words faded, a graceful figure slowly materialized on the stone bed, beckoning him with a hand. Wuwang narrowed his eyes. I've been waiting for you too. Instantly, he locked onto his target. Thunderstorm summoning LV.4. Activate. Chapter 56, Golden Legend finally geared up. Rumble. Within this vast chamber, thick, dark clouds materialized from nothingness and gathered. They filled the entire ceiling, with purple lightning dancing within. Before the goddess of 100 Flowers could fully manifest, she felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her like a thunderous tribulation. What do you want? She panicked. Never did it imagine that one day, a practitioner would unleash a devastating ultimate move without warning, one that even it found intimidating. And it had always been the one to toy with every practitioner who came here. No, don't. A frantic cry rang out, but it was quickly drowned by the rolling thunder. Crack! Without warning, a bolt of lightning as thick as a door panel struck down. The goddess of flowers stared wide-eyed in terror as the majestic wrath of heaven descended. In its final moment before death, a thought formed. Is this still a third-tier practitioner? What has it done to deserve such a thunderstorm attack? Before any other thoughts could form, the lightning bolt struck directly. The very first strike obliterated the goddess of flowers along with the stone bed beneath her. Then came 3 more bolts. The terrifying bolts transformed into a rolling sea of thunder upon striking the ground, sweeping out in all directions. In moments, every flower and plant within the cavern was reduced to ash, leaving only scorched black marks upon the walls. The sea of thunder continued its rampage. Wuwang, standing still, nodded slightly. Now, just maintain my composure and wait another 30 minutes. The mission will be complete. This isn't so hard after all. Guess I was just scaring myself.
At that moment, he grasped a profound truth. There's no problem that can't be solved with a single summon of a natural disaster.
If there is, then two.
Even without experience, let's see what loot drops this time. Wuwang snapped back to reality, gazing at the light orbs gathering toward him. The items within those orbs were equipment.
What? A golden legendary?
His eyes immediately locked onto the gear radiating golden light.
Legendary gear. After fighting so many monsters, I finally got a golden legendary item. Wuwang was overjoyed as he checked the equipment details. 100 Flowers Necklace, Legendary Golden. Equip level, LV 150. Equipment effect, Spirit plus 5000, Constitution plus 800. Boss special effect 1, inflicts poison damage equal to 10% of total damage dealt per attack. Boss special effect 2, floral speech that destroys 30% of the target's sanity, triggered randomly.
Wuwang beamed upon reading the equipment details, 3-star legendary.
A whopping 5000 spirit boost.
And both special effects are quite useful. After all, my total damage is absurdly high, so high that I've yet to encounter a player or boss capable of tanking it outright. Even though it's only 10%, it's better than nothing, definitely not a useless special effect. Perfectly suited for me. Wuwang didn't hesitate, immediately equipping the item and selecting the hide option. The primary function of concealment was invisibility, neither he nor others could see it. After equipping the 100 Flowers Necklace, his stats saw a significant boost.
Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 3 upgradable. Level, 150. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 250. Skill points, 10. Strength, 4514. Constitution, 4160. Agility, 4512. Spirit, 19040. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV1 Weak Electric Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV1 Swift Batwings LV3 Water Drop Summoning LV3. Cataclysm class skills, Meteor Summoning LV4, Thunderstorm Summoning LV4 Cooldown, 1 hour 57 minutes 30 seconds remaining, Tsunami Summoning LV3. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Special, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary. Special ability, Protection of the Ancient Statue. Pet space, Pterosaur hatching, Fire Dragon hatching. My spirit is almost at 20,000. Once I return and complete the sacred statue baptism, I'll break through the 20,000 mark.
Wuwang murmured to himself. He then glanced at his other gear, 2 epics and 10 rares. Still useless to him at this stage. Still, he stowed all the gear into his space. Once his beast pets hatched, he'd have something to feed them.
Meanwhile,
the 3 adventurers who had emerged were startled awake by the noise from within the cave.
What just happened? Where did that thunder come from? What the hell was I doing? One adventurer looked around in confusion, unable to recall what he'd been doing moments before. No idea. I can't remember either.
All I recall is some beauty I wanted to chase, but I just couldn't catch her.
Huh? Could it be? The 3 exchanged glances and instantly understood. Damn it, we've been tricked. Whoever wrote this guide is a scumbag.
One of them suddenly cursed out loud. They'd followed a guide claiming the 100 Flowers cave had high drop rates and was overall weaker than their current level.
Damn right. If luck hadn't gotten us out by sheer chance, we'd never see the outside world again. Crackle, crackle, crackle.
Before he could finish, the crackling sound of thunder and lightning erupted.
What's that noise?
Hair stood on end as all 3 turned toward the source of the sound. A torrent of lightning surged out from the depths of the cave.
Holy! What the hell is that? Run! Damn it! So this 100 Flowers cave is this dangerous? What a tie guide! It almost got us killed.
Terrified, the trio scrambled to their feet and fled. The lightning dissipated as soon as it spilled partially out of the cave entrance.
Inside the cave,
30 minutes had passed and the mission prompt appeared.
Congratulations, professional.
You have successfully maintained sanity for 30 minutes.
The advancement task is complete. It's done.
With the advancement task completed, Li Wu turned and exited the chamber, entering the cave passageway. The cave passage now bore little resemblance to its earlier state. Where once the air was filled with the sweet scent of flowers and the scenery was pleasant, now everything was charred black, and even the light had vanished. The plants that emitted light had all been destroyed by the lightning. Wuwang lingered no longer. Upon exiting, he departed immediately, teleporting back to Dian City to prepare for the sacred statue baptism.
Meanwhile,
the 3 adventurers did not immediately exit the instance. Instead, they sprinted northward, only stopping once they felt secure.
Holy crap! What was that just now? How could a sea of lightning form inside the 100 Flowers ghost cave?
If we hadn't run fast, we'd have been fried to bits in an instant.
One adventurer said, still trembling with fear. Sigh, why is it getting more dangerous? The risks of leveling up are way higher than before. What exactly went wrong? Another adventurer, looking utterly dejected, chimed in.
Just then, a sharp command rang out behind the trio.
Who are you? What are you doing here? What was all that noise just now? Chapter 57, There's no such thing as luck, it's all about skill. Ha! The three of them startled, quickly turning around. They saw another group of three approaching, but their ranks sent a chill down the spines of the first trio. 7th tier professionals? We're adventurers from Blood Sea City. We're here to grind levels. Leveling up? Didn't know this area was under control now? Well, we really don't know. Then what was all that commotion earlier? The 7th tier adventurer gripping a broadsword demanded with piercing eyes. Just now, we don't know either. We were grinding levels in the 100 Flowers cave, and when we came out, we saw a massive surge of lightning pouring out from inside. The commotion must have been caused by that lightning. The lower tier adventurer stammered nervously, scrambling to explain. 100 Flowers Ghost Cave? You saw massive lightning after exiting? The 7th tier professional's gaze sharpened. Lightning? This seems connected to the thunderstorm that killed the Hua family. Though there were no witnesses at the crime scene, a professional had observed the thunderstorm forming over Huajiao Valley. And now, thunder and lightning were surging forth from this 100 Flowers hidden cave. This couldn't help but raise suspicions. Yes. The low-tier practitioner was utterly terrified. The overwhelming pressure from the high-tier practitioner made it hard for him to breathe. Did you see anyone when you came out? The high-ranking professional had already instructed the other two to surround the trio. This is truly impossible. We didn't see a single person. The three low-tier adventurers were on the verge of tears. Sure enough, the public dungeons had been anything but peaceful lately. Getting startled by lightning was bad enough, but now they were cornered by high-level adventurers. You claim not to have seen anyone else, yet you witnessed lightning surging forth. So where did this lightning come from? Do you really think your story holds any credibility? The high-tier adventurer's eyes flickered with danger as he narrowed them, staring intently at the trio. The trio immediately froze in terror, scrambling to explain. It's absolutely true. May lightning strike me dead if I'm lying. We genuinely didn't see anyone else. Shortly after emerging from the 100 Flowers cave, the lightning began seeping out from within. We're only 3rd tier practitioners, how could we possibly possess such formidable power? Hearing this, the senior adventurer remained unconvinced and retorted. The 100 Flowers cave is filled with plant-type monsters, which are naturally weak against lightning. Could there possibly be monsters with lightning attributes inside? The high-tier adventurer then turned and ordered, "Go report this. We've discovered a major anomaly here. You take them with me. We're heading to the 100 Flowers cave." "Yes, sir." After assigning tasks, one adventurer swiftly vanished. The remaining two led the three suspect low-tier adventurers toward the 100 Flowers hidden cave. Not long after, the group arrived at the 100 Flowers hidden cave. Outside the cave, traces of lightning could be seen. The surrounding flora was charred black. Thunder and lightning indeed. The high-tier professional leading the group frowned, his suspicions growing stronger by the moment. He felt he was getting closer to the truth. This should serve as a clue. Though he belonged to one of the Fire Clan's guilds, the bounty applied to them as well. 2 legendary tier pieces of equipment, no less. He dared not even dream of it, but if he could get his hands on them, the boost to his overall strength would be enormous. We saw the lightning surge out right here. One of them stammered in explanation. Don't give me that, the high-ranking adventurer snorted coldly. You're not leaving until we get to the bottom of this. The three looked utterly innocent. One of them suddenly blurted out, we were actually under a hallucinogenic spell. Someone might have entered during that time. The high-ranking professional paid them no mind. After all, these three were witnesses. He couldn't release them now. Only the Fire family's leader could make the final decision. A short while later, a 12th tier practitioner arrived, accompanied by 6 7th tier practitioners. Elder Wu. You've arrived. The man addressed as Elder Wu was a core member of the Hua family, holding significant authority. MHM. He gave a casual nod before turning his gaze toward the 100 Flowers hidden cave. It was indeed caused by lightning. Let's go inside and investigate. The group re-entered the cave to investigate. They eventually reached the inner chamber. It's all caused by lightning. This 100 Flowers cave is utterly lifeless. It'll be difficult to restore in the short term. That level of intensity, likely above the 12th tier. We can almost certainly confirm it was the work of a single practitioner. Old Wu's gaze darkened. He had watched Hu Luming grow up, and now to see him end up like this filled him with anguish. Regardless of the killer's identity, the Hua family would make them pay a heavy price. Moreover, this killer still holds 2 colored eggs. That was the real crux of the matter. The Hua family would not only exact vengeance but also secure possession of those 2 colored eggs. Seeing this, the 7th tier professional, sensing a promising lead, spoke up. Master Wu, I discovered this lead first, and there are 3 witnesses who saw the lightning. Oh, is that so? Old Wu glanced at the 3 professionals, all merely 3rd tier. He dismissed them at a glance. These 3 couldn't possibly possess such power. If third-tier practitioners could unleash such devastating lightning strikes, this world would be thrown into chaos.
Verify whether they're lying, old Wu instructed another man behind him. The man produced a black crystal, its surface covered in intricate, ancient runes. He began interrogating the trio and soon reached a conclusion. Master Wu, they are telling the truth. The three were overcome with dread. What on earth is going on? A 12th tier practitioner has arrived. After deliberating, old Wu discreetly left a mark on each of them and said, "Release them." The trio felt as if they'd been granted a pardon. They thanked him repeatedly and hurried away without delay. Master Wu, the man chuckled, intending to remind him that he had uncovered this clue. Master Wu paid him no mind, as if he hadn't heard, and continued his inspection. Meanwhile, after teleporting back to Dan, Wuwang headed straight for the advancement sanctuary. Without advancing, he couldn't level up. This was the utmost priority. Plus, he needed new skills to use. Upon arriving at the sanctuary, the advancement officer saw the youth's figure and exclaimed in astonishment, "Professional, you've actually done it?" "Yes. Your resolve is truly remarkable." The advancement officer was inwardly stunned. This efficiency was too high. Just who was this person? Fast leveling was one thing, but completing quests at this speed? In just 4 days, he's been here nearly 10 times. She even began to suspect if this kid was cheating. Wuwang smiled. Just lucky. Then he walked to the sacred statue to receive the baptism. There was no such thing as luck, it was all the result of hard work. Who cares what kind of demons or monsters they are? As long as they have health points, they can be killed. Wuwang placed his hands on the stone statue and a prompt appeared. Detected completion of advancement quest. Assigning attributes. Chapter 58 Attribute Surge, Storm Summoned, Dungeon Entry begins. Beams of light cascaded down from the sacred statue, enveloping Wuwang within their glow. His interface popped up, revealing a massive surge in his attributes. Class, Summoner Tier 4. Level, 150. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 250. Skill points, 10. Strength, 9028. Constitution, 7520. Agility, 9024. Spirit, 33080. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV.4 Target Lock LV.1 Weak Current Summoning LV.4 Phantom Step LV.1 Swift Bat Wings LV.3 Water Drop Summoning LV.3. Cataclysm Class Skills, Meteor Summoning LV4, Thunderstorm Summoning LV4, Tsunami Summoning LV3. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Special, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary. Special Ability, Protection of the Ancient Stone Statue. Pet Space, Pterosaur Incubation Pending, 14 days remaining, Fire Dragon Incubation Pending, 14 days remaining. New skill unlocked, Breeze Summon Cataclysm Compatible. As the radiance faded, Wuwang felt a wave of refreshing coolness wash over his entire body. 4th tier. Progressing nearly 1 tier per day, he was quite satisfied with this pace. He glanced at his panel data. Delighted, he thought to himself. All my stats have doubled this time. My spirit has reached 33,000. And I have new skills available now. Wuwang suppressed his excitement and regained his composure. The advancement officer congratulated him. Congratulations. You have become a 4th tier professional. From this moment on, you are a fully qualified professional. The continent lies at your feet, burn with passion. This youth before her had become a 4th tier professional right under her nose in just a few days. She was utterly astonished. This was an unprecedented feat, unmatched by anyone else, as if he were cheating. Though the youth possessed an eerily rapid rate of advancement, 4th tier strength was commonplace across the continent. Therefore, she knew very well that before he had fully matured, this secret absolutely must not be revealed. Otherwise, the continent would be shaken, and it might also bring great calamity upon the youth. She would bury this secret deep within her heart forever, until the youth grew into a powerful, unrivaled being. While advancing beyond the 4th tier required an entirely different level of experience and difficulty compared to the first 3 tiers. But she believed that with the boy's monstrous growth rate, that day would come sooner rather than later, perhaps in a year, perhaps in 2. Thank you. Wuwang offered his thanks. The advancement master declared, "We look forward to the day you stand atop the continent's professional ranks." By then, she would be a witness of sorts, having seen the boy grow step by step. Though it had been swift, it was indeed witnessed. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Wuwang took his leave, departing the Ascension Sanctuary under the advanced envoy's watchful gaze. Upon exiting, he returned to the inn and retrieved the 2 colored eggs. He dripped a single drop of blood onto each shell. He then stored them back in his spatial ring. 2 weeks to hatch both beast pets, not a bad pace at all. Wuwang gazed at the time displayed on the attribute panel, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him. These were beast pets with no growth limits. In other words, their potential was determined by their master's strength. No matter how powerful the master became, the beast pets could keep pace. If the master is weak, the beast pet's ceiling will naturally be low. This was the fundamental reason why the emergence of the Easter egg would spark immense conflict. For practitioners, their beast pets were an integral part of their combat strength beyond their own abilities. They compensate for the practitioner's weaknesses. High-tier professionals across the continent dream of obtaining a beast pet with a high potential ceiling. One of the colored tiers is beyond their wildest dreams. Wuwang snapped back to focus, directing his attention to the new skill. Breeze Summon. He immediately activated it once. A faint breeze stirred, barely causing the curtains by the window to flutter. Cataclysm it is. Cataclysm successful. Cataclysm class skill, Storm Summoning LV1. Storm Summoning, I could have guessed that. Should I level it up? Wuwang shifted his gaze to the spirit attribute on the interface. 33,080. To manually cast the skill, a level 1 cataclysmic skill consumes 10,000 spirit, level 2 requires 30,000, and level 3 demands 60,000. Forget it. I'll leave it as is for now. I'll save the skill points. After some thought, Wuwang decided against upgrading. Because as cataclysm skills leveled up, the required mental energy consumption would increase accordingly. If his spirit couldn't keep up, he'd never be able to use them freely, only relying on the 4 cooldown bound, no-cost opportunities. Judging by their previous effectiveness, level 1 cataclysm skills were currently sufficient. Currently, the only cataclysm skills he could freely expend were Tsunami Summon and Storm Summon. Combining his autonomous casts with the 4 free cast opportunities, he could currently unleash up to 7 skill casts in a short span. Of these, Storm Summon accounts for 3 autonomous casts. It's sufficient for now. Wuwang murmured to himself before shifting his focus to target acquisition. Level 1 target lock can only secure 1 target. Based on his previous use of Meteor Summon to eliminate the Hua family, locking onto only Hua Looming proved insufficient. Had the Hua family members been scattered and positioned outside the meteorite's impact zone, they wouldn't have all perished. The fact that they were all killed was entirely due to their desperate desire to save their master. That outcome had involved a measure of luck. This thought unsettled Wuwang, prompting him to allocate skill points toward target lock. Target lock LV4. Skill points, 4. Level 4 should suffice. It can lock onto 4 targets simultaneously. Wuwang exhaled softly, his mind settling considerably. After all, this continent harbored absolutely formidable practitioners. The recent release of the ranking list had made that abundantly clear. Though he possessed cataclysm skills, they still paled in comparison to these ultra-high-tier practitioners. Moreover, his skill usage is limited. What if he runs out of uses one time? Then he'd be left with nothing but waiting for the end. The thought made Wuwang realize he'd been too careless. As for why trouble hadn't found him yet, it was sheer luck that he'd encountered decent people who hadn't turned him in. Though there were good people, the world was still full of villains. After all, greed could corrupt even the kindest souls. No, I must advance quickly. Unless I become the strongest on the continent, I'll never feel truly secure. Wuwang took a deep breath and glanced at the time. It wasn't too late yet, he could still head into a dungeon to grind some experience. With renewed drive, he rose and left the inn. Chapter 59, the main spirit's equipment refresh, perfect for testing. After leaving the inn, Wuwang purchased a map for a Tier 4 public instance and headed straight for its teleportation point. The teleportation plaza for Tier 4 public instances was noticeably more crowded than Tier 3's, and it also featured a strategy hub. The purpose of the strategy hub was to constantly gather useful information from within the dungeon for the benefit of the adventurers. Starting from Tier 4, adventurers required vastly more experience to level up, and the danger increased dramatically. It was an entirely different level of challenge compared to the first 3 tiers. That's why the strategy hub existed at the teleportation plaza. Opportunities were fleeting. Within 4th tier dungeons, besides the territory bosses in each area, roaming bosses also appear. These roaming bosses are typically at the dungeon's level cap 200. These bosses can roam freely across all zones of Tier 4 dungeons. Defeating them not only yields substantial experience but also drops equipment. The drop rate is guaranteed at 100%, though the quality of the equipment obtained depends entirely on luck. The guaranteed drop is a 1-star epic tier item. These bosses are usually monopolized by small to medium-sized guilds. Solo players have virtually no chance. Wuwang stared at the signboard of the strategy guide, deep in thought. He had always focused solely on grinding monsters in the most challenging areas of dungeons to level up, with no other objectives. Beyond experience, the gear he looted rarely suited him and was mostly useless. What he lacked most was spirit. Equipment with spirit bonuses was naturally the best option. Therefore, he now needed to farm areas that could drop gear with spirit bonuses. This way, he could not only level up but also obtain gear primarily focused on boosting spirit. A 2-pronged approach was the ideal solution. With this in mind, Wuwang stepped into the strategy office. The strategy center was sparsely furnished, with only a handful of people scattered about in small groups, each holding a map and analyzing something. Beyond that, a massive map filled the display on the back wall. Behind the counter sat an elderly man wearing reading glasses, the very picture of a scholar. Wuwang approached, sat down, and said, "Hello. What can I do for you?"
The old man didn't look up, merely glancing upward briefly before returning to his study. Wuwang inquired. I'd like to ask in the Tier 4 dungeon, which areas drop gear with spirit stat bonuses? Hearing this, the old man set aside his research, closed his eyes to ponder, and replied, there aren't many areas that drop such gear. But they do exist. Wuwang pressed, could you tell me which areas? The old man didn't answer him, instead bending down to rummage through a drawer. Soon, he pulled out a folded map, made a copy, and tossed it onto the table. 50,000. No problem. Wuwang paid promptly. With nearly 100 million yuan in assets now, this sum was insignificant. The old man observed this, his gaze flickering with an almost imperceptible hint of scrutiny. This youth was far more generous than most. Unlike other professionals who haggled over every guide, hesitating for ages before finally shelling out 50 grand. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. If you couldn't even make 50 grand with a guide, you might as well get a factory job. Just a heads up. These areas are high risk, and the drop rates are extremely low. Guilds specifically farm these zones for gear that boosts primary mana. Since it's scarce, the prices naturally skyrocket. Such gear is essential for classes that burn through massive amounts of mana when casting spells, mages being one such example. The old man paused before continuing. I wouldn't recommend going alone. It's best to find a team. If you need one, I can recommend some. At the strategy hub, recruitment notices for various teams seeking members were posted. Contact could be made anytime if needed. Wuwang considered for a moment. I already have a team. Thanks for the heads up. Good to hear you have one. Don't go alone, it'd be a waste of my guide. If you perish in there, people might think my guide is useless. The old man nodded. Go on. Don't keep me. He was confident in his guide. As long as you followed the methods outlined, you'd likely reap substantial rewards. Goodbye. Wuwang exited the strategy office and headed straight for the teleportation point, instantly transporting himself away. After he departed, a young adventurer clad in blue robes entered the guide shop. He lifted his chin and addressed the old man. Old man, give me the latest strategy guide for Ghost Howl Valley. The old man glared at him. You brat! Could you show a little respect for your elders? As he spoke, he searched through the guides, found the one he needed, and tossed it over, saying, 20,000. Guides for single areas were priced lower. What? Prices went up? Yeah, 5,000 for everyone else, but you pay 20,000. Otherwise, find someone else. No way. No deal. Just kidding. Ha ha. The professional looked at the serious-faced old man, filled with regret, but gritted his teeth and paid up. After all, his guide was the most authoritative one out there. Wuwang arrived at the Tier 4 public instance. A prompt appeared. You have entered the Tier 4 public instance. Wuwang surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on a flat expanse covered in lush green grass. Before him stretched boundless forests and rolling mountain ranges. Pulling his gaze back, he saw several beams of light descend, followed by the appearance of several groups of professional adventurers. These were all Dian adventurers. This was the designated teleportation destination for Dian's adventurers. These groups of adventurers also noticed Wuwang, but only showed a fleeting hint of surprise before each mounted their flying mounts and departed. Wuwang paid them no mind, pulling out his guidebook to study it. The guide map only marked the Dian professional teleportation destination and the surrounding area within a 500-kilometer radius. After all, public instances of Tier 4 and above were vast, and it wouldn't be entirely mapped out. This omission was actually a safety measure, as the majority of players within this range were Dian adventurers. Wuwang began scanning the guide map. It clearly marked which zones dropped equipment for primary mental stats. It also detailed the drop rates for each zone and monster farming strategies. Wuwang fixed his gaze on the area with the highest drop rate. Ghost Howl Valley. Monster levels range from 190 to 195. This spot looks promising. Let's head there. After deciding on his destination, Wuwang immediately activated his flight skill and soared toward Ghost Howl Valley. Shortly after his departure, a group of adventurers teleported in and began flying in the same direction. About half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance to Ghost Howl Valley. Woo woo woo. True to its name, eerie wails echoed from within the valley, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind that sent shivers down one's spine. Wuwang stood at the mouth of the valley, surveying the scene. The valley was wide, its walls a deep inky black. The steep valley walls were covered in various plants, blocking out the light. This created a dim, gloomy atmosphere within the valley, further shrouded in wisps of mist. Who came up with these names? They're surprisingly fitting. Wuwang muttered under his breath as he continued walking deeper into the valley. A prompt popped up. You have entered Ghost Howl Valley. Monster levels, 190-195. Upon entering the valley, Wuwang's first sensation was a drop in temperature, though it didn't affect him. His constitution was simply too formidable. After walking a short distance, he sensed the rapid approach of monsters and halted his steps. This spot will do. A valley perfect for testing the power of Storm Summon. Chapter 60, Ghost Howl Valley? More like a tourist attraction? As the monsters charged toward him, Wuwang activated target lock. Immediately after, Storm Summon LV1 activated. In the shadows, a colossal surge of energy gathered, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. The already dim Ghost Howl Valley plunged into complete darkness. Woo woo! A howling wind, like the wails of ghosts and wolves, erupted suddenly, completely drowning out the valley's original wails. In an instant, the entire valley was swept by flying sand and stones, while trees and boulders shook violently. It felt like the harbinger of the apocalypse. Roar! In less than a second, that colossal energy erupted, accelerating everything hundreds of times over. The storm arrived, seemingly intent on destroying everything. It swept up boulders from the valley, hurling them like a million roaring beasts against the cliff walls. Jagged ridges trembled in the darkness. A howling gale swept through like the wails of a million demons from hell. Everything in the valley, like kites with severed strings, was hurled backward at breakneck speed. The lurking monsters in the shadows didn't even have time to react before being swept away by the storm. The howling winds sliced through them like a billion steel blades. Rumble! The entire Ghost Howl Valley trembled, as if feeling the pain itself. In mere minutes, monsters, boulders, trees, flowers and grass. Everything vanished into the horizon with the storm. Gradually, the storm dissipated, and light returned to the valley. The valley walls and earth were eerily smooth, as if carved by a blade or chisel. Gazing upon the reborn Ghost Howl Valley, Wuwang felt deeply satisfied. Impressive power. The Ghost Howl Valley, swept clean by the storm, looked far more pleasant than its previous gloomy and chaotic state. Even his mood lifted as a result. Now, light streamed into the valley, dispelling the oppressive gloom. Only neatly arranged stone walls remained, clean and smooth like a cement road after a heavy rain. Simultaneously, Wuwang's experience notification popped up. Defeated level 195 boss, Nightshade Black Wolf. Experience plus 45,000. Defeated level 195 boss, Netherworld Ghost Vine. Experience plus 45,000. Killed level 191 Black Armor Fire Crab, EXP plus 10,000. Killed level 192 Giant-Tailed Demon Scorpion, EXP plus 11,000. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 155 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 170 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 190 and gained 1 skill point. The experience gain halted upon reaching level 190. Wuwang paused briefly. Typically, clearing all maps within a region would allow one to reach the maximum level for that stage. Yet clearing the map now failed to max out the level for 2 reasons. First, this area wasn't the highest level monster zone in the 4th tier public dungeon. Second, beyond tier 4, the experience required for adventurers to level up was on an entirely different scale compared to the first 3 tiers. But it doesn't really matter. If need be, I can just find another instance to run. My spirit is over 30,000 now anyway. I can cast Storm Summon 4 times just from that alone. Wu muttered to himself. Soon, equipment radiating multicolored glows began gathering around him. The highest tier this time was merely epic, radiating a purple glow. Legendary gear really requires luck, you can't just farm it out every time. Wuwang wasn't disappointed. After all, legendary gear wasn't something you could just roll whenever you wanted. Snapping back to attention, he focused on the first epic piece of gear. Dark Robe, Epic Purple. Equip level, LV 200. Equipment effect, Spirit plus 1600, Constitution plus 300, Wind attribute attack damage increased by 20%. Boss special effect, Dark Night Dominion. Whenever darkness descends, you become the darkness itself. Each transformation lasts 30 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. Can be activated manually. Reading the description, Wuwang's eyes lit up with delight. This gear's pretty solid, focuses on spirit, boosts wind damage by 20%, and that special effect. Darkness Dominion, transforming into darkness for 30 seconds. Similar to stealth, but this darkness form is undetectable. A 5-minute cooldown isn't too bad. 30 seconds can accomplish so much. Those with quick reflexes could even launch an attack. Not to mention the split-second battles between professionals. Often, a single second's difference can decide the outcome in a professional confrontation. It's a bit of a shame it's not a legendary tier item. If it were, it could be used for much longer. Wuwang stowed the item away for now. It required level 200 to equip, and he was only at 190. He then turned his attention to the remaining 2 epic tier items. These 2 epic pieces provided some spirit bonuses, but they weren't primarily spirit focused, and the spirit increases were modest. The other 10 pieces were all rare grade equipment, which Wuwang had no further use for. I'll keep them for now. Once my beast pets hatch, I can feed them to them. Wuwang stowed all the gear away, then pulled out his map to pinpoint the next area likely to drop spirit boosting equipment. Once the location was confirmed, he activated his flight skill, soaring upward and leaving Ghost Howl Valley behind. Meanwhile, above the outskirts of a neighboring region bordering Ghost Howl Valley, A group of adventurers rode their flying mounts toward Ghost Howl Valley. Look! What is that? One of them cried out in alarm, pointing toward Ghost Howl Valley. Suddenly, from the direction of Ghost Howl Valley, a vast swarm of creatures dense as locusts overrunning the land rose from the ground, blanketing the sky in an eerie, overwhelming mass. What the hell is that? Damn, it's as thick as locusts. It's giving me the creeps. Holy crap, what's happening over there? Looks like it's coming from Ghost Howl Valley. Wait, why are their branches mixed in too? The group of adventurers felt a chill run down their spines, as if they'd seen a ghost. A practitioner clad in blue robes frowned and remarked. Probably just debris whipped up by the wind. He'd never seen anything like this in a dungeon before. It was utterly bizarre. Probably. There are wind attribute monsters in Ghost Howl Valley. Maybe they're fighting. Another burly man nodded in agreement. Monsters fighting wouldn't send this much debris flying into the air, would they? True. Unless it's a roaming boss. Those roaming bosses are incredibly powerful. That could explain it. A roaming boss? But wasn't it supposed to be out of this area? Old Deng's roaming boss real-time locator is pretty accurate. The group hovered mid-air, chatting. Seriously, what's the big deal? We're all nearly max level tier 4 players. What's there to be scared of? You promised to bring me to Ghost Howl Valley to farm gear today. No backing out now. Seeing the group hesitating, the blue-robed caster quickly reminded them. Alright, let's go check it out. After a brief discussion, they decided to head to Ghost Howl Valley first. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Ghost Howl Valley. A notification popped up, indicating they had entered the area. But as they gazed upon the Ghost Howl Valley now utterly barren, as if swept clean by some massive purge, they were plunged into utter bewilderment. Is this really Ghost Howl Valley? Where are the monsters? What about the promised whales and eerie terror? Chapter 61, Instant Kill, Tier 4 max level, Tier 5 not far off. What the hell? What happened here? How did Ghost Howl Valley turn into this? This is Ghost Howl Valley? We came here to farm monsters, not sightsee. Those swarming things we saw flying around earlier, were they from Ghost Howl Valley? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, looking completely incredulous. Not a single blade of grass remained in Ghost Howl Valley. Let alone any monsters. Empty. An eerily empty void. What the hell just happened? This is insane. Even if a high-tier professional came here, they couldn't possibly wipe out everything like this. The burly man's mouth twitched, his mind reeling in shock. He'd seen high-tier professionals clear maps before, but only small areas. He'd never seen one clear away even the plants, trees, and rocks. Was this really the work of a professional? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I've never seen anything this bizarre in my entire life. Was this done by a professional, or did it just happen naturally? No adventurer could possibly have that kind of power. It's too outrageous, so outrageous it shatters my worldview. The other professionals murmured in astonishment. The blue-robed professional looked troubled. How the hell are we supposed to farm this now? The monsters are gone. Damn it, I wasted money on that guide. He pulled out the guide he'd bought, feeling like crying. 20,000, not exactly a fortune, but hardly pocket change either. Well, it seems like this. Who would have thought the once gloomy and terrifying Ghost Howl Valley would see sunlight again? This place looks like it was carved out with a knife and chisel. It's too neat. The burly adventurer marveled. This was a first for him. Ugh, what do we do now? Should we still farm here? We finally stumbled upon an area no guild had claimed, and now it's all ruined. The blue-robed mage sighed, utterly dejected. We'll have to move to another area, but the drop rate's lower there. We might not even get core spirit gear. The burly man shrugged helplessly. Such things were beyond anyone's control. Who could have predicted that Ghost Howl Valley would transform into a flat, one-line sky, completely losing its former ruggedness and eeriness? Well, we'll just have to try. Can't afford to buy it anyway, so we'll just have to run the dungeon and hope for the best. The blue-robed mage sighed heavily. Yeah, looks like this place won't be back to normal anytime soon. The burly man nodded. Hey, why not go in and check? Even monsters killed by non-professionals can drop gear. Sure. The group entered the valley and searched thoroughly. Not only did they find no dropped gear, they didn't even spot a single ant. Damn it, how can there be nothing? Is this really Ghost Howl Valley? What a disappointment. This is strange. These marks look like they were made by wind, but why would there be a storm here? No clue. Anyway, this spot's dead. Let's move. There's another area nearby I've been to before. Let's check it out. Meanwhile, Wuwang arrived at Blackstone Ridge, a zone 30 kilometers outside Ghost Howl Valley. The monsters here weren't particularly high level either, ranging from 185 to 190. However, it was marked on the strategy guide as an area where primary mental equipment could drop. The area had a drop rate, though it wasn't particularly high, making drops unpredictable. Theoretically, higher level zones offered greater chances of high-quality gear drops. Primary spirit gear, however, was generally of high quality. You have entered the Blackrock Ridge area. Monster levels, 185-190. The prompt popped up. Wuwang looked ahead. True to its name, Blackrock Ridge featured black stones and towering black trees, with occasional monster roars echoing through the air. This spot will do. Wuwang couldn't be bothered to go in. He activated Target Lock, pinning the northeast, southwest, and northwest points of Blackrock Ridge. Then he activated Storm Summon. Storm Summon LV1. Mental 10,000. Woo woo. The storm descended once more, plunging Blackstone Ridge into gloom. The forest shook violently, startling one flying monster after another into the air. Snap. Trees snapped and collapsed, one after another. Soon, the big one came. Woo 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 roar. In the gloom, the storm raged like colossal beasts, devouring everything in its path. Wherever it swept through, even the earth itself was torn up. Trees, boulders, weeds, beasts, birds, all were caught in the whirlwind, only to be torn apart by the tempest. Moments later, the storm ceased. Blackstone Ridge, once towering with dark trees and jagged rocks, vanished without a trace, becoming a barren, bare mountain. Even the black stones vanished, revealing the dark yellow earth beneath. Experience notifications popped up one after another. Experience plus 35,000. Experience plus 26,000. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 195 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 200, gaining 1 skill point. You have reached the advancement level. Please proceed to the sanctuary promptly to claim your advancement quest. Panel pops up. Class, Summoner Tier 4 advancement available. Level, 200. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 500. Skill points, 14. Strength, 9,528. Constitution, 8,070. Agility, 9,524. Spirit, 25,683 5680. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV4 Weak Current Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV1 Swift Bat Wings LV3 Water Drop Summoning LV3 Breeze Summoning LV1. Cataclysm Class skills, Meteor Summon LV4, Thunderstorm Summon LV4, Tsunami Summon LV3, Storm Summon LV1. Equipment, Poison Ivy Ring Unique, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary, Dark Robe Epic. Special ability, Protection of the Ancient Statue. Beast Pets, Pterosaur Incubation in progress, 14 days remaining, Fire Dragon Incubation in progress, 14 days remaining. The other 3 stats are also nearing 10,000. Breaking 10,000 after reaching Tier 5 will be easy, though the tasks required for advancing to Tier 5 will become much harder. Wuwang analyzed his stats while speaking. Advancing to Tier 5 requires not only completing quests but also gathering advancement materials. After all, the 4th tier marked a watershed for practitioners. Below 4th tier was considered the novice period, where benefits were standard. But beyond Tier 4 lies the official period. Not only is advancement harder, but the experience required for leveling up is on an entirely different scale compared to lower tiers. Of course, the attribute bonuses gained from each advancement in the official stage are also greater than those in the novice stage. Wuwang snapped back to reality and examined the dropped equipment. 2 epic pieces lay before him. After inspection, he determined they weren't primary spirit gear and thus useless to imperfect for his beast pet. He stowed all the gear, then teleported away from the area, returning to Din to prepare for advancing to Tier 5. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers was heading toward Blackstone Ridge. Chapter 62, The Outside World Trembles Another Cataclysm. Holy, what the hell is this? Where's Blackstone Ridge? How did it turn into a barren mountain? As the group of adventurers approached Blackstone Ridge, they all froze in place, utterly stunned. Whoa, what the hell happened? Not only is Ghost Howl Valley gone, but how did Blackstone Ridge turn into a bald mountain too? One burly man exclaimed in utter bewilderment. He had never witnessed such an absurd scene. Good heavens! Is this fate trying to stop me from farming spirit gear? The blue-robed mage felt like crying. The destruction of Ghost Howl Valley was bad enough, but Blackstone Ridge too? He even felt like something was targeting him personally. What? This is ridiculous. I didn't even go to the wrong place. The prompt clearly said this is Blackrock Ridge, with monsters level 185-190. But where are the monsters? Where's the Black Rock? Where's the ridge? This is bizarre. I distinctly remember coming here once before. Blackrock Ridge was covered in jagged black stones, towering monstrous trees. How did it turn into a barren little hill? It's truly unbelievable. This is worse than a map reset. It's ing map destruction. The group murmured in stunned disbelief, utterly bewildered by the bizarre scene. The blue-robed mage wailed in despair, "Are you kidding me? Can we even clear this anymore? Is it really this hard for us regular players?" He was just one piece of primary spirit attribute gear short. He couldn't afford to buy it, and he couldn't even farm for it now. He couldn't even see the monsters. How was he supposed to farm? This is too bizarre, utterly unimaginable. 2 consecutive zones transformed like this. What the hell is causing this? The burly man shook his head bitterly, utterly baffled by the cause. Maybe we should call it a day. Too many oddities, I'm worried about potential trouble later. The burly man turned to the blue-robed mage and suggested. Sigh, I suppose we have no choice. Today has been utterly absurd. Should have checked the almanac before venturing out. We'll need to report this back. Such bizarre occurrences simply defy logic. The group of adventurers departed the area and teleported back to Dian Public Dungeon Portal Plaza. Upon exiting, the group headed straight for the strategy office. The seasoned elder at the strategy office had seen it all and might know something. Upon entering, the burly man approached the elder and recounted every detail of what had transpired in the instance. The old man frowned, looking somewhat surprised. You truly witnessed such things? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be possible. Could you have misidentified the location? He found it hard to believe such bizarre events could occur. 2 entire zones destroyed? It seemed impossible no matter how he thought about it. We definitely didn't misread it, and it couldn't have been a mistake. After all, the prompt for that area was correct. The burly man declared with absolute certainty. Unless the instance prompt was faulty. But such things had never been known to malfunction, utterly impossible. Besides, they weren't strangers to these areas. While not exactly familiar, they at least had some recollection. Hearing this, the elder grew troubled. He'd been compiling guides for decades and had never encountered such a situation. Then it's strange. How could this happen? Besides these, what else did you notice? The old man pondered for a moment before pressing further. The matter wasn't exactly major, but it wasn't minor either, it was simply very peculiar. The burly man pondered for a moment before saying, Back at Ghost Howl Valley, we did see massive amounts of rubble and splintered wood being swept up and hurled through the air. It was overwhelming, truly breathtaking. The blue-robed mage chimed in, yeah. We almost turned tail and ran right then and there. But when we went to check it out, everything was gone. Ghost Howl Valley had turned into a scenic spot. Hearing their accounts, the old man clicked his tongue twice, frowning as he pondered. Why were there so many strange occurrences this year? Even he hadn't found a single clue. Could it be a roaming boss? The burly man asked uncertainly. A roaming boss? The old man looked up, shook his head, and said, No, roaming bosses aren't in this area. Wandering bosses were formidable foes within dungeons, but they weren't powerful enough to cause such chaos. We can rule that out immediately. Any other details? The old man couldn't think of anything else and asked again. Other details. The burly man's eyes darted around. After a moment's thought, he said, Oh, right. From what I observed, there were signs of wind erosion on both sides. Wind erosion? The old man's eyes lit up. Pondering aloud, he said, Wind erosion, it could be caused by wind attribute attacks. If this happened in just one area, it would be understandable. After all, these regions are real, and natural disasters are common. But 2 nearby areas experiencing the same phenomenon, both of which drop primary spirit attribute gear? Given that, it's highly probable this is man-made. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Artificial? Could this really be caused by humans? What kind of practitioner could level an entire area? The burly man looked utterly incredulous. He'd considered many possibilities, but never the idea of human intervention. At least 12th tier, I'd say. Even though it's only a 4th tier dungeon, they still possess that level of capability. The old man spoke slowly. Then what's their motive? High-tier professionals venturing into low-tier dungeons, the drop rates and experience gains are pitifully low. It makes no sense whatsoever. The blue-robed mage retorted. Who the hell knows? It's definitely human-made, but as for who? Only the devil knows. Seeing him getting annoyed, the old man grumbled. All right. The blue-robed mage shrank his neck awkwardly. As long as it doesn't cause other problems, the burly man said. The old man shook his head. The impact isn't significant. No matter how much damage is done, it'll restore itself over time. At that moment, the old man suddenly recalled something and said. You've probably heard about the meteor impact events in the Newbie dungeon and the Tier 1 dungeon, right? We've heard of it. There might be a connection, though it's not significant. Just rather intriguing. Whoa, that reminds me, my brother witnessed a meteor strike firsthand. It was utterly bizarre, just as surreal as what I'm experiencing now. The old man nodded and waved his hand. Alright, that's all. I need to get back to work. The others didn't press further and soon departed the strategy office. After they departed, more adventurers arrived to report incidents from the 4th tier dungeon. All mentioned the destruction of Ghost Howl Valley and Blackstone Ridge. The old man had no leads, so he dismissed them all. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Just 2 areas, no big deal. At most, it was surprising. The public dungeons were so vast, could they really be completely destroyed? Chapter 63, Advanced Materials, part of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. After exiting the instance, Wuwang proceeded to another sacred temple.
After becoming a formal practitioner, the location for accepting quests was no longer the same as during the novice period. Wuwang approached the temple staff and stated, "Hello, I'm here to undertake an advancement quest." The attendant was an old man with a head full of white hair. "Over there. Go yourself." The old man didn't even lift his eyes, content to doze in a rocking chair as if he were some sort of security guard. Wuwang didn't disturb him, heading straight in the direction the old man had pointed. Soon, he arrived before a towering dragon statue. Beneath the statue was a glowing circle. Practitioners simply needed to stand within it. Wuwang stepped inside, and a prompt appeared. Detected that you have reached level 200. Please submit advancement materials to claim your quest. Current advancement materials, none. Required materials, Heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion 1, Fang of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf 1. Reading the prompt, Wuwang understood immediately and turned to leave. He made his way to the trading post. The trading post sold everything imaginable, and with his wealth, purchasing directly would be far more convenient. The sales clerk, spotting him enter, immediately approached and asked, "What can I help you with, young man?" Wuwang replied, "I need 1 Golden Flame Sacred Lion Heart and 1 Blood Moon Demon Wolf Fang." Hearing this, the salesperson was slightly surprised. Such a young adventurer had already reached the 4th tier and was preparing to advance to the 5th. After all, the 2 items he mentioned were advancement materials for reaching the 5th tier. However, they were nowhere to be found on the market. "I'm afraid, young man, both materials you mentioned are in extremely short supply across the entire market. They're advancement materials, so they're in high demand." "Is that so? Thank you. You're welcome." Leaving the trading house, Wuwang sighed in resignation. It was indeed in high demand, not a single seller could be found anywhere. If he couldn't buy them, he'd have to farm them himself. The spawn area for the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Wuwang checked. He discovered the Golden Flame Sacred Lion appeared in numerous areas across Tier 4 public instances, though it was currently in high demand. Almost every area where the Golden Flame Sacred Lion could spawn had players camping around the clock, waiting for the respawn timer. As long as I can farm it. Wuwang sensed a hint of difficulty. He returned to the inn, waiting for the Golden Flame Sacred Lion's spawn time announcement. Meanwhile, news about Lianlong, the head of the Sacred Sword Guild in Dayan City, quickly spread throughout the city. The news was that he had advanced from the 7th rank to the 8th. As the head of Dayan City's largest guild, he naturally drew considerable attention. This news sparked considerable discussion. Holy Sword Guild leader Lianlong ascended to 8th rank? Wasn't that supposed to be incredibly difficult? Seems opportunities exist after all. With Lianlong included, there are now 5 openly known 8th tier practitioners in Dayan City. But compared to other districts, it's still too weak. Sigh. This is already impressive. And that's just the publicly known figures. Who knows if there are higher tier practitioners operating in the shadows? What's the point? High tier professionals aren't exactly commonplace. Dayan has completely fallen into decline. This massive compensation payment has further damaged its foundations. It's almost impossible for them to recover. What does his reaching 8th rank have to do with us? Let alone helping Dayan. Just look at how he hid like a turtle when the Blood Sea City Lord and Su family patriarch arrived. What could he possibly bring to Dayan? It's tough. They're business people at heart, no profit, no effort. Li Family Villa. Upon learning of Lianlong's advancement to the 8th tier, core figures and elders of the Holy Sword Guild, along with various minor factions from Dayan City, arrived bearing gifts to offer congratulations. Congratulations on your promotion to 8th tier, Guild Leader Li. Another 8th tier practitioner emerging in Dayan is truly cause for celebration. Please accept this token of our respect. Ha ha ha. Truly a tiger father begets a tiger son. To think he could advance as well. Congratulations, congratulations. Reaching the 8th tier will elevate the Holy Sword Guild to new heights. Its standing in Dayan will become unshakable, leaving the Blazing Fire Guild to watch helplessly. Ha! Night Sky of Demon Blood congratulates President Li on reaching the 8th rank. Young men, middle-aged men, and elders alike all presented gifts and blessings. The leaders of most major factions in Dayan City had gathered here. Thank you all. I, Lianlong, shall not disappoint your trust. Lianlong stood at the main seat, laughing heartily with refreshing ease. Then, he scanned the crowd and indeed did not spot Lord Ning. He had already guessed that Lord Ning would not come. Because he hadn't gone to confront the Blood Sea City Lord at the City Lord's mansion. Regardless, he absolutely couldn't go. After all, their interests were intertwined. Going there would make things awkward and jeopardize his own gains. Father, congratulations on becoming an 8th tier professional. Liuji, the future heir of the Holy Sword Guild, held a black box in his hand as he stood before Lianlong, bowing to offer his congratulations. My son, you're too kind. Lianlong accepted it, laughing heartily. He was thoroughly pleased with this son. Father, I haven't disappointed you. I've already reached level 17 these past few days, and I'm certain to enter the 2nd tier within a month. Liuji declared with a hint of pride. Truly my son.
Reaching level 15 in less than 5 days since awakening surpassing me is only a matter of time. Li Yanlon's satisfaction deepened, his eyes gleaming with pride. A summoner with S-tier talent, his future was limitless. Those watching from behind couldn't help but show expressions of envy. Like father, like son. He single-handedly founded the Holy Sword Guild, growing it into the top-tier guild in Dan City. And now his son possesses such talent, a summoner, no less, a rare class. Level 17 in less than 5 days? That pace is insane. He'll likely reach tier 4 or 5 within a year. Everyone saw his potential on the ranking charts. Guild Master Li has truly given birth to a dragon. Meanwhile, Li Wuwang waited until nightfall before finally receiving news about the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Spawn location, Thicket Jungle. Respawn time, 2 hours from now. After verifying the information, Li Wuwang immediately set off with a 4th-tier public instance teleportation point. Upon arriving, he found numerous adventurers recruiting teammates, all aiming for the Golden Flame Sacred Lion as well. Running Golden Flame Sacred Lion, any pros willing to lead? Fair price. Seeking teammates for Golden Flame Sacred Lion runs. I only want the Sacred Lion's heart, nothing else. If you're running it, I can help out later. Clearly, the Golden Flame Sacred Lion's heart was in extremely short supply. Many adventurers were stuck at tier 4 because they couldn't secure enough. Of course, everyone has a chance to obtain it within the dungeon. While the Golden Flame Sacred Lion's spawn zone is fixed, its exact spawn location within that zone is random. Whoever is closest when it spawns gets the Golden Flame Sacred Lion heart. Li Wuwang, needing no teammates, headed straight for the teleportation point. As a beam of light shot skyward, he teleported into the dungeon. Chapter 64, Divination? Not needed. Just firepower coverage. Li Wuwang arrived at the instance, gathering at the Dan Professional Hub. He pulled out his map, located the thicket forest, then activated his flight skill. Soaring upward, he headed straight for the thicket forest. Behind him, other adventurers who had just entered followed closely, all heading in the same direction. Their target was the thicket of thorns. About an hour later, Li Wuwang soared through the air. At that moment, a notification popped up. You have entered the Thorn Forest region. Current monster levels, 195-200. Li Wuwang looked down. In the dim light, he could see the thorn forest situated on a vast plain. Towering trees stood amidst the grassy expanse. At various points along the outer perimeter of the thicket, numerous points of light flickered. Clearly, these were the arriving professionals, waiting here. These adventurers had not entered the thicket forest itself, choosing instead to wait at its perimeter. The primary reason was that the monsters within the thicket of thorns were already at the highest tier for 4th-level dungeons, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, multiple groups of adventurers had arrived. They had to guard against both the monsters and other adventurers, making staying outside the safest choice. Conserving strength, they would wait for the Golden Flame Sacred Lion to spawn before making their move. Of course, whoever was closest to the spawn point would claim it. After all, adventurers who came for the Golden Flame Sacred Lion weren't weak, they all had the strength to take it down. It all comes down to luck. Li Wuwang lowered his altitude, gliding downward before landing on the ground to wait. The Golden Flame Sacred Lion's spawn location in the Thorn Forest is unpredictable, so it doesn't matter where you are. 50 minutes left. Li Wuwang checked the time, found a rock to sit on, and waited in silence. Above, other adventurers who had just arrived came and went. Though it was night, faint moonlight allowed careful observers to see them. This 4th-tier material is really in high demand. I've already spotted over a dozen groups of adventurers. Li Wuwang muttered to himself. These adventurers hailed from all districts, not just Dan City. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just then, a rustling sound erupted from the bushes, the sound of leaves being brushed aside. Clearly, someone was approaching, and not just one person. Li Wuwang scanned the direction of the sound and saw flickering lights emerging from the nearby bushes, steadily drawing nearer. Found it. There's a clearing here, and a few large rocks. A voice rang out from the group. The lights gathered together and followed the speaker as they approached. Finally found it. The heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion will be ours. A figure stepped out from the bushes, speaking loudly with excitement in his voice. One after another, more figures emerged from behind the first speaker. Each held a staff-like object, topped with a glowing orb. Looks like this is the spot. We're definitely in the right place. Is this really reliable? I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Would I have paid a fortune for a fortune teller if it wasn't reliable? Of course it is. It should be reliable. Just wait and see. If it's not, we can always go back and demand our money back. The group of 10 scanned their surroundings while chatting. Hey, is that a figure over there? Suddenly, one of them pointed toward a blurry figure about 20 meters away, his tone doubtful. Hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately followed the direction of the finger. Looks like a person, huh? Could it be a ghost? It's pitch black out here. Ghost my ass. That's clearly a person. It really is a person. How does anyone even know about this place? No clue. Let's go check it out. Everyone stay alert. The burly leader, shouldering a spiked hammer, narrowed his eyes and led the group forward. Upon reaching the silhouette, they found it was indeed a person sitting on a rock. Bro, you alone? The big man looked at Li Wuwang, who remained unmoved, and asked. MHM. Li Wuwang gave a brief nod. After all, this was a public instance in the very area where the Golden Flame Sacred Lion was about to spawn. It was only natural that others would be here. Here for the Sacred Lion's heart too? The burly man pressed further. Yes. Li Wuwang exhaled softly and nodded. In the dead of night, what else could they be here for if not the Sacred Lion's heart? Hey, did you also have a diviner cast a spell for you? The burly man scratched his head, asking with some confusion. They had found this place precisely because they'd paid a hefty sum to locate a diviner skilled in foretelling, who had pinpointed the approximate spawn location of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Divination? Li Wuwang shook his head. No. We just picked a random spot. Isn't the Golden Flame Sacred Lion's spawn location supposed to be random? You can actually divinate that? Bored from waiting, Li Wuwang grew curious. Huh? You really just picked this spot at random? The burly man asked, surprised and somewhat skeptical. He'd paid a hefty sum for that professional diviner's services. How could someone's luck be this good? What else? Li Wuwang shrugged. Damn, bro, you're way too lucky. The big guy explained, sounding a bit resentful. I paid a fortune for someone to divine at this exact spot as the closest to the Golden Flame Sacred Lion's respawn point. Hearing this, Li Wuwang nodded thoughtfully. The divination didn't pinpoint the exact location? Just a general area? The big guy chuckled and shook his head, adopting a slightly patronizing tone as he explained, it's understandable you wouldn't know. Divination professionals are extremely rare. Most people never get to meet one. They're as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only by its head. Even major factions rely on pure luck to encounter one. But while these practitioners are rare, they struggle to advance. Being able to pinpoint a general area is already impressive. If they could reveal the exact location, wouldn't that be like cheating? At this point, the big man paused before adding, but that doesn't stop some people from having incredible luck like you, brother. You stumbled right into this place by accident. Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before saying, what if someone has even better luck than me? The Golden Flame Sacred Lion spawns right in front of them. The burly man chuckled helplessly. Well, luck is unpredictable. But divination at least ensures it won't spawn too far off the spawn point. At least you'll have a chance to fight for the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Pure luck? With so many people vying for it, you'd be waiting until the year of the monkey and the horse to get a single chance. If it spawns too far away, you might as well give up. He'd only learned about this diviner by chance. Most people never even got the chance to consult one, given how mysterious such practitioners were. Makes sense, Li Wuwang nodded. His plan was simple. The moment the Golden Flame Sacred Lion spawned, he'd unleash a heavenly calamity spell. No matter where it appeared, it would meet his blade. Chapter 65, The Battle for Supremacy, Thunder's Wrath Descends. Brother, just a heads up, we're rivals now. The burly man didn't want any friction, but given the situation with only one Golden Flame Sacred Lion available, conflict seemed inevitable. I know, Li Wuwang replied indifferently. Hearing this, the burly man was taken aback. He'd hoped the youth would back down. Their group of 10 included at least one max level 4th tier and a 5th tier at 230. If it came to a fight, one person wouldn't stand a chance. Which district's professional are you? The burly man pondered for a moment before asking again. Daring to come alone, could he have some kind of backup? Or was he just a little cutie? He didn't think so. There are professionals here from all the major districts. That shouldn't matter, right? Li Wuwang replied. The burly man took a deep breath and said, Alright, if that's the case, I have nothing more to say. You got here by luck, while we arrived through divination. Then it's the will of heaven. It doesn't want us to obtain the heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion easily. But no matter who you are, there's only one Golden Flame Sacred Lion. We'll do everything in our power to seize it. The heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion was incredibly difficult to obtain. As an advancement material, it had become an essential item, yet it was simply unavailable on the market. It can only be obtained through fierce competition and sheer luck. Often, even if you manage to seize it, you might not be able to carry it away. As an essential item, too many have fought tooth and nail for it, their eyes red with fury. Well, I know. You just do your best to seize it. Li Wuwang said. As if anyone else wasn't desperate for it, he was determined to get his hands on it too. Are you using it yourself, or? The burly man blurted out abruptly. It doesn't matter. Our goal is the heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. That's all that matters. All right. 15 minutes left. Let's see who takes the prize in the end. The burly man took a deep breath, then led his men to another boulder to sit and wait. Bro, this kid dared to come alone. Something's probably off. A young professional asked with concern. Typically, ordinary adventurers were cautious and careful within dungeons. Those who flaunted their arrogance and disregard for others were either reckless fools or backed by powerful connections. Of course, there were scammers, but they weren't that common. If something's off, we don't loot? The burly man didn't want to overthink it either. His sole objective was the heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. He couldn't let uncertain factors sway him. Alright, the youth sighed softly. Success hinges on this very moment. He'd thought this time was a sure thing, especially with the Divination's blessing. But who'd have thought someone's luck would be so good, actually arriving at this place before them? Oof. He's just a kid. Looks like he needs the heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion himself. No way he's some high-level professional. I agree. If he had any backing, he wouldn't be here alone. He probably wouldn't even need to come to get the Golden Flame Sacred Lion heart. True. Players with connections would have secured these advancement materials long before awakening. Why would they come now? Hearing you two talk, I actually think he's exceptionally clever. Coming alone inevitably makes people suspect he has some backing, which could shake their resolve. Everyone around the burly man voiced their opinions either beside him or behind him. The burly man waved his hand dismissively. Whoever he is, if he doesn't fight for it, he has no chance. Fighting gives him a shot. Right now, there are only 2 groups nearby, and he's alone. Our odds are still pretty good. Meanwhile, professional teams were waiting at various points along the outer perimeter of the Thorn Forest. Several groups were even stationed at the same location. They all believed this spot offered the best chance to be the first to encounter the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. As the spawn time approached, tensions flared between the groups. You're all Bloodsea people, don't push your luck. What face do you have? Is this public instance your private property? I'll camp wherever I damn well please. Got a problem with that? 2 factions of adventurers, clearly hailing from the same district, had torn off their masks of civility over the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Just then, another group arrived. Their leader chuckled and quipped. Oh, so you lot are from Bloodsea City. No wonder you're so fired up. Got your asses kicked by Dan City to establish their dominance, huh? TSK. The Bloodsea City adventurers immediately turned and hurled insults. You wild dog again? That whole thing was a lie. Like those Dan City bastards could ever kill our Bloodsea City Sutian? You've got some nerve. The leader of the group who had arrived later smiled and said. Oh my, getting so worked up? I was just tossing out a thought. No need to be so sensitive. You lot better start fighting, then I'll reap the benefits. The man sneered coldly. Even if we fight, you won't get anything. Get lost. I was here first. Is this your family's property? I'll stand wherever I please. The new leader retorted, using the other man's own words against him. You. Fine. This whole thorn forest is huge, anywhere would do. But you had to pick the spot I had my eye on. Well, since that's the case, you can all forget about it. No one knew where the Golden Flame Sacred Lion would spawn. As long as the distribution was even, everyone had an equal chance of encountering it. Yet some people just love crowding into busy spots, which unconsciously lowers their odds. Anyone who shows up here can't help but frown. 5 minutes left. Are you sure you want to fight? The leader of another group of Bloodsea City adventurers demanded, his face dark. Ha. You're asking me? You lot showed up later. I was here first. Got any sense of decency? Who the hell knew you were here? Making me move right before it spawns? No way. That's none of my problem. Everyone should be treated equally. You show up, and I'm not playing fair. Fine then, forget it. Let's give it all to someone else. The 2 factions from Bloodsea City faced off once more. The leader of the other group watched with amusement and remarked, how can you be so sure it spawns here? It might not even spawn here. What's the point of fighting? If it spawns far away, we'll all be wasting our time. Who knows before it spawns? What if it does spawn here? Wouldn't you still fight me for it? Everyone. 1 minute left. I bet you won't dare make a move now. You're all just trying to save your strength, aren't you? What business is it of yours? 5 seconds left. 3 seconds. At that moment, all practitioners gathered at the edge of the thorn forest couldn't help but tense up. They instinctively adjusted their breathing, focused their minds, and pushed their states to the absolute limit, preparing to face the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Spawned. The Golden Flame Sacred Lion finally spawned. At this critical moment. Rumble. Rolling thunder echoed inexplicably from the heavens above. Heavy black clouds rapidly gathered, blanketing the entire thorn forest. The oppressive darkness felt suffocating, as if the sky itself might crush down at any moment. The world plunged into utter darkness, resembling divine punishment. Crack. Chapter 66, The Terrified Crowd, the heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion secured. Thick bolts of lightning, like thunder dragons, danced through the black clouds, bathing the world in an eerie, deathly white light, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is this? There was moonlight just now. Why did such dense black clouds suddenly gather? This can't be a simple weather change, it's far worse. We must flee immediately. A thunderstorm. This is the sign of a thunderstorm. Such terrifying energy fluctuations, which master of which profession is unleashing this? Run! Run now!
Every practitioner in the thorn forest looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, their scalps prickling with horror. In that moment, not a single practitioner dared linger, frantically fleeing toward the outer edges.
For none could guarantee that the terrifying thunderbolts wouldn't strike them down. Escaping the area shrouded by the black clouds might offer a chance of survival. Crack!
Amidst the chaos of their flight, a bolt of lightning as thick as a door panel split down from the black clouds, a terrifying sight that seemed to tear open a gap in the sky.
Boom!
The lightning struck the very center of the thorny forest, exploding instantly with a deafening roar. But the thunder didn't cease. It transformed into a rolling sea of thunder that surged out in all directions.
Crack! Followed immediately by a second bolt. The professionals who had escaped first, feeling safe, turned back to look.
A bolt of lightning radiating immense energy filled their vision, washing everyone's faces pale. Their pupils contracted sharply as they froze in place, their minds going blank.
Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck and exploded.
The fourth followed swiftly. At the heart of the thorn forest, a raging sea of thunder surged outward, its purple glow radiating a bone-chilling cold.
The entire forest was bathed in a faint violet hue.
The thunderous sea surged with unparalleled fury, scorching everything in its path to charred blackness. Not a single living thing remained as the entire thorn forest was swallowed by the rolling sea of lightning.
What is this? A thunder tribulation? Terrifying. Who could that powerful being be?
Thankfully, he wasn't targeting us, otherwise, we wouldn't have stood a chance. I'm a 6th tier professional, yet under such terrifying might, I couldn't muster a single thought of resistance.
My only impulse was to flee. What a terrifying thunderstorm! With the golden flame sacred lion spawning tonight, it was bound to be anything but peaceful.
Feels like we've narrowly escaped death. Every adventurer's heart pounded wildly, their breaths heavy.
Their lower lips trembled uncontrollably as they spoke, momentarily forgetting the very purpose of their journey.
With a great power intervening, they had no chance of victory. The golden flame sacred lion would inevitably fall into the great power's hands. The great being hasn't attacked us yet.
We must leave immediately, or if something else happens, it'll be too late.
Right, let's get out of here fast. Saving our lives comes first. The heart of the golden flame sacred lion, we'll just have to wait for the next spawn.
But strangely, I feel no sense of regret.
The great being has intervened.
What else can we do but accept it? Let's get out of here.
The others snapped back to their senses at that moment, scrambling toward the exit without daring to linger.
Meanwhile,
on another perimeter of the thorn forest, only Wuwang remained standing in place. As for the group of adventurers who had spoken with him moments before, they had long since fled at the sudden disturbance, not even bothering to check if Wuwang had escaped. Wuwang stared at the notification that had popped up on his interface. He waited for the kill notification for the golden flame sacred lion to appear. After all, he had no idea where the golden flame sacred lion would respawn.
Only when the thunderstorm engulfed the area and killed it would he know. But one thing was certain, the golden flame sacred lion would be slain.
After a brief wait, the thunderstorm surged forward.
About 50 meters from Wuwang, a lion's roar echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, the notification appeared on his interface.
Killed level 200 golden flame sacred lion.
Experience +0. Seems that big guy's divination was right after all. Wuwang pondered the notification.
The big man had mentioned he came to this location because he'd consulted a fortune teller, though the divination only revealed a general area the closest to the golden flame sacred lion's spawn point. Based on his earlier observations, the golden flame sacred lion had been killed just as Lei Hai was about to reach Wuwang. This confirmed that the lion had indeed spawned nearby.
Divination-based professions. I realize I know far too little about them. Such practitioners should not be underestimated.
Wuwang felt a faint, inexplicable pressure. Though unable to pinpoint the exact location, they could narrow it down to a specific area.
Such divination skills were undeniably formidable. If someone used a divination practitioner to pinpoint his approximate location, wouldn't that put him at a disadvantage?
And then, like before, those high-tier practitioners from the ranking charts would come looking for him.
Indeed, strength is everything. Only by becoming powerful oneself can one avoid being swayed by such factors.
Wuwang sighed softly, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety about his own strength. So far, he'd only faced off against 11th tier practitioners, so he knew roughly what level of power that tier represented.
But what about a 20th tier practitioner? That was a full 10 tiers higher. And after tier 4, each tier represented a chasm between practitioners, let alone a gap of over 10 tiers.
Huff. Wuwang exhaled, trying to steady himself, then turned his gaze toward the gathered dropped items. The most eye-catching among them was the golden flame sacred lion's heart, radiating a golden glow. Heart of the golden flame sacred lion, legendary golden.
Note, quest item. It's actually legendary tier, but it's just a quest item.
Beyond completing the quest, it has no other use. Wuwang remarked indifferently before glancing at the other gear: 2 epic items and 10 rare items, none of which were particularly useful to him.
Is the drop rate this low?
Wuwang frowned in confusion. He noticed the kill notifications weren't scarce, yet the dropped gear was sparse, utterly incomparable to previous runs.
Could it really be a newbie bonus period?
Wuwang gave a wry smile and stowed away all the items. Or maybe there's another reason.
After all, this is a quest item spawn point. Frequent visits from professional players grinding monsters here could be what's lowering the drop rate. Looks like I'll need to adjust my dungeon farming plans.
I need experience, but I also need gear.
I'm almost at tier 5 and I only have 1 legendary tier item. That's pretty embarrassing. Equipment drops are tied to drop rates, but those rates aren't transparent. Most players only have a vague idea about them.
Even these insights, like where drops are likely, where rates are low, or where they're relatively higher, are just collective observations from countless adventurers.
Despite these observations, drop rates remain something of a mystery. With the heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion secured, next up is the Fong of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf.
Chapter 67, this matter is too complicated for us to handle.
At that moment,
the burly man and his 9 teammates had narrowly escaped death, finally reaching a safe location. All of them knelt with hands on knees, gasping for breath, their faces pale and terrified.
What was that just now? Terrifying.
If we hadn't run fast, who knows how we'd have died.
A thunderstorm. It was a thunderstorm.
I remember there were no dark clouds in the sky, and the moonlight was still shining. This thunderstorm must have been caused by some powerful being.
So terrifying. That power gave me goosebumps all over.
Thankfully it targeted the Golden Flame Sacred Lion, otherwise we'd all be dead.
The group was still trembling with lingering fear.
The scene of the thunderstorm descending was vividly etched in their minds, and the mere thought of it made their legs shake uncontrollably. The burly man took a deep breath, his gaze shifting toward the thorn forest. The thorn forest was still enveloped in the sea of lightning, faint purple flashes still visible.
What level of professional could possibly inflict damage like this? It's downright inhuman,
he muttered, both terrified and relieved. Thankfully they'd fled quickly, otherwise they would have been swallowed by the sea of lightning.
What a waste of my money.
The burly man lamented bitterly. He'd painstakingly saved every penny, and after that single divination, he'd thought the Golden Flame Sacred Lion's heart was already in the bag. Little did he expect such a terrifying turn of events.
Divination? Useless.
They just unleashed a barrage of firepower.
Who cares where you spawn?
As long as you're in the thorn jungle, you're dead.
This kind of monster hogging tactic, anyone who shows up has to just suck it up. They're lucky you didn't get wiped out too.
Over the next few moments, the group finally began to recover. A young adventurer suddenly remembered something, glancing around before speaking up.
Hey, where's that kid? Didn't he run with us?
The moment he spoke, everyone remembered the youth who had arrived before them.
Yeah, wasn't he with us? How come he didn't catch up? I haven't seen him either. Who'd be paying attention to him in a situation like that? We should just be thankful we got out alive.
Ah, who cares? He was just a passerby. If it weren't for that powerful being snatching the monster, he'd still be our rival. The others chimed in one after another. The burly man remarked indifferently, if he hadn't made it out, he'd likely have perished in the thunderstorm sea. If I'm not mistaken, he's only a max level 4th tier professional.
He needs the Sacred Flame Lion heart too.
But that's none of our concern now. He was just a passerby. To each his own fate. Honestly, he hadn't even spared a thought for the other adventurers beside him in the first place.
Only in the second moment did he have the energy to notice.
After all, fleeing for one's life is a primal instinct.
When death looms, only one thought remains: escape. Ah, what can you do?
When the big shots snatch the monsters, us little Karamis just have to let it go.
Nothing more to say.
On the other side, a group of 10th tier professionals hovered mid-air, gazing toward the thicket of thorns in prolonged silence.
Only after the thunderstorm faded did they speak. A high-tier practitioner of the thunder element? For the Sacred Lion's heart of golden flame?
A practitioner clad in black robes frowned in deep thought. An attack of such power, he couldn't even guarantee his own survival, let alone stand a chance against it. It was simply not in the same league. The heart of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion is essential for advancing to the 5th tier.
It commands astronomical prices on the market.
It's only natural that powerful figures would mobilize to secure it, remarked a practitioner holding a blue crystal, shaking his head with a sigh. Such a spectacle is truly rare. The Golden Flame Sacred Lion probably never imagined before its death that someone would blanket the entire thorn forest to obtain its heart.
Another adventurer exclaimed in astonishment.
After each spoke, the scene fell silent.
Moments later, the black-robed adventurer broke the silence first, asking, "Does this thunderstorm feel somewhat familiar to you?"
At this, the others furrowed their brows in thought. It does sound familiar.
Where have I heard it recently? Lightning attribute attacks are quite rare. I remember now. It appeared in the Fire Dragon Valley of the 3rd tier dungeon.
At this, the others all recalled the incident. The incident had caused quite a stir, spreading across nearly every district, and it had happened quite recently. The crystal-wielding professional narrowed his eyes as he explained. In Fire Dragon Valley, a professional of unknown strength used a similar lightning storm to kill Hua Luming, a direct descendant of the Hua family from Skyfire City. Along with an 11th-tiered dark mage. Including others, at least 10 people were killed, all of them high tier. In response, the Hua family issued a sky-high bounty, 2 legendary grade equipment pieces. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, their minds racing with speculation. The black-robed professional stroked his chin, his gaze deepening as he spoke. Thunder attribute practitioners are rare indeed. If the incident at Fire Dragon Valley was genuine, then these 2 thunderstorm attacks could very well be the work of the same individual. The crystal-wielding practitioner added, regarding the Fire Dragon Valley incident, besides the lightning storm, there were reports of meteorite impacts. It's unclear if they're connected, it could be 2 different perpetrators. Another added. Hard to say. But it's quite possible both lightning storms were caused by the same person. So, should we offer Fire Clan some clues? At this point, everyone's true intentions became clear. They were eyeing the bounty, those 2 legendary grade artifacts. After a moment's silence, the robed mage immediately vetoed the idea. Not a good idea. The Hua family may be a colossus, but we're talking about 2 legendary tier items. Would they really part with them? And the person is already dead, why would they give away 2 legendary grade items? And then, someone capable of slaying an 11th tier dark mage, could their strength possibly be low? Did the Fire Clan grow so powerful by being pushovers? The mage holding the crystal narrowed his eyes. So revenge is only part of it. Is there something behind this that the Hua family will stop at nothing to obtain? So what truly happened at Fire Dragon Valley? The Hua family certainly didn't reveal everything, likely fearing other major powers would take notice. What could possibly drive the Hua family to act this way? After this analysis, the group felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were standing on the edge of a quagmire about to sink in. No. This matter is far too deep. It's not something you or I should meddle in. Let's drop it. Only a fool would risk their life trying to figure this out. Right, drop it. Let's get out of here. Meanwhile, Wuwang teleported back to Den. Since it was already late, he went straight to bed. Early the next morning, he prepared to investigate the spawn locations and times of the Blood Moon Demon Wolves. Just as he was about to leave, a knock sounded at the door. Wuwang frowned as he opened the door. Standing outside was an unfamiliar young man, not an employee. The young man smiled and said, "Greetings, Wuwang, the esteemed young master who reached the peak of Tier 4 on the 5th day of your awakening." Chapter 68, Divination Class Practitioner, Blood Moon Demon Wolf Spawn acquired. The moment the young man spoke these words, alarm bells rang in Wuwang's mind. Who are you? His gaze burned like fire as he stared at the youth, demanding an answer. Reaching the peak of Tier 4 in 5 days, this secret was known only to him and the awakened envoys who had advanced to the sanctuary. Those who knew his identity were unaware he had already reached the peak of Tier 4. And those who knew he was at the peak of Tier 4 didn't know who he was. Because those who knew him were mostly former classmates, still grinding levels in beginner dungeons. The more advanced ones were at most in Tier 1 dungeons. There was no way they could have encountered someone who recognized him. The fact that this young man could know all this with such precision made Wuwang feel something was terribly wrong. Could it be that some powerful figure had taken notice of him? Young Master Li, I understand you're currently in need of Snow Moon Demon Wolf Fangs. I've already prepared them for you. The young man spoke with great respect, stating the purpose of his visit. I don't care about any Blood Moon Demon Wolf teeth. How did you find out about this? Wuwang narrowed his eyes, his gaze dangerous as he stared at the youth. My apologies, young Master Li. I followed you. Seeing Wuwang's dangerous expression, the youth immediately explained. Followed me? Since when? Wuwang demanded to know the details, otherwise, he wouldn't feel secure until the matter was resolved. The young man explained, after you completed your novice trial quest and entered the Tier 1 dungeon. Rumors claimed your talent was lacking, yet you ventured into Tier 1. That's when I first noticed you. That's when it began. Please don't be angry. I had no ill intent. On the contrary, I wanted to see just how far you could grow. Preparing the Blood Moon Demon Wolf spawn for you was also a form of investment. Facing the youth's explanation, Wuwang didn't relax his guard. Instead, he glared at him and demanded, "Don't you realize how dangerous your actions are?" The youth smiled. Of course I know. But risk and reward go hand in hand, don't they? I'm willing to take that gamble. If I'm right, forging an alliance with you will clear countless obstacles from my path. Wuwang scoffed coldly. And what if you're wrong? The young man faltered for a moment before shrugging it off. Then there's nothing to be done. It's fate. He was gambling from the start. Losing was just part of the game. Fine. Then tell me what makes you think I should befriend you? Or rather, what can you offer me? A single Blood Moon Demon Wolf Fang isn't enough. I have my own ways of obtaining it. Wu wanted to get to the bottom of things, to understand everything completely.
Otherwise, he'd live in constant worry from now on. It's not the thief who steals that you fear, but the one who keeps you in mind. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf's Fawn is indeed insufficient. It's merely a small token of introduction.
The young man spoke with self-awareness, his tone tinged with melancholy.
I'm quite like you.
I was born into a prominent family in Shanghai city, but I was merely an illegitimate child. My father, pursuing his so-called grand ambitions, placed my mother and me in Dayan City when I was very young. He promised to bring us back once he had stabilized the situation.
We endured a life of hardship in Dayan City, waiting endlessly for his return.
I tried contacting him, but he remained unreachable as if he'd abandoned us. Then, 5 years ago, my mother passed away from exhaustion. At this point, the young man's gaze hardened as he continued.
From that day on, I abandoned that notion entirely.
I vowed to rise by my own strength. So-called great clans are nothing but stones beneath my feet.
After the young man finished, Wuwang asked, "Your background is certainly pitiable, but what does that have to do with the value you can offer me? Besides, seeking my acquaintance, is that really relying on yourself?"
The youth showed no sign of flustering.
He smiled. "Using my own abilities to befriend a future powerhouse, isn't that relying on myself? Answer my first question. I'll give you 1 more minute at most. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you,"
Wuwang said impatiently.
He couldn't care less about some pathetic backstory. This world was full of people worse off than this youth, nothing to pity here. If he couldn't bring value and had learned so many secrets, there was only one path left: death. The youth displayed his level and profession information, stating aloud, "I'm a Tier 1, level 45 Star Speaker." Wuwang frowned. Star Speaker? He'd never heard of that profession before. Correct.
Star Speaker is one of the divination-based professions, the youth replied.
Divination?
Wuwang stared at the youth's profession information, lost in thought. Divination, he'd heard about it not long ago. The big man had said that finding the spot closest to the Golden Flame Sacred Lion depended entirely on divination.
Such a profession was exceedingly rare.
The young man before him appeared to be in his 20s, yet only at the first tier, a situation consistent with the burly man's description. Advancing was indeed difficult.
But shouldn't such a profession be highly sought after by major factions? Major factions would struggle to find practitioners of this profession. Wouldn't it be better to seek backing from a major faction?
However, Wuwang also deduced one crucial detail: the young man hadn't followed him into the instance. Since insufficient tier prevents one from teleporting into a dungeon beyond their level. Therefore, the youth must have followed him from the Dayan teleportation point. Judging by his route, it was clear he had ascended to Tier 4 within 5 days. Wuwang breathed a slight sigh of relief.
I recall that professions like divination are courted by all major factions, right? And with their abundant resources, don't they precisely compensate for the slow leveling pace of such professions? They're seeking out a solitary figure like me just to eliminate potential future risks?
At this, the young man's expression turned serious as he explained. Major factions do recruit diviners at high prices, but what you don't know is this: once you accept their recruitment and join them, you'll be plunged into hell with no escape.
They'll endlessly demand unknown information from you.
If you fail to satisfy them, they'll turn on you, using every method to coerce you.
By then, you won't be able to leave.
You'll serve them forever, until you've exhausted everything and die.
Diviners cannot practice freely, for divination exacts a price. The nature of this price varies from person to person, but ultimately, it always consumes one's lifespan. This is precisely why diviners choose to live hidden in plain sight. That is precisely why I chose you.
Hearing these words, Wuwang felt somewhat reassured. He had to admit that divination abilities were truly formidable after all, they peered into the mysteries of heaven. He had sensed it from the great warrior earlier, though the location wasn't precise, it was remarkably close. Had he not ventured into the thorn forest, the Golden Flame Sacred Lion would most likely have been his.
So how do you want me to help you? Wuwang asked.
The youth waved his hand dismissively.
Ah, that's not urgent.
Your current leveling speed is nothing short of divine, but reaching the peak of the 4th tier isn't enough. After all, the continent holds far more high-tier practitioners than those listed on the rankings. First, I'll help you grow into a colossal force. By then, you won't need to lift a finger, because your reputation alone will suffice. At your current leveling speed, I believe that day won't be too far off.
Focus solely on strengthening yourself. Leave all the logistics to me. My name is Gu Xinghe. This is the Blood Moon Demon Wolf Fong. Accept it. Chapter 69, Tower King City, a Hell Tier Mission.
Gu Xinghe presented a black box, offering it with both hands.
In that case, I shall accept it.
Wuwang accepted the black box. This man held value to him.
The ability to divine alone was sufficient. Would he lack strength in the future? Not at all.
What he lacked was information. But let me make this clear: should you ever betray me, I will make you pay with blood. Wuwang declared solemnly.
Rest assured on that point.
I came to confront you at great risk, fully prepared for the consequences.
Gu Xinghe replied earnestly. Wuwang nodded. Very well, let's leave it at that for now. How about giving me your contact information first? Gu Xingha asked awkwardly. Without contact information, how could he reach out? Was he supposed to follow him? Of course not. After laying all cards on the table, stalking him would be courting death. Alright, give me yours too. I'll contact you when I need to.
They exchanged contact information. Li Wuwang, meanwhile, headed toward the sanctuary with his advancement materials.
Arriving outside the sanctuary, an old man could still be seen dozing at the entrance.
Li Wuwang paid him no mind, walking straight inside. He found the sacred statue and stepped into the light circle. Simultaneously, a notification popped up.
Advanced materials detected, part of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion, Fong of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Submit? Submit. Submission successful. You now meet the requirements. An advancement quest is being assigned.
Advanced quest, the vanished city of the Tower King.
Mission objective, locate the vanished city of the Tower King and obtain the Tower King's crown. Location, none. Time limit, 20 days. Li Wuwang frowned as he studied the mission details on the interface. No location given this time? And the time limit is only 20 days.
Clearly, this was a difficult task.
Meanwhile,
the old man dozing outside the main hall jolted awake, his fan trembling in his hand. He nearly tumbled off the recliner, as if startled by some sudden fright. He scrambled to his feet and hurried toward the young adventurer receiving the quest. Upon reaching him, he blurted out,
"Is your mission about the vanishing tower city?"
"Yes." Li Wuwang was equally puzzled.
Wasn't this old man sleeping? Why did he suddenly come over? Was it because of this mission? It made sense.
They could sense what quests the adventurers had received.
Oh dear, why must it be this mission?
The old man's expression darkened noticeably as he shook his head repeatedly.
Li Wuwang asked, "What do you say, senior?"
The old man sighed and said, "This quest is practically hell tier. Not a single adventurer who took it has ever returned, they've all vanished. Most were once the prodigies of Great Peace City.
To vanish without a trace, it's truly tragic."
Li Wuwang frowned in confusion.
Not a single one returned? But isn't there teleportation? If they couldn't complete the mission, couldn't they just teleport back? At worst, they'd just be confined to the current stage.
The old man shook his head with a bitter smile.
"Young man, you're still too naive. For tasks inside the dungeon, as long as you escape and teleport back in time, you won't lose your life. It's simple enough. But tasks within the secret realm? That's a different story. Especially not a quest like yours. Back then, weren't they all as spirited as you? What became of them in the end?"
"They vanished without a trace, disappeared completely, as if they'd evaporated into thin air." The old man's voice grew increasingly sorrowful, as if he already knew the outcome.
"Is that so?"
Li Wuwang pondered thoughtfully.
The old man sighed again.
Dungeons can be controlled, and they have tier restrictions.
Secret realms are different. Any adventurer can enter, and they're incredibly dangerous. You have to be careful with every step you take, or you won't even know how you died.
Some adventurers ventured in before, hoping to gather experience and strategies for those who followed, but none ever returned."
The old man shook his head.
"Young man, I advise you not to take this quest.
Let it be. 4th tier is good enough."
After hearing the old man's explanation, Li Wuwang realized this quest was no ordinary one, it was set within a secret realm.
This demanded a visit. "Elder, where exactly did they go? Or where is this secret realm located?" Li Wuwang inquired.
The old man sighed helplessly and explained. "Well, since you've asked, I'll share the only information I have. It lies within a vast desert.
As for which direction that desert lies, I cannot say." Li Wuwang was also at a loss, not even a location? This kind of mission.
It was indeed difficult. He had to admit, this was the most difficult mission he'd ever encountered. He didn't even know the general direction of the location, it would all come down to exploration. Given this, the 20-day time limit seemed like a joke, utterly insufficient when he couldn't even pinpoint the direction. All he knew was it was somewhere in the desert.
Seeing Li Wuwang deep in thought, the old man urged him. "Don't even think about it, kid. The desert is vast. 20 days isn't enough to explore even a fraction of it, let alone find the Tower King city.
Besides, the desert is treacherous. Monsters lurk everywhere, no hierarchy here, just a mix of low-tier and high-tier creatures. At only tier 4, you probably won't even make it past the desert's edge." Li Wuwang didn't rush to refute him. The old man was right. 20 days would barely suffice to explore a single desert, let alone the fact that deserts existed in multiple locations.
To fully explore them all? Who knew how long that would take? It would likely consume an entire lifetime. "Thank you for your advice, senior. I understand." Li Wuwang could never give up.
The old man cautioned. Just don't throw your life away for nothing.
Each of you practitioners has come this far through immense hardship.
If advancement isn't meant to be, then so be it, better that than dying for nothing. After all, this is the will of heaven. In his view, this was fate.
When fate decreed it, struggling was futile. Better to focus on the present. I understand. Thank you, senior.
Li Wuwang turned and left the sanctuary. He recalled someone who might just tip the odds in his favor. That person was none other than the star speaker Gu Xinghe, whom he had just met this morning.
Chapter 70, The Mysterious Tower King City, Divination.
After leaving the sanctuary, Li Wuwang headed straight back to the inn. As usual, he took out his two beast companions, dripped a single drop of blood onto each, then put them away. Only then did Li Wuwang take out the contact information left by Gu Xinghe and reach out to him. Upon learning Li Wuwang needed his assistance, Gu Xinghe rushed over without even asking what the matter was.
Knock knock knock.
A few minutes passed before the knocking began.
Li Wuwang went to open the door.
Young Master Li, whatever assistance you require, I shall spare no effort to provide it.
Gu Xinghe declared with unwavering resolve.
He had been pondering what assistance he could offer Li Wuwang next to demonstrate his resolve. Now, there was no need to ponder further. A genuine request for assistance had arrived.
This thought brought him an inexplicable sense of relief. Come in first.
Li Wuwang wasn't in too much of a hurry. He gestured for the man to come in and sit down. Then he spoke slowly, "You're a star speaker.
That means you can divine directions, right?" Gu Xinghe replied. Directions? That's simple. Divining directions didn't require much effort. Because it's not about pinpointing an exact location.
For instance, divining where someone is or what they're doing carries a much higher cost than simply determining a direction. Another type of divination, such as predicting future events, carries an even greater cost. The more detailed the matter, the greater the cost. The more vague it is, the lower the cost becomes. Generally, practitioners of divination do not predict specific outcomes. Instead, they discern a vague concept and use that as a basis for further calculation. This also serves as a form of self-protection for the diviner.
Simple?
That's good. Li Wuwang breathed a slight sigh of relief. If divination proved impossible, he truly wouldn't know how to locate the Tower King city in the desert.
Young Master Li, please tell us which direction you wish to divine. Gu Xinghe asked with a puzzled look.
Li Wuwang replied, "The Tower King city in the desert."
The Tower King city in the desert? Gu Xinghe repeated Li Wuwang's words. He racked his brain but couldn't recall ever hearing of such a place. Could you be more specific? Gu Xinghe didn't inquire about the reason, only asking if there was any additional information. More details would make divination easier. I can't be more specific.
These are the only two pieces of information I possess, Li Wuwang replied.
Alright, then let's proceed with the divination based on these two clues. Gu Xinghe nodded, took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed.
Soon, purple halos began to surge from his body, resembling wisps of violet mist. Then, his entire body slowly floated upward, meditating mid-air.
5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Xinghe opened his eyes, stars flickering within them.
The divination concluded.
Gu Xinghe snapped out of his trance, stood up, and looked at Li Wuwang with a serious expression. Young Master Li, the divination results are in.
The city of the Tower King you mentioned lies to the west of our current location. At this point, his brow furrowed as he added.
I tried to divine the exact location, but I simply cannot see it. Perhaps I am too far from the site to perceive it.
Generally speaking, divination does have its limitations in distance. As a mere first-tier star speaker, he would need to advance his rank to divine unknown information from greater distances. Of course, there was another reason. The place he was divining held immense karmic weight, something a weak diviner couldn't peer into. He couldn't be certain what the exact reason was. It's fine. As long as we confirm it's in the west, Li Wuwang waves dismissively. Once the direction was confirmed, it wouldn't be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He pulled out a continental map, pinpointed his current location, and began searching westward. Sure enough, he found a vast desert, roughly 10,000 kilometers from his current position. His gaze continued westward, where he discovered another desert.
2 vast deserts?
This search might prove rather troublesome.
Li Wuwang couldn't help but frown, sensing the difficulty of the task.
No wonder that old man had tried so hard to dissuade him. Even he himself could sense the difficulty, let alone ordinary adventurers. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even with luck on your side, it wouldn't help. As Li Wuwang studied the map, Gu Xinghe couldn't help but glance at it too. Hearing Li Wuwang's mutter, he saw an opening to be useful and asked, "Young Master Li, what brings you to the city of the Tower King?" "Over 10,000 kilometers away. That's quite a distance." Li Wuwang hesitated before replying, "You needn't concern yourself with the details.
Suffice it to say, the Tower King city is of utmost importance to me. I cannot abandon it."
Hearing this, Gu Xinghe refrained from pressing further and instead inquired, "When do you plan to go?"
"The sooner the better." "Is that so?" Gu Xinghe pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Then, may I come along?"
"Please don't misunderstand, young Master Li. It's just that the western region isn't just one desert. Each desert is vast beyond measure. It would take years to explore them all. If I were to go to the site, I might be able to divine the precise location of the city of the Tower King. Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before replying, "It's not impossible, but bringing you along would indeed be troublesome. If he could go himself, that would be ideal."
If the exact location couldn't be found, couldn't they at least narrow down the search area? Gu Xinghe himself had said that the closer one gets to the divine location, the more accurate the divination becomes.
But without the ability to fly, progress through the desert would be painfully slow.
He certainly couldn't carry Gu Xinghe through the air. That was definitely out of the question. It would only slow him down.
That's true. Star speechers have practically no combat ability, Gu Xinghe said awkwardly.
Li Wuwang sighed helplessly. Well, that's not the point. The issue is you can't fly.
Taking you along would slow us down considerably, and I only have 20 days.
Combat effectiveness?
He wasn't exactly short on that. Bringing along someone without combat ability was manageable as long as they followed orders. It shouldn't be a problem.
20 days? That tight? Gu Xinghe hesitated.
20 days to find the Tower King city in the desert besides divination. He couldn't think of any other feasible method.
Li Wuwang said. Let's proceed with this plan then. You come along. I just need to buy a flying beast pet to handle it. Gu Xinghe suggested.
I'll handle purchasing the flying beast pet. After all, I suggested this journey, and I lack flight capabilities myself.
I'll pick up a few other items while I'm at it.
You just prepare your luggage.
I'll come find you in half an hour. Fine, go ahead. With permission granted, Gu Xinghe swiftly departed.
Li Wuwang watched his retreating figure and silently whistled in admiration.
He's pretty sharp and determined. Chapter 71, Bone-Eating Fire Ants, The Tide Turns. Half an hour later.
Gu Xinghe returned with his luggage and flying beast companion, finding Li Wuwang. Li Wuwang had also finished packing. This flying beast pet is suited for desert travel. I'll leave it with you, young Master Li.
I'm not very skilled at handling it.
Gu Xinghe awkwardly handed the box containing the flying beast pet to Li Wuwang. Li Wuwang accepted it and placed it into his pet space. Pet space, Pterosaur incubation pending, 13 days remaining, Fire Dragon incubation pending, 13 days remaining, Sandwing Firebird fine quality mature form tier 2, level 53.
Li Wuwang nodded. Alright, let's set out.
After leaving Dayan City, Li Wuwang summoned his beast pets. The Sandwing Firebird wasn't exceptionally large, but it could comfortably seat 3 people. Having been purchased from the market, the flying beast pet was already modified with designated areas for luggage and passengers. Li Wuwang stowed the luggage and other items, then climbed aboard himself, issuing the command for the Sandwing Firebird to take flight. The Sandwing Firebird received the command and soared into the air, steadily climbing in altitude as it headed westward. Only after reaching several thousand meters above the ground did it cease climbing and increase its speed. After all, being only a fine-grade flying beast pet, its speed was only slightly faster than an airplane. By evening, however, Li Wuwang and Gu Xinghe arrived at the first major desert along their western route, the Anubis Desert. The setting sun's afterglow bathed the endless expanse of sand in an eerie golden hue. Unlike the daytime, the desert grew increasingly cold at night, punctuated by the occasional cries of monsters and the rustling of sand.
Whoa, I never imagined such a place still existed on this continent.
Gu Xinghe sucked in a sharp breath, instinctively pulling his clothes tighter around himself. Li Wuwang stood on the ground, no prompt appearing, and thus remarked.
This continent is full of strange places.
Areas like this, inaccessible by teleportation and rarely visited by practitioners, are generally called secret realms.
Gu Xinghe shivered. Are secret realms that terrifying? I've only heard of them, never looked into them.
After all, who in their right mind would willingly come to a place like this?
Dungeons were more than enough.
He had no idea what young Master Li was here for, but with such absurdly fast leveling, there must be something beyond ordinary understanding.
Never mind that for now. Let's get organized.
This flying beast companion looks worn out, it needs a rest. Li Wuwang glanced at the listless Sandwing Firebird beside him and suggested.
All right. I brought pet food. I'll feed it some.
Gu Xinghe said, pulling out pet food from his spatial storage and feeding it to the Sandwing Firebird. Li Wuwang surveyed the surroundings. Monsters were scarce at the desert's edge. Aside from occasional cries, none approached. Desolate, Li Wuwang murmured. No wonder those questing adventurers vanished. If you ventured deep into the heart of this place without guidance, you'd be doomed to get lost and die. Li Wuwang murmured to himself. The secret realm was merely marked on the map, it wasn't a scaled-down representation. In reality, it was vastly larger. The very essence of a secret realm lay in its mystery. Beyond monsters, bizarre phenomena abound, designed to ensnare travelers within its labyrinth. Moments later, seeing that Gu Xinghe had finished feeding his beast companion, Li Wuwang said, try divining the path. Once the beast rests, we'll set out.
Gu Xinghe nodded. All right.
He then began the divination.
The results came quickly. Opening his eyes, he declared. We must continue westward.
Understood, Li Wuwang replied indifferently.
Without the ability to divine, who knows how long it would take to find it? It was too difficult, far too difficult. They didn't even have a direction.
By the time the beast companion had rested, night had fallen completely. Li Wuwang wasted no time, mounting his flying beast companion and pressing westward. Before he knew it, the surrounding landscape had been completely overtaken by desert.
The cries of various monsters grew increasingly frequent. This beast companion is truly too weak. It won't even dare to gain altitude.
There must be flying monsters in the sky. Li Wuwang muttered helplessly. He issued commands, but the beast pet ignored him, stubbornly diving downward.
Alright, I can't afford it right now either,
Guxing has said awkwardly. Li Wuwang replied, no problem. We've been flying for quite a while.
Let's land first. You can try divination again.
Alright. Guxing didn't refuse, as the cost of such divinations was minimal, and continuous divination wouldn't cause much harm.
Upon landing, the sky was already beginning to lighten.
Guxing once again activated his divination ability, connecting with the stars in the heavens.
Soon, the results came through.
Opening his eyes, Guxing said with some excitement.
We must head further west. This time, I have a clear sense it won't be far. It should be somewhere within this desert.
That'll do, Li Wuwang replied.
Dawn was approaching.
By conservative estimates, they had flown over 10,000 kilometers, yet they hadn't even reached the heart of the desert.
This desert realm was truly vast.
Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just then, the sudden sound of shifting sand and stones echoed through the air.
Guxing instantly grew alert.
Li Wuwang looked toward the source of the sound. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The next moment, the clattering of pebbles echoed from all directions. Massive ants surged from the ground, swarming densely as they raised their sharp mandibles and rapidly closed in on the two. Each ant was as thick as a thigh, with long, sharp mandibles and bodies mottled in black and red. This wave alone numbered in the hundreds. And more kept surging forth from beneath the earth. Yet there was no indication of what kind of monster this was, or its tier.
Li.
Young Master Li, Guxing's body was drenched in cold sweat, his speech slurring slightly. It's a monster tide.
We have to get out of here.
He'd never witnessed anything like this before, so many ants, and none of them looked weak. Before Li Wuwang could react, the sand 5 meters around him suddenly arched upward. It felt as if some immense, terrifying creature lurked beneath, poised to burst through the earth. Seeing this, Guxing's heart pounded wildly. He dared not move a muscle, not even breathe, for fear of alerting more of them. Young Master Li was only at the 5th tier, not yet fully developed.
Facing this monstrous tide formed by so many terrifying ants,
he instantly cursed his own weakness, wishing he could do something to help, otherwise they wouldn't have been surrounded. Li Wuwang, however, grew calm upon witnessing this commotion. His unique ability had triggered the protection of the ancient stone statue. Within a 5-meter radius around Li Wuwang, towering stone spirit warriors began breaking through the sand.
The first wave numbered 10.
The stone spirit warriors formed a protective circle around Li Wuwang and his companion. Raising their massive stone hammers, they swung them down, smashing and crushing one ant after another.
But it wasn't over. Like these ants, more stone warriors kept pouring in. 20, 30.
The stone spirit warriors charged forward, constantly expanding their protective perimeter. They even broke through the sand and pursued their enemies deep beneath the surface. Yet the ants couldn't budge the stone spirit warriors an inch, only to be mercilessly crushed. The scene was utterly spectacular.
Li Wuwang's kill notification popped up.
Killed level 240 erosion fire ant tier 5.
Experience +0. Observing the kill notification, Li Wuwang remarked indifferently.
Bone eroding fire ants all ranked 5th tier, level 200 or above.
Yet at that moment, Guxing's eyes widened in utter disbelief.
A seemingly unbeatable situation had been turned upside down in an instant.
Chapter 72. Guxing is shocked the Tower King city lies nearby.
The appearance of those towering stone spirit warriors had instantly turned the tables. He had never witnessed Li Wuwang in action before, and now that he had, he was utterly stunned.
Monsters of 5th tier and above were repelled with such ease. Is this the power of a summoner who ascended to tier 5 in just 5 days? Terrifying.
He felt immense relief at how correct his choice had been.
Soon,
the number of bone-eating fire ants dwindled dramatically, becoming nearly invisible on the surface.
It's over,
Li Wuwang said indifferently, then watched as several points of light converged toward him.
These were the dropped items. 1 epic, 4 rare. The drop rate in this secret realm is even worse than in dungeons?
Li Wuwang felt a hint of confusion.
It actually drops gear?
Guxing took a deep breath and walked over, his face lighting up with delight as he gazed at the glowing points before Li Wuwang.
Yeah. 1 epic, 4 rare items.
I don't think the number of bone-eating fire ants was particularly low.
How come there's only this much gear? Guxing also seemed puzzled. No clue.
The drop rate is heartbreaking.
Li Wuwang shook his head. If only he knew the drop rate.
Seeing Li Wuwang shake his head, Guxing had dropped the subject and said, "This secret realm is truly fraught with danger. If it weren't for you, young Master Li, I'd probably be nothing but bones by now." This was a swarm of 5th tier bone-eating fire ants. Any other 5th tier practitioner would have been devoured.
I have a feeling this isn't over yet. We probably haven't even reached the heart of the desert. Li Wuwang remarked calmly. He had a vague sense that venturing deeper into the heartland would bring even greater peril. Otherwise, the number of practitioners venturing here wouldn't be so sparse. He hadn't encountered a single fellow adventurer along the way, a testament to the dread this secret realm inspired in their hearts. This swarm of fifth-tier bone-eating fire ants was merely an appetizer. Ugh, now I'm the one dragging everyone down, Gu Xinghe admitted sheepishly, well aware of his limitations. How he envied those conventional adventurers. As a star whisperer, his advancement was painfully slow. And he possessed little offensive capability. Divination alone solved little, it merely granted him a bit more insight than ordinary people. Without strength, knowledge was of little use. It's no big deal. While your kind of professional lacks combat strength, you possess the ability of foresight. In the end, each has its own advantages. Li Wuwang remarked indifferently. If he possessed such abilities, wouldn't he be invincible? Often, it was the hidden, unknown information lurking in the shadows that left him feeling passive and insecure. Even with his Cataclysm skill, without intelligence, there was nowhere to deploy it. Unless his Cataclysm skill reached an utterly terrifying level 1 capable of destroying the world. With that level of blanket attack, unknown information wouldn't matter anyway. After all, brute force trumps everything. As long as you're on the continent, they can wipe you out. Come to think of it, that makes sense. No professional can be all-powerful, everyone has their weaknesses. Gu Xinghe responded, fully agreeing with Li Wuwang's assessment. Enough of that. Let's go check on the Sandwing Firebird first. Li Wuwang suddenly remembered he hadn't paid attention to the Sandwing Firebird earlier. After all, it was their only means of transportation in the desert. If anything happened to it, they'd be in big trouble. Oh, right. Gu Xinghe snapped to attention, immediately shifting his gaze to search. Gone? It must have hidden itself. Gu Xinghe couldn't spot the Sandwing Firebird anywhere nearby. Li Wuwang immediately activated his beast companion function, recalling the creature into his spatial pocket before summoning it back out. The Sandwing Firebird was seen crawling on the ground, flapping its wings frantically, clearly terrified. This is pushing it. Li Wuwang's mouth twitched involuntarily. If it was already in this state after encountering a mere fifth-tier monster, wouldn't it be scared to death if they ventured deeper into the desert? Indeed. Gu Xinghe understood the Sandwing Firebird's predicament. After all, he himself wasn't even as high tier as the Sandwing Firebird. Never mind. We'll make do with it. Li Wuwang shook his head. His beast pet still had 12 days left before hatching. Where could he find a suitable flying beast companion at this moment? Li Wuwang waited for the Sandwing Firebird to recover before setting off again as dawn broke. As dawn broke, the desert's temperature began to rise steadily. This leg of the journey didn't end until the sun was high in the sky. There's a large rock formation below casting shade. Why don't we stop there to rest and see how much further we have to go? Guxing, unable to endure the scorching heat any longer, suggested. His lips were parched, and he was in a state of dehydration and weakness. Sounds good. Li Wuwang was holding up relatively well. Though he felt the heat, it hadn't reached an unbearable level. After all, his fifth-tier physical constitution was undeniable. The Sandwing Firebird showed no obvious aversion to the heat, beyond its natural fear of high-tier monsters. In fact, they seemed quite adapted to it. Upon reaching the surface, Gu Xinghe hurried straight to the shade cast by a boulder to escape the heat. Li Wuwang followed suit. After resting for a while, Gu Xinghe began divination. The direction has changed. This time we must head northwest. We should find it soon. Gu Xinghe opened his eyes with a look of delight and said to Li Wuwang. Alright, let's find it sooner rather than later and get back. This place really isn't pleasant to stay in. Li Wuwang also felt inexplicably irritable. In the desert, nothing stretched out before them but endless yellow sand and the scorching sun. Merely gazing upon this desolate scene was enough to dampen one's spirits. If it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. Gu Xinghe was deeply curious about why Li Wuwang sought out the Tower King city. Curious as he was, he didn't ask, only speculating to himself. That's enough. Let's keep moving. After resting and regrouping, they adjusted their course and pressed on toward the northwest. This time, they didn't travel far before the sun began to dip low in the sky, signaling the approaching dusk. By then, the Sandwing Firebird's stamina was completely depleted. Unable to fly any further, it descended to the ground. Looks like we've reached our limit. Gu Xinghe remarked to the Sandwing Firebird, which was nearly collapsed from exhaustion. But I feel we're close. I'll consult the oracle once more. Immediately, Gu Xinghe performed the divination. After completing the divination, he exclaimed with delight, the divination reveals that the Tower King city is nearby. But, how are we supposed to find it? Gazing at the endless expanse of yellow sand, he was at a loss. All this sand, where could there be any sign of the Tower King city? Are you certain it's nearby? I'm certain. Then that's good enough. Finding a city? Simple. Just blow away the sand. Chapter 73, The Tower King's City Emerges, the Terrifying Skeleton Legion. Could it be that young Master Li has a solution? Gu Xinghe observed Li Wuwang's calm, confident expression and silently pondered. He had attempted divination to pinpoint the City of Tower Lord's exact location, but failed. The results only indicated it was somewhere nearby. Yet, the surrounding landscape was nothing but endless yellow sand. How could he possibly search? He admitted he couldn't find it. Since young Master Li had come, perhaps he truly possessed a way to find it. Gu Xinghe remained silent, quietly observing Li Wuwang, waiting to see how he intended to proceed. Even with a vague location, the search would be incredibly difficult unless one could move all this sand. Otherwise, he couldn't even begin to imagine how to proceed. Li Wuwang activated his target lock, pinpointing the 4 cardinal directions. Immediately after, Storm Summon LV1 activated. Whoosh! Suddenly, a palpable surge of terrifying energy erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind is rising? Gu Xinghe looked at Li Wuwang in confusion, not quite understanding. Winds were common in the desert, but this one felt different. Because before the wind began, he had sensed a colossal energy gathering. Whoosh! The next moment, a colossal gale swept in, instantly turning the clear sky into a sea of yellow sand. The howling wind roared in his ears, blurring his vision. Even though he wasn't at the storm's center, sand stung his face painfully, making it hard to stay upright. A sandstorm? A buzzing sensation filled Gu Xinghe's mind. Could it be? Could this be young Master Li's solution? Otherwise, how did this sudden sandstorm appear? He stood frozen in place, utterly stunned, unable to process his thoughts for a moment. At that moment, an even more powerful tempest erupted 5 meters around Li Wuwang, sweeping up the yellow sand from the ground and spreading outward in all directions. The sand was swept away by the storm with devastating force. Moments later, the storm subsided. The surrounding sand vanished, revealing a pale yellow, hardened sandy ground. Gu Xinghe was utterly dumbfounded. This method of locating the Tower King city was indeed brutally simple. He had assumed young Master Li possessed some method to pinpoint the Tower King city. Little did he expect that the sand would actually be swept away. But, after the storm passed, there was still no sign of the Tower King's city. Still no luck? Li Wuwang leapt onto the exposed ground and began walking forward. After covering some distance, he activated his skill once more. Another storm descended. Even Gu Xinghe, who knew Li Wuwang was an unnaturally powerful practitioner, couldn't help but be stunned. Is this a summoner? He didn't look like one at all. Earlier, those stone warriors were summoned by a summoner, so what was this storm all about? Under his utterly stunned gaze, the storm continued to expand outward, sweeping up yellow sand. When the storm finally subsided, a magnificent and ancient stone city appeared directly ahead. The stone city radiated an eerie aura, with wisps of black smoke constantly rising from it. The scorching desert temperature plummeted, and inexplicable dark clouds gathered overhead, plunging the land into gloom. It resembled a ghostly city. What is this? The city of the Tower King? Gu Xinghe followed Li Wuwang's footsteps, staring at the extraordinary ancient city with a chill running down his spine. A voice within him seemed to whisper that stepping into that city meant certain death. This fear, born from his very soul, made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. No mistake about it, this is the city of the Tower King. Li Wuwang narrowed his eyes. This city was peculiar indeed. The moment it appeared, the very heavens and earth seemed to shift. Mr. Li, should we enter the city? Gu Xinghe shuddered instantly, hesitating before speaking. He felt an almost instinctive, soul-deep resistance to entering the Tower King's city. Why else would I seek it out if not to enter? Even facing this eerie city, Li Wuwang possessed a quiet confidence. Whoa! Gu Xinghe sucked in a sharp breath. He dared not imagine what terrifying entities might lurk within these walls, capable of conjuring such eerie black mist. Could anyone survive going in? Merely standing here, he felt an overwhelming pressure that made breathing difficult. Had he not cultivated formidable mental fortitude, he might have fainted on the spot before even stepping inside. If you're too scared to go in, just wait outside. Li Wuwang glanced at Gu Xinghe, who was shaking like a leaf, and said, Alright, I'll wait for you outside. I'm afraid I'd faint from fright if I went in and cause you trouble. Gu Xinghe breathed a slight sigh of relief. Had Li Wuwang insisted he accompany him inside, he would have forced himself to enter despite his terror, a gesture of loyalty. But since Li Wuwang suggested waiting outside, he was more than happy to do so. Because he was certain he'd faint from fright the moment he stepped inside. That would only make him a greater burden. MHM. Li Wuwang gave a slight nod, then recalled the already unconscious sandwing bird into his beast pet space. He then set off toward the Tower King city ahead. Gu Xinghe, unable to endure this soul-shaking terror, took a step back. Young Master Li, if you perish, I cannot go on living either. You must survive this ordeal. Gu Xinghe backed away while praying. This Tower King city is far too strange. Could anyone possibly handle this? All hope rested on young Master Li. Li Wuwang pressed forward. Before long, he arrived within 50 meters of the Tower King's city. It really is massive. Wuwang gazed at the walls, roughly 15 meters high, and murmured in awe. The city's entire front face was visible from afar, but approaching it allowed one to truly grasp its grandeur and eeriness. The gates of the Tower King city stood closed, with a massive plaque hanging above them. Two striking characters were carved upon it. Tower King. A mission of this caliber, let alone finding the city even if located, a typical 4th-tier professional would have absolutely no chance of claiming the Tower King's crown. Only now did Wuwang truly grasp the old man's feelings. This mission wasn't merely hellish, it was impossible. Before his arrival, no adventurer had ever located the Tower King city, all vanished during their search. He was likely the first professional to reach the base of the Tower King city. At that moment, a notification popped up. Congratulations on locating the lost Tower King city. Please retrieve the Tower King's crown. The Tower King's crown. I'll have to go inside the city to find it. As the notification faded, Wuwang turned his gaze forward. For he sensed something amiss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. A sudden gust of icy wind swept through, making the banners atop the city walls flutter wildly. Intruders, die! A cold, emotionless voice rang out with an eerie command. In the next instant, wisps of black mist began to rise from the ground below the city walls. From the darkness, skeletal soldiers armed with weapons materialized, the black mist lingering between their bones. In the blink of an eye, thousands of skeleton soldiers materialized, forming orderly ranks as they charged toward the intruders. Stomp! Thud! Thud! With each step the skeleton legion took, the sound reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very earth. Kill! The battle cry shook the heavens. The skeleton legion, armed with spears and weapons, advanced toward Wuwang with mechanical precision and perfect uniformity. Chapter 74, The Might of the Thunderstorm, instantly transmuted. Stomp! 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 The thunderous, synchronized footsteps reverberated across the heavens and earth, causing the very ground to tremble. What's happening? Gushing, his soul trembled involuntarily. Peering closely, he saw an army swarming forward like ants. The skeleton legion? Gushing paled in shock. The murderous aura spreading toward him made his scalp crawl. What level is this? How could they possess such terrifying might? Can young Master Li truly handle this? Even though he trusted Wuwang implicitly, witnessing the bone-chilling might of the skeleton legion made doubt creep into his mind. His heart pounded violently, his nails digging into his flesh without his noticing. Boom! Just then, several muffled thunderclaps echoed through the sky. The sheer power of the thunder caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. Gu Xinghai immediately looked up to see thick, dark clouds rapidly gathering. Purple lightning danced within the black mass, bathing the world in a sickly pale light. What is this? Gu Xinghai's face turned deathly pale, his heart pounding with dread. Watching scene after scene unfold beyond his comprehension, his heart pounded wildly. The dense black clouds gathered, as if placing a dark lid over the sky. The oppressive weight felt as though it might crush down at any moment. What kind of existence is the Tower King city? Is this still the world of professionals I know? Gu Xinghai was utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying spectacle. Crack! A thunderbolt struck, shaking the heavens and earth, striking the very center of the charging skeleton legion. The lightning struck the ground, exploding instantly and spreading outward like a sea of thunder. Crack! Immediately after, 3 more bolts of lightning struck. The entire front of the Tower King city was now engulfed in a sea of thunder. Skeletons caught in the storm instantly turned to black smoke and vanished. What the hell is this? Gu Xinghai's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. The thunderbolts instantly shattered the terrifying skeleton army. Is this what a 5th-tier divine being is capable of? Gu Xinghai was utterly dumbfounded. He had expected Wuwang to be formidable but never imagined he would be this powerful, controlling natural disasters. Earlier, Wuwang had also used another skill controlling storms. Everyone was wrong, he's not a summoner at all. Gu Xinghai murmured in shock. Then another scene flashed through his mind. What about those stone warriors? Whoa, the secrets hidden within young Master Li are enough to shake the entire continent. Gu Xinghai sucked in a sharp breath, his heart suddenly filled with unease. He needed a powerful ally to assist him. But a powerhouse so formidable it was downright terrifying, that was another matter entirely. It felt like a beggar suddenly becoming the wealthiest man on the entire continent. It was an utterly surreal sensation, not one that brought joy, but rather panic. No. I must perform as well as possible. Once I'm on this ship, if I make a single mistake, death is the only outcome. Gu Xinghai forced down the panic welling inside him, warning himself against entertaining any other thoughts. He must fulfill their prior agreement to the utmost, ensuring Wuwang felt not a shred of dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Wuwang watched as the thunderstorm slowly dissipated and a series of notifications popped up. Defeated level 400 skeleton warrior, EXP +0. Killed level 400 skeleton chieftain, EXP +0. Gazing at these notifications, Wuwang silently sighed with regret. He was currently at the max level of Tier 4, meaning he wouldn't gain any experience from killing any monsters. I need to hurry and reach Tier 5. Otherwise, I won't be able to level up at all. Wasting the experience from level 400 monsters would be such a shame. A sense of urgency gripped Li Wuwang as he set off toward the city gates. He stopped just 5 meters from the gate. Creak! The ancient city gate creaked open with a shrill sound. The cityscape within was desolate, the dim light only heightening its eerie atmosphere. Li Wuwang continued walking deeper into the city. Inside the city, the architecture resembled ancient structures, primarily constructed of wood. Webs covered the structures, dust blanketed everything, creating an utterly desolate scene. The streets were strewn with stark white skeletons, as if some immense catastrophe had struck. Li Wuwang looked up at a towering palace structure at the city's center. That must be the palace of the Tower King, right? He muttered to himself before setting off toward the palace. Ah, it is our honor to submit to the Tower Lord. The mighty Tower Lord is invincible. Surrender to him, and he will grant you everything you desire. Just then, a faint, weary voice drifted out from a room, sounding like it came from an elderly person who had been bedridden for a long time. Li Wuwang frowned slightly but paid it no mind, continuing straight toward the palace. Soon, he arrived before the palace. It was immensely grand, flanked by 2 dragon-shaped stone sculptures at the entrance. Above the gate hung a gilded plaque bearing 3 characters written in sweeping, serpentine calligraphy. Palace of the Tower King. Before the palace doors, skeletal figures clad in armor and wielding weapons stood guard on either side. As if sensing an arrival, the skeletal figures stirred. Li Wuwang grew wary at the sight. However, the skeletons did not approach him. Instead, they opened the tightly sealed palace doors. Seems they sensed my approach? What kind of being is this so-called Tower King? Several questions arose in Li Wuwang's mind. Drawing a task like this truly put a strain on the professional. Could anyone else realistically hope to complete it? Let's go inside and see. Li Wuwang stepped over the threshold and entered the palace. Creak! The moment he stepped inside, the palace doors slammed shut behind him. He paid it no mind, his gaze fixed on the palace hall looming above his line of sight. The structure was magnificent beyond compare, resembling a heavenly realm. Seeing the staircase leading upward, Li Wuwang chose to use his flight skill to ascend. He arrived outside the main hall. Peering through the wide-open doors, he saw the interior brightly lit. Night pearls were embedded in the towering pillars, and suspended in the center hung a 9-tiered oil lamp crafted entirely of gold. His gaze continued forward, drawn to a massive relief mural that commanded attention. The mural depicted a golden dragon. His gaze shifted downward to a dragon throne. And upon that throne sat a figure clad in imperial dragon robes. That man was none other than the Tower King. Chapter 75. The overwhelming Lord of the Tower unleashes all his skills. Finally found it. Li Wuwang gazed at the golden crown adorning the Overlord's head, a faint thrill stirring within him. Hadn't he spent the past 2 days searching precisely for that crown? Li Wuwang didn't rush forward immediately. He paused where he stood, waiting until there were no further disturbances before continuing his approach. Soon, he stood before the Tower King. The Tower King appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, unaware of the approaching presence. Gazing at the supremely luxurious crown, Li Wuwang reached out his hand. The moment his fingers touched the crown, nothing unusual occurred. He exerted force with his arm, just managing to remove the crown. Before he could withdraw his hand, the Tower King suddenly stirred. A skeletal hand, concealed within the dragon robe, shot out toward Li Wuwang's arm. At that critical moment, a stone spirit warrior burst forth, colliding with the Tower King and knocking him aside. Seizing that opening, Li Wuwang instantly sprang backward, distancing himself from the Tower King. Whoosh! In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the entire hall. The suspended chandelier swayed violently, its light flickering erratically. A terrifying aura spread instantly. The flesh on the Lord of the Tower's body instantly peeled away, revealing stark white bones. Blue flames even burned within the skull of the skeletal form. Die! A hoarse cry echoed throughout the hall as the Tower Lord charged straight toward Li Wuwang. From all directions, skeletal warriors materialized, encircling the entire hall. Even outside the hall, skeletal warriors swarmed like an army of ants, densely packed so thickly that there was no room to step. Li Wuwang stowed the crown away. The Overlord's overwhelming might left him no room for complacency. He unleashed every skill at his disposal. Swift Wind Bat Wings LV3. Shadow Step LV1. Storm Summon LV1. Tsunami Summon LV3. Meteor Summon LV4. Li Wuwang utilized Phantom Shadow Step in tandem with his flight skill, streaking toward the palace exit at breakneck speed. Within the hall, terrifying storms erupted suddenly, instantly shredding everything in their path. But it wasn't over. A raging tsunami crashed down immediately afterward. Above the heavens, 4 neatly aligned meteorites plummeted at breakneck speed, their target, the Tower King's hall. Li Wuwang flew at breakneck speed through the air as massive black eagles swarmed toward him. Sky and ground alike were now completely surrounded. Crisis erupted.
The ancient stone statues' protective mechanisms triggered one after another.
Towering stone warrior spirits relentlessly slaughtered skeletons on the ground.
In the air, the two stone dragons outside the hall collided violently, sending the massive black eagles flying. Whoosh! Scorching flames erupted from the stone dragons, tearing open a gap in the sky.
Wuwang seized the moment to slip through, soaring toward the outer reaches of the Tower King's city. At the same moment,
the Tower King's palace was torn apart by the tsunami and storm, collapsing into shards in an instant.
Boom!
Gu Xinghe, waiting outside the Tower King city, heard the commotion and immediately looked toward the source of the sound. Inside the Tower King city, a colossal storm and tsunami were sweeping everything away, rampaging in all directions. Towering structures shattered with deafening crashes.
The scene resembled the apocalypse, sending a chill down his spine.
Terrifying, truly terrifying.
Could young Master Li possibly survive this?
His mind had completely ceased functioning, consumed solely by terror at the apocalyptic spectacle.
Yet, in the sky,
4 meteors had reached the skies above the Tower King's city.
Boom!
The 4 meteors slammed into the ground, sending massive mushroom clouds skyward. A tsunami of smoke and debris surged forth, carrying fragments of buildings. Gu Xinghe's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching in his throat. He swore this was the most terrifying scene he had ever witnessed or heard of.
The apocalypse itself couldn't be more devastating.
Just then, a dark speck burst through the smoke and dust, growing larger and larger.
It's young Master Li. He made it out alive.
Gu Xinghe wept with joy, recognizing the dark figure as none other than Wuwang, the man who had ventured alone into the Tower King's city. This was utterly unbelievable. Attacks of this caliber had reached a level he could scarcely comprehend.
Wuwang actually survived.
It was nothing short of a miracle. Wuwang had spotted Gu Xinghe long ago, so he landed beside him and turned to look back.
The entire Tower King city was now engulfed in a sea of smoke and dust. The Tower King hadn't pursued them.
He glanced at the kill notifications, none listed the Tower King.
He's still alive? Wuwang frowned. That made no sense. If he hadn't been killed, just how powerful was the Tower King?
The thought sent a wave of firepower deficiency anxiety washing over Wuwang.
He must level up quickly, boosting both his mental power and Cataclysm skill ranks. He wouldn't rest until he reached the absolute limit.
Otherwise, if he encountered another being as formidable as the Tower Lord, even unleashing all his skills wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, he had secured the crown. Completing the mission would allow him to continue leveling up, which would at least alleviate his fear of insufficient firepower. The moment the Tower Lord reached for his hand, he had truly felt the terrifying might of that being. Had it not been for the protection of the ancient stone statue, he would never have dared to approach the Tower Lord. Such a trick was too crude, anyone could see something was off. But to claim the crown, he had to go through. And lifting the crown would also trigger the Tower King's rage. It was a calculated gamble, this. Fortunately, his protective ability shielded him. Had anyone else been seized by the Tower King's skeletal hand, they would likely have been instantly incinerated. Regaining his composure, Wuwang turned his gaze to a special piece of equipment within the spatial pocket. This was obtained within the Tower King's city. Skeleton Throne, unique. Effect, Skeleton King, active ability. All skeletons shall obey the King's command. Reading the description, Wuwang thought to himself that this was a remarkable ability, as unique as the protection granted by the ancient stone statue. However, he found it odd that despite the large number of monsters in this wave, the dropped equipment hadn't gathered around him. He couldn't tell if it was because he was moving too fast or if the city itself had some kind of restriction preventing the dropped gear from gathering. He couldn't say for sure. Wuwang planned to return once his strength grew further. After all, the monsters here were of high tiers, mostly above tier 10. Moreover, there was still an unkilled Tower Lord worth pursuing. Its exact tier remained unknown, but its ability to withstand so many cataclysmic skills suggested it couldn't be low tier. Time to leave. Wuwang equipped the skeleton throne, then summoned the Sandwing Firebird from his spatial pocket and mounted it. Glancing at the still-dazed ancient star crane, Wuwang called out a reminder. "We're leaving. Or do you want to stay here as the floor boss's servant?" No. Gu Xinghe snapped out of his stupor, quickly regaining his senses and climbing onto the throne. Serving as the lord of the tower's servant? He'd rather die. Mr. Li, are you saying the Tower Lord isn't dead? Gu Xinghe picked up on the implication in Wuwang's words and asked instinctively. Wuwang commanded the Sandwing bird to take flight first, then shook his head. No. The Tower Lord is formidable. He likely survived. He hadn't received the kill notification. He's not dead? I saw the tsunami, the storm, and the meteorite, such terrifying attacks, and he still survived? Wuwang's confirmation left Gu Xinghe even more bewildered. To survive attacks of this magnitude, just how terrifying must the Tower Lord be? Given such danger, why was young Master Li searching for the Tower King's city? Anyway, let's head back to Dian first.
He was in a good mood, knowing he'd unlock new skills upon returning. Chapter 76, The Mountain Sea City's Professionals, Secrets of the Tower King's City. Hold on. Just as Li Wuwang and his companion had flown a short distance, a voice called out from the side. Hearing the call, Li Wuwang turned his head to see two figures leaping toward them. One was dressed as a mage, while the other wore the attire of an assassin. Seeing this, Li Wuwang frowned slightly. The secret realm was treacherous, and generally few professionals ventured here after all. He hadn't encountered any on his journey so far. But those who dared to come were never weak. Other adventurers in such a remote place? Gu Xinghe couldn't help but voice his confusion. Hold on, friend. The two swiftly approached, hovering beside Li Wuwang before bowing their hands in greeting. As they drew near, Li Wuwang could clearly see their appearances. Both were advanced in years. The mage-attired figure was gaunt and emaciated, while the assassin-clad one was lean and muscular. A pale blue crystal orb hovered above the mage-clad figure's head, while the assassin carried two long blades slung at his side. Li Wuwang asked calmly, "What brings you here?" "Friend, we come from the Ji family of Shanghai City. May we ask what occurred here just now?" The assassin gazed toward the distant spreading sandstorm as he inquired. They had sensed the disturbance from afar and rushed over immediately. By the time they arrived, the disturbance had ceased. Only the endless sandstorm raged on, restoring everything to the vast expanse of desert. Hearing this, Gu Xinghe felt a tremor within his heart. The Ji clan. It was the place of his birth. He had originally borne the Ji surname, but later changed it to his mother's surname, Gu. He couldn't afford to cause trouble for Li Wuwang now. Suppressing the shock and anger welling up inside him, he listened quietly. "Nothing much. Seems like a few meteorites fell," Li Wuwang said, shaking his head indifferently. "Meteorites? So you saw them too," the assassin murmured thoughtfully. They had indeed witnessed the meteors falling from the sky. Anything else?" Li Wuwang inquired. The assassin bowed again. "My sincere apologies for taking up your time, friend. To be perfectly honest, we've come here seeking the legendary city of the Tower King. Should you come across any clues, please share them with us. The Ji family will surely reward you handsomely." The two men were quite courteous, not judging by appearances. After all, those who could reach this place were no ordinary individuals. Conflict was absolutely taboo. The Tower King's city? That rings a bell. Li Wuwang feigned ignorance. These two were definitely not here on a mission. Could it be that someone within the Ji family had received this mission and sent scouts ahead? Uncertain, Li Wuwang decided to observe further. Yes, the legendary city of the Tower King built by the Tower King himself. But for some unknown reason, it vanished into the desert. The assassin explained. "Is that all the information we have?" "None. It's truly like searching for a needle in a haystack." "Then I truly can't offer you any useful information either," Li Wuwang stated. "All right." The assassin looked pensive. Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before adding, "Come to think of it, I've heard of an advanced quest that involves searching this desert for the City of Towers. Has anyone among you taken that quest?" Both shook their heads. "It's a real quest. Anyone who gets it has the worst luck imaginable, utterly cursed. But the odds of encountering it are minuscule. I've never seen it myself." The assassin relaxed into casual conversation, trying to build rapport. Li Wuwang. It was indeed unlucky, but he had completed it. If these two weren't here for the mission, then what were they here for? This Tower King city must conceal some major secret. Li Wuwang thought to himself. Was there any possibility they were lying? No. There was no need to conceal anything for a mere mission. After all, many people have heard of this mission. In that case, the other party likely knew some secrets about the Tower King city. Li Wuwang asked directly, if it's not for the mission, could it be that this Tower King city holds other secrets? The two fell silent. Li Wuwang understood. There were indeed secrets here. "I'm afraid I can't share that, my friend," the assassin said with an apologetic smile. It didn't matter that the other new secrets existed, what mattered was that he didn't know what they were. Li Wuwang nodded and said, "Understood. But this Tower King city, I've heard it lies only within the desert. Yet there's no record of which desert it's in. With so many deserts out there, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. There's no choice. We'll just have to grit our teeth and search," the assassin sighed. They had mobilized a considerable number of people, but not enough to cover every desert. After all, there were simply too many deserts. Every desert held the potential to be the location of the Tower King city. It is indeed a difficult search. We wish you luck in finding it sooner rather than later. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now." Li Wuwang bowed his hands in a gesture of respect before riding his sandwing firebird into the distance. The two men watched until he vanished on the horizon before snapping back to reality. Could he be lying? The mage narrowed his eyes. Hard to say. I couldn't tell, the assassin shook his head. After all, they were complete strangers. Even if he was lying, they'd have no way to tell. He seems young, the mage said calmly, though the crystal ball atop his head glowed brighter. Ha ha ha, who'd dare come here without some skill? True enough, but it still feels odd. Never mind. Let's search the area.
The two began searching the area, finding nothing but endless desert.
Let's go.
The meteor crater's probably buried by the sandstorm.
We've wasted too much time here. Meanwhile, Gu Xinghe, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Young Masterly, what do you think the secret of this Tower King city might be? Gu Xinghe made no mention of his own affairs, instead expressing curiosity about what the Ji family was searching for. And Li Wuwang was the only one who had entered the Tower King city. Li Wuwang shook his head and said, "Who knows? The Ji family of Shanghai city, you've surely heard of them. What kind of clan is this?"
Gu Xinghe replied, "The Titan of Shanghai city, the foremost among the three supreme powers."
Wow, that powerful.
Li Wuwang pondered thoughtfully. The foremost power in Mountain Sea City seeking out the Tower King city. Clearly, the secrets within this city are no simple matter. They possess immense depth and resources.
If they've mobilized manpower to search, it won't be anything ordinary, Gu Xinghe remarked.
Li Wuwang closed his eyes to rest, and neither party spoke further. Before they knew it, dawn had broken.
And they finally arrived at Dayan City. Chapter 77, Attributes Skyrocket, New Skills.
Upon reaching Dayan City, Li Wuwang set Gu Xinghe down.
"Thanks for your help this time. You can go about your business now,"
Li Wuwang said to Gu Xinghe.
Gu Xinghe's contribution this time was undeniably significant.
This was also the first time Li Wuwang had witnessed the formidable power of a divination-type practitioner. Though they couldn't pinpoint the exact location, divining a general area was already quite impressive.
"All right.
If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out."
Gu Xinghe bowed his hands in a gesture of respect.
After Gu Xinghe departed, Li Wuwang immediately changed course and headed toward the sacred temple, preparing to complete his advancement quest and reach the 5th tier.
"Hey, aren't you Li Wuwang? What are you doing here?"
A young man passing by Li Wuwang suddenly stopped and called out.
Li Wuwang turned to look.
He recognized the man, a member of the Holy Sword Guild. He paid him no mind, however, and kept walking.
Hey! Don't tell me you don't even recognize me anymore?"
The young man hurried after him.
"What do you want?" Li Wuwang asked with a sigh. They'd only met a few times, there was no real connection between them.
He saw no reason to maintain any sort of relationship.
"Nothing much, just haven't seen you in a few days. How have you been?"
The young man gave an awkward smile.
"What else could I be doing?" Li Wuwang retorted.
The young man sighed helplessly.
"Sigh, Li Yanlong sure is ruthless. But your brother is the real disgusting one."
"I heard it was your brother who said something to Chairman Li that got you kicked out."
Li Wuwang replied indifferently. "What does that have to do with me?"
Ha ha. The young man gave a dry chuckle. He understood the teenager's strong sense of pride. After all, he'd been kicked out of his own home.
That would leave anyone seething. "By the way, this direction leads to the temple. What business do you have there?"
The young man changed the subject.
"I have business there." "All right." Li Wuwang turned and walked away.
The young man didn't pursue him, merely muttering to himself.
"Guess he's got nowhere else to go. The temple won't turn anyone away, it's a decent place to rest.
The way he looks, he wouldn't accept any help I offered."
Ah well.
The feud between the great families. In the end, it was his younger brother, Wuji, who won.
An S-rank talent summoner. How could anyone compete with that? The young man's impression of Li Wuwang wasn't entirely negative.
That's why he'd considered offering aid. But after witnessing the youth's formidable pride, he decided to abandon the idea.
Li Wuwang arrived at the sanctuary.
At the entrance, the old man still reclined in his rocking chair, fan gently fluttering in his hand as he rested his eyes. As Li Wuwang passed by, the old man seemed to sense something. His eyes snapped open, fixating on the approaching figure. He remembered that figure all too well. It was the young professional who had accepted the mission from the Tower King city.
Why had he returned? Still thinking about that mission, I suppose? Sigh.
This mission wasn't just difficult, it was utterly impossible.
From ancient times to the present, no one has ever succeeded.
Many high-level adventurers volunteered for this mission, eager to conquer the Tower King city and provide strategies for those who accepted the quest. Yet after all these years, there has never been a successful outcome. Those who ventured in never returned. As for whether they're still alive, no one can say for sure. The old man, realizing the urgency, immediately rose and gave chase, calling out, "Young man, wait a moment."
"Elder, is there something you need?" Li Wuwang asked. "Since you've come again, I must stress this once more, abandon this mission. Living is more important than anything else."
The old man pleaded earnestly.
"Once you embark on this mission, there's virtually no coming back.
The desert isn't a place you can just wander into casually, let alone with monsters appearing without limit."
"Give up what?" "I've already completed it," Li Wuwang declared.
Hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief.
What did you say?" "I've completed it." You finished?" The old man paused, then sighed bitterly. Young man, it's fine if you're just messing with me. But I sincerely advise you to give up. I'm only saying this for your own good. Li Wuwang walked forward, and the old man followed him to the sacred statue. Li Wuwang stepped into the light circle, and a prompt appeared. Detected quest item, Crown of the Tower King. Submit? Submit, Li Wuwang thought to himself. Submission successful. Congratulations on completing the advancement quest. Assigning attributes. Beams of light streamed down from the sacred statue, swirling around Li Wuwang before sinking into his body. This is the sacred statue baptism. You actually completed it? The old man was stunned by the sight, his mind buzzing as if struck by lightning. It felt as unreal as a dream. That was a mission with zero chance of success, and yet he completed it? How on earth did he manage it? It was utterly impossible. Yet the sacred statue's baptism of the practitioner had undeniably unfolded before his very eyes. The old man rubbed his eyes hard, then pinched his thigh. All his senses confirmed it was real. He actually did it. In less than 2 days. It was like someone who couldn't level up suddenly hit max level and became the strongest. It was utterly astonishing. It was utterly incomprehensible, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn apart. The old man's breathing grew heavy, his chest heaving up and down. His fingernails dug into his flesh as his entire body trembled, eyes wide as he waited for the young adventurer to complete the baptism. Word of someone completing the Tower King City quest would send shockwaves across the entire continent. He now had countless questions he desperately wanted the youth to answer. Prompts kept popping up and disappearing before Li Wuwang's eyes. Attribute bestowal complete. As the completion message faded, Li Wuwang's attribute panel appeared. Li Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 5. Level, 200. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 500. Skill points, 14. Strength, 9,528 19056. Constitution, 8,071 4640. Agility, 9,524 19048. Spirit, 35,686 4760. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV4 Weak Electricity Summoning LV4 Phantom Shadow Step LV1 Swift Bat Wings LV3 Water Drop Summoning LV3 Breeze Summoning LV1. Cataclysm class skills, Meteor Summon LV4, Thunderstorm Summon LV4, Tsunami Summon LV3, Storm Summon LV1. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Special, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary, Dark Robe Epic. Special abilities, Ancient Statues Protection, Skeleton Throne. Beast Pets, Pterosaur Incubation, 11 days remaining, Fire Wyvern Incubation, 11 days remaining, Sandwing Raptor Fine Mature Tier 2, Level 53. New skill unlocked, Flame Summoning LV1 Cataclysm Capable. Chapter 78, A Twisted and Bizarre Experience. Is this really luck? Li Wuwang gazed at the skyrocketing stats on his interface, his heart surging with delight. All base attributes had doubled excluding equipment bonuses. Evidently, the attribute boost from advancement far surpassed that of leveling up. Moreover, as base attribute values climbed higher, doubling them meant gains that were simply immeasurable. 9,000 and 18,000 were only a twofold difference, yet they belonged to entirely different orders of magnitude. With 64,000 spirit, I can now unleash another cataclysm skill that consumes spirit autonomously. Li Wuwang mused to himself, then shifted his gaze to the cataclysm class skills section. Apart from the level 4 Meteor Summon and level 4 Thunderstorm Summon, which couldn't be cast autonomously, the remaining level 3 Tsunami Summon and level 1 Storm Summon could be unleashed at will. However, the level 3 Tsunami Summon could only be autonomously cast once per mana expenditure, while the level 1 Storm Summon now allowed for 6 autonomous casts. A full 3 additional uses. Counting the times it could be cast without mana cost, Storm Summon could now be unleashed a full 7 times in an extremely short span. Tsunami Summon can also be cast twice consecutively. With this in mind, Li Wuwang decided against investing skill points into Cataclysm skills for now. After all, as skill levels increase, the mana cost required for casting also rises. If he continued adding skill points as soon as they became available, like before, when would he ever achieve true skill freedom? But this time, a new skill had been unlocked. If he didn't upgrade it, it would be another skill capable of 7 consecutive casts. Li Wuwang fixed his gaze on the new skill, Flame Summon. Flame Summon. Judging by previous skills, it was likely another ability that summoned a tiny flame. But Li Wuwang was genuinely curious to see what it would become after the cataclysm. Young man, what's wrong with you? At that moment, the old man behind Li Wuwang stepped forward. Seeing the young man staring blankly, he waved his hand in front of Li Wuwang's face. Having completed the Tower Lord quest, the old man feared the young man might be possessed, standing there like a fool. Nothing. Just advanced a level. Feeling pretty happy. Li Wuwang snapped back to reality and flashed a smile. That's good. The old man drew a deep breath and murmured a few words under his breath. Then, composing his own astonished emotions, he said solemnly, "Young man, could you spare this old man a few minutes of your time? Seeing Li Wuwang didn't respond immediately, the old man pleaded again, "I'm begging you, just spare me a few minutes." This made Li Wuwang's mouth twitch. He hadn't even refused yet, and this elder was already. "No need to beg, old man. It's only a few minutes. Say whatever you need to say." Li Wuwang straightened his expression. "This old man thanks you. Come this way." "All right." Li Wuwang followed the old man into a side room of the sanctuary. The room's furnishings appeared specifically designed for entertaining guests, complete with a full set of teacups and accessories. After they sat down, the old man brewed Li Wuwang a cup of premium tea, a variety he himself rarely indulged in. "Young man, have you truly found the legendary city of the Tower King?" The old man placed the teacup before Li Wuwang and inquired. Facing this question, Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure if that was the city of the Tower King. To be honest, luck played a huge part in completing this mission." He understood what the elder was asking. But he wouldn't reveal the exact location of the Tower King's city now. According to what the G family members he encountered in the desert had said, the Tower King's city concealed some colossal secret. Until he uncovered that secret, he would never reveal the precise location of the Tower King's city. "You're not certain it was the Tower King's city either? Then this mission of yours." The old man paused, then pressed, "Was it really just luck?" "Luck played a major part," Li Wuwang replied. "Otherwise, how could I possibly complete such a difficult task in just 2 days?" The old man sighed softly. "So it really was luck, then. The Tower King's city was shrouded in mystery. No one had ever found it throughout history. If it were easily accomplished, no professional adventurers would have vanished. Over my long life, I've seen no fewer than 50 brilliant adventurers vanish without a trace because of this quest. I could only watch helplessly as they disappeared one after another, with no solution in sight. So taking a few minutes of your time serves a simple purpose: to gather more information, giving future adventurers who might undertake this quest a better chance of success." The old man's face was etched with worry as he laid out his purpose. Strangely enough, half of those who took this mission were prodigious professionals, while the other half, though not prodigies, were still elite among ordinary professionals. In the decades since that great battle, Dan City had lost many prodigies to this mission. This depletion had left the city in decline, lacking top-tier combat power to prop it up, and it had never fully recovered. Though he himself was no high-ranking professional, as an elder of Dayan City, he still wished to leave some meager assistance for the younger generation. "I understand your feelings, Senior," Li Wuwang said thoughtfully. "I too cannot pinpoint the exact location of the Tower King's city." The old man gave a dry chuckle. "No matter. If it's possible, would you mind sharing the process of completing the mission with me?" At this point, the old man added solemnly. "Of course. If it proves useful, I'll ensure your contribution is remembered by the world, never taking credit for it myself." He was merely a disseminator of experience, not the originator. "That's fine. I can share it." Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before continuing. "First, I drew lots based on the map. Whichever direction I drew, that's the desert I headed for. At the time, I drew the west, so I set off westward, eventually entering the desert. The desert was treacherous beyond measure, teeming with monsters that ignored level restrictions. Had I not known some of their habits, I likely would have perished at the desert's edge before even entering." At this point, the old man couldn't help but empathize, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. The desert's secret realm had always been like this, perilous beyond measure. No adventurer would ever venture in without absolute necessity. That fourth-tier youth managed to survive and emerge alive, truly a stroke of incredible luck. Li Wuwang ignored the others, continuing his vivid account. "I lost my bearings and wandered aimlessly through the desert, enduring the sand's abrasion, the sun's scorching heat, and the bone-chilling wind. Lost and confused, I had no idea how long I'd been walking. All I knew was that darkness fell, the wind picked up, and it grew stronger and stronger. Only then did I realize a sandstorm was coming. I felt utterly hopeless and helpless. That terrifying sandstorm was beyond my ability to handle. I could do nothing, my heart as dead as ashes, waiting only for the storm to bury me. Yet, as if fortune had smiled upon me, I glimpsed the faint outline of a city through the swirling sand. Resigned to my fate, I pushed forward with all my strength, braving the terrifying storm to enter the city. I made my way into a grand hall and found a crown upon a throne. But I failed to notice the sandstorm intensifying, squandering my best chance to escape. The moment I stepped out of the hall, I was swept away by the storm and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself at the edge of the desert. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned back toward Dian. Upon hearing this, the old man exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined a journey involving luck could be so convoluted and extraordinary." Chapter 79, Volcanic Summoning. A Quantum Leap in Flight Skills. The old man didn't doubt Li Wuwang's account, it actually aligned perfectly with his own suspicions. Without sheer luck, how could a mere fourth-tier practitioner have returned unscathed? And to locate the Tower King's city and seize the crown in just 2 days? It seemed utterly impossible no matter how one looked at it. The old man sighed. "You truly possess luck beyond measure. Even the lottery determined which desert you'd be sent to. Then you stumbled upon a sandstorm, one that conveniently exposed the Tower King's city. And it just so happened to blow you to the edge of the desert. Your luck is simply beyond compare. Had any single element of fortune been slightly off, he would never have made it alive to the temple. My luck has always been exceptional, Wuwang remarked. The old man added, though your luck may be extraordinary, your own abilities are equally indispensable. Had it been anyone else, even such luck would have been useless. Luck cannot be altered, but without the ability to harness it, even the greatest fortune is useless. The youth before him commanded his respect. After all, both luck and ability were equally essential. Without either, completing the task in 2 days would be impossible. Wuwang remained silent. Facing this young professional who embodied courage, wisdom, and fortune, the old man bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, young man. Your selfless sharing, though it didn't pinpoint the exact location of the Tower King city, at least provided a general direction. On behalf of all young adventurers, I thank you." Wuwang returned the bow. "No problem. It's the least I could do. If I ever get the chance, I'll go there myself and explore the Tower King city again." Revealing the western direction was the absolute limit of what he could disclose. He would never reveal the precise location of the Tower King city until he uncovered its secrets himself. After all, the secrets of the Tower King that had prompted the Ji family, one of Shanghai city's major clans, to send people to investigate were certainly no small matter. As for Gu Xinghe, he had no worries about him leaking anything. Gu Xinghe was a shrewd man. Having encountered former members of the Ji clan, he was well aware that the city of the Tower King concealed immense secrets. Admiration flickered in the old man's eyes as he remarked, "You show great promise at such a young age. Yet I still urge you not to venture into the desert again without absolute certainty. Your own safety must come first. Fortune is an elusive thing." The old man held Wuwang in high regard. Barely 20 years old, yet he had reached the 5th tier, truly a prodigy among men. And now he'd accomplished a mission considered virtually impossible. Such a talent holds limitless potential for the future. There was no longer any need to risk his life in the desert. Luck may favor him, but it won't always be on his side. Otherwise, no one would still be unable to locate the Tower King city. "Yes, I will consider my own safety. If you have no further business, senior, I shall take my leave." Wuwang drained his tea in one gulp, rose, and bowed respectfully. "Very well. I look forward to the day you become one of Dian's top warriors." The old man naturally had no reason to detain Wuwang further. He rose to escort him to the door before turning back. He paced back and forth within the room, trying to extract key information from Wuwang's account. But after much contemplation, aside from a vague direction, nothing else could be considered useful information. After all, luck played a significant role. Only a vague direction useful, yet impossible to follow. And the lad himself said he lost his bearings then. Who knows where he might have ended up? Even if the direction is right, the west is far too broad. The old man shook his head, muttering to himself. The desert was treacherous beyond measure. Without a confirmed location for the Tower King city, venturing there would be a death sentence. We'll see what happens later. If another adventurer takes this quest, we can only give them this vague direction. Whether they find it or not is entirely up to fate. The old man sighed softly. Those who haven't received the mission absolutely must not go. As for those who had accepted the mission, he no longer planned to dissuade them with stern warnings. Since there was now one completed case, there was hope. There was still that vague location worth trying. Tasks in Tower King City were rare, but they could appear. If you're unlucky enough to receive one, you must either take the risk or stop at tier 4. It's up to the adventurer to decide. After leaving the temple, Wuwang returned to the inn where he often stayed. He first took out the 2 colored eggs, placed a drop of blood on each, and then put them back. This was his daily ritual. After completing these tasks, Wuwang settled into a comfortable reclining position and summoned his interface. Cataclysmic Flame Summon. Cataclysmic Event Success. Cataclysmic Skill, Volcano Summoning LV1. Volcano Summon? Could it summon an erupting volcano? Or does it manifest in other ways? Seeing this cataclysm skill, Wuwang grew even more eager. Volcanoes pose significant hazards. The toxic gases and volcanic ash alone can drastically impact the climate. But the most terrifying aspect was the lava flows and molten rock projectiles erupting from the volcano. Judging from previous cataclysm skills, this summoned volcano was definitely no ordinary one. As for its ultimate effect, that remained to be tested. Suppressing his excitement, Wuwang turned his attention to the skill points. Catastrophe skills couldn't be upgraded, but regular skills could be leveled up. Shadow Step proved invaluable in the Tower King city, yet it's only at level 1 now. Let's upgrade it to level 3. Skill points 3. Shadow Step LV1 LV3. Skill points 11. Recalling his near escape from the Tower King city, Wuwang turned his attention to another skill, Swift Bat Wings. Level 3 Swift Bat Wings currently caps flight speed at roughly Mach 1, not quite sufficient. Combined with Phantom Shadow Step, I barely escaped the Tower King's grasp. Let's upgrade it to level 5 first. Skill point 7. Swiftwing Batwings LV3 Stormwing Nightwings LV5. Skill points, 4. Ha! How did it change? So this flight skill is scalable? Does it undergo a qualitative change as the level increases? Wuwang was astonished. He hadn't expected flight skills to be upgradable too. When luck strikes, it's unstoppable. Wuwang felt a surge of joy. Next, I'll have to test the power of the Volcano Summon. Chapter 80, Entering the Dungeon. Speak. Who are you? After resting for a while, Wuwang obtained a map and a monster farming guide before heading to the teleportation plaza of the 5th tier public instance. He arrived at the teleportation plaza, now in the afternoon. The environment here was vastly different from the previous teleportation plaza. Only 5th tier professionals or higher could access this area. 5th tier adventurers were relatively seasoned, with most either having their own teams or belonging to certain factions. Although a recruitment hall still existed, it stood empty and neglected. No one paid it any mind. Even the usual shouts of recruiters had vanished. This made the place much quieter. There wasn't much chatter. Everyone kept to themselves, leading their respective teams to teleport into the dungeons. Wuwang arrived at the teleportation point and followed the others through. Upon entering the 5th tier instance, a notification popped up. You have entered the Tier 5 public dungeon. Current faction, Deadened City. Seeing the notification, Wuwang was slightly surprised. Unlike previous instances, this notification included an additional current faction indicator. This must have something to do with where I teleported in from, right? Wuwang pondered for a moment, muttering to himself. Newbie? A young male voice sounded from behind Wuwang. You're right. Your faction depends on which district you teleported into. It's not crucial, but it matters. Wuwang turned at the voice, puzzled. Thanks for the explanation, but how do you measure what's important versus what's not? He saw the speaker was a warrior-type professional wielding a broadsword. The man was incredibly massive, standing over 2 meters tall. His exposed arms were thick with bulging muscles, resembling a brown bear standing upright with a weapon, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Beside him stood 4 other adventurers, their professions immediately apparent from their attire. They stood out starkly against Wuwang, who wore ordinary civilian clothes. The burly youth replied, "Doesn't matter. Anyone who enters through the Dayan teleportation point will show up as part of the Dayan faction. It matters because faction friction runs high in dungeons. Practitioners from every faction must set aside personal grudges and unite against others. When it's hard to tell friend from foe, you can show your faction icon to distinguish." After hearing the burly youth's explanation, Wuwang mused thoughtfully. In that case, wouldn't it be disadvantageous if someone infiltrated Dayan and then used the Dayan teleportation point to disguise themselves? The burly youth chuckled. Such incidents do occur, but they're extremely rare. Even if they happen, there are other ways to identify them. After all, we're all 5th tier practitioners. Everyone has joined various factions and carries their respective insignia. Whether someone belongs to the Dayan faction is instantly recognizable. At this point, the burly youth raised the greatsword in his hand, his expression scrutinizing as he looked at Wuwang. So you, a lone individual teleporting in from Dayan, are already suspicious. Speak up. Who are you? Wuwang, ? How did he suddenly become a spy from another district? You might have misunderstood. I'm new to Dayan City. This is my first time in a Tier 5 instance. The burly youth frowned. Is that so? Absolutely genuine. Wuwang flashed his level to prove his identity. Since the other party wasn't the type to jump to conclusions, in fact, he'd even taken the time to explain things. Suspicion was understandable. 5th tier, level 200. You really are a newcomer. The burly youth immediately withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. A 5th tier newbie? That made sense. If not a newbie, it would be incomprehensible. Soloing a Tier 5 public instance was exceedingly rare. He'd hardly ever encountered it. But you're a newbie, why not join a squad or guild or something? Pretty bold to tackle a dungeon solo. The burly young man asked curiously. Logically, after becoming a Tier 1 professional, one should team up to level up and farm gear. After all, soloing highlights your weaknesses and lowers efficiency. Teams compensate for shortcomings. Division of labor makes monster grinding much faster. I'll think about it, Wuwang replied. Fine, do as you please. The burly youth waved his hand dismissively, saying no more, then flew away with his group. At their level of maturity, recruiting a fresh 5th tier newbie was out of the question. Newcomers not only failed to fill gaps but often became liabilities, dragging the team down. A mature team had grown through countless collaborations, achieving clear division of labor while maintaining seamless coordination. Suddenly introducing an unfamiliar newcomer would disrupt the team's rhythm. Of course, recruitment wasn't entirely off the table, but only for powerful professions and those of comparable level. Only such individuals are worth the effort of readjusting their dynamics. Wuwang pulled out the map and began searching. He sought out high-level zones to farm, specifically those that dropped primary spirit value gear. The public instance was vast, and it took Wuwang nearly half an hour to pinpoint a satisfactory area. The area was called Giant Butterfly Forest. Monsters here ranged from level 240 to 245.
Though not a max level zone, it offered a chance to drop primary mental stat gear.
With his target zone secured, Wuwang stowed away the map and activated his transformed Stormwing flight skill. In an instant, he soared toward the direction of the Giant Butterfly Forest.
In the air, Wuwang accelerated relentlessly as the landscape below streaked past. Upon reaching his maximum flight speed, he made a quick calculation. The maximum speed at level 3 was roughly 1,200 km per hour, while after the qualitative change at level 5, his speed surged to 10,000 km per hour. Nearly a tenfold increase. However, Wuwang's base attributes could only sustain flight at maximum speed for about 10 minutes. To sustain flight for a longer period, he would need to have his speed. Nevertheless, in less than an hour, Wuwang had already reached the skies above the Giant Butterfly Forest.
You have entered the Giant Butterfly Forest. Current monster levels, 240-245. The notification popped up. Just as Wuwang was about to descend, a series of whizzing sounds echoed behind him. He turned to look. A mage approached, 2 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings and as delicate as dragonflies fluttering behind him. He hovered before Wuwang and inquired. What's the deal? Giant Butterfly Forest is being cleared. If you've no business here, leave immediately. Clear the area? Who's clearing it? Wuwang asked. The mage frowned. Haven't you heard? Well, let me tell you now today, Giant Butterfly Forest is exclusively reserved for our Linglang Guild of Mountain Sea City. Got it? Chapter 81, Linglang Guild, Golden-beaked Black Eagle. Not a single one escapes. Wuwang shook his head calmly. I don't understand. Isn't this a public instance? Besides, it seems I arrived here before you did? His gaze swept over the group still lingering below, yet to enter the Giant Butterfly Forest. Hearing this, the mage sneered coldly. It is a public instance. So what if you got here first? If you don't have the strength, get out of here. In public dungeons, scrambling for area resources was commonplace. The stronger you were, the better zones you could clear. Most professional teams would avoid friction with those from powerful districts whenever possible. They'd give way. They couldn't be clearing the area every day. But when they encounter teams weaker than their own district? That's a different story. See? You said it yourself, the strong get to farm. So why should I listen to you lot and leave?
When it came to strength, Wuwang had no shortage of confidence. After all, he had captured and killed an 11th tier professional, and this was only a 5th tier instance. Dealing with a few professionals should be a piece of cake, right? Besides, he couldn't very well come all this way for nothing. Ha ha, so you're saying you're quite powerful, huh? The mage burst into laughter. This was the first time anyone had spoken to them like this. Did they think the Linglang Guild didn't exist? You're right, Wuwang replied with a casual air. The mage's expression turned icy. You're just a greenhorn, aren't you? You actually dared to come alone? Didn't you hear about the Linglang Guild in Shanghai City before you showed up? I've got no time for your jokes. Know your place and get lost. Or don't blame me for being rude. He finally understood. This kid was a fearless young bull. Going solo was one thing. But to come here without even checking what a 5th tier dungeon entails? He really isn't afraid of getting eaten. And this time, they had a 6th tier expert leading the group, virtually unbeatable in a 5th tier dungeon. Who'd dare tempt fate? He'd already chased away several teams trying to farm the Giant Butterfly Forest from the outskirts. At the mere mention of the Linglang Guild from Shanghai City, these groups turned tail and fled without looking back. I'd love to see just how impolite you can be, Wuwang said with a laugh. He'd arrived first, why should he yield? You! The mage flared up instantly. Don't push your luck. He'd come here determined to avoid conflict if possible. Now his composure was completely shattered. At the same time, several groups of adventurers flew out from the Giant Butterfly Forest, clearly having been driven out by the Linglang Guild. Witnessing this, the mage grew even more defiant. See that? That's the true power of the Linglang Guild. I'll count to 3. If you still refuse to leave, I'll have no choice but to escort you out. As one group of adventurers passed overhead, they overheard the exchange. A tall, burly young man remarked, "Bro, the Linglang Guild has the place locked down. Let's get out of here." After speaking, the youth had barely flown a few meters when he abruptly halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. Wait, that's not right. How come it's you? Wuwang recognized the man too and replied, "It's me." You haven't heard of the Linglang Guild? The burly youth asked hesitantly. The Linglang Guild's name was known throughout all stages of the dungeons. There's no reason you wouldn't have heard of it. Never heard of it. Tisk, impressive. Whether you're faking it or genuinely clueless, I suggest you leave immediately. The Linglang Guild isn't something our Dayan faction can afford to provoke. The burly youth gave a dismissive snort, offered his advice, then walked away. In his view, even if this kid had the backing of Dayan's most powerful faction, it wouldn't matter. What faction in Dayan City could possibly stand up to the Linglang Guild? The answer was none.
He'd only bothered to offer advice out of respect for fellow faction professionals in Dotong district. If it were professionals from other districts, he wouldn't even give them a second glance. So you're from Dayan City? Thought you were something special. Now get lost. The mage professional laughed in disbelief. He'd been worried about getting into trouble, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. So you're a professional from Dayan City. Screech. Just then, a piercing, high-pitched eagle's cry echoed from below, instantly filling the sky. Both men were instantly drawn to the sound. Above the giant butterfly forest, a massive black eagle circled, with a group of adventurers directly beneath it. This is the roaming boss, the golden-beaked black eagle. The mage's heart tightened, his lips trembling involuntarily as he spoke. In the 5th-tier dungeon, the name of the roaming boss, the golden-beaked black eagle, was known to all. If you encounter it, you run. Whoever it targets is doomed. But then he thought, this time they had a 6th-tier class leading the group. With 20 people working together, they should be able to take down the golden-beaked black eagle. As the mage plummeted downward, he spat out a string of curses. Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath on you, should have just kicked you out by force. Once I'm done taking care of that golden-beaked black eagle, I'll come back for you. Don't you dare leave. Wuwang remained expressionless at these words, instead finding the golden-beaked black eagle rather intriguing. A roaming boss? First time encountering one. Wuwang lowered his altitude slightly to get a closer look. This golden-beaked black eagle sported a sharp golden beak and piercing golden eyes, its plumage a dazzling array of iridescent blacks. It circled mid-air, its gaze fixed menacingly upon the group of adventurers below. Looks like it's no pushover. Wuwang speculated before settling in to watch the show. Below, the Linglang Guild's adventurers had long since spotted the golden-beaked black eagle and were already in tense combat readiness. Shriek! A piercing eagle cry echoed. The golden-beaked black eagle plunged toward the group of professionals below like an arrow released from its bowstring. Speed pushed to the absolute limit. Someone in the professional team immediately shouted, "Apply crowd control." Ranged. In an instant, beams of light and arrows shot toward the black eagle. Yet the black eagle executed a nimble evasive maneuver, dodging every attack. Seizing the opening, it instantly extended its hard, razor-sharp talons. Its massive talons instantly seized a professional's head, piercing deep into the throat. With overwhelming grip strength, the professional's head exploded like a watermelon. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The black eagle then soared skyward with the momentum. Seeing this, the grim-faced 6th-tier professional leading the group immediately barked an order, "Airborne! Initiate offensive!" One by one, the operatives soared into the sky, encircling the black eagle. Immediately, a hail of firepower descended like a torrential downpour. Yet the black eagle's movements and speed were almost ghostly, dodging back and forth with uncanny agility. Across the sky, only a black streak could be seen darting back and forth. With each flash, another professional's head exploded, their body plummeting to the ground. Witnessing this, the 6th-tier professional was utterly stunned, panic etched across his face. They had severely underestimated the prowess of the roaming boss. They were no match for it, getting utterly crushed in a one-sided battle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 6th-tier professional shouted urgently, "Quick! Run!" At that moment, Wuwang, hovering in the air, watched the fleeing Linglang Guild professionals. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Run? Where to? My turn. Chapter 82, Volcanic Eruption, Apocalypse Descends. Target locked LV4. Volcano Summon LV1. Wuwang watched the panicked crowd below, instantly activating 2 skills. Rumble. Without warning, the earth trembled violently, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, as if something was about to emerge. At the heart of the giant butterfly forest, a conical, dark red hill narrow at the top and thickening toward the base slowly rose from the earth. Sensing the disturbance, the members of the Linglang Guild were startled and instinctively turned to look. A small mountain billowing black smoke and hot steam was growing taller. Holy! What is that? Fire, a volcano? What's happening? Where did this volcano come from? Already facing a formidable roaming boss, the sudden appearance of this bizarre volcano left them utterly bewildered. Even the massive golden-beaked black eagle sensed danger, ceasing its relentless pursuit of the Linglang Guild members. With a piercing, shrill cry, it too prepared to flee. Damn it, what the hell is going on today? Run, everyone! With no time to hesitate, the group scattered and began their desperate flight. However, before they could fly far, the small volcano erupted. Boom! The deafening roar intensified the earth's tremors, shaking mountains and earth to their core. A pillar of orange-red magma shot skyward, while streams of molten rock flowed down the crater like rivers. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to steam. Plants and trees were instantly engulfed by the scalding lava, billowing black smoke into the air. The towering magma column, upon reaching a certain height in the sky, spread out like a fountain in all directions. The scene now resembled an orange-red mushroom cloud. No! The professionals of the Linglang Guild, unable to escape, found their path blocked by a waterfall of magma. They were completely engulfed beneath the molten umbrella. Ah! Where the magma touched a professional, it instantly burned through, leaving a charred hole. What the hell is going on? I want to go home, Lava surged like a burst dam, rushing in all directions. Soon, beneath the magma mushroom cloud, a scene straight out of hell unfolded. One by one, the practitioners plunged into endless despair, then were swallowed by the searing lava, leaving only billowing black smoke. Boom! At that moment, the small crater erupted violently, hurling a massive lava ball skyward like a cannonball. The golden-beaked black eagle, which had already escaped the mushroom cloud's range, was instantly struck by the lava ball and slammed into the ground by its force. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted as the lava ball shattered, sending molten rock flying in all directions, scattering like scattered stars. The giant butterfly forest now lay covered in lava, shrouded in black smoke, utterly lifeless, a veritable inferno. Wuwang, suspended in the air, gazed at the scene of billowing black smoke and churning lava, murmuring, "Impressive power. And quite the coverage too." Simultaneously, notification pop-ups appeared. Defeated level 245 boss, frenzied giant butterfly. Experience plus 85,000. Defeated level 245 boss, enchanted flower butterfly. Experience plus 85,000. Killed. Experience plus 65,000. Defeated level 241 EXP plus 67,000. Defeated level 250 special roaming boss, golden-beaked black eagle. Experience plus 450,000. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up. Gained 5 attribute points. You have reached level 205 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 235 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 250 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached the advancement level. Please proceed to the sanctuary promptly to claim your advancement quest. Simultaneously, a panel popped up. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 5 advancement available. Level, LV 250. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 750. Skill points, 14. Strength, 19,056 19556. Constitution, 14,641 4890. Agility, 19,048 19548. Spirit, 64,760 65,760. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV4 Weak Current Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV3 Storm Nightwing LV5 Water Drop Summoning LV3 Breeze Summoning LV1 Flame Summoning LV1. Cataclysm Class skills, Meteor Summon LV4, Thunderstorm Summon LV4, Tsunami Summon LV3, Storm Summon LV1 Volcano Summon LV1. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Unique, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary, Dark Robe Epic. Special abilities, Ancient Statues Protection, Skeleton Throne. Beast Pets, Pterosaur Incubation, 12 days remaining, Fire Wyvern Incubation, 12 days remaining, Sandwing Raptor Fine Mature Tier 2, Level 53. The roaming boss actually dropped 450,000 EXP. Wuwang couldn't help but think as he stared at the kill notification for the golden-beaked black eagle. He'd already prepared himself to grind another area before reaching max level. Unexpectedly, a roaming boss appeared out of nowhere, granting a hefty amount of experience that instantly leveled him up. Guess I won't have to make another trip after all. Wuwang refocused his attention, directing his gaze toward the gathering points of light approaching him. Among them, one translucent, colorless light point as if encased in water caught his attention most. Transparent and colorless signified a special item. Wuwang examined the information of this light point. Eagle Eye, Special. Special effect, Extended Range Vision. Night vision is slightly diminished. Beyond sight vision, does that mean I can see places invisible to the naked eye? Wuwang immediately equipped it and gazed into the distance. The prominent mountain peak in the distance gradually magnified before his eyes, the summit, the cliffs, the forests, a single tree, its bark, and the insectoid creatures crawling upon it. Whoa, that must be over 100 kilometers away. Wuwang couldn't help but feel astonished. To the naked eye, it was merely a mountain peak, but with the eagle eye's enhancement, every minute detail within the mountain came into view. This ability is truly remarkable. Wuwang marveled, feeling fortunate for his recent streak of good luck. But it was all thanks to grinding through hordes of monsters. If he had to grind them one by one, it would take him until the cows come home. The other gear is pretty average. While there are items that boost the main spirit, the bonuses are too small. I'll save them for the beast pet that's about to be born. Wuwang glanced at the other gear, shook his head, and stowed them all away in his spatial storage. Time to head back and prepare for the 6th tier. Chapter 83, Shockwaves Across the Realm, a Horrific Situation. At the same time, in certain areas surrounding the giant butterfly forest, the commotion within the giant butterfly forest was no small matter. Practitioners in the surrounding areas felt it intensely. Almost simultaneously, they all took to the air to investigate the situation. From the direction of the commotion, dust swirled thickly in the sky, obscuring the sunlight entirely.
Below, raging flames burned fiercely, billowing black smoke rising like a scene from hell.
A volcanic eruption? Which one was it just now? Volcano? Impossible. There are no volcanoes in this entire region.
It really is erupting. I saw it heading toward the giant butterfly forest. The group of adventurers gasped in shock, panic creeping into their voices.
Giant butterfly forest? Isn't that where the Linglang Guild is? How could a volcano erupt there? That was quite the commotion. But how could a volcano appear? Could it be man-made? Man-made? Give me a break.
The Linglang Guild members are only up to 6th tier at best.
To create a scene like this, what kind of peerless genius would it take? Should we go check it out? What's the point? We don't even know what's going on. Going there would be suicide. Meanwhile, the burly youth from Denan City was soaring through the sky with his teammates.
A tremendous roar erupted behind them, causing them to halt abruptly and turn back. What met their eyes was a volcanic eruption, black smoke billowing, ash filling the sky, and raging flames burning fiercely. Seeing this, the burly youth frowned.
That's the giant butterfly forest direction? It must be giant butterfly forest. But what's happening over there? It's so terrifying we can see it from here.
One of the adventurers exclaimed in shock. Looks like a volcanic eruption, another adventurer said, his throat tightening with lingering fear. They had been in giant butterfly forest not long ago. Had they not left, they would likely have faced the horrors unfolding before them. Thank goodness we left early, the burly youth shuddered at the apocalyptic scene.
That's true. We owe it all to the Linglang Guild. If not for them, we wouldn't have left. They probably won't make it out. The situation is too dire. This volcanic eruption must be on a cosmic scale.
Who cares?
Good riddance.
That bunch was way too bossy.
It's a public instance, not their private property. What right did they have to kick us out?
The burly youth added, true. A disaster like this, with no warning, is nearly impossible to avoid. Looks like it erupted right in the heart of giant butterfly forest, no chance of escaping. Everyone was relieved they'd left early, otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. They had zero confidence in surviving this hellish scene before them.
Damn, I recall that kid from Dan City was there too. Wonder if he listened to the warnings.
Judging by his attitude, he probably didn't listen. He's likely perished in that sea of flames. He's a fellow city professional, after all. No need to be so harsh. The group suddenly began arguing. The burly youth snapped, cut it out, all of you.
I warned him that's all I can do. The rest isn't our problem.
He was always one to champion solidarity. When encountering fellow district practitioners, he'd lend a hand if he could. Unfortunately, many took his kindness for granted. But he didn't care. As long as his conscience was clear, that was all that mattered.
Alright, enough watching. I gotta head out today. Can't farm giant butterfly forest, gotta find a new strategy. Meanwhile, news of the volcanic eruption in giant butterfly forest spread like wildfire.
At the Linglang Guild headquarters in distant Shanghai City, 2 8th-tier professionals were immediately dispatched to investigate.
This was because they currently had a group of adventurers farming monsters in giant butterfly forest. 2 9th-tier adventurers teleported swiftly to the giant butterfly forest. Hovering above the forest, they gazed down at the still flowing lava spreading outward and couldn't help but gasp at the devastating scene. The entire giant butterfly forest lay submerged in searing lava, utterly devastated and devoid of any sign of life. With such a terrifying volcanic eruption, those young ones are likely doomed.
A somber mage murmured in a low voice.
Such a small volcano unleashing this kind of power, could it be man-made?
Another warrior-type adventurer, with golden hair, looked toward the volcano at the center of the giant butterfly forest, which stood about 15 meters tall, and asked in puzzlement. By conventional standards, this volcano was too small to unleash such immense power. Nor should it have spewed forth such a vast quantity of lava. The shadowy mage's voice remained low as he replied, I checked giant butterfly forest's historical records before we arrived.
There's no evidence of any volcanic eruptions.
In my opinion, this is man-made.
The Linglang Guild wasn't exactly renowned for its saintliness, but they certainly had their share of enemies.
However, those enemies have either vanished or are long dead.
Yet the possibility of a vendetta couldn't be ruled out. Artificial?
That level of power would require at least a 13th tier or higher. The blond man drew in a sharp breath, his eyes narrowing instantly.
How much hatred must they harbor toward the Linglang Guild? A high-tier professional dares not confront their higher-ups, yet resorts to persecuting their juniors? It was utterly despicable. Did they really think the Linglang Guild's reputation was earned for nothing? We're stuck with it. There's no way to investigate this. High-tier professionals like that can easily evade detection.
The shadowy mage sighed deeply.
It's just a shame about the guild's young blood.
Over 20 members, all 5th-tier professionals.
Accept it?
We'll investigate even if it seems impossible.
People might think Linglang Guild doesn't care about its members.
The blonde professional sneered coldly.
Even if the investigation came up empty, the Linglang Guild's higher-ups wouldn't let it rest.
After all, this was an egregiously malicious act, clearly targeting their Linglang guild. The shadowy mage clenched his withered hand tightly. Our only hope lies in whether any of the younger generation managed to escape. The blonde professional suddenly remembered something and sneered coldly. Who says we can't find out? I heard they recently captured a divination-type professional. What? When did this happen? The shadowy mage was suddenly taken aback and pressed for details. Divination practitioners, they're incredibly rare. Even the G family, the powerhouse of our Mountain Sea city, has never found such a practitioner. Just last night. Excellent. This is perfect. Anyone who dares to oppose our Linglang guild won't end well. With a divination-type practitioner, finding out who dared to oppose them would be a breeze. Go report back. Even if this person is a high-tier practitioner, our Linglang guild fears no one. They will pay the price. Chapter 84, A Lifeline in the Snow, The Thousand-Faced Mask. Dian City, 5th Tier Public Dungeon Teleportation Plaza. A beam of light descended, and Wuwang materialized at the teleportation point. Having reached the maximum level of Tier 5, he didn't linger in the instance but immediately returned. He needed to prepare for his 6th tier quest. From the 5th tier quests, it was clear that advancement tasks only grew more challenging with each tier. Greater difficulty meant requiring more preparation time. Ha! Is that you? Just then, several beams of light descended from the sky. A few professionals had just teleported back when they spotted Wuwang. The burly young man looked at Wuwang, his tone tinged with surprise. He had warned the youth back then. He had assumed the boy hadn't heeded his advice and left immediately, only to be killed by the volcanic eruption in the giant butterfly forest. Unexpectedly, the youth had heeded his words and left the giant butterfly forest, thus avoiding the volcanic eruption. Otherwise, the youth wouldn't be here now. It was me. Wuwang gave a slight nod. He still remembered the burly young man. After all, he had explained the changes that occurred after reaching the 5th tier. And he was a good man. The burly youth felt a sense of satisfaction from helping others, then solemnly declared, "Whoa, kid, you have no idea. Not long after we left the giant butterfly forest, it erupted like a volcano. The devastation was beyond description. It was nothing short of hell. Not a single soul from the Linglang guild likely made it out alive." Hearing this, Wuwang kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, replying, "Was it that terrifying?" The burly youth nodded, almost seeking praise. "You bet it was. The commotion was heard miles away. If you'd been even a little slower, you'd probably have been buried under that place." Truth be told, his own role in the matter was negligible. The real culprit was the Linglang guild's sheer arrogance. But the Linglang guild had truly brought this down upon themselves. "I see. Well, thanks for that. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." Wuwang bowed his hand and promptly departed the teleportation plaza. The burly youth watched the youth's retreating figure, his tone tinged with envy. "When I was his age, I was barely at the 1st tier. He's already at the 5th tier? That talent is extraordinary. Could it be that Dian City is truly about to rise?" He couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. He had studied Dian City's history before. Dian City hadn't always been in this state. It had once enjoyed a period of remarkable glory. Unfortunately, they were defeated in that great war, suffering devastating losses that shook its very foundations. In wars between city-states, it wasn't just the forces of professionals that suffered losses. The defeated would be forced to pay reparations to the victors. From that point onward, Dian gradually declined. Today, Dian City barely registers on the radar. Weak and isolated, its professionals oppressed, caught in a vicious cycle. If this continues, it will inevitably be swallowed up. Rise? That's too difficult. It's not something that happens overnight. We lack not only a solid core but also elite fighters to hold the fort. A man standing behind the burly youth shook his head with a bitter smile. "Sai, you're right. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. Dian City is likely to fade into history. Things haven't been peaceful lately either. Even if we want to strive, there's nowhere for us to do so." Wuwang left the teleportation plaza and didn't return to the inn to rest. Instead, he headed straight for the sacred temple. He needed to strengthen his abilities as quickly as possible. With each successive level up, he sensed something lurking in the shadows, watching him. Without overwhelming power, he could not rest easy. His talent was such that concealment was impossible. Even seeking out desolate, uninhabited areas to grind levels wouldn't suffice. The main reason was that the noise from unleashing his skills was too loud, inevitably drawing attention. Leveling in secret realms was also out of the question. First, the unpredictability was too high, like that tower boss last time, who survived even when he unleashed every skill he possessed. No one knew how many tower boss-like threats lurked within the realms. Second, the monster density in secret realms was too low. There was always the risk of missing entirely with a single skill. Can't do advancement quests at the Great Peace Sanctuary either. Wuwang suddenly realized this as he walked. He'd just completed the 5th tier quest this morning and was heading to tackle the 6th tier one this afternoon. This is seriously messed up. Damn, we really need to find another spot.
Li Wuwang pondered for a moment. Professional advancement quests could be undertaken at any sanctuary within any district. They aren't restricted to a single district. Let's change it. Even if that elder at the sanctuary can keep it confidential, it'd be troublesome if someone like Gu Xinghe noticed. Li Wuwang made up his mind. Gu Xinghe had a need for his help, but others might not. Moreover, if his identity were exposed before he possessed absolute strength, what faction in Dayan City could protect him? The answer was no. What about other districts? He suspected they would eliminate him. In truth, going to other districts wouldn't work either. Just being an outer city resident is already a sensitive enough status. Li Wuwang took a deep breath, instantly dismissing the idea. The status of an outsider meant that any incident would trigger immediate investigation. Once his movements were traced, exposure would be inevitable. Gu Xinghe had discovered his whereabouts precisely through his movements. Forget it. Let's head back to the inn first. Li Wuwang turned and headed toward the inn. He needed to carefully consider this matter. At his pace, it wouldn't take long to grow stronger. After all, with the skill to clear maps, leveling up was fast. Even so, it was still a process. During this process, the commotion caused by each map clear was bound to attract attention. Not long after, Li Wuwang was nearly at the inn where he usually stayed. Yet he halted his steps, gazing at the restaurant he frequented, murmuring to himself, "Things have come to this. I'll eat first." He immediately stepped inside the restaurant. "Hey, you're here. Take a seat anywhere." The restaurant owner recognized Li Wuwang at first glance. The usual 3 dishes? Yes, the usual 3 dishes. Li Wuwang nodded and took a vacant seat. The owner went back to work. Soon, all the dishes were served. As he ate, Li Wuwang listened to the chatter of the other diners around him. He quite enjoyed this feeling. After all, he could glean useful information from the diners. As the patrons chatted, the conversation naturally turned to the latest buzzworthy news. Li Yanlong's son, Liuji, has already hit level 20 as of today. His leveling speed is off the charts. That's incredible. Li Yanlong sure did raise a talented son. Level 20 in just 6 days? Wow, I can't even imagine that. My kid's only at level 8 now. I'm worried if he'll even pass the trials. Sigh. Our Dan Dragon. We've got hope for a rise. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Li Wuwang left the restaurant and headed toward the inn. As soon as he reached the lodging building, Gu Xinghe, who seemed to have been waiting all along, approached him. Holding a box, he said, "Young Master Li, I believe you'll need this." The box opened to reveal an exquisitely crafted mask resting inside. Mask of 1,000 changes, unique. Chapter 85, excellent, I'm beginning to understand everything. Noticing Li Wuwang's skeptical gaze, Gu Xinghe immediately explained. "Young Master Li, I came across this mask by chance and have been using it. But after much consideration, I believe you need it more than I do." Li Wuwang met his eyes and asked, "You truly weren't following me?" For someone with Gu Xinghe's divination skills, following him would be simple enough. He could have done it without anyone noticing. "Truly not, young Master Li, you may lightning strike me dead if I ever followed you." Gu Xinghe feared provoking Li Wuwang and hastened to assure him he genuinely hadn't been tailing him. Li Wuwang asked, "Then how did you know I needed something like this?" He hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Moreover, before seeing this mask, he hadn't even decided how to proceed. Should he rush to the temple to accept the mission regardless, or change districts? I deduced it. This isn't a convenient place to talk. Shall we go somewhere else? Gu Xinghe glanced around before suggesting. Fine. Better give me a reasonable explanation. Li Wuwang said indifferently. It wasn't that he was trying to make things difficult for Gu Xinghe. Rather, he was feeling particularly sensitive at the moment. If he didn't get to the bottom of it, he wouldn't feel at ease. With that, Li Wuwang opened the door and stepped inside. Gu Xinghe followed, closing and locking the door behind him. The truth is, achieving 5th tier status in just 6 days means you must frequently visit places like the Advancement Sanctuary. It's inevitable that you'd attract attention. Achieving 5th tier in 6 days, that's the kind of feat that would send shockwaves across the continent if it got out. If this were to be exposed, I don't think any major faction would recruit you. I'd wager they'd eliminate you immediately. After all, you pose too great a threat to their status. Allowing you to grow unchecked could reshape the continent's power structure in no time. You're not like those geniuses, you're a bug in the system. Geniuses can be recruited, but a bug-level figure? They'd lose sleep over it. It wouldn't take long for you to surpass them. How could they possibly control you then? Gu Xinghe laid out his deductions in full, seeking validation. Upon hearing this, Li Wuwang nodded. You truly weren't following me. What you've said aligns closely with my own deductions. His thoughts were precisely the same. At present, he couldn't guarantee he could instantly defeat those ultra-high-tier professionals. So this mask is incredibly useful to you. Far more so than if I used it myself. Gu Xinghe chuckled and said. Once equipped, this mask can alter your physique and facial features. I think it's best for you to transform into the appearance of an ordinary person.
After all, your handsome face is far too recognizable.
Li Wuwang nodded.
You're right. He then picked up the mask and a prompt appeared.
Morphing mask, special. Special effect, can alter into 1,000 different physiques and appearances.
Cannot be detected by non-high-tier professionals. Equip. Li Wuwang thought to himself, and the 1,000-shape mask vanished from his hand. Simultaneously, the special section on his interface displayed that the mask had been equipped. This mask can only be detected by practitioners of level 15 or higher who specifically probe for it. Generally, they won't conduct deep scans, so theoretically, it can evade broad detection by practitioners below tier 20. As a previous user, Gu Xinghe was well aware of the mask's specific capabilities. Quite impressive. I owe you a debt of gratitude. As the thought flashed through Li Wuwang's mind, his face began to slowly transform. His physique started to bulge, and even his clothes changed, molding to fit the image of a burly man. Before long, he had transformed into a rugged, muscular giant standing nearly 2 meters tall. Li Wuwang walked to a full-length mirror to inspect himself, marveling, "This effect is truly remarkable. My height, physique, and even my appearance have undergone a complete transformation." Gu Xinghe replied smugly, "Of course. After all, it's a special grade piece of equipment. If it hit the market, it'd fetch an astronomical price. But not all special equipment commands such astronomical prices. It all depends on the specific effects it possesses." Li Wuwang nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. I'm beginning to grasp everything." With this mask, he could now fight freely against any opponent below the 15th tier. In other words, he could now advance to tier 15 with relative peace of mind. How powerful would he be at tier 15? He was eager to find out. "Go ahead and unleash your full power. Even if someone detects you, I can buy you time." Gu Xinghe bowed respectfully. "Very well. I approve of you," Li Wuwang declared. Gu Xinghe beamed with delight. "Thank you, young Master Li. Change how you address me. Young Master Li sounds odd. Alright, I'll call you Brother Li from now on." I have other matters to attend to now. You may go." "Understood. Farewell, Brother Li. Contact me if you need anything." Gu Xinghe departed. Li Wuwang confirmed the transformed template before reverting to his original form. "Looks like I'll need to find a place to stay first. Staying at the inn isn't a long-term solution, and it's inconvenient." Li Wuwang pondered for a moment. Walking in as a young boy and walking out as a burly man, if it happened too often, it would inevitably draw attention at the inn. Besides, this place was crowded and full of prying eyes. Having made up his mind, Li Wuwang scouted around for suitable places to buy one. Ultimately, he settled on a secluded detached villa compound. In present-day Dinan City, it was priced at a mere 50 million. With his current assets of around 80 million, it was well within his means. Once finalized, Li Wuwang transferred the funds, and the seller delivered the keys and property deed via same city express delivery. After receiving them, Li Wuwang transformed into the form of a burly man and headed toward the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, the old man was still reclining at the entrance, showing no sign of rising to greet the visitor. Li Wuwang strode into the sanctuary and stepped into the light circle. A prompt appeared. "Detected that you have reached level 250. Please submit advancement materials to claim the quest. Current advancement materials, none. Required materials, Snowfield Giant Bear Hide 2, Deep Sea Ghost Shark Wing 2. After triggering the collection quest, Li Wuwang left the sanctuary and headed to the trading post. Though these were advancement materials, as the tier increased, fewer adventurers would require them. Li Wuwang decided to try his luck at the market, where he might find what he needed. If they were truly unavailable, he would have to hunt them down himself. "Sir, may I assist you?" A saleswoman approached Li Wuwang with a smile. "Do you have any 6th tier advancement materials?" the burly Li Wuwang inquired. Hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly as she enthusiastically replied. "Snowfield Giant Bear Hide and Deep Sea Ghost Shark Fin, let me take a look. Please wait a moment." Moments later, the saleswoman exclaimed with delight, "Sir, your timing is perfect. A batch of 6th tier materials just arrived not long ago. We haven't even had time to put them on display yet." Chapter 86, Li Wuwang, someone's investigating me? Really? Li Wuwang's eyes flickered. He'd come on a whim, holding little hope, yet here it was. "Sir, I've checked the inventory. The 6th tier advancement materials arrived just this noon, but there are only 3 sets available. As you know, these advancement materials are not only hard to come by, but they sell out the moment they're listed." The saleswoman explained with a smile. Even practitioners who hadn't yet reached the peak of 5th tier would prepare their advancement materials in advance. Whether you could get them was purely a matter of luck. "I know. How much are they?" "I'll pay now." Li Wuwang pressed immediately. "Alright, let me calculate it for you." The saleswoman's eyes lit up. This rugged, tall man clearly wasn't short on cash. She calculated the total price and said, "Here you go. 5 million for each Snowfield Giant Bear Pelt and 6 million for each Deep Sea Ghost Shark Fin. Total, 220 million. Li Wuwang repeated the figure, 22 million. He'd just bought a house, and purchasing these advancement materials would nearly deplete his savings. But he possessed a wealth of equipment. Selling off a batch would naturally free up funds.
Sir, you. Seeing Li Wuwang's hesitation, the saleswoman spoke hesitantly. Oh, it's fine. Go ahead with the transfer. All right. The saleswoman pulled out the payment terminal and displayed the number.
Moments later, Li Wuwang transferred 2,200,000 yuan and said, "It's transferred."
Check it. Confirmed. I'll fetch it for you immediately. Please wait a moment. The saleswoman quickly left and returned shortly after, carrying a large black box. Sir, your items have been packed. Please check them.
Li Wuwang took the box, confirmed everything was in order, stowed it away in his spatial storage, and then departed for the temple.
On the way to the temple, Li Wuwang received a message from Gu Xinghe.
Brotherly, I have urgent business to discuss with you.
Where are you now?
As he sent the message, Li Wuwang stopped in his tracks and replied, I'll give you an address.
Come to that location. Got it. Li Wuwang paused to consider. What could be so urgent that it needed to be discussed in person?
With lingering questions, he retraced his steps to a sparsely populated park he'd passed earlier. After waiting a while, Gu Xinghe finally arrived.
What's this about?
Li Wuwang didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point.
I've detected someone investigating you. Gu Xinghe's eyes widened as he spoke with palpable excitement. Someone's investigating me?
Li Wuwang narrowed his eyes. That someone would be investigating him didn't surprise him. But this was happening far too quickly.
Yes, but not through conventional means. It's more like using abilities similar to mine to pinpoint your location.
Gu Xinghe nodded and explained further. As a practitioner of the same type, he possessed an exceptionally sensitive ability.
Abilities like yours, used to divine my location? Li Wuwang frowned. What was bound to happen would happen. The question was which one.
After all, he had already killed quite a few people these past days.
All hailing from different districts. For now, the information hadn't leaked, but if a divination practitioner made their move.
He's seen Gu Xinghe's abilities firsthand. For practitioners of the same type, tracking him down this way wouldn't be difficult.
Can you counter divination?
Li Wuwang turned to Gu Xinghe and asked.
Yes.
I've already divined it. The location of the person who cast the divination on you is in Shanghai City.
Gu Xinghe responded immediately.
Had it not been Shanghai City, he wouldn't have mentioned it to Li Wuwang directly. But precisely because the divination came from Shanghai City, he realized the gravity of the situation. Shanghai City ranked among the top 10 cities on the vast, boundless continent.
Moreover, the Ji family of Shanghai City was where he was born.
Thus, his understanding of the Ji family ran deep. The Ji clan possessed formidable overall strength. His divination suggested that the 4th-ranked, 20th-tier explosive flame mage on the power rankings was highly likely to be a member of the Ji clan.
He feared the diviner might also hail from the Ji family.
Brotherly, however, was not yet at his peak. Facing such a colossal force, he would likely struggle to hold his ground.
That's why he came to discuss countermeasures with Li Wuwang in person.
Li Wuwang pondered thoughtfully. Shanghai City. Shanghai City. Among those we've encountered, there have been members of the Ji family.
Gu Xinghe reminded him.
In the desert where Li Wuwang sought the Tower King City, they had encountered members of the Ji clan.
Those Ji family members were also searching for the Tower King City.
They must have uncovered some secret, which is why they were so desperate to find it. After returning, he had investigated and discovered that the Ji family had mobilized nearly 2/3 of their professional operatives to head into the desert in search of the Tower King City. Clearly, something within the Tower King City held a powerful allure for the Ji family. That chance encounter in the desert was likely interpreted by the Ji family as a crucial clue.
The Ji family?
Li Wuwang shook his head.
He remembered this incident.
But in his view, it wasn't the Ji family who had divined him, it was another faction in Mountain Sea City, the Linglong Guild. After all, he was the one who triggered the volcano in the giant butterfly forest, and the eruption had wiped out the Linglang Guild along with its members. I believe the Ji family is the most likely suspect, Gu Xinghe stated.
Li Wuwang asked, can you tell if they pinpointed my location? Gu Xinghe pondered for a moment before replying, that's difficult to determine.
But based on my assessment, they're in the same position as I am. They've only pinpointed the district you're in, not your precise location.
Divination can pinpoint directions, but it has its limitations.
The farther the distance, the broader the results become. Upon hearing this, Li Wuwang said, that will do. Should any changes occur, notify me promptly. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I must handle this, brotherly. The Ji family is a force I've spent my entire life determined to crush beneath my feet. No, you're mistaken.
This time, it's highly unlikely to be the Ji family. Someone else is behind it. Hearing this, Gu Xinghe paused, then realized, are you saying you've had dealings with other factions in Shanghai City? How much do you know about the Linglang Guild? Li Wuwang inquired. The Linglang Guild?
Gu Xinghe pondered for a moment before replying, the Linglang Guild is a pillar of strength in Shanghai City. They have some power, but no matter what, they can't compare to the Ji family. Learning that Brother Li had also dealt with other factions in Shanghai City, he ruled out the Ji family as well. If he'd only dealt with the Ji family, then only they would have a high probability of divining the location. But having dealt with other factions changed the equation. The Ji family could be ruled out outright. Alright, it's no big deal. I've got things to attend to, so I'll be heading out now. Li Wuwang didn't seem too concerned. When the enemy comes, we fight them. When the water rises, we build earthen embankments. Right now, boosting our strength is paramount. Alright, contact me if anything comes up. Bidding farewell to Gu Xinghe, Li Wuwang headed toward the sacred temple. Chapter 87, Rewarded Advancement Quest Challenge. Li Wuwang, towering at 2 meters tall, arrived at the holy temple. The old man slumbering at the entrance, oblivious to his presence, remained curled up in his deep sleep. Li Wuwang bypassed the old man, approached the sacred statue, and stepped into the light circle. Immediately, a prompt appeared. Advanced materials detected: Snowfield Giant Bear Hide 2, Deep-Sea Ghost Shark Wing 2. Submit? Submit. Submission successful. You now meet the requirements. Advanced quest being assigned. Advanced quest challenge, Savior. Mission objective: slay the snow region demon wolves. Mission background: in a remote snow-covered sanctuary dwells an ancient tribe. Once living in peace and prosperity, they now face devastating attacks from snow demon wolves. With heavy casualties, they pray for a savior to eliminate this scourge. They pledge their most sincere gifts in gratitude. Time limit: 30 days. Task restriction: must be completed solo. Staring at the pop-up subtitle prompt, Li Wuwang fell deep in thought. The task was straightforward: slay the snow region demon wolves. Moreover, judging by the quest description, completing it would apparently yield a reward. This was the first time he'd encountered an advanced mission with rewards. What could it be? But judging by the time limit, this quest wouldn't be easy. In other words, this snowland demon wolf is no ordinary foe. Young man, is your mission to be the savior? At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out behind Li Wuwang. Clearly, the old man had woken up at some point. Oh, yes. Your luck's been pretty bad lately. Sigh, things have been so strange recently, this hardly ever happened before. The old man failed to recognize Li Wuwang, now transformed into a burly man by the thousand-shape mask, merely sighing and lamenting. In all his decades of work, assignments of this difficulty were exceedingly rare. Yet in just the past 2 days, he'd encountered 2 such cases. Could it be that heaven truly sought to destroy Graydon, preventing its gifted practitioners from advancing? What do you mean? Li Wuwang blurted out. The old man explained. Alas, not long ago, a practitioner received a mission that was practically impossible to complete. While yours isn't quite as extreme as that one, it's still beyond the capabilities of practitioners at your level. You're only at the 5th tier. This snow region demon wolf requires an 8th tier practitioner to slay it alone, let alone within a peril-filled secret realm. While completing challenge-type quests yields rewards and public recognition, I've never heard of anyone actually succeeding. Precisely because they're challenge quests, you can choose to abandon them. Once the time limit passes, you can simply gather new materials and accept a fresh quest. After hearing the old man's explanation, Li Wuwang felt even more energized and reassured. He had initially feared this snowland demon wolf might be a powerhouse comparable to the Tower Lord. But according to the old man, an 8th tier professional could slay it. He had already slain an 11th tier professional. And this was a challenge quest, with rewards upon completion. This filled Li Wuwang with deep emotion and anticipation. What would his first reward be? So that's how it is? Thank you for your guidance, senior. Li Wuwang showed neither resignation nor acceptance. Well, old man here is just offering advice. At least this quest can be abandoned, you have a choice. That young fellow last time faced an unsolvable quest. Abandoning it meant abandoning his entire career as a practitioner. He had no choice. Not everyone is so fortunate. Don't let your competitive spirit cloud your judgment. The old man quoted scriptures and classics, offering the young man before him a heartfelt admonition. Thank you, senior. I understand. Farewell, senior. Li Wuwang bowed his hands in respect before the old man and quickly walked away. The old man glanced at the tall, sturdy youth's retreating figure, sighed, and shook his head. After exiting the sanctuary, Li Wuwang headed toward the nearby strategy office. Snowy secret realm. Naturally, it wasn't within a dungeon, but rather within a secret realm. But judging by the old man's tone, the secret realm shouldn't require divination to locate. And the place to look, naturally, was the guide office. As soon as he entered the guide office, a uniformed staff member approached him. Greetings, adventurer. How may I assist you? The staff member, standing 2 heads shorter than Li Wuwang, looked up at him as he asked. Li Wuwang gave a slight nod and inquired. I'm looking for a guide to the snowy realm. Do we have that here? The staff member murmured in confusion. Snowy Realm's secret sanctuary? I don't think I've heard of that. Xiaopei, you can go handle other things. I'll take care of him. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses emerged from the back room.
Oh, okay, boss. The staff member went to attend to other matters. This, young man, sir. The middle-aged man approached, looking somewhat astonished at Li Wuwang's physique as he said. Wow, you're quite the sturdy fellow. A noble warrior, I presume? You know about the snowy realm? Of course. Please follow me. The middle-aged man gestured invitingly, leading Li Wuwang into the inner chambers. Judging by his experience, a young man inquiring about the snowy realm's secret sanctuary was likely someone of considerable status and power. Secret realms like this were far too perilous for ordinary adventurers. Those who ventured there were mostly from major factions or were powerful professionals themselves. Naturally, he adopted a courteous demeanor towards such individuals. Once inside, both men sat down. The middle-aged man poured Li Wuwang a cup of tea and said, Please have some tea, sir. Feel free to tell me what you need. Li Wuwang replied. Nothing much, really. I just want to know where the snowy domain's secret realm is, or if you happen to have a map of it for sale? The middle-aged man hesitated. We do have maps, but they're quite vague. Since most areas remain largely unexplored, it's difficult to create comprehensive charts. Is that so? Li Wuwang eyed the middle-aged man's unreliable demeanor with some hesitation. The middle-aged man explained. It's like this: the snowy realm is vast beyond measure. Exploring it all is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Even those ultra-high-tier professionals on the ranking charts can't guarantee they'll ever finish exploring it. At this point, the middle-aged man suggested. How about this? Tell me your purpose for going to the snowy domain's secret realm, and I'll prepare a suitable strategy for you. Li Wuwang replied. All right. I'm heading to the snowy wilderness to find a tribe with inhabitants. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment before asking, Are you looking for the location of that challenge quest? Yes. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened as he asked suspiciously. There really is a route map for that place. Are you planning to use it yourself? He'd heard of this challenge quest, but those who accepted it almost always gave up. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a lack of detailed guides. Those who attempted it were rarely individuals with powerful backing. Alright, I'll find it for you. The middle-aged man left and soon returned with a map. Pointing at it, he explained. Since no one takes this quest, the guide isn't detailed. There's only a route map with scattered notes on terrain features and monster distribution, and that route map is over a decade old. But as an expert in this field, I still advise you to abandon this mission. Li Wuwang asked, How much? Faced with the young man's decisive response, the middle-aged man chuckled helplessly. Your courage is admirable. You don't have to pay. Take it. Then thank you very much. Goodbye. Chapter 88, Wilderness Encounter. A huge white camel appears. After leaving the strategy office with the route map, Li Wuwang sold off a batch of his equipment, bringing his remaining funds back up to 50 million. He then returned home, packed the necessary items for the journey, and set off for the snowy realm. Before leaving, he sent a message to Gu Xinghe. I'll be away from Dan City for a while. If anything unusual happens there, notify me immediately. The message had barely been sent when Gu Xinghe replied. Understood, Brother Li, rest assured. After handling these matters, Li Wuwang consulted the map. The snow domain's secret realm lay to the north. He only needed to head north to reach the snowy domain. Having confirmed his direction, Li Wuwang exited Dan City, activated his flight skill, and set off toward the north. Over an hour passed. A massive city, surrounded on all sides by towering walls, came into view before Li Wuwang. The City of Indifference. From the map, Li Wuwang knew this was the city adjacent to Dan City. He activated his eagle eye ability. The view of Wuwei City gradually magnified before his eyes, revealing the pedestrians moving within the city. One passerby seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to look in the direction of Li Wuwang's gaze. Seeing this, Li Wuwang quickly withdrew his gaze. This person could actually sense it? What rank was this person? Probably not too low. This ability seems useful, but it can be detected. Better not use it casually in the future. What if he provoked someone he couldn't afford to cross? That would spell trouble. Let's go around first. Generally speaking, nearly all urban districts have regulations prohibiting unauthorized aerial flight within their airspace. To avoid wasting time on unnecessary trouble, Li Wuwang had no choice but to spend a few extra minutes taking the detour. Soon, he circled around the right side of Wuwei City, then adjusted his course to continue heading north. Dan City remained a considerable distance from the snowlands. To reach the wilderness, one must traverse several urban districts along the way. Beyond the wasteland lay the snowy realm. As dusk gradually fell, Li Wuwang passed the last urban district he would encounter and entered the wilderness. Li Wuwang dove downward, lowering his altitude until he touched down on the ground. The prolonged high-speed flight had taken its toll, and even he now needed a rest before continuing. Especially after his flight skill underwent a qualitative change, the energy drain was even greater. Upon landing, he retrieved the chair and water he had prepared in advance and began to rest. By now, the sky had grown completely dark. Tap tap tap. At that very moment, The sound of hooves pounding the ground echoed, accompanied by rustling noises as something swept through the grass. Li Wuwang grew alert and looked toward the source of the sound. A massive white camel appeared before his eyes. This white camel stood over 4 meters tall, possessed 4 pairs of legs, and was clad in specialized protective gear. Upon its back sat a structure resembling a sedan chair. A light shone from within the cabin. Perched atop the camel's head sat a man, seemingly its handler, guiding its movements. The rider was a middle-aged man wearing a silk hat. His attire resembled that of a beast tamer. As Li Wuwang studied the creature, the camel's owner noticed him. "Hey, friend? Traveling alone?" The camel halted beside Li Wuwang. "Just me." Seeing no ill intent, Li Wuwang replied. "Where are you headed?" the middle-aged man inquired. "The Snowlands." "Well, that's quite a coincidence. We're heading to the Snowlands too. Care to join us?" Not expensive, just 5 million. The camel owner chuckled. 5 million? I think I'll pass. Li Wuwang shook his head. He wasn't short on 5 million, but he possessed flight skills that far outpaced this camel. Besides, he planned to rest briefly before moving on. No time to linger here. "Friend, first time here, I see?" The camel owner maintained his smile as he looked at Li Wuwang and asked. "No. Not? Then why come alone?" "The wilderness is dangerous." "I know," Li Wuwang replied. The camel owner explained. "Friend, I'm no villain, just a guide looking for passengers. Let me tell you, you can't just fly around this wasteland. Otherwise, who'd ride camels? You agree, right?" Hearing this, Li Wuwang frowned slightly and asked, "You can't just fly around? Why?" The camel owner explained. "This wasteland is called a wasteland for a reason. It's dangerous. Most adventurers wouldn't dare come here. It's also a perfect habitat for large flying monsters. One wrong move and you could lose your life. The ground is much safer than the air. 5 million isn't much for adventurers like you who dare venture into the secret realm. It's money well spent for peace of mind. Look at the riders behind me, they're all high-tier practitioners above the 10th rank. Even they can only ride camels and dare not fly. So do you really think I'm trying to scam you?" Listening to the camel owner's words, Li Wuwang frowned. This was his first time in the wasteland, and he knew little about it. Moreover, the route map offered no guidance. The man didn't seem like he was lying. Based on his judgment, the wasteland was indeed suitable for large flying monsters to survive. When entering the wasteland, he had spotted numerous large flying monsters through his eagle eye. Even high-tier professionals could only ride camels. It seemed flight skills truly couldn't be used in the wilderness. Moreover, his skills were all burst-type abilities, not suited for sustained combat. In such open terrain, they were difficult to execute effectively. Flying monsters typically excelled at attrition warfare through relentless attacks, putting burst-type skills at a significant disadvantage. After exhausting his skills, he faced a significant period of vulnerability, a dangerously exposed window in the barren wasteland. His special ability, the Ancient Statue's Protection, was highly effective on the ground, but proved utterly useless against aerial threats. "Hey! Why did you stop? What are you doing?" At that moment, someone emerged from the carriage, urging him impatiently with a displeased expression. "Sorry, we'll be on our way in a moment." The camel driver turned back with a forced smile, then silently mouthed a few words under his breath, clearly venting his frustration. "You didn't book the whole thing, so why can't I pick up passengers along the way? Passing up easy money? What a waste. Hurry up. Don't just pick up anyone." The man who emerged glanced down at Li Wuwang before diving back into the rear compartment. After much deliberation, Li Wuwang turned to the camel driver and said, "Fine. 5 million it is." The camel owner replied. "Ah, now that's more like it, friend. 5 million buys you peace of mind. I guarantee you'll enter the snowy realm safely. Your money won't go to waste. Besides, these aren't ordinary camels, they're surprisingly swift." With that, the camel owner handed Li Wuwang a bank account number. Li Wuwang took it and transferred 5 million over. "Got it. Hop in, guest," the camel owner said cheerfully, gesturing toward the saddle behind him. Li Wuwang tucked away the items he'd taken out, then leapt onto the camel's back. He opened the carriage door and stepped inside. Chapter 89, Sky-High Pastries, Mind-Devouring Sonic Storm. Li Wuwang, now wearing the 1,000-shape mask, stood 2 meters tall with muscular arms exposed, looking imposing. As soon as he entered the carriage, he drew the attention of those inside. Li Wuwang surveyed the interior. The carriage wasn't cramped, with 10 seats in total, though 5 remained empty. It offered some privacy, but not much. 2 seats in the far corner were already occupied, while 3 others sat toward the front. Clearly, these 5 individuals were not part of the same group. The 2 in the corner belonged to one faction, while the other 3 formed another. The professional who emerged from the carriage to urge the camel driver was one of the trio. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a sorcerer-type professional. However, all had concealed their ranks, making it impossible to discern their levels. Li Wuwang found an empty seat in the middle, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest, though his vigilance remained unwavering.
It must be said, the carriage had excellent soundproofing, effectively blocking out much of the outside noise, the clamor, the wind, and the sound of the camel's footsteps. Yet within the cabin, hushed whispers began to circulate. The sorcerer-class adventurer muttered, "This guy made us wait forever.
Looks like a greenhorn." A mage-clad adventurer beside him hissed, "Mind your own business. Anyone who dares come to the wastes alone has some skill." The sorcerer shushed him, grumbling, "A mere warrior? What strength could he possibly have?" Another adventurer, clutching a long sword, frowned and warned, "Keep your mouth shut." They belonged to the same faction, journeying to the snowlands specifically for a material called refining grass. This material could re-roll one stat on any piece of jewelry, making it an extremely rare commodity on the continent, priceless and virtually impossible to find. However, refining grass only grew in the most frigid regions, with the snowy domain being one such place. Despite its rarity, few adventurers dared venture there to search for it. The main issue was that the snowy realm was vast and fraught with danger. Without precise knowledge of the refining grass's location, venturing there was pointless and they'd face the peril of snowy realm monsters. It simply wasn't worth the risk. They had obtained a map pinpointing the refining grass's location from a fellow adventurer. That's why they set out to search for it. It's best not to get into conflicts with others, and definitely avoid conversations. Who knows what trouble might arise? No worries. He's alone, and he was called up halfway through the wilderness. Clearly his first time here. What else could he be but a greenhorn? The sorcerer professional chuckled softly. The professional clutching the sword growled, "Say another word and you'll be thrown out." Fine, I'll shut up." The sorcerer scratched his head and closed his mouth, though his gaze drifted restlessly around the cabin. Wuwang remained seated with eyes closed, showing no movement. Behind him, the two figures in the corner exchanged a brief glance before closing their eyes once more. An unknown amount of time passed. Bang! The carriage door burst open. The camel driver hurried inside and slammed the door shut. The loud bang instantly drew the attention of everyone inside. "What's the rush? Can't you be a little gentler?" the spellcaster inquired, clearly displeased. The others looked on with puzzled expressions. The camel driver gave an awkward chuckle. "A herd of birds and beasts is approaching. We'll halt temporarily and continue once they've passed." "A herd of birds and beasts?" "Yes. If we don't go in now, you might not have anyone to ride your camels." "But you claim to withstand attacks from 15th tier monsters," the sorcerer frowned, challenging him. The camel owner explained, "Hey, friend, it's not me who can withstand a 15th tier monster, it's the camel. It can only unleash its full defense when it's stationary." The sorcerer couldn't help but doubt, skeptically asking, "Then can this carriage withstand it?" "Absolutely, friend. This carriage is forged from special materials, it's one with the camel. As long as the camel survives, it can withstand anything." The camel owner continued his explanation. "I hope so. When will we?" The sorcerer's words trailed off as the palanquin suddenly shook violently. Boom! Thud! Bang! That's birds and beasts attacking the carriage roof. "Don't worry, we'll be out of here soon." The camel driver, however, seemed completely unfazed. He found an empty spot, sat down, and began eating pastries and drinking tea. "Want some? 100 grand for one pastry." He glanced around at the others while eating. "Your crappy pastry is worth 100 grand? We're not broke, but we're not suckers either," the sorcerer-class adventurer sneered. The camel owner merely chuckled, saying nothing. "Care for some, guest? You look hungry after such a long trek. How about a piece?" The camel owner looked at Wuwang and gave him a subtle nod. Wuwang naturally caught the camel owner's signal. "A pastry worth 10,000? Surely it must have some special effect? Otherwise, how could something worth mere pennies command 100,000? After much deliberation, he ordered 2 pieces and paid on the spot. Thus, Wuwang received 2 individually wrapped pastries. He unwrapped them to find a white square cake inside. After confirming it was fine, he began to eat. Another 200,000 profit. The camel owner finished the pastry Li had eaten, then rose and walked toward the 2 people in the corner, carrying the box of pastries. "Would you two like some? You're putting us." One of them started to speak, but the other quickly covered his mouth and said, "We'll take 4 pieces, please." "Oh, sure thing." The camel owner took out 4 wrapped pastries and held them in his hand. He waited until they paid before handing over the pastries. After finishing the sale, the camel owner returned to his empty spot and waited patiently. Behind him, 2 of the 3 men frowned. 100,000 per pastry. The other 3 bought some, but they didn't. Were the other 3 little darlings? Absolutely not. This pastry. Could it have some special use? "Boss, could we get a few pieces?" asked the mage from the trio. "Sure thing," replied the camel owner. The warlock grumbled, "What's the point of buying? He's treating us like suckers. Selling this crap for 100 grand? That's robbery. I bet he's just ripping us off." The mage clutching the long sword snapped, "Are you done yet?" "Poof. If you want to buy it, go ahead. I'm not buying." The camel owner paid them no mind. After the 2 handed over the money, he handed them 4 pastries.
Soon after, the carriage's jolting came to a halt. The camel driver stepped out and began guiding the camel forward. The beast moved at a brisk pace, kicking up swirling clouds of dust in its wake. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, dawn had broken. The camel driver stepped inside and addressed the passengers. "Gentlemen, we're about to enter the Deadwood Depression. Our pace will slow down. This area is plagued by mind-devouring sonic storms that may cause dizziness. Please be mindful." No sooner had he spoken than a golden storm erupted in the distance, sweeping toward them like a tidal wave. Chapter 90, The Might of the Demon Sound, Wailing Professionals, Arrival at the Snowy Realm. "What is that thing in the distance?" The sorcerer gazed out the window in astonishment, watching the tangible golden light surge toward them. "That must be the brain-devouring demon soundstorm. Under its influence, you'll suffer excruciating headaches, a pain worse than death." The professional clutching a long sword frowned as he offered an explanation. He had no immediate solution for this sonic assault. Was he really supposed to just endure it? Is it really that bad? The sorcerer scoffed dismissively. Just then, buzz. Golden radiance descended, instantly engulfing the camel as it plodded along. The eerie glow surged in, and an inexplicable, sinister sound invaded everyone's minds. "Ah!" The sorcerer suddenly clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony, his expression twisted in pain as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. My brain is exploding. Quick, help me!" The sorcerer screamed at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, the others felt only mild discomfort, not even as painful as an upset stomach. It was that pastry?" exclaimed the mage from the trio. They were fine because they hadn't eaten the pastries sold by the camel owner. His friend hadn't eaten any, which was why. "I still have one piece left here." The mage quickly pulled out the last piece. "Let him suffer a bit. Don't give it to him," the sword-wielding class growled under his breath. "But, fine. Quick, give it to me. I'm dying." The sorcerer, in agony, overheard the exchange and begged urgently. "Ah!" A scream of agony, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the carriage. Even Wuwang couldn't help but frown. The sound was unbearably gruesome. The sword-wielding practitioner, noticing the outsider's unusual expression, finally spoke up. "Give it to him." "All right." The mage handed the pastry to the sorcerer. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, the warlock devoured the pastry in shaky, ravenous bites. Soon, the agonizing sensation finally eased. As if reborn, he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. "You bastard! Why didn't you say that snack had this effect?" He cursed out loud, gnashing his teeth in fury, his hatred for the camel owner reaching its peak. "I told you to behave, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're paying for it, aren't you?" The sword-wielding professional chuckled. He was convinced the camel owner had done it on purpose. Even clay figures have their limits, let alone living people. But did you have a temper? No. They knew the wasteland like the back of their hand. If you wanted to cross it into the snowlands, you had to listen to them. "Oomph. I'll kill him someday." The sorcerer professional snorted coldly, scrambling to his feet. "What are you staring at? What's so interesting?" He roared furiously at the other three. In his eyes, they were gloating and mocking his misfortune. One of the two-man pair suddenly produced a long blade. The blade flashed with a crescent-shaped gleam, slicing through the air above the sorcerer's head. With a humming resonance, the blade sliced cleanly through the sorcerer's hair, sending strands drifting to the ground. "Dare to be disrespectful again, and your head will roll." The man's voice was deep and low, his gaze fixed on the spellcaster like that of a hawk. A chill ran down the sorcerer's spine. All his anger froze in that instant. He shrank back, then obediently sat back in his seat. For in that instant, he sensed the other's overwhelming power and the scent of death. The sword-wielding practitioner immediately rose, bowing to the trio. "My deepest apologies, sirs. My younger brother has a stubborn nature and has spoken out of turn. I shall discipline him upon returning. I beg your forgiveness and ask you not to hold it against him." The other member of the pair merely waved his hand dismissively without comment, then pulled out a book and began reading. The man who had drawn his blade sheathed it and said nothing further. Wuwang, however, felt nothing of the sort. He merely found it somewhat amusing. It was none of his business. The swordsman's brow furrowed tightly. His expressionless gaze fixed on the sorcerer as he declared in a deep voice, "Upon our return, you will be confined to your quarters for 1 year. "Ah! The sorcerer began to protest, but was silenced by the sword-bearer's intimidating gaze. "Understood, brother." After that, silence fell over the sedan chair, occasionally broken by the sound of pages turning. Unnoticed, the golden glow faded, and the slight discomfort vanished completely. Passing through the barren forest subsidence zone, the camels picked up their pace once more. As time slowly passed, dusk approached once more, the fiery sun bathing the land in golden hues. Until the next morning. The camel driver entered from outside and announced, "Gentlemen, we have reached the snowy realm." The travelers snapped back to attention, rising one by one to step out of their carriages. Before them stretched a vast expanse of snow, endless like an ocean. Snow-laden branches stood like towering white giants, forming a world of ice and snow.
Gentlemen, do whatever you must quickly. I shall wait here for 5 days. Should you not return within that time, I shall depart on my own. The camel driver looked at them and added, You can use your flight abilities in the snowy realm, but the dangers there far exceed those of the wasteland. Take care. Understood. Farewell. Teams of 2 adventurers activated their flight skills, soaring upward and heading toward the snowy realm. Farewell. Wuwang had memorized the route to the mission site while in the carriage. After a brief farewell, he too activated his flight skill and soared toward the snowy realm. Oomph, what are they trying to prove? They're all just showing off. Best they die in the snowlands. The sorcerer-class adventurer muttered darkly. Enough. If your skills matched your big mouth, I wouldn't bother with you. Let's go. We're running out of time. The last group departed. The camel owner watched their retreating figures and murmured, I wonder how many will make it back alive this time. He'd been in this line of work for decades, and almost every time, some professionals perished in the snowy wilderness, never to return. Entire groups wiped out was a common occurrence. The snowy wilderness drew adventurers, but it claimed their lives even more ruthlessly. He couldn't stop it, all he could do was focus on his own responsibilities. Beyond that, he found a peculiar amusement in guessing how many of the adventurers venturing into the snowy realm would ultimately make it out alive. He stroked the camel's head and smiled. How many do you think will make it back alive this time? The camel lifted its head and nudged his palm in response. The camel's owner shook his head and chuckled. The pair has a chance. The 3-person group? Hard to say. The lone traveler probably won't make it back. The snowy wilderness isn't somewhere you can just wander into alone. That kind of lesson costs you your life the first time you learn it. Drawing on years of experience, the camel owner assessed the chances of survival for those who had ventured in. Chapter 91. If any professionals abandon their mission, kill them all. Meanwhile, Wuwang activated his flight skill and sped toward the mission location along the designated route. Soon, 2 dark specks appeared ahead of him. Activating eagle vision, he recognized the figures ahead as the same group from the carriage. They're heading this way too? After a moment's hesitation, Wuwang accelerated and flew past them. The 2 ahead also sensed Wuwang approaching from behind. Just as they turned their heads, Wuwang soared overhead. Is it him? The 2 immediately turned back, clearly seeing who had flown past them. It's him, the lone professional. Why is he heading our way? Could he be going to? Hard to say. We'll know once we reach the destination. If he really is heading to the same place, then don't blame us for being ruthless. True. He's just a warrior. No matter how high his rank, we can wear him down. The sky gradually darkened. Wuwang had already ventured deep into the snowy wilderness. Whoosh! The north wind howled, and heavy snow swirled wildly, blurring his vision. Even with his exceptional constitution, Wuwang couldn't help but feel a chill. Entering the frigid realm, it won't be long now. Wuwang slowed his pace slightly, activating his eagle eye skill. Instantly, his vision sharpened like a torch, piercing through the dense flurry of snowflakes to discern the direction. Time slipped by again, and the sky darkened completely. The pristine white snow reflected a faint glow. A stand of tall trees came into view. We should be close. According to the route map, the mission site lay on the ridge behind the tall forest. Wuwang ascended higher and indeed spotted flickering lights beyond the forest. At the center of these glimmers, a massive bonfire blazed fiercely. Clustered around the fire were a dozen or so dark figures, clearly people gathered nearby. Wuwang swiftly glided over the tall forest, heading straight for the blazing bonfire. Heaven above, have mercy on us. The demon wolves are rampaging, slaughtering our people. We beseech you to send a savior to help us slay these beasts. We implore you. More than half our tribe has already perished. If this continues, the entire tribe will be destroyed by the demon wolves' fangs. We implore you. Save us. We will repay your life-saving grace, we implore you. A dozen people huddled around the campfire, all kneeling with hands pressed together, heads tilted skyward, their voices rising in unceasing prayer. At that moment, a towering figure materialized in the sky, black, luminous wings unfurling behind it as it descended toward the ground. Is that our savior? Some recognized the towering figure with wings. Could this be the savior? Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the towering figure landed. Thud! The towering figure stood beside the bonfire, surrounded by the crowd. Its sinewy muscles radiated a powerful beauty, its imposing stature as majestic as a god descended from the heavens. All those kneeling in prayer froze upon seeing this towering, robust savior. Then, overcome with emotion, tears streamed down their aged faces. He's here! Our savior has arrived! He truly has come! Thank heaven for taking pity on us and sending a savior to help us slay the demon wolves. Savior, please save us! Save us! Thump! 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 Everyone immediately knelt before the towering savior, repeatedly kowtowing while murmuring prayers. Rise, all of you! Wuwang spoke. At the same time, a notification popped up. You have entered the quest location. Savior, you must slay the demon wolf for us. It has already killed half of my clan. Yes. We've lived here for over 1,000 years, never harming a soul. Yet these demon wolves attack in the dead of night while we sleep, leaving us defenseless. You must save us. Li Wuwang said, I will certainly save you. Rise now. The savior's 2 words of assurance made the crowd dare not remain kneeling. They rose one by one, each brimming with excitement. Tell me, Li Wuwang demanded, how many demon wolves are there, and when do they appear? Li Wuwang inquired. Savior, there are no fewer than 20 demon wolves. They appear every day at midnight. An elderly man who appeared to be the most venerable among them spoke with a mix of grief and indignation. Do you know where their lair is? Li Wuwang pressed. Their lair, we truly have no idea. The demon wolves are too terrifying. We haven't dared leave the tribe for 7 days now. The elder hesitated, then sighed. I know. 7 days ago, while hunting in the mountains, I saw the demon wolves gathering in a cliff on the back mountain. That very night, they began attacking the village. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard spoke up. All right. You. Lead me there. I'll slay the demon wolves at once, Li Wuwang declared. Destroy the demon wolves' lair outright, and the mission should be over. Ah, well. I've been rather scared of those demon wolves lately, so I'm a bit timid now. The man stammered. The clan chief scolded, with the savior here, what is there to fear? We can all go together to assist the savior. Yes, let's all go together. The crowd echoed in agreement. Li Wuxiang pondered for a moment and said, very well. Let's depart now. You need carry nothing, just follow behind me. Once we locate the demon wolves' lair, it'll be a simple matter of unleashing a meteorite. You really came here. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Li Wuwang frowned and turned to look. 2 figures approached him, their expressions clearly displeased. Why can't I be here? Li Wuwang retorted, his brow furrowing. The mission had restrictions, it had to be completed solo. These 2 had already interfered with him. You shouldn't be here, declared the professional wielding a fan, his equipment now fully exposed, clearly an assassin type class. Beside him stood another figure wielding a long blade, equally resembling an assassin class. The villagers watched in stunned disbelief. Were there too many saviors? And these 2 seemed rather suspicious. Li Wuwang took a deep breath and said, I don't want to waste time. You 2 leave first. Once I've finished what I need to do, you can stay as long as you like. The long sword-wielding professional snapped. Big talk. You want to keep it all for yourself? Keep it all for himself? They were here to find something? Li Wuwang finally understood. He didn't know what they were after, nor did he care. He just wanted to complete his mission and return as quickly as possible. So he replied in a deep voice, I'm only here for the advancement quest. You 2 leave for now. Once I finish the mission, I'll be gone. If you want something, find it yourself. You mean the savior's mission? The man asked. Yes. The professional holding a folding fan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How laughable. A 5th-tier professional dares to challenge the savior's quest in the snowlands? At least come up with a plausible excuse. Do you take us for fools? Li Wuwang sighed helplessly, then perhaps I should leave first. You may search as you wish, just don't harm these villagers. The fan-wielding professional snorted coldly. Let you leave? Don't even think about it. Don't imagine I can't see through your scheme, lurking in ambush like a bird waiting to swoop in? Li Wuwang replied in a deep voice, you refused to leave when I told you to, and now you won't let me go. How absurd. You really think you've got me cornered? With that, Li Wuwang leapt into the air, soaring diagonally upward to distance himself from the tribe. He didn't want excessive casualties to jeopardize the mission's success. Trying to escape? Pursue him. The 2 immediately gave chase. They wouldn't rest until they had killed him. After gaining distance from the tribe, Li Wuwang halted mid-air. Turning to face his pursuers, he spoke coldly, die. The words barely left his lips when he unleashed 2 skills simultaneously. Target lock LV4. Thunderstorm summon LV4. Boom. Chapter 92, The Terrifying Thunderstorm, Apocalyptic Might, All Shall Perish. Without warning, vast dark clouds began gathering in the sky. The night, which had held some faint light, plunged into utter darkness in an instant. The dark clouds hung heavy as lead, pressing down so intensely it felt suffocating. Lightning darted and flickered between the clouds, bathing the world in a deathly white glow. Rumble. The thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. The 2 pursuers, who had seemed certain of victory, sensed this sudden change. They immediately halted their chase, hovering in midair as they stared upward, terror in their eyes. What is this? Why have so many thunderclouds gathered? The energy contained within these thunderclouds is terrifying. I can actually sense the aura of death. Both frowned deeply, their hearts gripped by an indescribable dread, an overwhelming sense of oppression. Thunderclouds appearing out of nowhere? What on earth is happening? No good. These thunderclouds are targeting us. The professional wielding the long sword stared in horror, realizing he had been locked onto by the thunderclouds brimming with colossal energy. Why? Why has the thundercloud targeted us? Have we angered the gods? The practitioner holding the folding fan was utterly horrified, unable to comprehend the reason. It's him. He summoned the thundercloud. The longsword-wielding adventurer suddenly turned his gaze toward the adventurer diagonally above them and roared. The fan-wielding professional looked up too, his voice tinged with disbelief. This can't be possible? He's just a warrior professional, how could he possibly summon a thundercloud? We were careless. Who said other classes couldn't have such a muscular build? The longsword user finally snapped to attention, but it seemed the outcome was already sealed. Run now. We can't die. The fan-wielding professional panicked completely, shrieking as he prepared to flee. There's no escape. We're locked on. The longsword-wielding adventurer's face drained of color. Staring at the muscular figure, he demanded, "What exactly is your purpose here? With such power, why would you deceive us?" Hearing this, Wuwang sneered contemptuously. From the very beginning, I was only here to complete a mission. You've been relentless and self-righteous. Did you really think you had me cornered? Die. No, you can't kill us. If you kill us, you won't escape either. No matter who you are. I can't die. I'm a 14th tier professional with a bright future ahead. I can't just die like this. The two professionals were terrified beyond measure, filled with regret at this moment. But was there any other way? Run. Driven by their primal instinct for survival, the two professionals summoned nearly all their strength and began to flee. Crack. A terrifying bolt of lightning crashed down from the thunderclouds. It seemed as though the heavens and earth had been cleaved apart, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Boom. A bolt of lightning as thick as a door panel struck one of them, exploding instantly into a rolling sea of thunder that swept wildly in all directions, illuminating the entire world. I have a chance. If I can escape the thunderclouds, I can survive. The practitioner clutching a folding fan sensed the disturbance behind him. Realizing he hadn't been struck, hope for survival reignited within him, and he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Spotting the edge of the thunderclouds ahead, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha, I don't have to die. Once I'm out of the thundercloud zone, everything will be fine. One day, I'll skin you alive and wash away today's humiliation. Ha. His maniacal laughter echoed across the vast sky, sounding like the wail of a hellish messenger. Just as his hope for survival seemed greatest, another bolt of lightning crashed down. Crack. In an instant, the lightning's tip struck the professional's head squarely, its tail still connected to the thundercloud. Boom. Before the adventurer could react, he was instantly reduced to ashes by the terrifying lightning. On the other side, the trio of adventurers hadn't even reached this area when they sensed violent disturbances in the distance. What is that? Why is that huge, pitch-black mass flickering on and off? The mage exclaimed in astonishment. That direction should be our destination. What's happening over there? The swordsman frowned. The informant had assured them no one else knew about this place. Why is it? The sorcerer exclaimed excitedly. Could it be some great opportunity has descended? I've heard that refining grass requires a baptism of lightning to achieve its best effects. Rumble. At that moment, the thunder finally rolled in. Everyone now recognized what that dark mass over there truly was. A thunderstorm? A thunderstorm is happening over there? That's right, it's definitely a thunderstorm. Before they could finish speaking, a flash of lightning erupted, crashing down with a thunderous roar before exploding into a rolling sea of thunder. Holy crap! That's intense, exclaimed the sorcerer. Whoa, the power of this thunderstorm is beyond what we can withstand. Only those ultra-high-tier professionals could possibly endure it. The mage drew in a sharp breath. Even from a great distance, the terrifying fury of the storm's rampage was palpable. Boom! The thunder rolled, shaking the very earth and sky. We're right here and still being shaken by the thunder. What kind of power is this? The swordsman frowned deeply, debating whether to approach. I sense this is fate, exclaimed the sorcerer excitedly. Such terrifying lightning must herald something valuable. It's possible, the mage class murmured thoughtfully. The swordsman remained silent, lost in thought. Let's go, brother. We should check it out. Once the storm passes, we can explore deeper. The sorcerer immediately urged. The swordsman hesitated inwardly before cautioning, go check it out, but if any danger arises, retreat immediately. Don't get greedy. Meanwhile, tribal villagers, hearing the commotion in the sky, instinctively fell to their knees, trembling as they bowed their heads repeatedly. Lightning flashed, illuminating the heavens and earth. Have they angered the gods? How terrifying. The power of the gods is beyond compare. Pray the gods spare us, we had nothing to do with this. Daybreak, has it dawned? Some villagers couldn't resist their curiosity and looked up at the sky. There, spreading across the heavens like a dense swarm of tiny purple snakes, were bolts of lightning. Their blinding light illuminated the entire landscape. All the villagers gathered around the bonfire lifted their heads to gaze at the sky, their eyes filled with awe and excitement. To them, this was undoubtedly a divine miracle. The heavenly gods. The heavenly gods have sent down divine punishment. They must have angered the heavenly gods. They must have. The might of the heavenly gods is truly terrifying. Is that the heavenly god? Amidst the terrifying sea of lightning, a robust figure emerged, seemingly bathing in the flashes of lightning. Its form flickered between light and shadow as it soared through the air, heading straight this way. Chapter 93, The heavenly deity descends. All who stand in my way shall perish. The heavenly god has arrived. Kneel quickly. As the venerable clan elder spoke, everyone bowed their heads to the ground once more in reverence. Wuwang returned to the campfire, where the thunderstorm had now subsided. He looked at the kneeling crowd and said, "Rise. Lead me to the demon wolf's lair." Hearing that voice, everyone froze. That voice. The savior? What? The savior is actually a heavenly god? Has the heavenly god descended personally to help us eradicate the demon wolves? The clan chief's heart trembled violently, and he hesitated to rise. The others felt the same upon learning the savior was the true heavenly god. They dared not move, fearing they might provoke divine wrath. All were overcome with dread. Seeing them remain seated, Wuwang sighed with exasperation. "I command you to rise." At his words, the crowd exchanged glances. Only when the clan chief rose first did they slowly scramble to their feet. "Let's go. Lead me to where the demon wolves roam," Wuwang commanded. "We obey the divine decree of the heavenly god." The clan chief bowed deeply, his reverence palpable. He then turned to the man who had encountered the demon wolf and commanded, "You lead the way. Guide the divine lord to exterminate the demon wolf." "Yes." The middle-aged man immediately agreed. Urged forward by the chieftain, he led the way ahead, with the others following behind. They dared not even meet Wuwang's gaze, silently keeping their heads bowed. The middle-aged man led the group toward the rear mountains. They soon left the tribe and entered the forest. They traversed the woods and continued climbing upward until they reached the mountaintop. Pointing downwards, the man declared, "To answer the heavenly god's question, it was down there that I saw the demon wolf." The others looked down but saw no trace of the demon wolf, not even a sound. Wuwang nodded, then activated his eagle eyes to scan the area below, searching meticulously for any trace of the demon wolf. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the forested hollow below, three figures were soaring toward them. "Did you see clearly? Are you certain it was him?" the mage asked the sorcerer. "Absolutely him. I remember his figure clearly. He's the warrior who joined us halfway through the wasteland," the sorcerer declared with certainty. The mage frowned and asked, "What are they searching for? Could it be the purifying grass? Do these villagers know where it is?" The swordsman replied, "Intelligence indicates the refining grass is near the tribe. These villagers live here. Even if they don't know about it, they've likely seen it." Hearing this, the other two immediately darkened in expression. So that burly man was also searching for the refining grass? And he even had these villagers guide him. Wasn't this intelligence supposed to be exclusive to us? How could others have found out? The sorcerer glared at the towering, muscular figure and gritted his teeth. "We're going back to confront that informant," the longsword-wielding adventurer added, equally displeased. They'd paid $1 billion to obtain this intelligence, only to find someone else had beaten them to it. Clearly, the informant had deceived them. $10 billion wasn't an astronomical sum for them, but it still stung. "What do we do now?" the mage asked. The sorcerer snorted coldly. "What do we do? Are the three of us afraid of just one guy? He's just a warrior. Even if he's hiding his rank, how high could he be? Big brother, you're a 14th tier. We're both 12th tier. What's there to fear? My idea is simple: ambush him. Take him down right now. Then all the refining grass will be ours." The longsword-wielding adventurer shook his head. "Let's go check the situation first. If he made it this far, he must have some skill." Fine. You call the shots, big brother. If things go south, we'll just take him down. One of my spells will render him incapable of resistance," the spellcaster declared confidently. After discussing their plan, the three flew toward Wuwang. Wuwang, who was tracking the demon wolf's trail, sensed the unusual movement behind him and immediately turned around. Not far away, three figures approached through the air. He recognized each of their faces. They were the same three who had traveled with him on the camel. Seeing this, Wuwang took a deep breath. This mission just won't end. Had he spotted the demon wolf just now and launched an attack while these people were still present, the mission would have failed. After all, the quest had restrictions. It had to be completed solo, and no other adventurers could even enter the quest area. Fortunately, the demon wolf hadn't been spotted yet. Well, my friend. Long time no see." The longsword-wielding adventurer landed with a smile, striding over while the other two followed behind, ready to intervene at any moment. The villagers, seeing more people arrive, were immediately puzzled. "Why are more people coming? Take our advice and leave this place." Wuwang didn't mince words. Hearing this, the longsword practitioner froze, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes before he forced an awkward smile. Brother, there's no need to get so worked up, is there? I assume you're here for the refining grass too? Wuwang declared, I'll count to 3. If you don't leave by then, you die. The longsword practitioner's brow furrowed deeply, his heart trembling with shock. How dare the stranger make such a threat without knowing their strength? Was this a deliberate scare tactic? Hard to say. He dared not take the gamble. That guy's got some nerve, the sorcerer shook his head and said gravely, Big brother, just give the word. He really is arrogant, the mage protested, feeling deeply aggrieved. When had they ever been treated with such contempt? 3, 2. Wuwang's emotionless countdown echoed through the silent snowy night. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, studying Wuwang intently before reluctantly uttering a single word. Let's go. Hearing the command, the sorcerer nearly lashed out, then froze in shock. Huh? Boss? Why? Are we leaving? Go! The longsword user activated his flight ability and soared away instantly. Seeing this, the other 2 professionals gritted their teeth and followed suit. Bro, just giving up like this? That's the information on the refining grass we spent $1 billion to acquire. The longsword practitioner had observed that the enemy's alertness wasn't particularly sharp, so he sneered coldly. Who said we're giving up? He got the refining grass, does he plan to stay here forever? We'll ambush him on the return route and catch him off guard. I will have that refining grass. No one takes it. Wuwang activated his eagle eyes to watch the 3 figures until they were far out of sight before withdrawing his gaze. AOWW. At that moment, a wolf's howl erupted from the hollow below, piercing the sky. It seemed to carry some kind of energy, its sound waves rippling outward like visible ripples. Woo 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 woo. Following the first howl, the hollow echoed with wave after wave of howls. Demon wolves. They're demon wolves. The demon wolves are here. Chapter 94, instantly wiping out the demon wolf pack, a generous reward? The demon wolves are here. Hearing the demon wolves' howls, the villagers were both terrified and excited. They pointed and gestured toward the depression below, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the demon wolves. Wuwang saw this and waved his hand lightly, calming the villagers. He then activated his eagle eyes, scanning the lowland below. Sure enough, within the thickets of the hollow, a pack of grayish-white demon wolves was on the move, more than a dozen of them. They were all converging toward a single direction, as if guided by some unseen force. On a high ground within the hollow, a silver demon wolf as large as a yak stood with its pointed snout facing the sky, roaring fiercely. Howl! The pack was gathering. That towering silver demon wolf was none other than the pack's alpha. Wuwang was already preparing to unleash his skill, his gaze fixed on the gathering wolves. Once they're all gathered, wipe them out in one fell swoop. After a brief wait, the demon wolves had gathered. The Silver Wolf King, seemingly having spotted the group atop the cliff, let out a howl, a clear provocation. Wuwang's lips curled slightly. He locked onto his target and activated his skill, immediately summoning the Meteor Strike. 4 neatly aligned meteors streaked across the sky, plummeting toward the valley below. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the heavens, filling every villager with oppressive dread. They all looked up to see the 4 meteors streaking through the sky in perfect formation. What is that? Meteors! An auspicious sign. Auspicious my ass. Those meteors seem to be heading straight for us. What? We haven't done anything to offend heaven or harm the world, how could this be? The villagers immediately panicked, hastily kneeling on the ground and repeatedly kowtowing while pleading for forgiveness. Seeing this, Wuwang couldn't be bothered to say anything. As the rumbling grew closer, the villagers grew increasingly oppressed, trembling on their knees. Heavens! Divine Lord, save us! We've never done anything to offend heaven and earth. Why would divine punishment fall upon us? Save us. We can't die. We have 80-year-old elders and 2-year-old children at home. Whoosh! In the next instant, 4 meteors plummeted, slicing through the air. Their immense pressure crushed the villagers, leaving them gasping for breath, prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the land, the earth trembling violently in an apocalyptic panic. A massive mushroom cloud billowed upward, its shockwave flattening the entire hollow. Woo woo woo! The villagers whimpered in terror, all trembling on the ground, too afraid to move. All right, the demon wolf's taken care of. Wuwang finally called out. Hearing the voice of the heavenly god, the chieftain summoned his courage and raised his head, only to see a massive mushroom cloud expanding. We're okay? He was puzzled. The meteor had clearly been heading straight for them. But why? He instantly realized this was a miracle wrought by the heavenly god, summoning celestial meteors to annihilate the demon wolves. The heavenly god. It was the heavenly god. This is the divine miracle of the heavenly deity. It really is the heavenly deity. Are we really safe? One by one, villagers knelt on one knee, lifting their heads to gaze at the flattened hollow below, shouting with emotion. We humble subjects thank the heavenly deity for ridding us of this scourge. We thank the heavenly Lord. We thank. The villagers prostrated themselves before Li Wuwang, their bodies pressed flat to the ground in profound devotion. Li Wuwang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the notification panel before him. Defeated level 350 boss, Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Experience plus 0. Killed level 200 Common Demon Wolf, experience plus 0. Killed. Ding. Congratulations, professional. Completed 99% of the Savior Challenge quest. Proceed to the sanctuary to submit and complete the final progress. Seeing the notification, Li Wuwang's eyes flickered slightly. This Silver Moon Demon Wolf possessed 7th tier strength. However, he was currently at max level, so defeating it wouldn't grant him any experience. His gaze then shifted toward the converging points of light. Only fewer than 30 monsters remained in this meteor-stricken area. The demon wolves made up the majority of them, so the dropped equipment was scarce. Only 3 pieces were available. One was epic tier, glowing purple, while the other 2 were rare tier. Li Wuwang examined the epic item. Silver Moon Bracelet, epic purple. Equipment level, LV 400. Equipment effect, agility plus 2000, strength plus 500, wind attribute attack damage increased by 50%. Boss special effect, Wolf King howls at the moon. When the moon rises, agility increases by 100% for 1 hour. Reading the item description, Li Wuwang furrowed his brow slightly. The stat bonuses were lacking, otherwise, it would have been a decent piece of gear. Merely boosting wind attribute attack damage wasn't enough for him. What he needed was gear that primarily boosted his spirit stat. Li Wuwang stored all 3 dropped items into his spatial storage. While they offered little to his combat prowess, they significantly boosted his finances. After all, this 5-star epic tier gear had excellent secondary stats and a boss-specific effect, making each piece worth tens of millions on the market. Beyond that, it served another purpose, as food for his unhatched beast pets. Only then did Li Wuwang turn his gaze to the villagers kneeling before him. Rise, he commanded. Yes. The villagers dared not disobey the words of the heavenly god. They rose one by one, not even daring to look up directly, their heads bowed in deep reverence. At this moment, the village chief hesitated before speaking. Divine Lord, we have no way to repay your life-saving grace. But to express our gratitude, we humbly request you accompany us back to the village. Hearing this, Li Wuwang realized it was time to settle the reward for the challenge quest. He was also curious what the reward might be. Li Wuwang nodded indifferently. Upon hearing the Divine Lord's consent, the chieftain grew visibly excited. Please, Divine Lord, lead the way. Amidst the villagers' cheers, Li Wuwang entered the tribal settlement. The chief led Li Wuwang to the most prestigious building within their tribe. Your Divine Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it at once. Go ahead. Li Wuwang nodded. Only then did the chief depart. Meanwhile, news of the heavenly god's arrival swiftly spread throughout the entire tribe. Young and old, strong and weak, all gathered and knelt before the building where the heavenly god resided, seeking his divine protection. Before long, the chief returned bearing a long, silk-wrapped object and a box. We humbly offer these gifts to the heavenly god. Kneeling on the ground, the chieftain handed the wrapped bundle and the box to Li Wuwang. Li Wuwang eyed the elongated object with puzzlement before accepting both items. He unwrapped the brocade-covered bundle first. Chapter 95, Acquiring the Heavenly Cold Sword, Master of the Forbidden Zone. As the layers of brocade fell away, a surge of frigid cold erupted, nearly burning Li Wuwang and causing him to drop it. What is this? How could it feel so hot to the touch? Li Wuwang murmured in astonishment. With lingering doubts, he peeled away the final layer of brocade, revealing a glimpse of the object within. The object radiated an icy blue hue, its edges razor-sharp, emanating waves of biting cold. Is this a sword? Li Wuwang was astonished. Even with only half of it exposed, he could tell this elongated object was a long sword. He peeled back the brocade cloth entirely, revealing the sword's true form. Instantly, the temperature within the room dropped significantly. Threads of frost began to spread out from the sword's surface. Tianhan sword? Description: once the greatest weapon of the Snow Lord, who reigned supreme over the snowy realms. For reasons unknown, the Snow Lord vanished, leaving this heavenly cold sword behind in the snowy domain. Equipment level requirement? Equipment effect? Special effect? Special effect? Special effect? Li Wuwang was stunned by the sudden pop-up notification. The quality of this sword was beyond his comprehension. Beyond the brief description, nothing else could be glimpsed. What kind of sword is this, exactly? Li Wuwang's mind was filled with profound questions. Who was this Lord of Ice and Snow? And why had they vanished? And why was this sword left behind in the snowy realm? These questions surged through Li Wuwang's mind in an instant. After a moment's thought, he suppressed the shock within him, then carefully rewrapped the Tianhan sword and stored it within his spatial pouch. If left exposed, the sword's temperature would plummet relentlessly, so intensely scorching that even he would be unable to grasp it. Tap tap tap. The clan chief, who had been kneeling before him, now shivered uncontrollably from the cold, his teeth chattering audibly. Li Wuwang gathered his senses and adjusted his breathing.
He discovered his body was already encrusted with frost, and the entire room was similarly blanketed in snow-white ice, as if they were in the depths of a frigid wasteland. Seeing this, Wuwang was astonished. At his current stage, he couldn't even hold it for long. Otherwise, the frigid air would surely burn him. Where did you get this sword? Wuwang turned to ask the clan chief. Your divine lord. 10 years ago while hunting in the mountains, I stumbled upon it in an ice cave, the clan chief replied, his teeth chattering. An ice cave? Was there anything else? Wuwang pressed further. I dare not conceal anything from your divine majesty. I only saw this sword, it's possible other items were present. Is the ice cave still there? I recall that after obtaining the sword, I was violently pushed out by a tremendous force. The ice cave was then buried by snow and ice. Wuwang sighed inwardly. It seemed the chieftain knew no more than he did. Could this ice cave hold some special significance? Do you recall how to reach the ice cave? Wuwang inquired. Well, I tried searching for it once, but never found it. After 10 years, the ice and snow have completely obscured its exact location. The clan chief pondered carefully before responding. Do you recall the general direction? I do. Good. Get up. Lead me there now. Yes. Wuwang placed the other box of rewards into his spatial storage before rising to his feet. Stepping outside the house, he saw a large crowd kneeling on the ground. As if sensing the Divine Lord's emergence, they all cried out in unison. We pay homage to the Divine Lord. We thank the Divine Lord for descending and saving us. We pay homage to the Divine Lord. Wuwang supported the clan chief and then activated his flight skill, soaring into the air. The clan chief was startled, letting out a gasp of fright. Relax, you won't fall. Where are we going? The chieftain opened his eyes and surveyed the terrain. Though it was night, the landscape remained discernible. Follow the ridge to the left all the way up. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the chieftain gave the direction. Wuwang followed the elder's instructions, soaring upward along the left ridge. They eventually reached the summit of another mountain, where Wuwang set the clan chief down. The chieftain said, Lord Tianshan, I vaguely recall it being somewhere below here, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. Wait here. Wuwang nodded and flew down the mountain alone, activating his eagle eyes to search for signs of the ice cave. Just as he reached mid-slope, an alert suddenly popped up. Warning, you have entered a restricted zone. Please depart immediately. 10. 9. Seeing this, Wuwang frowned. A restricted zone within the secret realm? It must be connected to the ice and snow sovereign. 7. 6. Watching the 10-second countdown pass its midpoint, Wuwang remained uncertain what would happen once it concluded. For now, he could only retreat, following the path back up the mountain to its summit. It seemed he'd have to wait until his strength improved before investigating further. This restriction likely depends on the practitioner's rank. Insufficient rank meant entry was impossible. Moreover, it only restricted professionals as evidenced by the clan chief entering and retrieving the heavenly cold sword. After all, the people living here weren't professionals. As for why they can live in a secret realm that's extremely dangerous for practitioners, even Wuwang couldn't figure it out. Perhaps it was due to this restriction. Back atop the mountain, the clan chief looked at Wuwang with respect and said, Lord Heavenly God, how did it go? If it's not possible, I'll go down again to investigate. It's fine. Let's go. Wuwang grabbed the clan chief and flew back to the village. Setting the chief down, he said, farewell. I may return in the future. With that, he soared away in the direction he had come. The villagers knelt in reverent homage. Farewell, Divine Lord. Only when the divine figure vanished from sight did the chieftain command, from this day forward, our people shall erect a temple for the Divine Lord. We shall venerate him through the generations, seeking his divine protection. Yes, chief. Wuwang flew back along the same route, his mind still consumed by thoughts of the heavenly cold sword and the ice and snow sovereign. He believed that within that forbidden zone lay hidden secrets, perhaps the legacy of the ice and snow sovereign, or the reason behind its disappearance. In any case, he would have to return someday. Time ticked by, second by second. Wuwang suddenly remembered there was still one box of rewards he hadn't examined. What could possibly be inside? He immediately retrieved the box and opened it. A flash of golden light erupted as he saw 3 golden plants lying within, radiating waves of golden glow. Purifying grass, material. Description. Before Wuwang could finish reading the description, a furious shout erupted from behind him. So you did get the refining grass. Die. Chapter 96, Massacre once more, no escape. Behind Wuwang, 3 figures moved with blinding speed, each unleashing deadly strikes. The swordsman swung his blade, unleashing a massive arc of golden sword energy blindingly bright and terrifyingly powerful. The mage pushed both palms forward, unleashing a roaring fireball that hurtled toward him. The sorcerer pressed his palms together, roared, and conjured a circular array of eerie runes above his head, which then shot toward Wuwang. All 3 unleashed their ultimate attacks without holding back, their murderous intent boiling over as they sought to take down Wuwang in one fell swoop. The moment he heard the commotion, alarm bells rang in Li Wuwang's mind.
He hadn't realized he'd been followed.
Like a coiled spring ready to snap, he unleashed two skills in an instant.
Target locked LV4. Storm summon LV1. Woo woo. A howling wind roared to life. Roar. A colossal storm erupted like thunder from a clear blue sky, as if 10,000 hellish demons were howling in agony. The raging tempest swept through with devastating force, solidifying into a tangible mass as it collided with the trio's attacks, unleashing thunderous booms. Seeing this, Li Wuwang summoned another storm. Mental 10,000. Storm summon LV1. Roar. The storm's might grew even more terrifying. Snow and ice were whipped up from the ground, swirling through the tempest. Even the sky and earth seemed to change color. The combined attack of the three shattered in an instant. The storm raged on, still surging forward. How is this possible? Our combined full-power attack was actually blocked by him? No, this can't be. Their eyes widened in utter disbelief as they stared at the shattered attack in the storm, now even more ferocious, bearing down on them. What kind of power is he wielding? He's not a warrior? How could he possess such bizarre wind attribute skills? Quick, take cover. Spread out. The longsword user shrieked the warning, then pushed his flight skill to its absolute limit, fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, the other two abandoned all caution and fled for their lives. Run? You won't escape. Li Wuwang's expression was icy cold, his gaze fierce as he activated target lock and storm summon once more. This time, he didn't lock onto the three individuals themselves, but instead targeted the directions they were fleeing in. Target lock level 4. Mental 10,000. Storm summon LV1. Mental 10,000. Storm summon LV1. Two more colossal storms coalesced, like millions of steel blades spinning at breakneck speed, sending chills down one's spine. These two storms closed in on the first, instantly cutting off all escape routes. The trio had no choice but to retreat to the safe zone between the two storms, standing back to back, their faces pale and horrified. What is this? What kind of monster is he? No. We must join forces to tear open a path. We have to escape. The trio was filled with regret, wondering what kind of monster they had provoked. Despite being merely a warrior class, it unleashed attacks that felt utterly bizarre to them. Quick! Attack its head, that's its weakest point. The three mustered their full strength once more, directing their combined assault at the storm's weakest point. Specifically, the area directly above its head. Li Wuwang saw this and extended a hand toward the ground below the three, activating a skill. Volcano summon LV1. Beneath them, a small volcano erupted, bursting through the frozen ground. Instantly, a pillar of molten lava erupted from the volcano, hurtling toward the trio. No good. Below. Amidst the storm, the unusual commotion alerted the longsword user, who immediately looked downward. A volcano erupted, spewing orange-red, scalding lava toward them. What? A volcano? No, what kind of monster is he? The trio's breathing grew heavy, their eyes filled with terror. The storm above hadn't yet broken through, and now a volcano erupted below. Boom! The volcano suddenly hurled a massive lava ball toward the trio, hurtling like a high-velocity cannonball. The center of the triple storm was the barrel, the magma column, the initial burst of flame from within. No escape. The trio was utterly hopeless. The storm closed in, while the even more terrifying lava ball approached from below. Before they could think further, the lava ball slammed into them with a thunderous crash, the storms compressing together. Boom! The collision of the four forces unleashed a colossal explosion. The fiery lava ball shattered, and streams of unquenched molten magma arced through the air as they plummeted downward. It resembled a dazzling fireworks display. The deaths of the three marked the finale of this spectacle. Li Wuwang glanced at the refining grass in his hand, stowed it away in his spatial pouch, and then vanished into the distance across the wasteland. Elsewhere. At the border between the wasteland and the snowy realm. A campfire blazed beside a caravan of camels, and beside the fire sat a figure. This man was the camel's owner. He sat leaning back in a chair, a book in hand, engrossed in its pages by the firelight. A streak of shooting stars suddenly streaked across the sky, instantly capturing his attention. A meteor? A whole train of them? What a rare sight. His eyes widened with surprise as he watched until the streak faded. He mused aloud. Life is like these shooting stars, leaving only a fleeting brilliance. Just like these adventurers, one after another, rushing to enter the snowy realm in search of opportunity. How many will return alive this time? He had to wait 4 more days. If no one arrived within 4 days, he would have to leave. That was the agreement. He would wait only 5 days. Whether those who entered the snowy realm returned alive or not, he would depart. He couldn't stay this long. This also served to instill a sense of urgency in these adventurers. If they couldn't obtain what they sought, they should abandon the attempt. No need to waste time, risk their lives, and possibly lose everything. He wouldn't wait a single day longer. After he left, he inquired whether any of the missing adventurers had been spotted nearby. The final outcome? The vast majority vanished within the snowy wilderness and the barren wasteland. Most likely, they perished within.
For no adventurer could endure prolonged stays in such perilous, secret realms.
The camel owner snapped back to attention and resumed reading his book.
He read until midnight, when the wind grew fierce and the temperature dropped, prompting him to return to the sedan chair for rest. At dawn, as the sky began to lighten, the camel owner, still deep in slumber, was suddenly jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door.
Knock knock knock. Chapter 97, The Perilous Secret Realm, Return to Din. The camel owner, still deep in slumber, jolted awake instantly.
He sprang from the bed, all traces of drowsiness vanishing as his gaze sharpened with alertness.
Who? This wilderness was utterly uninhabited, how could there be knocking?
Besides, it had only been a day since they entered the snowy realm, there was no way they could have returned so quickly.
Thump, thump, thump. The knocking sounded again. The camel owner stood up and moved quietly toward the door.
But instead of opening it, he prepared to meet the intruder.
Not home?
A voice drifted in from outside. The camel owner froze, then paused.
That voice seemed familiar. It was him?
He remembered it was the tall young man he'd met along the way.
But how did he return? Didn't he enter the snowy realm?
Suddenly, a flood of questions surged through his mind.
Yes, sir.
The camel owner suppressed his doubts, plastered on a smile, and opened the door.
Ah, there you are. Wuwang turned around and said. No way, how did you get back so fast? The camel owner ushered Wuwang inside and poured him a cup of water. Wuwang sat down but didn't drink immediately. I finished my business and came back. Well, this is a bit beyond my expectations.
The camel owner didn't pry into what business Wuwang had attended to, merely expressing his astonishment. He had previously thought this young man was the least likely to emerge from the snowy realm. Yet here he was, emerging in just over a day. He couldn't help but doubt whether the other had even entered the snowy realm at all. But it made no sense to venture into the snowy realm for no reason.
The camel owner added.
You've emerged so early, but we still must wait 4 days.
If no one else arrives by then, we'll depart. Wuwang pondered for a moment and asked, what if they're dead? Can't we leave now?
Dead?
Surely not so soon. Did you see it with your own eyes? The camel owner asked, puzzled.
Wuwang shook his head.
No, I haven't.
Though the incident was true and he had indeed killed the man, there was no way the camel owner would believe him now.
Let's leave it at that for now. You rest. I'll go outside.
The camel owner rose, uttered a single sentence, and walked out.
MHM.
Wuwang leaned against the window, closing his eyes to rest. Dawn broke as Wuwang stepped out of the sedan chair. By then, the camel owner had set up a makeshift shelter and sat by the campfire. This was the borderland between the wilderness and the snowy realm, where even daytime temperatures remained bitterly cold. Wuwang approached and asked, Sir, you must have been in this line of work for quite some time. Most of my life, the camel owner replied with a smile.
Then how well do you know this wilderness? I only know this route.
I don't have the means to explore other areas, the camel owner replied after a moment's thought. The wilderness stretched endlessly. The route they were taking was considered a relatively safe shortcut, honed through centuries of trial and error.
Is that so?
Wuwang pondered thoughtfully.
Then what was the strongest monster you've ever encountered?
I recall a level 20 behemoth once. The camel herder spoke, then suddenly seemed to grasp something.
You're thinking of leaving ahead of us?
Young man, you mustn't entertain such thoughts. Though I know not your strength, without my camel caravan, even the top-ranked professional on the tier list would struggle to survive this journey.
Besides, you've paid your fare. I'm responsible for seeing you through this journey. At this point, the camel owner added. My camel caravan is a family heirloom passed down through generations.
It's bound by special enchantments that significantly reduce the chances of monster ambushes.
That's precisely why we've encountered few monster attacks along the way. Don't be fooled by this illusion. Adventurers hold infinite allure for monsters. The higher your rank, the stronger the pull.
Hearing this, Wuwang turned his gaze toward the camel boat.
So this thing is actually a powerful artifact?
It seemed the camel's owner had been lying about it not being able to fly. Truthfully, no matter how one flies, monsters will still surround and attack. What matters is the camel sail itself, not whether one travels on the ground. I've learned something, Wuwang remarked. Oh, it's nothing, the camel owner waved his hand dismissively, continuing, truth be told, when I said it couldn't fly in the air, it was just to save the professionals some face. The real truth is, without the camel boat, it can't move or fly at all.
Wuwang didn't argue, he agreed.
Professionals attack monsters to level up, and monsters harbor immense hostility toward professionals.
That's why monsters roar and attack adventurers even when provoked. Something this valuable, aren't you afraid it'll get stolen if you reveal it? Wuwang asked doubtfully. Even if stolen, it would be useless.
Only those of my lineage can command the camel's voyage, the camel's owner explained. Hearing this, Wuwang nodded, abandoning his plan to leave alone. Though he possessed Cataclysm skills, their use was limited, not infinitely available. Just wait patiently. 4 days will pass in the blink of an eye.
Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before asking, Elder, are there any particularly mystical legends about this wasteland? The snowlands have their snowlands lord, surely this wasteland has its own ruler? At this, the camel master pondered seriously before replying, legends of the supernatural? I've heard my grandfather's generation mention something about a lord of the wasteland long ago of being revered as divine. As for whether the legend is true, no one has ever been able to confirm it. After all, no one has ever seen him. Hearing this, Li Wuwang was astonished. So there really was one. What about the other secret realms? Did each have its own ruler? That tower lord in the desert earlier. Was he the desert lord? Hard to say. Any other legends? Li Wuwang inquired. The camel master replied. Other legends? I haven't heard any. Places like the wasteland hardly anyone dares to venture in. Exploration is extremely low, and little is known. All right. The camel owner continued. Those who do venture in have some understanding of what to expect and how to proceed. Even so, the death rate far exceeds the survival rate. He understood this approach. What kind of professional would they be if they didn't strive to improve their strength? Strengthening oneself requires taking risks, and taking risks means someone has to die. It was quite normal, really. The survival rate is that low? You bet. It's not uncommon for none to make it out alive. True to its reputation as a secret realm, even knowing the dangers are immense, it still draws professionals in. It all comes down to personal choice. You have the option to come, but in truth, you have no choice. Hearing these words and catching glimpses of the secret realm's hidden truths, Li Wuwang felt an urgent need to strengthen his abilities. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. The camel owner gazed out over the vast frozen snowfields, murmuring to himself. Just as you said, none of them made it out. Time's up. Let's go. The two men and their camel set off, heading toward the edge of the wasteland. After a day and a night of travel, they finally emerged from the wasteland. At that moment, Li Wuwang received a message sent half a day earlier by Gu Xinghe. Brotherly, 3 groups of outsiders infiltrated Don City yesterday. Suspected to be from Linglang Guild. I'm investigating. Chapter 98, The Shocked Temple Elder Unlocks a New Skill. Upon seeing this message, Li Wuwang remained largely unmoved. What was meant to happen would happen. Young man, we're here. At that moment, the camel owner entered from outside and gave Li Wuwang a heads up. All right. Li Wuwang rose and stepped out of the sedan chair, preparing to leave. Here's my card. If you need anything, just come find me next time. Before departing, the camel owner handed Li Wuwang a card. Very well. Li Wuwang accepted it, then bowed his hands in greeting. I shall take my leave then. With that, he immediately activated his flight skill and soared toward the direction of Dan City. Out of 6 travelers, only 1 returned alive. That's not too bad, really. Watching the sturdy youth's receding figure, the camel owner sighed with emotion. By evening, Li Wuwang finally arrived in Dan City. At that very moment, Gu Xinghe's message arrived. Brotherly, I've investigated. While you were away, 5 groups entered the city, all from the Linglang Guild. Reading the message, Li Wuwang replied. Have they made any moves? Not yet. Are you back, brotherly? Yeah, I'm back. They haven't made any particularly obvious moves, but it's certain they're here for you. Should we take the initiative? After considering Gu Xinghe's suggestion, Li Wuwang replied. Not yet. By the way, did that divination type professional arrive too? No sign of them. But it's highly unlikely they'll show up. The Linglang Guild only sent 1 key figure this time. They wouldn't bring that divination specialist alone. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. No need for action yet, just keep an eye on them. Notify me immediately if anything comes up. Understood, brotherly. After sending the reply, Li Wuwang headed toward the temple. Just as he reached the entrance, the old man, who had been sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake. Young man, you're back. What brings you here? The old man didn't rise, merely opening his eyes to speak. He remembered this burly young adventurer quite clearly. 6 days ago, he had received the Savior quest. It was identical to the mission received by the adventurer who had been assigned to Tower City. Both were impossible missions. The difference was that the former, the Savior, could choose not to undertake it. Li Wuwang replied, I'm not here to see you. Not here for me? Then what are you here for? The old man looked puzzled. Besides accepting quests, what else would one come to the sanctuary for? Besides, the 30 days weren't up yet, were they? New quests couldn't be accepted yet. I'm here to submit a quest. My time is limited, so I won't keep you, senior. Li Wuwang replied briefly before striding straight into the sanctuary. What? Did you say that? The old man shot up from his chair, rubbing his ears as he stared oddly at the young man's retreating figure. Could it be that I'm getting old and my hearing is failing? His face twisted in astonishment as he immediately followed after him. Li Wuwang stepped into the halo. A prompt immediately popped up. Detected a professional with a submittable task. Submit quest? Submit. Congratulations.
The chosen one has completed the Savior Challenge.
Attributes are being granted.
As the prompts flashed, golden light cascaded down from the sacred statue, bathing Li Wuwang in its radiance before seeping into his body.
The old man behind Li Wuwang was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. What? He actually completed the quest. Are you kidding me?
He clearly remembered that this burly young man had accepted the Savior's quest. He had even tried to talk him out of it back then. But the 30 days weren't even up yet. The radiant glow emanating from the sacred statue before him was the very sign of the mission's completion. How could this be? The old man was utterly dumbfounded. Such an impossible mission, and yet another professional had accomplished it.
Is this still Dan? Are these truly practitioners from Dan City?
The old man's mind was in turmoil until suddenly he realized something. The professional who had received the Tower King City mission had completed it. And now, the professional tasked with the Savior's mission had succeeded as well. 2 professionals completed their missions and it hadn't even been 10 days.
Could it be? Could this be a sign of Dan's rise? Good.
The old man, overcome with shock, became agitated. His heart surged with excitement, his blood boiling, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Li Wuwang received the baptism of the sacred image.
A prompt appeared once more. A tribute bestowal complete.
Immediately, a panel appeared.
Li Wuwang.
Class, Summoner Tier 6.
Level, 250. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 750. Skill points, 14. Strength, 19,556 39,112. Constitution, 14,890 28,680.
Agility, 19,548 39,096.
Spirit, 65,760 124,920.
Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV4 Weak Current Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV3 Storm Nightwing LV5 Water Drop Summoning LV3 Breeze Summoning LV1 Flame Summoning LV1.
Cataclysm Professional Skills, Meteor Summoning LV4, Thunderstorm Summoning LV4, Tsunami Summoning LV3, Storm Summoning LV1 Volcano Summoning LV1. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Unique, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary, Dark Robe Epic, Chameleon Mask Unique.
Special abilities, Ancient Statues Protection, Skeleton Throne, Eagle Eye. Beast Pets, Pterosaur Incubation, 7 days remaining, Fire Wyvern Incubation, 7 days remaining, Sandwing Raptor Fine Mature Tier 2, Level 53.
New skill unlocked, Ice Block Summon LV1 Cataclysmic.
Gazing at his attributes surging once more, Li Wuwang felt invigorated.
This time, they doubled again.
As far as he understood, the higher a professional advanced, the greater the attribute boost after completing advancement tasks determined by the task's difficulty. Later on, they could choose their own mission types. The harder the mission, the greater the attribute boost upon completion. A doubling of stats was practically the absolute ceiling for such gains. Such a magnitude of increase was an extremely rare occurrence across the entire continent. The reason he still achieved double increases during his last 2 advancements was directly tied to his high difficulty quests. Next, Li Wuwang turned his attention to the spiritual power column.
120,000 spirit points.
All his cataclysm skills could now be unleashed through autonomous consumption. However, the 2 level 4 skills could only be autonomously consumed once each, in addition to the one cast without consumption. Within a short span, he could execute 2 releases, and with his other skills, his sustained combat capability had become quite formidable. With this realization, Li Wuwang finally felt a little more at ease. Then, he turned his gaze to the newly unlocked skill.
Ice Block Summon LV1. Chapter 99, First Achievement, Continent-Wide Sensation. He could roughly guess what this skill entailed. It was most likely summoning an ice block. Li Wuwang withdrew his focus, intending to rest and recuperate before heading back to grind levels and prepare for the 7th tier. The old man behind him, seeing the young adventurer snap back to reality, finally spoke. "Young man, completing this quest is nothing short of a miracle. You and that other adventurer who took the Tower King City quest are Dan City's 2 greatest miracles." Hearing the old man's excited words, Li Wuwang merely smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing special. Just luck. I nearly died in the snowlands. Luck, courage, and strength all were essential." Truly astonishing. The old man sighed with admiration before quickly adding, "You should leave immediately. As the first adventurer to complete this challenge, you'll be officially recognized. But rest assured, I'll keep this matter absolutely confidential. Speaking of which, then I thank you, senior. Farewell." Li Wuwang bowed respectfully, then swiftly departed the sanctuary. "Dan is truly on the rise. I hope you all grow strong and prosper." The old man murmured to himself. Completing a mission of this caliber would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the entire continent. Yet the drawbacks were greater still. If exposed before they had fully matured, it would spell utter ruin. Those capable of such feats posed a grave threat to the highest-ranking practitioners. At the same time, The moment Li Wuwang submitted his mission, a major alert popped up on public message displays across all city districts. Congratulations to XXX, the first practitioner to complete the Savior Challenge. Rewards obtained, Frostblade Sword 1, Refining Grass 3. Inside a tavern somewhere in Dayan City, a group of professionals stared at the notification on the light screen, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The Savior Quest, completed? How is that possible? It's famously known as the Genius Killer Quest. Seriously, how did they pull this off? Since the profession was created, hasn't it been impossible for anyone to complete? Holy crap, this bulletin is insane. An unsolvable quest like that was actually finished? Which top-tier noble's offspring pulled this off? That's incredible. What kind of mission is this? I've never heard of it. Sounds pretty intense, though? It's normal for you newbie professionals not to know. Let me put it this way, this mission is known as the Genius Killer. Most professionals who accepted it were geniuses themselves, and they all died during the mission. But it's a challenge quest, you can abandon it. Back in the day, prodigies still had the guts to take it on. But after one prodigy after another died, later adventurers who got the quest just gave up. That's how it faded into obscurity over time. That's so intense. How could anyone dare to challenge it? They must not fear death. I'm not the least bit jealous of his reward. This news spread rapidly among all adventurers, causing a sensation across the entire continent in a short time. Across major adventurer forums, this announcement swiftly claimed the top spot on the trending charts, sparking widespread discussion. Every professional who learned of this announcement was stunned. The continent's largest professional forum. Shock. First professional to complete the Savior Challenge mission. First time? Meaning no one has ever completed this quest before? Holy crap, that's insane. Who is this person? After all these years, there's still a first? That's terrifying. Whoever completed this must be the son of the heavens. Impressive. Which district's professional accomplished this? But regarding the reward, I've never even heard of the Heaven's Chill Sword. Refinement Grass, however, I've heard of. It can re-refine the attributes of any grade of equipment or weapon. The rewards alone show how hard this quest is. It's not something ordinary prodigies can pull off, only gods could manage it. Meanwhile, within the Holy Sword Guild of Dayan City. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. That a professional could complete such a quest. It seems the continent is about to be shaken. Li Yanlong uttered in disbelief, his mind churning with utter shock. This mission could only be received by 5th-tier professionals advancing to 6th tier, with a certain probability. Moreover, it must be completed solo. Any assistance from other professionals would result in failure. To accomplish such a quest, this professional's overall strength must far exceed 5th tier. He himself had only recently reached the 8th tier and might not even stand a chance against this individual. I wonder which top-tier faction on the continent this person belongs to. Only forces of that caliber could cultivate such a monster. Li Yanlong marveled. He'd heard the mission site lay deep within the Snowy Realm's secret domain. Only the most powerful factions could even reach the Snowy Realm. The journey to the mission site alone was incredibly arduous, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary minor factions. The elite factions would escort challengers to the mission site, then withdraw, only to return and escort them back from the secret realm after the mission was completed. This has nothing to do with us, so no need to worry. But the top factions probably won't be getting much sleep. Li Yanlong remarked, still feeling the lingering fear. Their operations were too small scale to even reach the same level as those factions, but there was no need for concern. Father, is this mission really that difficult? Liuji, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask in confusion upon hearing Li Yanlong's words. Li Yanlong laughed heartily and explained, son, the significance of this inaugural mission for the newly born profession speaks for itself. How many prodigies have perished on this quest? To this day, only one has succeeded. Its difficulty is practically unsolvable. Hearing this, Liuji's eyes flashed with ambition. That impressive? I'm level 25 now. If I get this quest, I'll take it on too. Li Yanlong's mouth twitched as he chuckled wryly. Gee, I don't mean to discourage you, but by the time you reach tier 5, the only choice you'll have if you accept this quest is to abandon it. I'd hate to lose a son with S-tier talent, one who could break out of Dayan and compete among the continent's summoners. A mission of this difficulty, let alone completing it, would be a challenge just reaching the location. The Holy Sword Guild might be top tier in Dayan City, but on the entire continent, it doesn't even rank as a minor power. They simply lack the capability to enter the Snowlands. Hearing this, Liuji retorted, I'd love to know who this person is. Let's see if he's some kind of monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. What makes him better than me? After all, he was an S-tier talent summoner, hardly the worst on the entire continent. Li Yanlong roared with laughter. Ha! Ambition is a good thing. My son possesses extraordinary talent, he may well have a chance. Chapter 100, Mutual Suspicion, Divination Practitioner's Strike, that man comes from Den. Meanwhile, the major powers across the continent were also suspicious of each other, wondering whose disciple had been the first to complete this challenge task.
After all, across the entire continent, this was the only person to complete the challenge.
The implications were profound.
It also concealed numerous critical clues. To slay a boss-level monster 2 tiers above one's own strength with only 5th tier power.
And besides the boss, they must also confront other monsters. This alone is utterly terrifying.
Though currently only at the 5th tier, his future growth potential makes him a truly formidable presence. Therefore, these top factions must uncover exactly which family this individual belongs to.
Meanwhile, Linlang Guild, Shanghai City.
Upon learning that someone had completed the Savior Challenge for the first time, Wu Baoju, the guild master of the Linlang Guild, immediately convened an emergency meeting with the guild's high-ranking members. At the meeting, everyone wore solemn expressions clearly, they too had learned of the matter.
I trust everyone is aware of the purpose of this meeting?
Wu Baoju addressed the dozens seated before him.
Everyone nodded. The first successful completion had sent shockwaves across the continent. Who wouldn't know?
That someone has accomplished the impossible for the first time is truly astonishing. The first to accomplish this task must be the scions of the major powers above us.
Who else could possibly have done it? It's terrifying.
To accomplish a task deemed unsolvable, it's hard to imagine what kind of being could do that.
Is this even someone we recognize as a professional?
Even if he completes more quests, he's still only a 5th tier adventurer, maybe 6th at best. A 10th tier overall strength is already impressive.
Every single one of us here is above 10th tier.
Actually, there's another crucial factor: the rewards he obtained, the Heavenly Frost Sword and the Refining Grass. The Refining Grass needs no introduction, frighteningly rare, found only in the most frigid regions.
But this Tian Han sword? I've never even heard of it. Its grade can't be low.
I wonder which faction just gained another ultra-high-grade weapon.
Everyone voiced their opinions. This utterly unexpected turn of events demanded their full attention.
After all, their livelihoods depended on the whims of the major factions above them. If they could uncover which faction this individual belonged to, it would be immensely beneficial.
Aligning with them would be ideal. If they couldn't align, they must avoid any conflict whatsoever.
Therefore, the focus wasn't on the individual who completed the task, but rather the power behind them.
Wu Baoju frowned thoughtfully. Why not have that fortune teller cast a divination?
Recently, they had acquired a major asset, a diviner. This was a profession the powerful factions above them could only dream of recruiting. Foreseeing the future, peering into the secrets of heaven. With such an ally, it was only a matter of time before the Linlang Guild soared to new heights. He's been a bit off lately, but it's nothing serious.
He can still cast another divination, the vice president said. So what if he's missing a few fingers?
As long as he does his job properly, our Linlang Guild won't shortchange him.
If he doesn't perform, we have plenty of ways to make him do it. Another middle-aged man snorted coldly. This matter is crucial.
I believe we must consult the oracle regardless.
Exactly. We must divine.
With his influence, he could become a dominant force on the continent. We need to act fast, not necessarily to rival him, but to grow into a top-tier power ourselves.
Divination it is.
Whether he's with a rival faction or ours, knowing which side he's on can't hurt. The group unanimously agreed to the divination. For the sake of the guild, and also for the sake of their own curiosity.
Alright, old Chao, you handle this. Wu Baoju's gaze fell upon Vice President Chao Guang. Since everyone agrees, let's proceed with the divination. Chao Guang rose and swiftly exited the meeting room. Soon, he arrived at a hidden basement within the Linlang Guild.
In the dim, damp room, a young man covered in wounds was bound to a tiger bench. His face was pale, his body covered in bloodstains, and only one finger remained on his left hand. As soon as he saw someone enter, the youth knew they were coming to coerce him into divination once more. Vice President Chao Guang entered slowly, his expression impassive as he said, "Kid, if you'd known better, you wouldn't have ended up like this.
Our Linlang Guild values talent.
If you just did your job properly, we could have been more lenient, spared you this agony."
The youth gave a bitter laugh. I just want to be a healthy, ordinary person.
His divination ability came at a cost. Each reading would cause a part of his body to disappear. He had contemplated suicide, but couldn't bring himself to do it. His entire body was injected with a restraining agent, leaving only his head mobile. Using divination to end his life was impossible. The mere thought of using divination to end his life rendered the ability useless.
Since you've awakened a divination-type profession, it's fate's arrangement. Why waste it?
Chao Guang stood before the young man, speaking calmly.
Ha ha ha.
The young man laughed sarcastically.
Awakening a class? Is that something I can control? I'm a human being, not a machine, and certainly not a slave. Wealth, status? What good are they? Will you obey my will? It's all just pointless demands. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Still stubbornly clinging to delusion.
Chao Guang sighed softly, then waved to the person behind him. At that sight, the youth trembled uncontrollably, as if by reflex.
Speak. What do you wish to know this time?
The youth was overcome with terror, desperate to avoid experiencing the dual torment of body and mind again.
At this, Chao Guang smiled faintly, dismissed the attendant, and produced a piece of paper, holding it up before the youth. This. The youth scanned the paper's contents, committed them to memory, and began his divination. He closed his eyes, and a halo slowly appeared above his head. The halo rapidly expanded and grew larger, then rose upward until it vanished. Moments later, the lone finger remaining on the youth's left hand gradually vanished, leaving only a bare palm. Seeing this, Chao Guang knew the youth had indeed performed the divination. Very well. Tell me, who is this person? Chao Guang demanded immediately. The youth opened his lifeless eyes and replied weakly, I cannot discern who it is. Then which faction does he belong to? Chao Guang pressed. I can't discern that either, the youth replied. Seeing this, Chao Guang narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. The man behind him stepped forward and injected the youth with a vial of liquid. The youth let out a pained wail, then shuddered and went rigid, his expression blank as if his soul had been torn from him. Only then did Chao Guang ask, what did your divination reveal? My divination result is. This person, is in Danan City. Chapter 101, Conspiracy, Linglang Guild Shocked. Is this still Danan? What? Dawn? Chao Guang froze in disbelief at the unexpected outcome. What kind of district was Danan City? In its heyday, Danan was among the top-tier districts. But after its decline, it had become a backwater, barely even ranking among the lower tiers, extremely backward, and its decline showed no signs of stopping. Could such a district truly harbor a faction capable of producing a professional with terrifying potential? He didn't believe it. Only thriving districts could produce professionals capable of breaking through their shackles. Danan City was unworthy by any measure. Yet the divination pointed to Danan. This was utterly baffling. Is he still conscious? Chao Guang frowned deeply, shifting his gaze to the three figures behind him. He suspected the potion had failed, and the youth wasn't telling the truth. Chairman Chao, we'll test the potency of the potion immediately. The three wasted no time, immediately stepping outside to test the potion's efficacy. The divination results couldn't be wrong. Either the potion's purity is insufficient, leaving him conscious enough to lie, or. Chao Guang grabbed the young man's chin with one hand and examined him closely. Hey! Are you lying? I'm telling the truth. The young man was dazed, like a walking corpse. You better be telling the truth. Chao Guang stepped back a few paces and waited. Soon. The three returned, one of them reporting, Chairman Chao, the potion didn't fail. He was telling the truth. Then the divination result was wrong? Chao Guang's expression darkened. The three remained silent. Chao Guang composed himself and reluctantly accepted the most improbable truth. Danan, this is utterly astonishing. This person is actually in your place? No. Chao Guang suddenly remembered something. The young professionals from their Linglang Guild had been murdered not long ago. And the divination results showed the killer was also in Danan. They had even sent people to Danan to investigate the matter. Whoa, so this is where our paths cross? Danan, what exactly are you up to? Chao Guang, realizing the gravity of the situation, addressed the three, release his status. Keep a close watch on him. No mistakes. Yes, sir. After quickly dispatching the orders, Chao Guang rushed straight to the conference room. Bang! Chao Guang didn't knock, he simply pushed open the tightly closed conference room door. Seeing this, everyone turned their questioning and curious gazes toward Chao Guang. Old Chao, what's going on? Wu Baoju immediately asked. Chao Guang declared solemnly. The first practitioner to complete the Savior's mission is in Danan City. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. What? In Danan City? How is that possible? What resources could they possibly have to cultivate such an extraordinary talent? Impossible. Danan is a city in decline, nearly fading from sight. How could such a professional exist there? It makes no sense whatsoever. Danan decades ago might be debatable, but today's Danan is absolutely impossible. Even if there were highly talented practitioners, with the resources they control, they couldn't possibly cultivate such a prodigy. This is truly strange. The professional who dared to kill our fresh blood also came from Danan. Could there be some connection? The group felt utterly bewildered, a chill running down their spines. It felt like a tiny ant suddenly mutating and biting you. Wu Baju's brow furrowed deeply. Are you certain this is true? Absolutely. To ensure he wasn't lying, I even had someone cast the truth-seeking spell on him, Chao Guang replied. Wu Baoju's frown deepened. Is his divination only capable of pinpointing a general area? This divination class practitioner had always been under Chao Guang's responsibility. Chao Guang explained, I exhausted every method, yet his divination remains limited to this level, only capable of pinpointing a general area. This likely relates to his rank. He knew little about divination practitioners, this being his first encounter with such a profession. His knowledge of their skills and level progression was minimal. Hearing this, Wu Baoju tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Danan. The person who killed us in the instance also came from Danan City. This city has certainly made me take notice. He had assumed the reported practitioner belonged to a major faction. Little did he expect it to be from the declining city of Dayan. What major factions could Dayan City possibly have? Nothing at all, just a bunch of small fry running the show. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen into such decline. Such a weak district clearly couldn't have produced such an extraordinary being. Yet, that's exactly what happened. What secrets lie hidden within? If it truly was a Dayan professional who completed this mission, then this professional. Was it a covert recruitment? Or eliminated? Even if they completed the challenge mission for the first time, they ultimately failed to grow strong enough to stand against them. But the future remains uncertain. This is a matter worthy of deep consideration. Recruiting him could prove difficult to control in the future, and the slightest misstep might backfire. After all, his potential is immense, arguably surpassing everyone today. Dominating the continent is merely a matter of time. Unless a practitioner with even greater talent emerges afterward. Otherwise, he has no rivals. Eliminating him would be a permanent solution, eliminating all future complications. Plus, you'd gain the mysterious Tianhan sword and 3 refining herbs. But before that, the most crucial task is to identify this person and uncover how they achieved such remarkable growth despite minimal resources for cultivation. Even with exceptional talent, such achievements would be impossible without substantial resources. There must be some secret behind it. Unraveling this mystery might even enable them to cultivate even more formidable talents in the future. The situation looked exceptionally promising. First, they had acquired a divination-type practitioner, and now they'd learned of a super genius hailing from the great city of Dadaan. It seemed the Holy Sword Guild might soon sit at the table with the top powers. Wu Baoju took a deep breath and addressed the group. This matter must remain strictly confidential. For now, only we should know this practitioner hails from Dan. The secrets he carries are too significant. This is an opportunity for us. Hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Dan, there was so much potential to be exploited here. They all understood. Wu Baoju turned to Chao Guang and instructed, Old Chao, you'll lead the investigation into this mission in Dian. Full authority rests with you. Leave that diviner behind, better safe than sorry. This is a chance the big powers above us would kill for. Heaven has granted us this opportunity, we can't afford any slip-ups. The rest of us will gather intelligence on other factions to inform sound decision-making. Any objections? The others shook their heads, offering no objections. Seeing this, Wu Baoju declared. The Linglang Guild will flourish across the continent, not confined to Shanghai City alone. Alright, the meeting is adjourned. Dismissed. Chapter 102, Cataclysm, Glacial Summoning, and another encounter with the Linglang Guild. Li Wuwang returned to his residence. As usual, he took out 2 colored eggs, dripped his blood onto each, and placed them back. Only 7 days left until hatching. Gazing at the notification, Li Wuwang felt a surge of anticipation. After all, these were 2 colored great eggs. Let's check the new skills. He immediately activated his innate ice block summoning skill once more. Whoosh! A finger-sized ice cube materialized and fell into Li Wuwang's hand. Well, it really is plain and simple. Cataclysm. Cataclysm successful. Cataclysm class skill, Glacial Summoning LV1. Glacial Summoning, huh? Not bad. I'll test it out in a dungeon later. He then turned his attention to his skill points, pondering them. 14 skill points remaining. His current spirit attribute stood at 120,000. Using a level 4 skill consumes 120,000 spirit per cast. Meteor Summon and Thunderstorm Summon were both level 4, just reaching the required spirit consumption threshold. Tsunami Summon was level 3, which was sufficient for now, no rush to upgrade it. Storm Summon and Volcano Summon are both level 1. Judging by the encounter with those 3 who ambushed him in the snowy region, Storm Summon is slightly underwhelming. After all, as he encounters higher tier professionals, his skills no longer pack the punch they did against lower level opponents. They can't achieve an instant kill anymore. It's time for an upgrade. 12,000 spirit points is barely enough. Upgrade Breeze Summon by 1 level. Skill points 1. Skill points 13. Breeze Summon LV1 LV2. Cataclysm skill, Storm Summon LV1 LV2. Flame Summon leveled up. Skill points 1. Skill points 12. Flame Summon LV1 LV2. Cataclysmic skill, Volcano Summon LV1 LV2. Ice Block Summon leveled up. Skill points 1. Skill points 11. Ice Block Summon LV1 LV2. Cataclysmic skill, Glacier Summon LV1 LV2. With 2 skill levels, using just one would allow 5 casts in a short time. Add in the free casts from the other 5 skills, and you won't even need to wait 2 hours. You can unleash 10 skills in total within a short time frame. 2 of them are even level 4. I should be able to hold my own against some high-tier professionals. Li Wuwang recalled the practitioners he'd battled before, analyzing his current situation by comparing their power levels. Before reaching Tier 5, he could still instantly defeat practitioners. But his encounter in the Snowlands had stirred a sense of unease.
These high-tier practitioners could almost always withstand the initial strike of a level 1 skill, making instant kills impossible. The inability to finish them off instantly created openings a dangerous situation. For battles between high-tier professionals, victory was often decided in a split second. The higher the tier, the more true this became. Moreover, his skills weren't infinitely usable. Once depleted, he'd be at a significant disadvantage. Currently, his lowest skill level was tier 2, with 2 tier 4 skills as backup. For now, he could feel slightly more at ease. After analyzing the situation, Wuwang exhaled softly. I really need to focus on strengthening my abilities. Then I won't have to resort to such calculations. Let's go. 6th tier instance. Might as well test out the new skills. Wuwang rose, purchased a map, and headed straight for the teleportation plaza of the tier 6 public instance. Teleportation plaza. Since the 5th tier, the crowd at the teleportation plaza had gradually thinned. Most were teams of 10 or more who arrived, teleported in immediately, and left without lingering, extremely efficient. The deafening clamor of recruitment halls had vanished entirely. However, one noticeable change was the increased presence of middle-aged faces. Up to and including the 5th tier, the faces were mostly teenagers and young adults, with few middle-aged individuals. At the 6th tier, however, middle-aged faces became the majority, with only a small fraction of younger faces remaining. This clearly shows that the 5th tier marks a significant watershed. Wuwang felt no particular emotion about this. He walked alone to the teleportation point at the square center and stepped inside. You have entered the 6th tier public instance. Current faction, Deadened City. As the prompt appeared, Wuwang entered the tier 6 public instance. Lifting his gaze, he immediately spotted a conspicuous signpost planted in the ground. Wuwang focused his gaze upon it, reading. Beginning at tier 6, the number of practitioners from Deadened City plummets. They are extremely vulnerable in public instances. We urge everyone to unite, assist one another, and grow together. Deadened City really is weak. From what I've observed, tier 5 is a watershed point. Starting at tier 6, the number of practitioners drops sharply. It's only natural. The sparse crowd in the teleportation instance is likely due to this reason. Other districts probably aren't like this. Wuwang muttered to himself, then shook his head. He pulled out the instance map, searching for areas where main mental energy gear might drop. Shortly after, he found his answer. Dream-devouring monster forest. Monster levels range from 270 to 280. Specializes in psychic type attacks and is extremely susceptible to illusions and dream-based confusion. Offers the highest drop rate for primary spirit stat gear. Though the monsters here are lower level overall, the peak level is quite decent. Wuwang made up his mind, confirmed his direction, and activated his flight skill, soaring toward the dream-devouring monster forest. Half an hour later, he arrived at the outskirts of the dream-devouring forest and immediately heard voices arguing. What do you mean you've reserved the place? We were here first. And this spot's closest to our Deadened City entry point, it's clearly our turf. What's that supposed to mean? Is this public instance your personal property? Why should we give it up? You must be out of your minds. You're not even afraid of the Linglang Guild, are you? Hearing the commotion, Wuwang furrowed his brow slightly and activated Eagle Eyes. He saw dozens of people facing off against each other at the outskirts of the Dream Eater Forest. One side numbered over 30, while the other had only 20-odd members. People are already here. Seems the market for main spirit value gear is huge. This stuff is wildly popular. Basically every zone like this has people. Wuwang had no intention of moving elsewhere. After all, mental energy was indispensable to him. He had no shortage of levels to grind. He could level up anytime, anywhere. What he lacked was mental energy, especially since the gear provided significant bonuses. So he moved a bit closer, deciding to observe the situation first. Exclusive access? He could take over the whole place too. What the hell is the Linglang Guild? I'm not scared. Why should I give it up for you lot? The professional bellowing at the top of his lungs was from the group of over 20 people. He seemed to be their leader, a warrior-type class. Right. We won't back down today. What's this Linglang Guild? I'm not scared. If it comes to it, we'll fight. Damn it, let's just fight. You're nothing but bullies taking advantage of your numbers. Reserve the whole place? My ass. We were here first. You showed up late. We usually don't bother arguing, but you've pushed it too far. Today, we're going all out. The group of over 20 players, all professionals, roared with righteous indignation. The leader of the opposing group spoke in a chilling tone. Fine. You lot from Dan, a bunch of lowly beasts, think you're getting cocky, huh? He was a 9th tier professional, an unrivaled force in 6th tier dungeons. The highest ranked DN professional before him was merely a 6th tier, level 280, a mere trifle. He could crush at will. Today, I'll show you what 9th tier looks like. Before he could finish, a thunderous shout erupted from above. Shut the up. I've got this place booked. All you uninvited guests, get the hell out of here.
Chapter 103, Arrogant and Overbearing, Confrontation and Killing. The voice echoed, startling everyone present.
All eyes turned toward its origin. Hovering diagonally above them, a 2-meter-tall, muscular professional stood with a pair of black, translucent wings spread behind him, gazing down at them. The leader of the 30-plus group frowned.
And who are you? Did these people not hold the Ling Lang Guild in any regard? Daring to snatch a spot the Ling Lang Guild had set its sights on? Had they grown tired of living, or was the Ling Lang Guild simply too lenient? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is this place is mine. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't get the hell out, don't blame me for clearing you all out too.
Li Wuwang's tone, complemented by his imposing physique, carried a palpable sense of authority.
His words fell like a thunderclap, silencing the crowd. Resentment surged in their hearts, yet they felt powerless. Kid, man up and give us your name. Don't try to intimidate us with empty threats. You think I'd be scared by your cheap talk?
The leader of the group of over 30 people, a professional, finally realized they were members of the Ling Lang Guild and had no reason to be afraid. This thought gave him some courage.
Go ahead and try.
Li Wuwang offered no further comment, merely flashing a smile.
We're from the Ling Lang Guild? What kind of standing does the Ling Lang Guild hold in Shanghai City? I needn't elaborate, right?
The man declared his faction's name, his words dripping with menace.
50 seconds remaining.
Li Wuwang noted the time matter-of-factly.
The group of over 20 Dayan practitioners on this side all fell silent.
The towering professional flying through the sky made them sense something was amiss. Their surging blood cooled considerably, and they regained their composure. Without the backing of a powerful guild like Linglong, they felt decidedly uneasy facing such an arrogant solo professional. Boss, what should we do? One of them turned to the warrior-class adventurer, his expression grim as he asked.
What else can we do? Let's retreat first.
The warrior-class adventurer sighed helplessly.
This sudden intruder felt off to him. If he wasn't a pushover, then he must be acting with reckless confidence. But in his estimation, if the opponent wasn't a pushover, it could only mean the latter. The Ling Lang Guild could still rely on their fervor to put up a fight.
But this newcomer, unknown identity, unknown strength, spouting off with such confidence, was clearly not someone they could afford to provoke.
What a rotten day. How can people be so lacking in manners, not understanding the concept of first come, first served? The speaker vented his frustration, visibly worn out. If their great peace city were still powerful, would these people dare to be so arrogant? Would they be treated like this, ordered around by others? Let's go. We can always come back another time.
The warrior leader cast a lingering glance at the figure in the sky before swiftly leading his group away.
They did not depart entirely.
Instead, they positioned themselves on a ridge beside the Dream Eater forest and began observing.
The warrior leader bowed to the group and said, "Today's events were unexpected. My apologies to everyone.
I'll select a new area later for us to grind experience and gear." The others shook their heads in unison, murmuring,
"Boss, it's fine. This isn't your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's those jerks. They hogged the place every day. How are other adventurers supposed to survive? Sigh, it's all because we're too weak. If we had the strength, we wouldn't have to endure this resentment. Sigh, when will Dayan adventurers ever gain real standing?
In this dungeon, we're treated like stray dogs, ordered around by others.
The Ling Lang Guild.
They bully people with their power, but they only get to show off in these low-tier dungeons.
Once they hit the high-tier ones, they'll have to tuck their tails between their legs. ING assholes.
That guy who showed up later didn't look like much better either.
Birds of a feather. They're all unreasonable people. Let them fight among themselves. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show."
Hearing these words, the leader of the display professionals neither refuted nor agreed. Something felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. So he simply stopped thinking about it and addressed the group.
"All right, quiet down, everyone. Let's assess the situation first. Wait until they've both been beaten to a pulp." Before he could finish, a startled cry erupted. "Holy! That guy from Ling Lang Guild just revealed his rank. Damn, 9th tier. That's 3 whole tiers higher than us." At the exclamation, everyone immediately looked over and checked.
There, the leader of the Ling Lang Guild displayed his level, 9th tier, level 430.
What? He's a 9th tier professional? This time the Ling Lang Guild actually sent a 9th tier professional? Previously, the highest was only 1 tier above us, right? How come they're sending someone 3 tiers higher to lead the team now?
Whoa, being just 1 tier higher makes you practically unbeatable in a tier 6 dungeon.
3 tiers higher. Man, even if we tied him up, he'd still beat us to a pulp. This is gonna be a show. The guy who shows up later is gonna get his comeuppance. Feels good. Thank goodness he scared us off. Otherwise, facing that 9th tier, we'd probably be dead already. You're right. We really owe that latecomer big time. If we'd actually faced that 9th tier pro, we'd all be dead. That tall guy must be regretting his big talk now. He's facing a 9th tier player. If he doesn't register his name soon, he'll be finished. A wave of gasps rippled through the group, lingering fear still palpable. A 9th tier professional was simply too overwhelming for them, mere 6th tier practitioners. If it were just 1 tier higher, they might have had the guts to fight back. But 3 tiers higher, it would have been a one-sided slaughter. Fortunately, someone arrived later and talked them out of it. Otherwise, facing a 9th tier professional would have meant certain death. Let's observe first. The warrior leader frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the distant situation. Hey, kid! Register your name already? Sign up now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if you have powerful connections, it won't save you. The leader of the Linglang Guild displayed his level and issued a warning. Wuwang remained expressionless, glancing at the timer. 10 seconds remained. Seeing this, he smiled and reminded them. Time's almost up. Chapter 104, Glacial Summon activated, Desperate Adventurers. 10. 9. Seeing this, the 9th tier professional below sneered with a vicious expression. I'd love to see what you can do to me after 10 seconds. As a 9th tier adventurer backed by the Linglang Guild, he had nothing to fear. The other practitioners burst into laughter, as if watching some cute little thing. This guy's got some nerve, daring to go against our Linglang Guild? Give us a minute? My ass. Ha, this guy's no little cutie. Counting down? We're not going anywhere today. We'll just stand right here and see what you can do after 10 seconds. This is laughable. Think we'd be scared? Linglang Guild doesn't have any cowards. Exactly. What kind of skill is this? Counting down to scare us off? Must be living in a dream. However, Wuwang paid no heed to these voices, continuing his countdown. 5. 4. 3. By the time he reached 3, the professional practitioners wore mocking smiles on their faces, their gazes fixed on the muscular youth in the air, as if daring him to do something about it. 2. 1. The minute ended, and Wuwang activated 2 skills in succession. Target locked LV4. Glacial Summon LV2. Ha, the minute's up, and I'm still standing. What about your? The 9th tier practitioner burst into laughter, but mid-laugh, his expression froze. His eyes widened in sheer terror. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as a razor-sharp ice spike erupted from beneath the 9th tier practitioner, piercing straight through his chest. It pinned him to the spot as crimson blood gushed forth, blooming into vivid crimson blossoms. Gah! A sound forced its way from the 9th tier professional's throat as he gasped for air, staring up at the towering figure in the sky with terror in his eyes. Crockle! 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 An eerie chill swept over the area. Starting from the 9th tier practitioner, layers of frost spread outward like a burst dam, unstoppable. Accompanying the frost were sharp, slanted icicles that shot out one after another, resembling the barbs on a feline's tongue. Thud! 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 The sound of flesh being pierced echoed through the air. Every member of the Linglang Guild stared in terror, their eyes filled with dread. They tried to move, only to discover they couldn't muster any strength. Their bodies, pierced by the ice spikes, were frozen in place. Ah! Shrieks of agony rose in waves, echoing relentlessly. What is this? This can't be, this absolutely can't be. I can't move. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Ah! No! Azure ice pillars, stained with crimson blood, glistened with a crystalline, icy-cold radiance under the sunlight, an eerie solemnity pervading the air. Trees, flowers, grass, everything was encased in a thick layer of frost. Yet the glacier continued its rapid advance toward the Dream Eater forest, and the icicles kept growing. In an instant, the entire area transformed into a scene of stark, bitter winter. Upon the ice pillars, long, sharp icicles grew frantically. Everyone except the 9th tier professional stood frozen in place, impaled like hedgehogs by the ice pillars. Blood trickled down the pillars, instantly frozen solid by the bitter cold. The 9th tier practitioner attempted to resist, but one ice pillar after another pierced through his body. With each penetration, his vitality began to fade. Ah! Who are you? The 9th rank's desperate cry echoed, his face contorted in terror as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. Put! As the final ice spike pierced his skull, his life force was severed completely. He was dead as a doornail. I told you I reserved the place. Why are you still standing here? If you don't die, who will? At the same time, not far from the Dream Eater forest, atop a mountain ridge, the professionals of Dayan City who witnessed this horrific scene felt their scalps crawl in disbelief. What the hell is this? A glacier? What kind of technique is this? Even a 9th tier professional didn't have time to react. It's terrifying. Terrifying indeed. In an instant, the glacier spread out, its icy spikes freezing everyone in place. Whoa! I feel this bone-chilling coldness washing over me. No one had anticipated this unfolding scene, utterly unexpected. They had assumed the muscle-bound guy in the sky would be crushed by the 9th tier professionals. Instead, in an instant, the muscle-bound kid had wiped out the entire group. The warrior leading this group sucked in a sharp breath, his lips trembling as he spoke. His power must surpass 10th rank. Otherwise, how could a 9th rank professional from Linglang Guild fail to resist? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. 1 strike, 1 kill. What class is he? A mage? But his appearance. All of this left him utterly stunned, yet he also felt a sense of having narrowly escaped death. Had he not retreated then, he would have been among those pierced by the glacial spikes when the minute ended. Thankfully, I regained my senses in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He spoke with a grave expression, gasping for fresh air. The glacier spreading before him at a terrifying speed felt suffocating and oppressive. It seemed like an unstoppable force of nature. Yeah, big brother, you made the right call. That's how we survived. Who could have imagined he'd be this terrifying? Even a 9th tier professional couldn't resist him. It seems it wasn't overconfidence, it was absolute certainty. Which district's professional is he? Terrifying. For us low-tier professionals, it's nothing short of devastating. Everyone spoke with lingering fear, gasping for breath. Life and death had hung by a thread, separated by a mere minute. Has this glacier stopped yet? It's spreading toward the Dream Eater forest, and its height keeps rising, it's nearly engulfing the trees. Gazing at the rapidly expanding glacier ahead, the warrior felt both horror and profound helplessness. What kind of power, what tier of adventurer could achieve this? He couldn't even begin to imagine. The members of the Linglang Guild are all buried beneath that glacier. The warrior's throat convulsed. The scene felt like a boulder pressing down on his heart, suffocatingly oppressive. Yet something felt off. He looked at the others and said, "Let's retreat first. Surviving 2 waves of unstoppable foes is already a miracle. This place is no longer safe for us to linger." Chapter 105, Experience Surge, Re-entering the Forbidden Zone, the Cold Prison Mountains. Wuwang watched as the glacier engulfed most of the Dream Eater forest, nodding with satisfaction. The glacier's power is quite effective. While it can't instantly kill a 9th tier professional, it's incredibly torturous and they can't resist it. Simultaneously, kill notifications began popping up. Killed level 275 monster, Dream Devouring Flower. Experience plus 55,000. Killed level 275 monster, Dream Devouring Vine. Experience plus 55,000. Killed level 280 monster, Nightmare Serpent. Experience plus 65,000. Killed 280 level monster, Illusion Butterfly. Experience plus 66,000. Kill. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 255 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 265, gaining 1 skill point. You have reached level 270 and gained 1 skill point. Seeing the pop-up notification, Wuwang had anticipated this outcome. The monsters in this area weren't the highest level in the current dungeon, so the experience gained was minimal. Moreover, as levels increased, the amount of experience required grew exponentially. Let me see what gear they dropped. Wuwang turned his gaze toward the glowing points converging toward him. Judging by their colors, the highest tier among the drop items was epic. And there were only 3 pieces. There were about 10 rare pieces and 20 or so fine pieces. He glanced at the detailed description of the epic gear. It focused on mental stats, but the star rating was underwhelming. The highest was only 3 stars. The spirit stat bonuses were minimal, and there were no standout special effects. The boost to his stats was simply too small. This area doesn't even have a boss? Wuwang felt helpless, but he understood. Perhaps the newbie aura had worn off. Besides, areas like this probably get farmed daily, so low drop rates are to be expected. Good gear was something you stumbled upon, not something you could demand. Forget it. I'll find a new area. Farming gear will just be a side goal. My main objective is still leveling up. The bonuses from advancing far outweigh any gear. Wuwang stowed the dropped gear away, then pulled out his map to scout new locations. His gaze immediately locked onto the highest level area within the current instance. After a thorough search, he discovered 5 areas containing the highest level 300. Among them, the Cold Prison Mountains stood out as particularly unique. Not only was it vast in size, but it also bore a distinctive red warning symbol. Cold Prison Mountains. This area is far larger than ordinary zones, almost an entire mountain range stretching hundreds of kilometers. Wuwang was somewhat astonished, having never encountered such a zone before. Previous zones had been no larger than 20 square kilometers at most. Yet this single mountain range alone stretched over 100 kilometers in length, infinitely larger than anything he'd seen before. This area is perfect for me, isn't it? Wuwang made up his mind, stowed away the map, and flew toward the Cold Prison Mountains. After roughly 2 hours, he finally reached the outskirts of the Cold Prison Mountains. Simultaneously, a notification popped up. You have entered the Cold Prison Mountains. Monster levels, 290-300. Warning! Warning! Teleportation will be disabled in this area. Leave this area immediately. Leave this area immediately. Staring at the flashing red exclamation mark on the warning, Wuwang grew increasingly excited. He knew he had come to the right place. This place is similar to a secret realm, but with level restrictions.
However, the level restriction only applies to the monster's levels. Their strength is unknown, but it must be significantly higher than your current level.
Otherwise, such a strong warning wouldn't be necessary. Perfect.
A zone like this should have much better drop rates. Wuwang immediately flew toward the mountain range.
Whoosh! Shortly after arriving, several whistling sounds pierced the air.
Wuwang focused his gaze and saw several white feathers, sharp as arrows, hurtling toward him.
Attacks this slow aren't fast enough to hit me.
Wuwang skillfully adjusted his position and flight speed, effortlessly evading every swift strike.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The whistling sounds erupted again, this time significantly louder than before. Hearing this, Wuwang frowned and immediately grew alert. He saw a torrent of feathers pouring toward him, moving at incredible speed and radiating pure killing intent. He activated his movement skill, Phantom Shadow Step. Activating Phantom Shadow Step in tandem with Stormwing Knight, his speed reached its absolute limit, as if traversing space and time itself. Trailing after him were countless afterimages as Wuwang vanished in an instant, reappearing hundreds of meters away.
The attack was once again evaded.
Hovering in midair, Wuwang's gaze hardened with a hint of ruthlessness. Clearly, something was targeting him. He activated Eagle Vision, scanning the direction the feather had come from, yet found nothing. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air.
Is this attack from the monster, or what? Why can't I detect anything? Wuwang frowned, pondering for a moment.
Fortunately, he had upgraded his Phantom Step skill to level 3, reducing its cooldown to just 2 seconds. The distance it could cover had also increased to around 80 meters. Combined with the transformed Stormwing, he could vanish hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Before he could make his next move, another storm of feathers descended from the sky.
Wait, am I being targeted? Wuwang activated his skill again, evading all the attacks.
Truly the cold prison mountains.
Even before reaching its depths, it presents such a threat.
Wuwang sighed inwardly, but instead of feeling daunted, it ignited a fire within him. The first time he'd been passive, the first time a fierce battle cry had ignited within him.
Whoosh!
A thunderous whistling pierced the air, louder and more terrifying than before, like a soaring eagle. The moment he heard the sound, Wuwang sprang into action, whirling around to see a massive feather hurtling toward him. Wuwang darted back over 100 meters. Yet the feather seemed to have eyes of its own, turning back to pursue Wuwang once more.
Tracking lock? Testing me? Alright, I'll play along for now.
Watching the feather change course but still failing to catch him, Wuwang paused to consider.
He chose not to use his Cataclysm skill to block it.
Instead, he continued to dodge and weave until the massive feather gradually slowed its pace. Wuwang feigned exhaustion, halting mid-air once more as his gaze fixed on the slowing feather. The feather abruptly changed course again, soaring toward the distant mountain range. Seeing this, Wuwang activated his eagle eye, scanning the direction the feather had flown. 3 white figures soared out from the mountains, heading straight for Wuwang. The white figures were none other than 3 enormous snow-white eagles. Perched atop each of the 3 white eagles stood a person. All 3 possessed an extraordinary aura, their equipment radiating a special luster that clearly signaled its immense value. The feather was intercepted mid-air by the middle eagle. So it was people testing me after all, Wuwang thought, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes. What purpose did these 3 have in probing him? Had he used his Cataclysm skill to shatter the feather just now, these people likely wouldn't have emerged so easily. Shadow Step upgraded to level 5.
Skill points 7. Shadow Step LV3 LV5. Skill points 8.
Only then did Wuwang turn his gaze toward the 3 figures hurtling toward him, demanding, "Friends, we seem to have no grudge between us. Why attack me?"
Chapter 106, so it's the Linglang Guild and the G family die.
Wuwang stared at the trio, demanding an explanation.
Ha, no hard feelings, friend. My buddy here got a bit too eager.
Seeing you flying so boldly over the cold prison mountains, he just wanted to test the waters. One of the spellcaster-type professionals laughed heartily, as if the matter were insignificant.
Ha! But attacking so casually? That's a bit arrogant and overbearing, don't you think?
Wuwang was certain their intentions went far beyond this.
He feigned compliance, playing along.
An attack of that caliber would have killed any other practitioner under those feathers.
From their words and demeanor, Wuwang could almost guarantee that if he unleashed his cataclysmic skill, these individuals would likely vanish once they realized they couldn't handle him.
Then he'd just have to swallow his pride and take the loss.
My friend speaks wisely, the man said with a smile. I'll teach him a lesson when I return.
Though he spoke of punishment, his eyes betrayed utter indifference, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters.
Where might you be from, friend? The man suddenly inquired. Seems like your first time in the cold prison mountains? Wuwang retorted, I owe you no explanation. Whether this is my first time here or not, what business is it of yours? Cut the nonsense. You think you can brush off attacking me with a few words? The man remained silent, but the professional among the 3 spoke up with a peculiar tone. Aren't you standing here perfectly fine right now? Didn't my feather attack harm you? Why the relentless pressure? Hearing this, Li Wuwang frowned, his tone sharp. I dodged it, that's my skill. You attacked me, that's your fault. With that, Li Wuwang spread his hands and declared. If that's how you see it, then there's nothing left to discuss. You stand there, I attack you, you retaliate, that's the end of it. Hearing this, the middle-ranked professional fumed. Friend, we've already shown you considerable leniency. Push us any further, and don't blame us for losing our patience. What was his status? He was no mere country bumpkin. Stand here and be a target? The mage chuckled and explained, my brother here is always a bit straightforward. We can't talk him out of it. Friend, you'd better find another way to resolve this. After all, our status is rather sensitive. If you lay a finger on us, it'll bring you nothing but unnecessary trouble. Speak up. What do you want? As long as it's not too unreasonable, we can accommodate you. Li Wuwang chuckled. Finding it amusing. He retorted, so now you're threatening me with your status? You attack me, and now it's my fault I didn't get hurt? He was eager to see just how shameless these people could be. Not only did the non-apologizer show no humility or remorse, but he even adopted a haughty, arrogant demeanor. The professional who had remained silent spoke up. You're right about that. If you'd died, none of this would have happened. So surviving is your fault. Li Wuwang laughed bitterly. These people were utterly arrogant. What spoiled brats from some privileged family were they? Didn't they fear being killed? After all this talk, which faction do you represent? Li Wuwang demanded. Hearing this, the mage-type professional explained with a smile, Shanghai City. Ever heard of it? As one of the continent's foremost urban districts, Mountain Sea City possessed profound heritage and authority. Even high-ranking practitioners from ordinary cities wouldn't dare offend them lightly. They'd already tested the youth before them. Aside from his exceptional agility, the rest seemed rather ordinary. After all, no practitioner could master every skill, they could only excel in one particular area. The professional they were testing clearly possessed maxed-out agility and high-level evasion skills, which allowed them to dodge the attacks of their beast pets. Besides, what young heir with connections and influence would venture out alone? Almost none. Therefore, they concluded this individual was simply an ordinary professional with exceptional agility. Shanghai City? Shanghai City again? Yes. Didn't scare you, did it? The mage nodded, brimming with pride. What faction is Shanghai City? Tell me about it, Li Wuwang said indifferently. The Linglong Guild. Question mark. Let me be blunt. The one who attacked you, well, him. The mage pointed at the central figure. He's the biological son of the Linglang Guild's leader. And he continued, is a direct descendant of the Ji family of Shanghai City. As he spoke, all three men couldn't help but lift their heads slightly. TSK, quite the powerful connections, Li Wuwang murmured. They say enemies always meet in the narrowest of paths, and that couldn't be truer. Not only the Linglang Guild, but now a direct descendant of the Ji family of Shanghai City had appeared. I've told you all this much already, that's showing you considerable favor. So you know what to do next, right? The mage class practitioner fixed Li Wuwang with a piercing stare. What should I do? Li Wuwang retorted. The mage laughed heartily and declared. What should you do? Ha ha ha. We're giving you a chance. State your name. If it's greater than ours, we can talk things out properly, even apologize. If it's not greater than ours, you know what happens. Without hesitation, Li Wuwang declared bluntly, no need for games. I'm from Danan City. No background to speak of. Hearing this, the trio froze for a moment before erupting into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Dan isn't even worthy of lacing our boots. Are you sure you're not messing with us? Practitioners from Dayan City are rare in dungeons above tier 6, let alone in the cold prison mountains. A professional from a fallen city? You think you can dictate terms to us? Seeing their lingering skepticism, Li Wuwang revealed his true allegiance. The mage's expression instantly turned cold as he revealed his true colors. So you really are from Dayan. Well, that takes care of my concerns. I've been telling you all this because my brother is a ranged class. He needs better agility skills and flight abilities, and I see you've got just what he needs. How about you die and make room for my brother? Generally, skill books vanish after use, becoming part of the practitioner's abilities. But there was one special exception, universal skills. Universal skills can be learned by any class. After learning them, death causes them to drop again. Flight skills and agility skills are almost always universal. Yet, differences in class attributes cause varying effects when learned by different professions. I see. So it all comes back to me having to die after all. But it does pique my interest. Li Wuwang now understood they were after his agility and flight skills. No wonder something kept attacking him mid-flight. Shall we take you down, or will you surrender? We've seen through your evasion techniques, you won't escape today. Li Wuwang intended to let these men sink into despair before meeting their end. Smiling, he said. You must have heard about the Fire Clan's sky-high bounty in Skyfire City, and the disappearance of Linglong Guild's professionals in the dungeon. Hearing this, the two Linglang Guild members paled, instantly alert. What are you implying? Who are you?
Chapter 107, The Terrified Crowd. He was the mastermind behind it all.
Who am I? You'll find out soon enough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two skills activated simultaneously. Target locked LV4. Thunderstorm summon LV4. Rumble. Eerie thunderclaps erupted abruptly in the tranquil sky, and dark clouds began to gather in vast numbers.
Oppressive dread instantly gripped the three, for they sensed an immense energy gathering, already locked onto them.
Who are you? Are you the murderer who killed my Linglang Guild?
No matter how arrogant they had been, both men snapped to attention in that instant.
The disappearance of Linglang Guild's professionals in the dungeon was no secret.
Much less the fact that they were descendants of Linglang Guild's high-ranking members.
Dunan, my father has already sent people to Dian. You can't kill me. The professional standing between them was pale with terror, his voice trembling as he spoke. I'm from the G family of Shanghai City.
Spare me, and I'll agree to any terms.
At that moment,
within the mountain range,
an elderly practitioner sensed the sky's transformation and instantly paled with horror. This is bad.
The young master is in danger.
How could this be?
He never imagined that this practitioner he had overlooked possessed such formidable power. He immediately pushed his flight skill to its absolute limit, hurtling skyward at breakneck speed.
Run! Run now!
The shrill voice pierced the air, snapping the three out of their terror.
They began to flee.
Without another thought, they spurred their beast companions into flight.
But then, the lightning struck. Crack!
Purple lightning split down from the black clouds, like a gaping wound torn open in space, a sight that made the blood run cold.
Save me, Uncle Ba! Save!
Before the words could finish, the lightning struck him down.
The mage-class practitioner instantly turned to ash.
Seeing this, the other two practitioners immediately abandoned their beast companions, attempting to break free from the lock-on.
Crack! Crack!
Two more bolts of lightning struck, hitting the two beast pets squarely. They were instantly reduced to ashes.
We escaped! Who is he? How could he master such terrifying lightning skills? He's the one who killed our Linglang Guild's professional. The Fire family's direct descendant in Tianhua City. He's probably responsible for that too. Run! Run! If we can just escape and expose his identity, he's as good as dead. Run! He's locked onto us.
The two survivors felt a glimmer of hope for survival.
Seeing the raging sea of lightning left behind, they were overjoyed. Eighth uncle. The elderly adventurer finally arrived.
Seeing his young master unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately urged.
Leave immediately. Don't linger a moment. Seize the chance to teleport out and summon reinforcements. I'll buy you time. Yes, Uncle Ba. The two continued their escape.
Within the cold prison mountains, even when not engaged in combat, teleportation remained impossible.
They had to completely leave the area before teleportation would be possible.
Wuwang frowned at the new arrival.
Did you order them to attack me?
The elderly professional dodged the raging sea of lightning, his voice icy.
Boy, do you even know whose family you're trying to kill?
If you stop now, I'll leave immediately.
We'll pretend nothing ever happened.
Wuwang smiled faintly.
Are you a dog for the G family, or a dog for the Linglang Guild?
The elderly professional's beard bristled with fury as he snarled.
Whoever you are, the G family will never let you off the hook.
A 13th tier professional venturing into the 6th tier dungeon, only to be called a dog by some young upstart.
It was utterly humiliating.
Yet he dared not strike, resorting instead to verbal delay tactics to buy time for the young master.
The G clan. You so-called great powers are each more arrogant and tyrannical than the last. Have you ever considered the day when your arrogance will come back to bite you?
Wuwang sneered.
Oomph. You mere whelp.
Survival of the fittest is the natural order.
The power of our clan is beyond the comprehension of a lone wolf like you.
The weak are merely tools for the strong to practice upon.
The elderly practitioner snorted coldly.
Never before had anyone dared defy the G family so brazenly. Today, he had witnessed it firsthand. But such people never end well.
The G family will make them pay dearly.
You're right.
Then die.
With that, the final bolt of lightning struck down.
Crack.
The elderly practitioner sensed the energy fluctuations as the power was unleashed, and he burst into maniacal laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Time's up.
Young master should be flying out of the cold prison mountains by now. Once word spreads, you won't live long.
As the thunderbolt struck, the elderly practitioner mustered his strength to resist.
Layer upon layer of protective shields enveloped his body, and he even unleashed several counterattacks to nullify the lightning's power. Today, this old man shall test the might of your thunder.
Ah!
The old practitioner's face contorted in fury as he roared against the thunder.
How can it possess such power? I can't even hold out for 2 seconds. What kind of power are you wielding? Boom!
Yet all his efforts were futile.
He lasted less than 2 seconds before being engulfed by the sea of lightning, reduced to ashes. Having dealt with this one, Wuwang turned toward the direction the two had fled and declared, "Escape? You won't get away." He activated his movement skill. Phantom Step LV.5. Combining it with Storm Wing, he flashed toward their escape route. Traces of his figure multiplied along the path, his form flickering like a specter, seemingly weaving through space itself. The pursuit ended swiftly. Wuwang had already caught up to the two, who were nearing the edge of the cold prison mountains. "Where do you think you're running?" A ghostly voice echoed behind them, utterly eerie. The pair nearly had their souls shaken out of them, their bodies instantly drenched in cold sweat. "I'm impossible. Uncle Ba is a 13th tier professional. You couldn't have caught up this fast. Why your speed wasn't this fast before? How could you?" Staring at Wuwang, who now glided beside them with a smile, the pair began to cry in terror. That smile, in their eyes, seemed as terrifying as a demon from hell. Despair. Even Uncle 8, a 13th tier professional, couldn't stop him. How on earth did he get through? Terror. Spare us. Whatever you want, we'll give it to you. Just let us go, I beg you. No matter how fast they sped, they couldn't shake this ghostly warrior. Desperate, they began begging for mercy, their current humiliation a stark contrast to their former arrogance. I have no grudge against you. It was him. He attacked you. I didn't lay a finger on you. Please spare me. I don't want to die. The G family professional abruptly changed his tune, attempting to distance himself from the situation. Wuwang asked, "Spare you? Is that possible?" "Yes." "Really? If you spare us, we'll agree to anything." The pair felt their hopes for survival reignite, and they begged even more humbly. Wuwang flashed a row of pearly white teeth and smiled faintly. Next lifetime. Chapter 108, deep into the heart of the cold prison mountains, monsters that understand human speech. The pair, who had just clung to a glimmer of hope, collapsed completely upon hearing Wuwang's words, overcome with terror. You're not human. You're a devil. Demon. Roar. In the next instant, a violent storm swept in, engulfing the two who had sunk into utter despair. The raging tempest lashed like a million steel blades, relentlessly slicing through their bodies. Within moments, the storm tore them apart completely, hurling their remains to the ground. Their agonized screams were drowned out by the howling wind, eerie as the wails of ghosts. The storm swept across the land, instantly leveling a vast expanse into a barren wasteland. It's over. Wuwang felt little emotion at the sight before him. Without lingering, he turned back toward the cold prison mountains. This time, he went straight to the heart of the cold prison mountains. Flying high above, Wuwang scanned the landscape below and noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The plants here bore an appearance woven from blue and red, as if crafted from ice and fire. Even the stones bore this pattern. Cold prison, so that's what it means. Wuwang muttered under his breath. Roar! At that moment, beneath Wuwang, a giant ape with blue and red fur roared at him from below, repeatedly beating its chest as if taunting him. Wuwang shook his head. "I've no interest in you. You're far too insignificant." Gazing at the defiant ape, Wuwang showed no intention of attacking. The main reason was that there was only one, and he hadn't spotted any others nearby. Wasting a skill on just one giant ape simply wasn't worth it. Roar! As if understanding human speech, the ape bellowed repeatedly, baring its sharp fangs. The thud of its chest beating echoed like bombs detonating. Whoa, you're getting feisty. But you're still no match. Maybe if you called in all your aunts and uncles, I'd reconsider. Wuwang wasn't looking down on the gorilla, it was simply not worth the effort. The moment the words left his mouth, the gorilla ceased its provocation. After a brief pause, it turned and bolted away. What's that supposed to mean? Did it really go call its relatives? Wuwang was slightly surprised. This was the first time he'd encountered a monster that understood human speech. But then doubt crept in. Did it really understand? Wuwang shook his head, just as he was about to leave, when a voice called out from below. Hey! Why'd it run off? A rustling sound followed. Wuwang looked down to see a group of 7 hunters emerging from the bushes. One of them looked up at Wuwang in the air and grumbled, "Hey, buddy. If you're just passing through, don't mess with our hunt. We finally got a cold prison giant ape in our sights, and you scared it off." Hearing the words from below, Wuwang's mouth twitched. I didn't notice you guys. Sigh. Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting for this chance? The man sighed, clearly frustrated. How long? Wuwang asked instinctively. Professional hunters were still conducting a hunt deep within the cold prison mountains? A whole week, the man said, on the verge of tears. A whole week just for a gorilla? Wuwang asked doubtfully. Is this thing really that good? Is it worth it? You didn't know? The man looked puzzled himself before explaining, this cold prison gorilla has a high chance of dropping epic tier gear, and even a certain probability of dropping legendary tier gear. Wuwang replied, I really didn't know.
He never bothered to learn about the monster types or drop rates in the dungeons. It was too much trouble to learn, and he never stayed long enough in any single instance. At this rate, he wouldn't even finish exploring the current dungeon before moving on to the next one. When would it ever end? What brings you here? To venture alone into this place, you must be no pushover, the man asked, frowning. He'd never encountered someone like this before, someone who dared venture into the cold prison mountains knowing nothing? Could he be some muscle-bound dimwit raised by some powerful faction? I'm here to grind levels, Wuwang stated. Grind levels? Not only the speaker, but the 6 men behind him couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. They'd never heard of anyone actually grinding levels in the cold prison mountains. The man found it rather amusing and said, "Friend, don't joke with us. Most practitioners come to the cold prison mountains to farm gear. Why not go to a more normal area to level up? Those places not only have monster clusters, but the risks are much lower too. The efficiency is way better than in the cold prison mountains." Hearing this, Wuwang finally explained, "Actually, I'm here for gear too. It's just safer to be cautious when you're alone." The man cut straight to the point. "Fine. Whatever your purpose, we've waited 7 days, this can't go to waste. We were this close to getting it. And what do? You show up right at the worst possible moment, scaring off the cold prison giant ape. How are you going to compensate us?" Wuwang replied, "What do you want?" At that moment, a fellow professional behind the man interjected. "Forget it, boss. He didn't mean to. We were hiding in the shadows and didn't warn him." The man sighed. "I'd like to let it go too, but those cold prison gorillas are cunning and suspicious by nature. The slightest hint of trouble sends them running. They mostly hunt in packs, and a pack of cold prison gorillas is terrifying. Solo hunts like today's are rare, a precious opportunity." His words seemed directed at the man behind him, yet also deliberately meant for Wuwang to hear. Wuwang understood immediately this was a direct reference to him. After a moment's thought, he said, "How about I compensate you with one?" After all, it was just one giant ape. He could easily locate it using his eagle eye. The man frowned, muttering, "How exactly would you compensate us? Opportunities like this are fleeting. Do you really think it understands human speech? What if it calls in all its relatives? That thing's too cunning. Your appearance made it wary. It spotted us lurking in the shadows and fled. They'd been lying in wait perfectly well. If no one had disturbed them, once the cold prison gorilla entered the ambush zone, they could have taken it down before it grew suspicious. But I feel like it actually understood," Wuwang mused, his thoughts drifting back. The gorilla had only fled after he spoke. It didn't seem like it had sensed others lurking in the shadows. The other man chuckled helplessly. "You really don't get it. If it could understand human speech, I'd strip naked and run a lap around the cold prison mountains right now." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground began to tremble violently, accompanied by a series of thunderous thuds as something stomped across the earth. Clearly, a horde of monsters was closing in. Chapter 109, The Beast Tide Approaches. You want them all? What's that sound? The leader of the adventurers instantly grew alert, his gaze darting around. Not far away, on the hillside, the trees were violently shaking, and the area of tremor was steadily moving closer. What is it? An earthquake? Where'd an earthquake come from? This commotion, it's gotta be a beast tide? A beast tide? Damn it, no way, a beast tide in the cold prison mountains isn't good news. The group of adventurers grew panicked, their voices rising in confusion. Wuwang, hovering above, clearly saw what had caused the massive tremor. A herd of giant apes. A huge group, at least 20 of them. Damn, it actually understood and called all its relatives over. "Hey, buddy, the cold prison gorillas are back. What do you say?" Wuwang looked down at the professional below and warned him. Is that the cold prison gorilla? Yes, I see it. Just one? One shouldn't make this much noise. No, it's a group. Hearing Wuwang's words, the adventurer's face instantly paled as he exclaimed. Damn it! Could it really understand human speech? His mind was reeling. They'd never heard of a cold prison gorilla understanding human speech. It must be a coincidence. Everyone take to the skies. Stay up there. The adventurer barked the order, and the group obeyed instantly. Those with flying mounts summoned them, while those with flight skills activated their abilities. All ascended into the air, gathering beside Wuwang. Rumble. The commotion caused by the cold prison giant ape herd was immense. Wherever they passed, trees toppled and birds and beasts scattered in terror. Soon, the group of cold prison giant apes arrived directly beneath the group, circling endlessly as if plotting a way to bring those in the sky down. Whoa, 1, 2, 3. 30 cold prison gorillas. The adventurer counted them, his voice filled with astonishment, his face turning pale. 30 of them. The sheer pressure was overwhelming. If they couldn't fly, they'd likely end up as the gorilla's meal. Holy crap, I've never seen so many gorillas in my life. Did they really understand human speech? This is bizarre. Could they really have gathered because of human speech? No way. Probably just sensing intruders in their territory and coming to chase us off.
If they really understood human speech, that'd be terrifying. The group stared down at the massive gorillas below, utterly stunned. Wuwang looked at the leader of their group and said, "Here they come. I think they do understand human speech." The lead professional countered, "How could they possibly understand human speech? They're boldest when in a group. It's no surprise they charge at professionals. Monsters can understand human speech? You've got to be kidding me. Why not try and see?" Wuwang looked at the largest one, likely the alpha-level gorilla, and said, "Hey, you big oaf, I'm right here. Come get me." The moment the words left his mouth, the cold prison gorilla leader roared at Wuwang, its chest-thumping explosions booming. With each thud, tangible shockwaves rippled outward like ripples on water, violently shaking the surrounding trees. The roar was no less intense, its sonic waves spreading toward the group. Seeing this, the group froze in shock. What? It actually understands human speech? Impossible. How could a monster understand human speech? Damn it, it actually understood. How else would it get enraged? Duck! Everyone scattered instantly, dodging the giant ape leader's sonic attack. Once the sound waves ceased, they regrouped. Wuwang smiled faintly, looking at the professional and saying, "You can't claim you didn't understand that, can you?" The adventurer sucked in a sharp breath. Damn! I hate to admit it, but I did understand. How is that even possible? A monster comprehending human speech? That's utterly bizarre. He'd never heard of such a thing before. It was also the first time I sensed that the monsters understood human speech. So, these giant apes were all summoned by them to ambush the one they called the so-called aunts and uncles. So you'll honor your promise, right? Wuwang said meaningfully. What promise? The professional's throat moved nervously as his eyes darted around. What do you think? Wuwang countered. Bro, I think it was running naked around the cold prison mountains. Someone chimed in. You're the one who said it. I'll definitely keep my word, but how are you going to compensate me for that cold prison giant ape I was about to get? Wuwang chuckled. Pick any one of these 30 down here. The rest are mine. Hearing this, the adventurer's eyes widened in shock. You, buddy, you're not joking, are you? Pick one? How exactly? With my life? Wuwang said. What joke? You said I scared off your prey, and now that I've called it back, you don't want it anymore? The professional hunter stared wide-eyed at Wuwang's earnest tone. Bro, you think this is cabbage in a field where you can just pick whichever one you want? If I could handle a whole pack, why would I waste a week stalking a lone individual? Hearing this, Wuwang paused thoughtfully before replying, so you can only handle one at a time? Of course, the professional replied, feeling dizzy. He wished Wuwang would stop joking like this. A swarm of cold prison giant apes? Forget them, even a 10th tier professional would think twice. That was the true terror of the cold prison mountains. Though classified as a tier 6 instance, its difficulty far surpassed standard level content. However, with increased difficulty came correspondingly higher drop rates and experience gains. This was precisely why the vast majority of adventurers came to the frozen prison mountains to farm gear. Most of these adventurers aren't even 6th tier at minimum, they're 7th tier, with some reaching 10th tier or beyond, though the latter are rare. 6th tier locals simply lack the strength to venture into the cold prison mountains. Wuwang said indifferently. Fine. I brought you this. Since you don't want it, it all belongs to me now. I don't owe you anything now, right? After all, there's a chance to drop legendary gear. One more beast means one more chance. If I let one go and it ends up dropping legendary gear, that'd be infuriating. Yours? Friend, do you have any idea what 30 cold prison giant apes represent? Even a tier 10 professional might not handle them all. To take them all down, you'd need at least tier 12. The adventurer's mouth twitched violently. He concluded this guy was just some joker messing with him. That's none of your concern. I have my own clever plan. Wuwang waved his hand, motioning for everyone to step aside. Fine. We won't take a single one we don't have the guts to anyway. Today, we'll just watch and see how your brilliant plan devours these 30 enraged cold prison colossal apes. The onlookers watching the spectacle grimaced inwardly. That was a bold claim indeed. But they kept their thoughts to themselves. Actions speak louder than words. So everyone retreated to a distant vantage point, ready to watch the show. Wuwang, however, fixed his gaze on the ground below, locking onto the ape leader. Without hesitation, he activated his meteor summoning. Chapter 110, the stunned professionals. He can summon meteorites? Whoa, why's my back feeling so cold? No idea. I feel a chill down my spine too. It's such a weird sensation. Damn, I've got this uneasy feeling too. I think we should retreat first. This uneasy feeling is getting stronger. The group of professionals who had retreated to the rear all sensed an ominous feeling at that moment. And it was only growing stronger. The lead professional frowned. You all feel that chill running down your spine too? Yeah. It's getting stronger now. Could there really be some monster watching us from behind?
One person said, his scalp tingling, then turned to look. On the horizon, 4 neatly aligned shooting stars were plummeting straight toward them. Holy! What the hell is that? He pointed frantically at the meteors in the sky, his voice filled with terror. The others instinctively turned to look as the 4 meteors filled their vision, growing larger and larger in their pupils. Damn it! That's why my back felt cold. How the hell are there 4 shooting stars? Something's wrong, dead wrong, 11 times wrong. The leader of the group bellowed. Move! Move! Are you all crazy? Don't you want to live? The adventurers immediately scattered, dodging the meteor's descent. Boom! 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 4 meteors now blazed with raging fire, trailing long streams of flame as they closed in. The tearing sound of air ripped through the sky. Where did these meteors come from? This is so weird. Who knows? If we hadn't spotted them in time, we'd all have been buried under those meteors. Terrifying. 4 meteors just randomly crashing down? So bizarre. The group spoke with lingering fear, watching the meteors grow closer as their hearts pounded wildly. Boom! The meteor streaked overhead, heading straight for the adventurer who boasted about devouring every single cold prison gorilla. Whoa! Why isn't he moving out of the way? Is he crazy? Probably didn't notice. We didn't warn him either. If that meteor grazes him, he'll be bedridden for half a year. Damn it, this is bad, he's going down. Get out of the way. Everyone watched helplessly as the meteor hurtled toward the muscular young man. Despite their shouts of warning, the young man didn't budge an inch, standing there frozen. But then, in the next instant, something astonishing happened. The meteor didn't strike the young man. Instead, it bizarrely changed course, whizzing past just 4 or 5 meters above his head. It then crashed down onto the ground. And the ground was where the group of cold prison gorillas stood. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Their bodies froze completely, the air seemed to thicken, and they even forgot to breathe. The inexplicably appearing meteor had avoided the young man at an equally inexplicable angle. And that young man was none other than the one who had boasted he would devour every single cold prison giant ape. Piecing it all together, a terrifying thought suddenly sprang to their minds. The meteor strike was the young man's doing. Boom! 4 meteors slammed into the ground, a mushroom cloud billowed upward, and the violent shockwave flattened everything in its path. A blinding white light flashed, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. The scattered energies surged toward them. The lead professional immediately bellowed, Quickly activate your defensive skills. Though they were some distance from the blast site, the fierce energy still reached them. There was no time to evade, they could only activate defensive skills to withstand the onslaught. 2 operatives activated their abilities instantly. A layer of light shields formed before the group, while behind them, another turtle shell-like barrier held firm. Despite the double defense, the overwhelming energy still knocked them backward. Damn, this thing's power is insane. Even from this distance, with 2 shields protecting us, we nearly got blown away. What kind of profession is he that he can actually control a meteor to crash down? This meteor is terrifying, its impact power rivals that of a high-tier professional. Huddled behind the shields, the crowd whispered in horror, as if they'd narrowly escaped death. Moments later, the violent shockwave finally dissipated. The shields retracted, and the crowd stared at the scene in shock. The young man stood there, not having moved a step. Beneath him, 4 enormous craters gaped horrifyingly. The surrounding area had been flattened by the blast, devoid of life, resembling a scene straight out of the apocalypse. This is the brilliant plan he spoke of? Well, it's brilliant, it wiped us out instantly. Terrifying. Who is he? To wield such devastating power, even we 7th and 8th tier professionals were forced back by the shockwave's edge. Could he be a high-tier professional? 8 out of 10 chances he is. No one else could possess such strength. Whoa, honestly, he doesn't hold grudges, does he? Everyone swallowed hard, their anxiety rising. Because of how they'd acted earlier, the big shot might very well hold a grudge. Ha! The leader's face darkened as he recalled his earlier words to the big shot. A chill ran down his spine. If the boss came after them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Boss, maybe we should just run? If he holds a grudge, none of us will survive. One of them warned nervously. If they didn't flee now, they'd never get another chance. Run? Where to? We won't get far. For a high-tier professional to hunt down low-tier professionals like us is as easy as drinking water. The leader's face darkened with regret, cursing himself for letting his emotions get the better of him and saying things that would inevitably offend the big shot. Then, what do we do now? Those words were pretty harsh, especially since we didn't warn them. How were they supposed to know we were hunting? Damn, you're right. We've been waiting too long. We just lost our heads in the moment, so think back to what the big shot said earlier. The more I think about it, the more it seems like they were giving us a way out, and we didn't even realize it. Everyone was at their wits' end. Run? Or not run? The lead professional took a deep breath and said, we didn't know he was the boss, and he didn't know we were hunting. Either way, it's our fault. When you're punished, you stand at attention. At this point, we can only go apologize.
Running won't get us anywhere. Let's go apologize. Chapter 111, Level 300. Legendary Gear Drops. At that moment, on the other side, Wuwang stood suspended mid-air as notification pop-ups appeared one after another. Defeated level 300 Cold Prison Giant Ape Chieftain, experience plus 600,000. Killed level 300 Cold Prison Giant Ape, experience plus 90,000. Kill 300 level Cold Prison Giant Ape, EXP plus 90,000. Kill. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 275 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 280 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 300 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached the advancement level. Please proceed to the sanctuary to claim your advancement quest. Immediately afterward, Wuwang's interface panel popped up. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 6 Advancement Eligible. Level, LV 300. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 1000. Skill points, 14. Strength, 39,112 39,612. Stamina, 28,680 28,930. Agility, 39,096 39596. Spirit, 124,920 125,920. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV4 Weak Current Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV5 Storm Nightwing LV5 Water Drop Summoning LV3 Breeze Summoning LV2 Flame Summoning LV2 Ice Block Summoning LV2. Cataclysm Professional Skills, Meteor Summon LV4, Thunderstorm Summon LV4, Tsunami Summon LV3, Storm Summon LV2 Volcano Summon LV2 Glacier Summon LV2. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Unique, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary, Dark Robe Epic, Chameleon Mask Unique. Special abilities, Ancient Statues Protection, Skeleton Throne, Eagle Eye. Beast Pets, Pterosaur Incubation, 6 days remaining, Fire Wyvern Incubation, 6 days remaining. Gazing at the interface, Wuwang sighed, advancement really is satisfying. Each level up nearly doubles your stats. Leveling up no longer satisfied him. Only the thrill of doubling all stats through advancement remained. Still, it's a necessary step. Better than nothing. Let's see if this time brings legendary gear. According to those adventurers earlier, defeating the Cold Prison Gorilla had a decent chance of dropping epic gear, with a small chance of dropping legendary gear. Next, Wuwang turned his gaze toward the light points converging toward him. There weren't many. Only 6 in total, but among them, 3 were purple signifying 3 epic tier items while the other 2 were blue rare. The final one caused Wuwang's breathing to quicken slightly. For that last light point glowed a deep crimson. This signified legendary tier equipment. A legendary tier item had actually dropped. 30 Frost Prison Gorillas had yielded only 6 pieces of gear, 3 epics, 2 rares, and 1 legendary. Considering the total quantity rather than the quality, the drop rate was indeed low. But considering both quantity and tier, it was indeed as that professional had said, high probability for epics, with a chance for legendary. With 3 epics out of 6 items, that's a 50% drop rate. But that probability only matters if the drops actually happen. If monsters don't drop gear, all the talk about rates is meaningless. Wuwang shifted his gaze to the red light point and the equipment information popped up. Frost Prison Gauntlets, Legendary Red. Equip level, LV 300. Equipment effects, Spirit plus 15,000, Strength plus 3,000, Constitution plus 2,000. Special effect 1, Realm of Fire. Within this realm, you become fire incarnate. I am fire, and fire is me. Special effect 2, Realm of Ice. Within this realm, you become ice itself. I am ice, and ice is me. Reading the equipment description, Wuwang's heart leapt with joy. It was actually a spirit-focused item. Seems like when you try too hard, things don't work out, but when you least expect it, things fall into place. He had specifically gone to farm the main spirit equipment area, yet couldn't find any decent gear. He came specifically to level up, yet he ended up farming a legendary tier item focused on the spirit attribute. 15,000 spirit bonus, plus 2 exceptional special effects. Wuwang equipped it and selected the hide option. Strength, 39,612 42,612. Constitution, 28,933 0930. Agility, 39,596. Spirit, 125,920 140,920. Spirit hit 140,000. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his attention to the other 3 epic tier items. Compared to this piece, the others were utterly useless. Pet Nourishment Resources. He stowed the remaining gear into his spatial storage, reserving it as nourishment for the beast pet set to hatch in 6 days. It's time to return and claim the advancement quest. Advancement is the absolute priority. The attribute boosts are far too significant, nothing equipment or leveling up can compare to. Wuwang prepared to leave, but as he turned, he spotted the group of adventurers behind him. What do you want? Li Wuwang demanded. Master. I apologize for what I said earlier. Please forgive us. We truly didn't know you were a master. We've learned our lesson. The leader of the group bowed deeply, his tone sincere. The others followed suit, bowing at a 90-degree angle. This was in the air. If they'd been underground, they would have knelt immediately to show their remorse. Li Wuwang pondered for a moment before replying, I forgive you. With that, his figure flickered and he vanished into the distance, fleeing toward the outer reaches of the cold prison mountains. Ha! He forgave us just like that? The leader of the group of practitioners was taken aback. This big shot really wasn't the type to hold grudges. They'd been judging a noble man by their own petty standards. Oh dear, we've wronged the big shot again. We're so guilty. He sighed deeply, filled with remorse over his own actions. He really is a big shot, so easygoing. Wonder which district he's from. His magnanimity is beyond our comprehension. The boss is the boss. He wouldn't stoop to nitpicking over trifles like this. After the leader of the group felt remorse, he then felt cheated, lamenting helplessly. If only I'd agreed to the big shot's request, he'd have given us a cold prison giant ape. Ah, life is so unpredictable. Dusk was approaching. After emerging from the cold prison mountains, Li Wuwang headed straight back to Den to claim his advancement quest. To avoid drawing the attention of that old man in the sanctuary, he once again used the 1,000 shape mask given by Gu Xinghe to alter his appearance, transforming into a delicate, slender youth. The main reason was that it had been less than a day since his last advancement, and coming back for another advancement quest so soon would be downright insane. He arrived at the sanctuary. The old man was still at the entrance, but instead of resting, he was reading a book. The old man noticed someone approaching but offered no greeting. Li Wuwang said nothing either, simply walking straight in and approaching the sacred statue. Detected, you have reached level 300. Please select your advancement quest type. 1. Material collection quest. 2. Item retrieval quest. 3. Challenge quest. 4. Random. Chapter 112, Challenge quest. Defeat the Lord of the Frozen Prison. Li Wuwang glanced at the quest types and, without hesitation, selected the challenge type. The mission type directly determined the attribute boosts gained upon advancement. Treasure hunting quests were too straightforward, offering minimal gains but still allowing advancement. For most practitioners, item finding quests were the optimal choice. Though the gains were inferior to challenge quests, they offered stability and future scalability, making them the default choice for most practitioners. Challenge quests, by contrast, were considerably more difficult. Basically only geniuses would consider them. For Li Wuwang, however, it was the most suitable choice at present. You have selected the challenge quest. Generating challenge quest. Generating. Generation complete. Challenge mission, defeat the Lord of the Frozen Prison, the Icebone King. Mission restrictions, no more than 5 players may be present in the challenge area, and the highest ranked player must not exceed tier 8. Time limit, 30 days. Challenge begins upon entering the mission area, with a 5-hour time cap. So basically, as long as I don't enter the mission area, I have 30 days to complete it. Once I enter the mission area, the challenge officially begins, and I have only 5 hours to complete it. Li Wuwang studied the mission description, mentally analyzing the details. Lord of the Frozen Prison. Likely located within the cold prison mountains. Not too far away. This should be completed quickly. After accepting the mission, Li Wuwang turned around only to find the old man already standing behind him. You're a 6th tier professional now? The old man didn't recognize Li Wuwang, as the 1,000 shape mask had transformed him into a delicate, slender youth. Yes. Is there a problem? Li Wuwang replied. Whoa, the old man gasped. Several prodigies have emerged in Denton City recently. Could things truly be improving? The old man sucked in a sharp breath and muttered under his breath. The frequency of prodigies emerging among young professionals was growing alarmingly high. Not long ago, 2 prodigies completed missions considered impossible, their futures limitless. Now, a 6th-tier professional has emerged, choosing to challenge a mission an absolute genius, one that most professionals wouldn't dare attempt. He wasn't very old, around 24 or 25. In Dayan City, practitioners above the 6th tier were rare, placing him among the city's elite combatants. Most of these elite professionals are older, with the youngest being in their 30s. Yet this young man before them, likely only in his early 20s, had already reached the peak of 6th tier and was preparing to advance to 7th tier. This truly surprised him. It wasn't an isolated case. Such prodigies had been appearing one after another. Li Wuwang hadn't caught what the old man was muttering under his breath, so he kept quiet. I feel Dayan is truly on the verge of revival. The old man spoke with hopeful anticipation, his eyes shining brightly. That would be truly wonderful, Li Wuwang replied. It's so rare. But let's not dwell on that now. The old man smiled, his mood lightening as he turned to the matter at hand. Young man, have you heard of the Lord of the Cold Prison? This task isn't exactly difficult, but it's not simple either. Not very familiar with it, but it should be in the Cold Prison Mountains, right? Li Wuwang asked. The old man explained slowly, correct. You're right. It's in the Cold Prison Mountains, a Tier 6 public instance. However, there isn't just one lord of the Cold Prison. There are 8 of them. The one you'll be challenging is the Icebone King. Ranked second among these 8, its strength is formidable. At merely level 300, it possesses the power of a fully maxed out Tier 9.
Never mind the Icebone King, the frozen prison mountains themselves are off limits to Tier 6 adventurers. You'd need at least Tier 7 gear to venture in safely.
It's challenging, he's several levels beyond most challengers. Yet it's not impossible, there are ways to wear down the Icebone King. Li Wuwang's interest peaked. There were actually 8 lords of the frozen prison, and the Icebone King was merely one of them. What would happen if they were all slain? What do you mean? Li Wuwang asked.
The old man explained, this quest has no restrictions on solo challenges, meaning you can form a party up to 5 members, with the highest ranked member capped at Tier 8. This makes the difficulty somewhat more manageable. The key lies in your party composition. The Icebone King has a weakness, its slow movement speed. Therefore, all you need is one agile class with excellent footwork to draw its aggro and constantly kite it, wearing it down until it dies. However, in addition to that, you'll need a primary physical type character with high defense who can provide shield buffs to teammates. This will offer damage mitigation benefits and increase the margin for error. These 2 roles are essential. The remaining 3 slots are flexible, just prioritize high DPS. Follow this strategy when recruiting teammates, practice coordination a bit, and defeating the Icebone King won't be difficult. After hearing the old man's method, Li Wuwang nodded thoughtfully. After speaking, the old man seemed to recall something and added awkwardly. The problem is finding a suitable partner. There are very few practitioners above the 6th tier in Dayan City, and they're all as elusive as dragons hardly ever seen.
We don't have any connections with them.
Li Wuwang replied, you needn't trouble yourself, senior.
I have my own way of handling this.
Hearing this, the old man smiled and said,
that's certainly the best outcome.
If you can't find one in Dayan City, someone from another district would work too. There are no restrictions in that regard.
Meichem, my thanks, senior.
You're welcome.
It's my duty. Don't rush this task.
As long as you avoid the challenge zones, you have 30 days.
Take your time. Old man, I believe you can do it. Understood. I take my leave.
With that, Li Wuwang turned and left the sanctuary. The old man watched the young man's retreating figure and smiled with hope.
Dayan City is truly thriving. The younger generation of talented practitioners is steadily growing.
He knew full well that Dayan's professionals were already a marginalized group on the continent. They had little say and were often oppressed by practitioners from other districts.
We don't seek to restore past glory.
We only wish to carve out a place for ourselves on the continent, a place where our voices can be heard. After leaving the sanctuary, Li Wuwang did not head toward the 6th tier teleportation point. As night had fully fallen, he returned to his residence to rest and recuperate. Though his body felt no fatigue, the relentless travel of recent days had left him mentally drained.
Upon returning home, he didn't bother seeking out any party members, it simply wasn't necessary.
A mere 9th tier Icebone King posed little threat to him. After showering, Li Wuwang stretched out on the balcony lounge chair, intending to unwind, when he noticed a message from Gu Xinghe.
Brotherly, the Linglang Guild has sent another group into Dayan City. They're likely planning something. Chapter 113, Soloing the Icebone King? Are you serious?
Glancing at the message, Li Wuwang replied.
Wait until they make their move. Just make sure you don't get caught.
Got it, brotherly.
I killed a few of their professionals.
They wouldn't send another group just for that.
It must be related to my first successful challenge mission. But what if they do find out? The Linglang Guild is being far too presumptuous.
Li Wuwang shook his head and muttered to himself. If it were a faction backed by ultra-high-tier professionals, he might have reason to be wary.
But the Linglang Guild didn't make him feel any pressure. Early the next morning,
Li Wuwang had just gotten out of bed when he received another message from Gu Xinghe.
Brotherly, the Linglang Guild is here to report on the first successful mission. Do you know who this person is? Should I cast a divination for you?
Upon seeing the message, Li Wuwang paused in thought. Gu Xinghe was unaware that he had completed the mission. Since Li Wuwang hadn't mentioned it before heading to the snow region, it was only natural that Gu Xinghe remained unaware.
No need.
If you have time, keep monitoring them.
See what they plan to do next. Understood.
Closing the chat window, Li Wuwang rose and walked into the living room. He retrieved the 2 colored eggs and, as was his daily routine, fed them with a single drop of blood. After finishing these tasks, Li Wuwang freshened up and headed out. Shortly after, he arrived at a quest hub.
What can I do for you, adventurer? The owner of the quest agency looked at Li Wuwang and asked. Do you have specific location information for the Icebone King in the Cold Prison Mountains? Li Wuwang inquired. Icebone King? Are you looking to farm the ice set? The owner immediately thought of this possibility upon hearing the name. Ice set? Li Wuwang blurted out the name without thinking. Does the Icebone King drop ice attribute sets? The shopkeeper explained with a smile, that's right. Most people hunt the Icebone King for the ice set, but the drop rate isn't great, you might only get one piece after killing over a dozen. Wuwang hadn't delved into the specifics of this aspect. A set requires at least 3 pieces to activate its set effect. Interested, the shopkeeper asked with a smile. This ice set works for mages, warriors, and assassins, though the bonus stats depend on luck. Wuwang shook his head. Not interested. Just get me one. The ice set the shopkeeper mentioned was essentially useless to him, so he wasn't particularly interested. Oh, alright. I'll find one for you. The shopkeeper gave an awkward smile before stepping away from the counter and heading into the inner room. He soon returned holding a map. This shows the approximate distribution of various monsters in the cold prison mountains. The shopkeeper introduced it with a cheerful smile, his face full of flattery. Anyone seeking guides to the cold prison mountains was at least a 6th-tier professional. In Dayan City, 6th-tier practitioners held considerable influence and status. Only a rough map? Yes, the monster distribution in the cold prison mountains isn't fixed, but they all stay within a large area. It'll take some effort to find them, the shopkeeper explained earnestly. He then added a warning. Lately, a lot of people have been farming the Icebone King. You might want to be careful. You know how Dan adventurers fare in dungeons, we're pretty vulnerable. Thanks for the heads up. How much? No charge. It's just a map, you're welcome. Alright, I'll be on my way then. Wuwang didn't linger, tucked the map away, and headed toward the teleportation point for the 6th-tier public dungeon. Upon entering the Tier 6 public instance, he activated his flight skill and continued toward the cold prison mountains. Upon reaching the cold prison mountains, he unfolded the map, located the area where the Icebone King resided, and pressed onward. A short while later, Wuwang arrived at the outskirts of the spawn zone. Hovering in the air, he activated Eagle Eye to search for the Icebone King's whereabouts. The environment here was entirely different from any he had encountered before. Cold reigned supreme here. Though no snow fell, the landscape resembled a frozen wasteland, with frost coating both trees and ground. After searching for a while, he found no sign of the Icebone King. Hey, friend, you here to farm the Icebone King? A shout came from below Wuwang. Wuwang withdrew his eagle eyes and looked down. 5 figures stood below, looking up at him. What's up? Need something? Wuwang asked. Come down first to talk. Flying this high is dangerous, there are flying beasts in the sky, and you could easily get targeted, the person called out loudly. Wuwang scanned his surroundings but saw no sign of flying beasts. Nevertheless, he shifted his body and flew downward, landing on the ground. Are you here to farm the Icebone King too? A marksman type class asked, looking at Wuwang. Yeah. I meant for you to come down so you could wait. Let me finish the quest first, then you can farm it. The archer class player smiled. Wuwang nodded. Is that so? Alright. Actually, I'm here for the quest too. You too? The archer's delight turned to confusion. Where's your team? Haven't they arrived yet? No, Wuwang replied. Alright then, I won't keep you waiting. Thanks. Could you keep an eye out for us while you're at it? If anyone else shows up, just give them a heads up. When you're ready to farm, we can lend a hand if needed. Alright, go ahead. Thanks a million. Thanks a million. The archer clasped his hands together in a salute, then swiftly led his men deeper into the forest. Wuwang soared into the air, surveying the surroundings. Before long, a commotion erupted from the distant snow-covered forest. This was followed by a roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. Wuwang looked over to see a pale blue skeleton, seemingly carved from ice, bursting from the ground. The skeleton possessed only an upper torso, yet even that portion was enormous, several times wider than an average human. A pale blue gas, resembling flames, billowed from its entire body. The archer class player launched an attack, drawing the Icebone King's aggro, and a protracted battle ensued. Wuwang observed the situation, recognizing their tactics mirrored exactly what the old man in the sanctuary had described. The Icebone King moved too slowly to catch the archer. The others then unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the Icebone King. Even so, the frigid mist spewing from the Icebone King's body seeped into their armor, temporarily disrupting their coordination. Yet within mere moments, after some adjustments, the disorganized formation quickly reassembled. Looks like they've been trained. Their coordination is solid, they can quickly reset even a broken formation. Wuwang offered his assessment before resuming his observation. Soon, 2 hours passed, and the Icebone King's cries finally ceased. The 5 emerged, though they appeared thoroughly exhausted. The archer approached Wuwang and said, sorry about that, buddy. We hit a snag and took a bit longer than expected. No problem, as long as it's done. Ha? Where's your teammate? Haven't they arrived yet? No one else. Just me. The 5 of them froze, momentarily taken aback. Ha? You came solo to farm the Icebone King? Chapter 114, Icebone King too tough? Volcano Summon activated. Yeah. Wuwang nodded. Dude, are you serious? I thought you mentioned you were here for a quest too. The archer class player stared intently at Li Wuwang as he asked. In other words, the young man before him wasn't some high-level player soloing for gear, but rather a fellow professional at max level 6, here to tackle an advanced quest. This was the Icebone King, no ordinary mob. Its strength at level 300 already matched that of a level 450 foe. That's a full 3 tiers difference. He couldn't even fathom how one could solo it. I'll give it a shot. No need for further talk. I'm heading in to start the quest. Li Wuwang smiled faintly as he spoke. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the 5 others, he headed deeper into the dungeon. Is he really here for the quest? One adventurer couldn't help but voice his doubt. The Icebone King challenge quest had no recorded solo clear attempts without teammates. Every adventurer who chose the challenge quest and was randomly assigned the Icebone King task completed it through teamwork. No one had ever broken new ground by soloing it. That's hard to say. He's probably here for the Icebone King. Honestly, there's no reason to lie about it. The archer was also a bit confused, unsure of the others' intentions. Another adventurer shook his head and remarked. If he really came for the challenge quest, his attempt to solo it would have directly ruined his chance for a significant power boost after advancing. Of the 5 of them, only the quest runner was below tier 6, the others were all at least tier 7. 2 of them were even 8th tier. Before entering, the 5 had undergone rigorous coordination training. Yet, they nearly suffered a wipe at the Icebone King's hands, barely scraping by in a disheveled state. Soloing it? Utterly impossible. After failing the challenge quest, they had no choice but to switch to a treasure hunt quest. Compared to challenge quests, item retrieval quests offered far less potential for advancement. Never mind. Let's just see how it goes. We can only wish him luck. The archer class professional smiled faintly and said. Yeah, let's see how it goes. He's waited this long for us and even kept watch to prevent other players from interfering. We should watch over him too. What if he can't handle it? Should we go help him? One professional suddenly asked. We don't have much spare capacity right now. If the opportunity arises, we could, but only if we can ensure a safe retreat. An 8th tier professional pondered briefly before responding. Though they'd only met once, he didn't dislike the man. He felt that if the chance arose, they should help if possible. Right. If the Icebone King is in a berserk state, he'll just have to fend for himself. There's nothing we can do. Meanwhile, Li Wuwang pressed deeper into the area. Moments later, a notification popped up. You have entered the challenge zone. The challenge has begun. Seeing the prompt, Li Wuwang knew the countdown had begun. If he failed to defeat the Icebone King within 5 hours, it would mean failure. Before he could take another step, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Roar! Accompanying the roar was the colossal Icebone King, bursting forth from the snow-white ground. It opened its massive skeletal jaws and charged straight at Li Wuwang. That was quick. Li Wuwang muttered under his breath before activating Phantom Shadow Step and Stormwing Nightwings to evade the Icebone King's charge. Just as the old man in the sanctuary had said, though the Icebone King could fly, its movement speed was rather slow. With just a slight shift, Li Wuwang effortlessly evaded the colossal creature's charge. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5 figures soaring through the air heard the commotion echoing from the depths below and instinctively tensed. Wow, looks like he really is here for the mission, remarked an 8th tier professional with evident surprise. Without a quest, the Icebone King wasn't always present. Even when spawned, adventurers still had to actively seek it out. But quests were different. Once adventurers entered the quest area, the Icebone King would actively seek them out and attack. Seriously, how does he plan to solo this? If he relies solely on kiting, he won't even get hit by the Icebone King's attacks, but his DPS is nowhere near enough. He'd be grinding this for days and nights and still wouldn't finish. And if he doesn't kite it, going in head-on gives him 0 chance. Another 8th tier adventurer furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively feeling tense. They'd already experienced it firsthand and knew the Icebone King's terrifying power. The archer stammered, all I can say is, impressive. I wouldn't even have the courage to solo it. Either way, he's incredibly brave. But the Icebone King's power, the outcome is already decided. Now it's just a matter of whether he can escape its relentless pursuit. We'd like to help him, but we're powerless. The 8th tier professional paused thoughtfully before adding. Wonder which district he's from. Reaching 6th tier at his age isn't exactly common for a professional adventurer. Was it that hard to find teammates? 6th tier professionals are common, but young 6th tier professionals are not. No matter which district he's in, a young 6th tier professional should be highly valued. There's no reason he couldn't find a team. Unless. The 7th tier practitioner, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Unless what? All eyes turned to him. The man said. Unless it's a low-tier city professional, it's indeed possible they couldn't find suitable teammates. The others instinctively began to ponder. Which districts are considered the worst? Even the worst ones shouldn't be so bad that they can't find 4th, 6th to 8th tier professionals. Well, you know what? There really are districts like that. Take Dian City, for instance. An 8th tier professional furrowed his brow, racking his brain in vain. He asked in confusion. Dayan City? Which city is that? I don't recall it at all. Another 8th tier practitioner chimed in. It's no surprise you don't recognize it. Dayan City has no real presence, it's practically invisible. But I've looked into it long ago. Dayan was actually quite glorious. Huh? It was glorious? Yeah, it was top tier. But then it fought a major war with Red Leaf City. After a crushing defeat, it gradually fell into decline and faded from the world's memory. In its current state, Dayan City probably can't even muster a handful of 6th to 8th tier professionals. But, if he reached 6th tier at this age, he couldn't possibly be from Dayan City. Is that so? Then it really is baffling. Soloing not only makes one seem incredibly brave, but it offers absolutely no personal benefit. Well, with so many adventurers in the world, it's only natural some have peculiar ideas. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. A massive ball of molten lava erupted skyward from the mission area. Chapter 115, First Solo Clear Record Professionals in Shock. Chapter 115. Everyone was instantly startled, alarm bells ringing in their minds as they instinctively entered combat readiness. All eyes immediately turned toward the source of the blast. At some unknown point, a small mountain had appeared within the mission area. At its summit, fiery red, scalding lava was bubbling and gushing forth. It was a volcano erupting right before their eyes. Looking upward along the volcano's slope, a massive molten rock sphere shot skyward. Above the lava ball, Icebone King had been pulled into the air by Wuwang. The lava ball's target was none other than the Icebone King. What? When did this happen? An 8th tier professional shouted in utter shock, the scene before him feeling utterly bizarre. What kind of profession is this? What is this thing? Where did this volcano come from? I remember it wasn't here when we arrived. Holy crap, could it be that class's skill? What class is he? It's definitely his skill. That lava ball just erupted from the volcano, targeting the Icebone King. The crowd was stunned by this incredible skill, their eyes glued to the battle unfolding in the sky, not missing a single detail. Boom! The lava ball struck the Icebone King, erupting with a deafening boom. The entire orb instantly exploded, showering fiery fragments like bursting fireworks. Falling even faster than the debris was the Icebone King, now little more than a mangled husk. Whoosh! The Icebone King plummeted toward the ground. Less than 20 meters above the ground, another thunderous explosion erupted as a fresh lava ball shot forth from the volcano. Boom! The lava ball struck the falling Icebone King once more. Damn it! There's more? This. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they watched this one-sided slaughter with unbearable tension. Is it dead? The Icebone King. The archer's Adam's apple bobbed as he uttered the words in utter disbelief. I don't know. That lava ball was terrifying. I even sensed a hint of death's aura. An 8th tier professional replied, his face twisted with horror. What kind of skill was this? He'd seen countless fire attribute skills before, but a skill that created an erupting volcano and unleashed massive lava balls as ranged attacks? He'd never heard of such a thing. As the smoke cleared, the Icebone King shattered into pieces, each fragment drifting down before slowly dissipating before it even touched the ground. BRR, it's gone. The Icebone King has been defeated. He soloed the Icebone King? Is he a 6th tier professional? That's impossible. Could a 6th tier professional even unleash such a devastating skill? All 5 of them were questioning their sanity, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. But the molten lava ball exploded, unleashing a scorching blast of heat that swept toward them, proving beyond doubt that this was all real. He absolutely isn't a 6th tier professional. An 8th tier practitioner's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. He had once had the privilege of sparring with a genius 6th tier practitioner. A 6th tier practitioner could never unleash such devastating power. Even the most elite 6th tier professional couldn't solo the Icebone King, let alone instantly kill it with 2 lava spheres. Unbelievably fierce. If he's not a 6th tier professional, how could he spawn the Icebone King the moment he entered the mission area? A 7th tier professional blurted out instinctively. These events unfolded right before their very eyes. The Icebone King spawned precisely where they had been moments before in the direction of that adventurer. Couldn't this clearly prove the Icebone King spawned because of the challenge quest? You don't get it that skill requires at least a 10th tier professional to execute. The 8th tier professional immediately countered. It's definitely a coincidence. This area naturally spawns Icebone Kings, and it just so happens to spawn within the quest area. It's not impossible. Hearing this, the others found it somewhat plausible, otherwise, it really wouldn't make sense. They weren't strangers to 6th tier encounters. And the scene before them clearly wasn't something a 6th tier professional could create. It's terrifying. I'm maxed out at 6th tier myself, and I know I couldn't achieve anything like this. The archer who'd been on the quest took a deep breath and said. Another 8th tier professional suddenly recalled something, his voice tinged with alarm. No, it's not impossible for a 6th tier professional to achieve this level.
At this remark, all eyes turned to him in unison, filled with confusion. The 8th tier adventurer explained, for a 6th tier adventurer to unleash such power, they'd need to master a forbidden tier skill. Forbidden arts represent the pinnacle of skill, extremely rare, even ultra-high tier professionals might not possess them. They rely entirely on luck to drop. With good luck, even a low-level monster might drop one. With bad luck, you could clear an entire region like the Cold Prison Mountains and still never get one. The drop rate for forbidden level skills is practically negligible. Prohibited. Prohibited arts? The 8th tier practitioner froze upon hearing this. Forbidden arts. A 6th tier professional possessing such power wasn't entirely impossible. But forbidden arts, they weren't that easy to obtain. He'd never even heard of anyone possessing a forbidden technique. It felt like something only existing in legends. No one had ever seen one, only heard tales of their terrifying power. The more they analyzed it, the more stunned they became. Whoa! This is terrifying. Mastering a forbidden level skill means a 6th tier practitioner could surpass 10th tier power. I dare not imagine what comes next. It might not even be a forbidden technique. The odds of it being one are far lower than the odds of it being a coincidence. True. The odds of coincidence are far greater than those of forbidden arts. How about we wait for him to come over and have him show his level? Then we'll know for sure, right? He might not show it. After all, that's personal top secret info. We won't know unless we try. Worst case, we beg him. I don't believe you guys aren't curious whether it's coincidence or forbidden magic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wuwang stood suspended in midair, watching the Icebone King vanish. A notification popped up. Congratulations on defeating the Icebone King. Mission complete. Time taken to defeat, 2 seconds. You have set the first solo clear record. You have set the shortest defeat time record. Upon submitting the quest, you will receive a special reward. Upon submission, your new records will be officially announced. Seeing the prompt, Wuwang's heart stirred. Rewards? Last time I randomly got a challenge mission, the reward was a mysterious heavenly cold sword that couldn't be inspected, plus 3 refining grasses. This time, what could it be? Chapter 116, Advancing Again, New Skills. Suppressing his inner excitement, Wuwang headed toward the outskirts of the Cold Prison Mountains. Soon, his figure appeared above the 5 people. Friend! You're incredible! You took down the Icebone King in such a short time. May I ask what your current strength is? The 8th tier professional below him called out. 6th tier. Wuwang replied. 6th tier? Friend, you're not pulling our leg, are you? A 6th tier could take down the Icebone King? The 8th tier professional chuckled helplessly. What else? Friend, could you show us your level? This is crucial for us. Speaking, the 8th tier professional revealed his own rank first. Is it really that important? Wuwang hesitated for a moment before revealing his own level. Level 300. Is that all? Then I shall take my leave. With a slight bow, Wuwang vanished into the distance. The 5 adventurers stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. He really is max level 6th tier. He must be here for a quest. Holy crap, how is that even possible? A 6th tier player one-shotting the Icebone King? Is that even real? He must be cheating. Did we see that right? A level 300 player that powerful? What class is he? Even the strongest adventurers couldn't one-shot the Icebone King at level 300. This is beyond belief, utterly unimaginable. Calling him a genius doesn't even begin to cover it. The crowd was plunged into shock, unable to recover for a long time. This event shattered their worldview. Was this really the same profession they knew? Instantly defeating the Icebone King at level 300? No class could pull that off. Yet it had all unfolded before their very eyes. It makes no sense whatsoever. Absolutely no sense. The 8th tier adventurer's face twisted into a grimace. He simply couldn't fathom how this had been achieved. Even if it was an extreme grind to defeat the Icebone King, that would still be impressive though, upon reflection, somewhat within the realm of possibility. But this? An outright one-shot. A max level 6th tier character instantly killed the Icebone King. What kind of concept was that? It was like a newborn baby punching an adult to death. There's always someone better out there. Perhaps this world isn't as simple as we imagined. Every archer present was stunned, yet this was undeniable proof they'd witnessed with their own eyes. It only proved their own myopia. Could he have learned some skill to disguise his level? Could he actually be a tier 10 plus professional who happened to encounter the Icebone King spawning in that area? A 7th tier professional pondered for a moment before speaking up. Such skills do exist, though they're extremely rare. It's not impossible, the 8th tier professional said, rubbing his temples. Forget it. He has no connection to us anyway. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. The archer waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, we absolutely cannot underestimate any professional from now on. He didn't care about the details, he only believed what he saw with his own eyes. This incident reminded him not to be short-sighted.
In this world, there existed things beyond comprehension, things that defied understanding. Yeah, you're right. No need to dwell on it. Just focus on doing our own thing. That's true. They're neither our enemies nor our friends, just a passing encounter. Just hope we don't run into someone like that as an enemy on our journey. That'd be terrifying. Since nothing else is happening, let's head out. The cold prison mountains are still pretty dangerous. Meanwhile, Wuwang exited the 6th tier instance and headed straight for the sanctuary. The old man in the sanctuary perked up upon seeing Wuwang. Young man, you completed the mission? MHM. Wuwang nodded. Whoa, that fast? What kind of professionals did you team up with? The old man was utterly astonished. The efficiency was beyond words. He'd only accepted the mission last night, and by noon today, it was already done. What kind of person would you need to team up with to pull that off? Dan District was probably out of the question, but other districts might be possible. This speed might just break the record. Truly a genius. A formidable teammate, Wuwang murmured with a faint smile before stepping before the sacred statue. A prompt appeared. Detected submittable quest. Submit? Submit. Wuwang thought to himself. Submission successful. Congratulations, professional, on flawlessly completing the advancement challenge quest. Assigning attributes. Behind Wuwang, the old man watched as streams of light flowed down from the sacred statue, then seeped into the professional's body. He really did it. That speed is astonishing, it could set a new record. I wonder if any other districts have faster completions. If there aren't many, he might even get a reward. The old man's face beamed with genuine delight, his complexion even looking rosier. These were the future hopes of Dayan City. His journey from despair to hope had spanned merely a dozen days. For within that span, he had witnessed 3 exceptionally talented young professionals. Such a thing had been unimaginable before. Most 6th tier professionals in Dayan City were elderly, there were almost none as young as the youth before him. Yet now, 3 had emerged. Each far surpassed the level of mere prodigies. After all, accomplishing such a feat was nothing short of defying the heavens. Given time to develop, they would undoubtedly become terrifying, continent-shaking forces. The first 2, though undertaking different mission types, both achieved the impossible for the first time. Unprecedented in history, unmatched in the future. Who could compare to them? No one. As for the 3rd individual, though their mission wasn't unsolvable, completing it in such a remarkably short time, potentially even breaking records, is no small feat either. The old man grew increasingly alarmed the more he thought about it. It seemed only a matter of time before Dayan City rose to prominence. As the light faded, Wuwang's attributes were fully bestowed. The interface panel popped up. Wuwang. Class, Summoner Tier 7. Level, 300. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 1000. Skill points, 14. Strength, 42,612, 82,224. Constitution, 30,930, 58,760. Agility, 39,596, 79,192. Spirit, 140,920, 260,240. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4, Target Lock LV4, Weak Current Summoning LV4, Phantom Step LV5, Storm Nightwing LV5, Water Drop Summoning LV3, Breeze Summoning LV2, Flame Summoning LV2, Ice Block Summoning LV2. Cataclysm Professional Skills, Meteor Summoning LV4, Thunderstorm Summoning LV4, Tsunami Summoning LV3, Storm Summoning LV2, Volcano Summoning LV2, Glacier Summoning LV2. Equipment, Venom Vine Ring Unique, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary, Dark Robe Epic, Cold Prison Gauntlets Legendary, 1000 Shape Mask Unique. Special abilities, Ancient Statues Protection, Skeleton Throne, Eagle Eye. Beast Pets, Pterosaur Incubation, 5 days remaining, Fire Wyvern Incubation, 5 days remaining. New skill unlocked, Sapling Summon LV1 Cataclysmic. Chapter 117, another first record solo clear in 2 seconds. Chapter 117. Wuwang stared at his skyrocketing stats, his heart surging with excitement. Doubled. Doubled again. If this keeps up, won't this skill become usable at will? And in less than half a month, he progressed from initial awakening to 7th tier. Leveling up and advancing was no problem for him. A surge in attributes truly surpasses any equipment. From now on, my focus will be solely on leveling up. Wuwang thought to himself. Then his gaze turned to the new skill. Tree Sapling Summon. Summon a sapling? I wonder what it'll look like after the cataclysm. Wuwang had no clue about this skill either. Probably not much different. Wuwang took a deep breath, snapped back to reality, and prepared to leave the sanctuary. Congratulations, young man, you've become a 7th tier practitioner. In our Graydon, you've already reached the pinnacle. Seeing Wuwang regain his composure, the old man who had been waiting all along bowed his hands in congratulations. Thank you, Wuwang bowed in return before striding swiftly out of the sanctuary. Reaching 7th tier at this age is no small feat, you've climbed to the pinnacle of Dayan City.
I only hope you won't be blinded by Dayan's hollow power. Reaching the pinnacle of Dayan merely proves how weak Dayan truly is. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze drifting outside the sanctuary as he fell into a daze.
After a moment passed, he snapped back to reality and headed to the room adjacent to the sanctuary.
Inside, a pale blue screen dominated the room.
A broadcast was playing on the screen. What is this? Did someone break a record?
The old man stared at the screen, paused for a moment, then stepped closer. As he made out the broadcast content, his face paled in shock. Congratulations to the professional from XX District for being the first to solo clear the Tier 6 Icebone King Challenge.
Could it be him?
The old man's voice trembled as he spoke. But reason told him this was the same professional who had just appeared.
Because the announcement only happened after the mission was submitted.
And that adventurer had been tackling this very quest, submitting it just before the announcement.
These details made him absolutely certain this was the announcement for that freelancer. What? He wasn't in a party? He soloed it?
The old man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his expression utterly incredulous.
This can't be possible? A 6th tier professional player? Soloing? That's absolutely impossible to clear.
The old man gasped for breath, his mind in turmoil. He'd assumed this professional had teamed up with players from the outer city, which would explain the faster clear time.
But to his shock, it was a solo run.
This was terrifying. He was on par with those two from before. He'd accomplished the impossible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a first-time record.
Damn!
3 in a row, each with overwhelming overall strength far surpassing their tier.
What class is he even playing? The old man's curiosity reached its peak. What class could possibly solo this?
Upon closer thought, the opponent was likely also kiting the Icebone King.
But could 5 hours really be enough time to both kite and attack?
But reality proved it was. Because the report had already been released.
What a prodigy!
He's every bit as impressive as those two before him.
A first-time solo clear record, this absolutely rivals the best. Heaven bless our Greaton!
The old man wept with joy, his hands trembling.
Just then, another notification popped up.
Congratulations to the professional player from XX District for achieving the fastest defeat record 2 seconds. The old man steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the announcement. Upon reading it, he suddenly collapsed to the ground as if confronted by some great horror.
WH? What? T2 seconds? Am I seeing things?
The old man shakily scrambled to his feet, pressing his eyes closer to scrutinize the time displayed. He stared intently at the numbers, checking and rechecking. It really was 2 seconds.
Soloed the Icebone King in 2 seconds? Is this even human? Is this still the world of adventurers I know? What class is he? A 6th tier soloing the Icebone King in 2 seconds, how did he even pull that off?
Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The old man's eyes suddenly widened in shock. No, we have 3 such terrifying individuals in our Greaton.
3 whole ones.
If they can develop smoothly, becoming the strongest on the continent would be no problem at all.
Whoa!
This must never be revealed to others, otherwise, their smooth progress would be impossible. The old man buried this secret deep within his heart. He sat down in his chair to catch his breath, finally calming the nearly overwhelming surge of emotion.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the vice president of the Linglang Guild had already arrived in Dayan City and dispatched scouts to gather intelligence throughout the city. Within a villa, now serving as the Linglang Guild's temporary base in Dayan City. What are the results of your investigation?
Vice President Chao Guang stood by the window, observing the scene outside as he asked. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, the very individual who had led the first investigative team into Dayan City. Reporting to Chairman Chao, we've uncovered some leads. Our investigation indicates several unusual occurrences recently within the Dayan City affiliated dungeons. The middle-aged man stated.
Oh? Strange occurrences? Tell me more.
Chao Guang turned to face the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man continued, in the beginner dungeon, meteorite impacts have occurred not just once, but multiple times. A similar incident also happened in a Tier 1 dungeon.
In public instances, some adventurers have witnessed similar occurrences.
Oh?
Any specific dates?
Chao Guang's eyes lit up. This was likely not a natural disaster, human intervention seemed most probable.
Could this be connected to that professional who first completed the Savior Challenge quest?
The middle-aged man replied.
Yes. Having a time frame makes things easier.
We'll need to investigate, there might truly be some secret hidden within. 2 meteorite impacts occurred in different instances, yet there's a high probability they were orchestrated by the same individual.
The Great Peace City Sanctuary might hold clues. Any other strange occurrences?
One more thing, Dayan City witnessed a high-profile killing of a professional assassin to establish authority, but the perpetrator remains unknown. However, according to my investigation, there should be other witnesses at the murder scene. Upon hearing this, Chao Guang dismissed the middle-aged man and summoned another individual.
Chairman Chao, what are your instructions? Chao Guang immediately ordered.
Take your men to the Dayan City Temple immediately to investigate and interrogate. Also, check the routes between all instance teleportation points and the temple. I'll head to the Dayan City Lord's Mansion. Chapter 118 Cooperation? Dayan has no choice. The Dayan City Lord's residence. Upon hearing that Chao Guang, vice president of Linglang Guild from Shanghai City, intended to visit Ningji, Lord of Dayan City, was instantly overcome with dread. You say the Linglang Guild's vice president is coming to the city lord's mansion? Ningji stared at his assistant, his expression darkening. At this juncture, when Dayan City was nearly forgotten across the continent, what business could the Linglang Guild's vice president possibly have with him? It certainly couldn't be about cooperation. More likely, some trouble was coming his way. Yes, Lord City Master. He'll be here shortly, his assistant replied. Ugh, this can't be good. Go prepare. We'll see what it's about once he arrives. Also, summon all the senior officials of the city lord's mansion. Yes, sir. After the assistant left, Ningji frowned in deep concern. Not long ago, he'd already suffered heavy losses, compensating Black Side City with considerable wealth. Now, the even larger Mountain Sea City was coming. Could it be they intend to swallow Dayan City whole? If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no escaping it. Dayan City is in grave danger. Ningji sighed deeply. As the ruler of the city, the pressure on him was immense at this moment. Yet he was powerless to change it. The city he inherited was already a mess. No amount of management could alter its fundamentally weak foundations. For now, he could only proceed step by step. Lord Ning, they're here. His assistant rushed in breathlessly and immediately reported. They're here? Hearing this, Ningji instantly grew uneasy. Their arrival was so swift and unexpected it left him no time to prepare. He couldn't recall Dayan City having done anything to offend Shanghai City. What exactly did this deputy head of the Linglang Guild want with him? Ningji immediately ordered, prepare the reception hall at once. I'll go see them. Right away. Ningji and his assistant stepped out of the office together, while the assistant went to prepare the reception room. Meanwhile, other high-ranking officials from the city lord's mansion swiftly arrived. The deputy city lord looked at Ningji with confusion. City Lord Ning, what's happened? Why the rush? How could I not be in a hurry? Follow me, I'll explain on the way. Ningji strode purposefully, the others following behind. What's going on? The deputy lord's heart began to race with unease. The vice president of the Linglang Guild from Shanghai City has arrived, Ningji stated. At this news, everyone froze, momentarily stunned. What business could the Linglang Guild possibly have in their Dayan City? This connection seemed utterly unrelated. It couldn't possibly be anything good. Huh? What are they here for? Did they mention any prior arrangements? The deputy city lord's brow furrowed deeply. Ningji gave a wry smile. I wish I'd known beforehand. They arrived unexpectedly, they're already here. Huh? The deputy city lord was stunned. They showed up unannounced without even knowing what it was about? Never mind that now. They're here. Ningji whispered the warning before stepping forward with a smile. Chairman Chao, my apologies for not greeting you properly. My apologies. He extended his hand to shake Chao Guang's, his face plastered with a flattering smile. No need for formalities, Chao Guang said coolly. Ah, then this way, please? Ningji felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. What kind of attitude was this? Clearly, it wasn't good news. He could be certain of that much. Then, Ningji led everyone into the prepared reception room. I didn't know Chairman Chao would grace us with his presence. What brings you here? Ningji cut straight to the chase. Are you aware of the strange occurrences plaguing your city lately? Chao Guang inquired. Hearing this, Ningji was baffled. Strange occurrences? Not at all. The city has always been peaceful. Nothing unusual has happened. What strange occurrences could possibly happen in the city? That they'd even reach Shanghai City? He couldn't understand. Are you certain there hasn't been? Chao Guang asked. Ningji thought carefully for a moment before shaking his head. No, I haven't. Whatever happens in the city, anything of significant influence, I know about it. But truly, nothing strange has occurred. Chao Guang smiled faintly. Lord Mayor Ning, are you unaware of the events unfolding in your Dayan subsidiary instance? What happened? Ningji pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. He tentatively asked, are you referring to the meteorite impact? Exactly. Isn't that strange? Chao Guang rolled his eyes. It certainly qualifies as strange. However, after our investigation, we still haven't reached any conclusions. It could be either a natural disaster or the work of a high-tier professional. Ningji replied. The incident never recurred, so it was eventually swept under the rug. Besides, it wasn't their place to handle it. If the other side truly intended to destroy Dayan City, it was doubtful anyone in Dan possessed the strength to stop him. What if I told you it was man-made? Chao Guang pressed. Artificial?
Could it be that you, Chairman Chow, have uncovered some information?
Seeing the other party so certain, Ningji was baffled.
Even if it were man-made, what possible connection could it have to the Linglang Guild, thousands of miles away? There wasn't a Linglang Guild branch in Dayan City, was there?
This is merely conjecture, I'm not certain, but this strange occurrence might be connected to someone in your Dayan City. Chao Guang saw Ningji tense up, so he added another sentence. Ah, well, there's no way a professional with that kind of power could be in Dayan City.
I know that much for sure. Ningji replied. Didn't he know there were several powerful professionals in Dayan City?
In Dayan City, nearly all practitioners undergo their awakening through a unified process, with records kept. Only major factions within Dayan City held the privilege to conduct awakenings independently at the sanctuary.
Are you absolutely certain you have information on every single one?
Chao Guang asked with a sly smile. Even in a city as large as Shanghai City, there could be unregistered professionals.
And even if they were registered, how much could one truly track their subsequent upgrades and development?
Well, not entirely. I can't guarantee 100%, but we're at 99%, Ningji replied awkwardly. That's insufficient, Chao Guang stated. The culprits behind these incidents might very well be hiding within that remaining 1%. Ningji looked puzzled. So you're saying the Meteor Strike is connected to someone in our Dayan City, but how does that relate to you?
Exactly. What does this have to do with you? That was what Ningji wanted to know.
Upon hearing this, Chao Guang smiled faintly and said, let's not discuss that for now. The purpose of our visit is to select a group of individuals to cultivate as the seed members of our Linglang Guild. We plan to establish a branch here in Dayan City in the future.
Cultivate? Ningji was even more puzzled. What growth potential could Dayan City possibly have?
As the city lord of Dayan, he knew all too well.
If there were prospects, Dayan wouldn't be in its current state.
True.
Though Dayan City has declined, its population remains decent.
Among them are gifted professionals whose talents have been wasted due to resource constraints and other issues. Therefore, this is a partnership. We invest resources to help you cultivate talent, gradually rebuilding Dayan's strength.
For our Linglang Guild, isn't this an opportunity for advancement? Chao Guang explained calmly.
Ningji was troubled, momentarily unsure how to respond. Having a larger power establish a presence here would undoubtedly be beneficial, surely driving Dayan's development.
But, could he control it? He couldn't.
Chao Guang patted Ningji's shoulder and said.
Are you still hesitating, Lord Ning? We chose Dayan precisely because we had no other choice.
Only Dayan is truly suitable. And if you don't seek a way out now, you may truly be left with nothing.
Dayan has no choice either. Chapter 119, Scheming, Commencing the Search. Chapter 119. Faced with Chao Guang's patient and persuasive words, Ningji understood perfectly well. But the man had hit the nail on the head. Dayan had no choice left.
If it continued to languish in obscurity, its disappearance from the continent was only a matter of time. Lord Ning, I believe there is indeed room for discussion on this matter.
Given our current predicament, how much worse could things possibly get?
The deputy city lord, hearing this, looked at Ningji with some emotion. The Linglang Guild of Shanghai City, while not comparable to the top powers in major urban districts,
but in an ordinary city, it was already considered a top-tier force. With such backing, Dayan City could at least catch its breath and avoid continued decline. Most crucially, Dayan was essentially an empty shell now, holding little worth the effort of others to deceive and plunder. What remains to be lost?
Ningji ignored the deputy city lord's words and turned to Chao Guang, saying, Chairman Chao, allow me to deliberate on this matter. If I were to decide so hastily, how could I ever have become the ruler of this city? Chao Guang smiled and replied, no problem. We can give Lord Ning time to consider. With that, Chao Guang prepared to rise and depart. The deputy city lord hurriedly interjected, Chairman Chao, why not rest a while longer?
Let's discuss this further. We'll give you an answer within half an hour at most. There's no rush.
Let's discuss this once Lord Ning has made up his mind, Chao Guang replied.
Chairman Chao, 15 minutes. You'll have our answer.
The deputy city lord pulled Ningji away, followed by other high-ranking officials from the city lord's residence. Seeing this, Chao Guang smiled faintly and sat back down.
In a conference room. Lord Ning, we truly can agree to this. Our Greaton has little left to lose. What more could we possibly forfeit? Besides, the Linglang Guild merely seeks to recruit a group of professionals for training. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. We possess far too few resources and insights of our own. Even if they ultimately don't establish a branch here, wouldn't it still be a blessing for the chosen professionals? Allowing them to stay and develop in Dan would only squander their talents. If they truly wish to return, they will. If they don't, so be it, we won't lose much. But this could genuinely secure a chance for stability. Today's Dayan isn't stabilizing, it's gradually declining. If this continues, a mass exodus of Dayan's professionals is inevitable. Those who leave of their own accord will never return. However, professionals sent out for training under the city lord's office banner still have a chance of returning to Dayan. These are entirely different concepts. Ah, I fear they're plotting something, Ningji sighed. He wasn't unaware of seeking an escape route. But the other party's intentions were too obvious. There were likely ulterior motives at play. The deputy city lord gritted his teeth and snapped. So what if they are plotting? As long as the chosen professionals survive in the end, it's all worth it. What does our great and lose? Merely some future elite combat power. But aren't our top-tier forces already a joke? On the continent, they amount to nothing. With or without them, isn't it all the same? This is the worst-case scenario. Ningji fell silent. The deputy city lord was right. No matter how much Dayan loses, it remains the same a bottom-tier city district. If it's already at the bottom, how much lower can it possibly go? Why not take a gamble? Let the Linglang Guild select a group of young professionals to train and develop. Whether these adventurers return or not, it's worth the investment. Because Dayan City as it stands is a liability to them. Staying here will only cap their potential. Alright. What are the rest of you thinking? Ningji turned his gaze to the other high-ranking members. Everyone shook their heads. Some had initially opposed the idea, but after hearing the deputy city lord's words, they all fell silent. What more could they lose? Nothing. Better to take a gamble and let the Linglang Guild take a group of professionals to train. In that case, so be it. Seeing no objections, Ningji made up his mind and walked back into the reception hall. Lord Ning? Chao Guang smiled and said. Chairman Xiao, we've agreed to this matter, Ningji said. Chao Guang stepped forward and shook hands with Ningji. Excellent. Let's make this a fruitful collaboration. Once they're trained, they'll not only bolster our Linglang Guild's combat strength but also prevent Dayan City from continuing its decline. This is a win-win situation. Originally, the Linglang Guild had planned to establish a branch in the vast area surrounding Dayan City to facilitate trade and gather intelligence. But they had yet to find a suitable location. Today, upon arriving in Dayan, he felt it was an excellent choice. Because Dayan City was weak, certain matters could be negotiated more easily. Moreover, Dayan itself needed an opportunity. But his purpose this time wasn't to discuss these matters, it was about the information revealed by the diviner. That professional in Dayan who had completed the Savior's mission for the first time. He held a great secret, and beyond that, there was the mysterious heavenly cold sword and 3 refining grasses. The Linglang Guild absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away, for currently, only they knew this adventurer was in Dayan. President Chao, how will you make your selection? Ningji asked again. Do you have the awakening list records? Chao Guang inquired. Yes. Good. Compile a list of the top 100 awakened from the last 3 sessions for me. No problem. Ningji hesitated for a moment. Lord Ning, no need to worry. I'll only be making selections from the list. I won't take everyone, nor is everyone suitable. Hearing this, Ningji exhaled softly in relief. Very well, I'll have someone compile it immediately. Chapter 120, Chao Guang schemes a single clan, dual summons? Chapter 120. In the reception hall of the Dayan City Lord's residence. A list of the top 100 awakened professionals from Dayan City's last 3 sessions was delivered. Chao Guang, vice president of the Linglang Guild, examined the list while the others waited in silence. After about half an hour, Chao Guang called for a pen and began circling the names he favored on the list. Out of the 300 names, only 20 were selected. He judged them based on their profession's strength and innate talent. Dayan City truly is declining with each generation, not a single S rank among them. A rank talent is also painfully scarce. Chao Guang shook his head and handed the list to Ningji. Ningji awkwardly accepted it and scanned the names of the selected candidates. 10 possessed a tier talent, all in high-strength, mainstream professions. The remaining 10 were all B tier. Some A tier talent practitioners weren't selected because their chosen professions weren't suitable. From this, Ningji could tell that Chao Guang had given it serious consideration. This wasn't a random pick, nor was it simply selecting from the top of the awakening rankings. Lord Ning, Chao Guang inquired, are there no others besides those on the list? If only those on the list were available, completing such a mission would be utterly impossible. Clearly, this practitioner existed beyond the list, unrecorded. You mean those with S-rank talent or higher? Ningji pondered for a moment before asking. Yes. Chao Guang nodded. There are some, but they'd never join the Linglang Guild, Ningji replied. Dayan City wasn't entirely devoid of S-rank talent professionals. Really? Who? Chao Guang narrowed his eyes. If there were S-tier professionals without records, then it was possible there were even higher-tier ones. The first person to complete that mission was likely among them. Li Yanlong's son from the Holy Sword Guild, an S-tier summoner, Ningji explained. Holy Sword Guild? Chao Guang frowned, unfamiliar with the name. Yes, the Holy Sword Guild is the top guild in our Graydon. It's led by Li Yanlong, and his youngest son is indeed an S-rank summoner. This isn't exactly news in Graydon City. Ningji explained slowly. He had no authority over the Holy Sword Guild, nor could he mobilize its members. An S-tier talent summoner? Which class? Chao Guang's eyes lit up instantly as he pressed the question. Ningji replied. Well, this year's cohort. He just awakened his abilities less than half a month ago. Hearing this, Chao Guang's mouth twitched. This year's cohort? Impossible. Because the Savior's Quest was a challenge task for 5th tier practitioners advancing to 6th tier. At this point, the Deputy City Lord, who had remained silent until now, added, this Li Yanlong actually has 2 sons, and both of them have awakened as summoner practitioners. Hearing this, Chao Guang froze in surprise before exclaiming, 2 summoner sons? Summoners were formidable given sufficient resources, they could become terrifyingly powerful. 2 summoners from one family? What the hell did this Li Yanlong do in his past life to deserve such incredible luck? The Deputy City Lord continued, this has been the talk of Dan City. However, his eldest son's talent is rather ordinary. He's a special type of summoner. I recall his initial summon creature was a stone. Chao Guang. Could you at least tell the whole story? But this is indeed peculiar. Typically, summoners' innate talents aren't weak. But a stone is his initial summoned creature. This type of summoner is exceedingly rare, so rare I've never heard of it, though it does exist with a minuscule probability. Could there be some hidden circumstances? Chao Guang pondered this. For a summoner to disguise their initial summon as a stone is quite simple, especially when it's just a rock. Which cohort is this practitioner from? Chao Guang inquired. The Deputy City Lord replied, this one too. Ugh. Chao Guang felt his last shred of hope shatter. He'd hoped there might be some hidden circumstances. Apparently not. No one from this year's class could possibly have reached the 5th tier. What rank is Li Yanlong's youngest son now? Any news? Though there were no leads yet, summoners with S-tier talent were exceedingly rare. Not a single one exists within the entire Linglang Guild. Recruiting him into the Linglang Guild. This would be an unexpected bonus from this trip. Level 30. When did the awakening occur? 13 days ago. A flicker of surprise crossed Chao Guang's eyes. Level 30 in 13 days? That's extraordinary. Even on the mainland, you'd rank among the top players. Summoners are weak early on, but it depends on the type. Reaching level 30 in 13 days is already formidable, surpassing most professions. Indeed. Ningji nodded. Chao Guang continued, Lord Ning, could you put me in touch with Li Yanlong? Well, that might be tricky. Li Yanlong is the guild leader himself. He wouldn't allow his offspring to join another faction, Ningji replied. Chao Guang chuckled. Lord Ning, you needn't worry about this. What can the Holy Sword Guild possibly compare to the Linglong Guild? I believe Li Yanlong will understand. Had this individual been trained under our guidance since awakening, he wouldn't just be at level 30 now. Even a minor, obscure guild could get him to level 30 in just 13 days, proof of how formidable a summoner with S-tier talent truly is. Had they been trained by the Linglang Guild, he'd be preparing for advancement by now. In that case, I have nothing more to say, Ningji replied. This was Li Yanlong's personal matter, and it was none of his concern. Then I'm grateful to Lord Ning, Chao Guang chuckled heartily before shifting the topic. Lord Ning, I wonder how many 6th tier practitioners Dan currently has? Since talent wasn't an option, he'd go straight for the 6th tier professionals. After all, that mission was for advancing from 5th to 6th tier by now, that practitioner was likely already 6th tier. Ningji replied, Chairman Chao, this involves confidential information of my city district. I cannot disclose it. Providing Chao Guang with the list of the top 100 practitioners from the last 3 sessions was already the absolute limit of what he could offer. Had it not been for the cooperation, he would never have disclosed such information. The number of 6th tier practitioners might be insignificant in other districts, but in Dayan City, it was classified information. Is that so? A flicker of displeasure crossed Chao Guang's eyes. I hope Chairman Chao will understand, Ningji said. Very well. That concludes today's meeting. Contact Li Yanlong for me. Within a day, assemble all the practitioners I've selected and notify me. No problem. Thank you for your trouble, Chairman Chao, Ningji replied. Chao Guang rose and swiftly departed with his entourage. After seeing them off, Ningji felt a slight sense of relief. At the very least, Chao Guang hadn't made things difficult. It seemed the plan to establish a branch in Dayan City was indeed genuine. But he sensed Chao Guang's visit held deeper motives. There was likely another motive at play. Chapter 121, Shock 2 First Records, both from the same person? Meanwhile, Chao Guang had just returned to his base after leaving the city lord's residence when a subordinate reported. Chairman Chao, another record has been broken. A middle-aged man looked at Chao Guang with some excitement. What record? Chao Guang frowned. You're familiar with the Icebone King quest, right? MHM. Chao Guang nodded, recalling the details. He had heard of this quest, as some professionals within the guild had accepted it. Someone just soloed it for the first time. Not only that, but it took just 2 seconds. Unbelievable. The middle-aged man exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. What? Chao Guang's eyes widened instantly as he stared at him. Are you sure you didn't misread it? He remembered this quest required 5 teammates to complete. There was no way one person could accomplish it. Chairman Chow, I'm absolutely certain. I didn't misread it. It was indeed a solo clear on the first attempt, and there's even a report. It took only 2 seconds, meaning the Icebone King was instantly killed. The middle-aged man stated with unwavering certainty. Whoa! How is that possible? What's going on lately? Have these quests gotten easier? First-time records keep popping up. Xiao Guang felt a chill run down his spine. These events were utterly baffling. Quests that had never been completed before were now being finished one after another within just a few days, setting new first-time records. This truly baffled him beyond measure. The continent is about to change. I suspect this is a sign. Xiao Guang felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, like a knot in his gut. Continue gathering clues. We absolutely must find the person who first completed the Savior's mission. Yes, Chairman Chow. Calm returned to the office. Xiao Guang stood by the window, his expression grim and his mind filled with worry. 2 firsts and one of them achieved in just 2 seconds. This was utterly astonishing. And at this moment, only they knew that one of them was in Dayan. If they could find this person, it would be the moment Linglang Guild soared to new heights. Just then, a phone call came in. He picked it up to see it was the guild leader calling. Hello, guild leader. You know about the Icebone King being solo cleared for the first time, right? I know. Xiao Guang paused, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. We've already divined it, this person is also in Dayan. We're now almost certain it's the same person. What? The same person? Xiao Guang froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. After completing the Savior's quest, this adventurer would ascend to the 6th tier. And the challenge to defeat the Icebone King, wasn't that precisely the trial for advancing from 6th to 7th rank? Everything fell into place. Xiao Guang took a deep breath and shook his head. This can't be possible. How could someone level up 50 times in such a short period? Even leveling 50 times in a single tier isn't that simple, let alone from tier 6. Nothing is impossible. The guild leader's voice carried a sternness. He completed an impossible quest. Is leveling up 50 times in such a short period really that difficult? Well, fine. No problem. Xiao Guang had no strength left to argue. Right. For someone who accomplished such a feat, climbing 50 levels in such a short time was hardly surprising. Your mission is critical. This talent is only at tier 7, with potential to reach tier 10 at most. We must seize this opportunity and secure control over him at all costs. Time is of the essence. Do you understand? Xiao Guang. The president's voice rang out with extreme gravity. Xiao Guang jolted awake. Understood, President. A 7th tier cultivator possessing 10th tier strength, this is unprecedented. If this continues, he would become a powerhouse without equal across the entire continent. He currently possessed 14th tier strength, and among those he brought, 5 were above 10th tier. He no longer feared this man's retaliation. But, locating him is proving to be a formidable challenge. Though Dayan City is small, it still hosts over 1 million practitioners. Searching them all out isn't impossible, but it would consume an enormous amount of time. But, by the time they track him down, how powerful will this professional have become? It was almost impossible to imagine. Understood. I'll have the diviner brought over immediately. Find this person at any cost. And I've summoned Old Wu as well. The guild master of Linglang declared. Lao Wu, Xiao Guang repeated. He's already returned? He was a 13th tier psionicist within their guild, specializing in mental manipulation. Even a 15th rank practitioner could fall victim if they weren't careful. And once controlled, the victim could never break free for the rest of their life unless Old Wu chose to release the mental hold himself. Yes, he arrived yesterday. That diviner has also been controlled and can no longer resist. However, the distance is too great to pinpoint his exact location. Once they arrive, it will all be over. Our Linglang Guild will rise to power. Understood, Guild Master. Xiao Guang's eyes flashed with determination. Once Old Wu and the diviner arrive, everything will fall into place. Alright, that's settled. Report any developments immediately. Got it. After hanging up, Xiao Guang's breathing grew slightly hurried. He never imagined it would be the same person. This was utterly unbelievable. What genius could possibly hold a candle to someone like this? Thankfully Old Wu returned. If he'd been given more time to grow, we might not have been able to handle him. Xiao Guang breathed a huge sigh of relief. Now things would be much easier to handle. This man must be hiding a major secret. Once we control him, everything he possesses will belong to our Linglang Guild. Meanwhile, after returning home, Wuwang was just about to head out for some level grinding when he received a message from Gu Xinghe. Brotherly, something's happened. Seeing the message, Wuwang frowned slightly and replied. What's going on? Gu Xinghe replied swiftly. The Linglang Guild has made a move, they've gone to the city lord's mansion. Additionally, they've dispatched people to investigate the routes between the sacred temple and the dungeon teleportation points. Since I've handled similar situations before, I suspect they'll likely trace it back to you. Brotherly, I don't think we can just sit here and wait for disaster. If they actually trace it back to you, we'll be too passive. Wuwang pondered for a moment. The sanctuary shouldn't have revealed his identity, right? Dayan City wasn't that big. Once they knew who he was, they'd likely track him down quickly. But he had little to worry about and felt no fear. He'd deal with it when they came looking. Got it. No need to rush. Let's discuss it when I return. Understood. I'll keep monitoring. Notify you immediately if anything unusual happens. Chapter 122. The Shocked City Lord's staff. A 7th tier practitioner. Wuwang, now a 7th tier practitioner, arrived at the teleportation plaza of the 7th tier public instance. From this point onward, the teleportation plaza of Dayan City was almost devoid of any adventurers, appearing eerily quiet. Only a few staff members sat listlessly in the nearby booths, looking as though they'd pulled an all-nighter. Spotting the approaching figure, the 3 staff members jolted awake, their eyes immediately locking onto the delicate-looking youth. Ha! What's he here for? One of them wondered aloud. Probably just sightseeing, another remarked, observing the youth's appearance and dismissing the idea he intended to enter the 7th tier instance. Wait, isn't he heading straight for the teleportation point? The last one watched the frail youth's path, which led straight to the teleportation point at the square center, and couldn't help but gasp. Seems like it. But I've never seen him before? Our Dayan 7th tier professionals are few enough to count on one hand, and they're all pretty well known. One frowned, analyzing the situation. 7th tier practitioners in Dayan were few and far between prominent figures in the city whom they all recognized. At his age? That seems unlikely. Come on, let's hurry over and find out what's going on. The 3 immediately stood up and jogged to catch up with the delicate-looking youth. Excuse me? Hello there. May I ask if you're here to enter the 7th tier public dungeon? The burly young man leading the trio spoke up first. The delicate-looking youth was none other than Wuwang. He nodded. Yes. Ha? You're already a 7th tier professional? The burly youth eyed the boy, who was considerably shorter than himself, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Yes. Is there a problem? Wuwang replied. No problem at all. Would you mind coming with me to register? Suppressing his inner shock, the burly youth gestured respectfully. Registration? Wuwang frowned in confusion. He'd never heard of needing to register just to enter a dungeon. The burly youth smiled and explained, you should understand the situation in Dayan City better than we do. Not to mention a 7th tier professional, even a 5th tier professional is considered quite formidable. Therefore, every practitioner above tier 5 is crucial to Dayan City, let alone someone of your tier 7 caliber. This registration is also the city lord's decree. After hearing the young man's explanation, Wuwang didn't press the issue. Make it quick. I'm in a hurry. Yes. Please follow me. The burly young man nodded repeatedly. They approached the shaded canopy, where the burly youth promptly produced a form and placed it before Wuwang. Just fill this out, please. Thank you for your cooperation. Wuwang glanced at the form. It mostly collected basic personal information and didn't involve any privacy concerns. Name. Rank. Contact information. Wuwang picked up the pen and paper and began to fill it out. Name, Gu Ming. Rank, 7th tier, level 300. Contact information, 1x times x times x times x times x. Nothing else, right? Wuwang set down his pen and looked at the burly young man. His current appearance and physique were the delicate form he assumed after using the 1000 shape mask, not his true form. Therefore, he improvised a name on the spot. The burly young man produced another form and said somewhat awkwardly, I wonder if you might be interested in signing a contract with the City Lord's Mansion. What kind of contract? Essentially, the City Lord's Mansion would provide resources and funding for your long-term use. In return, you would contribute your strength to Dayan whenever the city requires it. At this point, the burly youth clarified again, please don't misunderstand, this doesn't mean you'll be at the City Lord's disposal at any moment. It's only when Dayan has a need. If nothing happens in Dayan City, you won't be subject to any control, and the supplies will still be provided to you. After finishing his explanation, the burly youth could already envision the scene of rejection. After all, a 7th tier professional had no need to sign such a contract. He was simply testing the waters, seeing the man was new to the city and an unfamiliar face. If the other party agreed to cooperate, it would mean an extra layer of security for Dayan City. I'll consider it, Wuwang said, studying the contract's terms thoughtfully. Alright, take your time. No rush at all. The burly young man felt a glimmer of hope. Looks promising. Forget it. I decline. Wuwang shook his head. It wasn't that there were any unfair clauses. On the contrary, every clause was designed to benefit the professional's development. It's just that Wuwang didn't need them. He felt it was better left for others. Dayan City's internal resources were likely running dry. The resource boost offered here was too insignificant for him, negligible even. On another note, he didn't want his thoughts to be shackled. Should Dian face peril, he would act when he chose to and refrain when he did not. There would be no contractual obligations to weigh him down, and his mind would remain unencumbered. Hearing the refusal, the burly young man immediately offered a forced smile. Very well, you have your freedom of choice. Very well. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wuwang rose to his feet. The burly youth added. Though I risk offending you, I must remind you only 10 7th-tier adventurers entered the public instance today. Proceed with caution if you venture in alone. MHM. Wuwang gave a faint nod, then walked toward the teleportation point. Under the gaze of the three, he teleported away. Man, our Dian district sure is rough. You won't find other districts' 7th-tier teleportation points this deserted. Only Dian would be like this. Barely a dozen people pass through all day, and most are faces we know like the back of our hands. He just entered the 7th tier. 6th tier was still somewhat manageable, but beyond 7th tier, practitioners from our Dian district basically have to enter dungeons alone. Not only do they face terrifying monsters, but they also have to guard against practitioners from other districts. It's tough. Let's hope they make it through safely. These are Dian's pillars. Any mishap would be a massive blow to our district. May they all return safely. Chapter 123, Thorns Summoned, Level 7 maxed out. On the other side, Wuwang had already entered the 7th tier public instance. Here, too, stood a conspicuous notice board, though its content differed somewhat from that in the 6th tier instance. The 7th tier instance is exceptionally perilous. Very few practitioners in Dian have reached this stage. All who venture here must exercise utmost caution. May you all return safely. Right now, leveling up is the priority. The attribute boost from advancing far outweighs gear gains. I'll grind for gear later when I have the chance. Wuwang opened his map to search for suitable areas for leveling. Such areas needed to meet two criteria: the dungeon must be the highest level available for his current level, and monsters must be concentrated. After some searching, he finally settled on two areas. Giant Scorpion Desert, monster levels 345-350. Demon Eye Shark River, monster levels 340-350. These two areas seemed suitable. Based on past experience, areas named after monsters typically feature high monster density and serve as the dominant force in that region. Let's start here. Grind until we're satisfied, then reassess if needed. Wuwang immediately activated his flight skill and soared toward the Giant Scorpion Desert. After roughly an hour, he arrived at his destination. You have entered the Giant Scorpion Desert region. The notification popped up as Wuwang surveyed his surroundings. Though called a desert, there were several small groves of trees, all showing signs of withering. Just a few kilometers behind him lay an endless expanse of primeval forest. Looking further ahead, even the small groves vanished, leaving only endless sand and withered grass. Clearly, the desert was expanding, encroaching upon the distant forest. Probably no monsters on the outskirts. Gotta head toward the center. Wuwang muttered to himself as he headed toward the center, continuing until no trace of greenery remained. Rustle, rustle. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from all around Wuwang. Wuwang heard the sound and immediately looked up. Not far away, giant scorpions, their bodies a blood red, were charging toward him. Here they come. Wuwang soared into the air, watching as wave after wave of giant scorpions poured out of the sand, swarming densely around him before gathering at his feet. Not enough. More are needed. Unable to reach Wuwang in the air, the scorpions began circling relentlessly at his feet, emitting chilling, blood-curdling screeches. Before long, the scorpions piled upon each other, one stepping on another, rising like a crimson giant. They've got some intelligence, they know how to cooperate. But still not enough. As the scorpion pile grew taller, Wuwang rose with it, creating the illusion that the scorpion was almost within reach. Soon, the number of giant scorpions surging from the surroundings began to diminish. Wuwang looked down at his feet. The pile of giant scorpions now stood over 50 meters tall, truly resembling a crimson giant. The dense swarm of giant scorpions made Wuwang's scalp tingle, triggering his fear of crowds. That should do it. Wuwang exhaled slowly, locking his target beneath the scorpion swarm before activating his new skill. Thorn Summoning LV2. Suddenly, a surge of energy gathered in the darkness and rapidly dispersed outward. Tough thorns erupted from the sand, growing at an astonishing speed. They writhed like small snakes, piercing one giant scorpion after another. The thorns pierced the scorpions' bodies but did not stop growing. More thorns burst forth from every direction within the scorpions' bodies, continuing to grow unstoppably. The thorns grew unchecked, piercing indiscriminately. Soon, the entire area was completely covered in thorns, spreading outward relentlessly. On the giant formed by stacked scorpions, thorns also grew relentlessly. Soon, the giant was enveloped by thorns and then collapsed with a crash. The scorpions, now aware of the danger, found themselves with nowhere to flee. The ground, mid-air, and underground were all covered in wildly growing thorns. Any contact with the thorns resulted in immediate penetration. Once embedded, the thorns exploded within the giant scorpion's body like bombs, spreading densely before continuing their growth. Moments later, the scorpion swarm was completely engulfed by thorns, not a single one escaping. This skill's effect is quite impressive. Wuwang gazed at the scorpions seemingly parasitized by thorns inside. At that moment, a series of notifications popped up. Killed level 345 Fireclaw Giant Scorpion, EXP plus 100,000. Killed level 345 Fireclaw Giant Scorpion, EXP plus 10,000. Killed level 350 Fireclaw Giant Scorpion, EXP plus 125,000. Killed level 350 Fireclaw Giant Scorpion, EXP plus 125,000. Defeated level 350 Boss Fireclaw Scorpion King, EXP plus 400,000. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have reached level 305 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 315 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 330 and gained 1 skill point. Still not enough. 20 more levels to go. Watching the prompt stop, Wuwang shook his head slightly. His gaze fell upon the dropped gear, the highest tier being epic, of little use to him. After storing all the dropped gear in his spatial storage, he headed toward the next area. 1 hour later, Wuwang arrived at the Demon Eye Shark River. The river stretched over 100 meters wide, its surface eerily still, the water glowing with a deep, unnerving green. Since it's a river, I'll summon a thunderstorm. Water conducts electricity too. Wuwang immediately activated target lock. Drawing on his experience with thunderstorm's power, he sequentially locked onto 4 positions, each spaced roughly 100 meters apart, forming a straight line across the river's center. Then came the thunderstorm summon. Rumble. Thunderclouds gathered, plunging the land into gloom. Crack. 4 bolts of lightning struck down almost simultaneously, instantly bathing the world in a blinding white light. Space seemed torn open by 4 terrifying rifts, a truly monstrous sight. Boom. The lightning struck the river with a deafening roar, causing the entire world to tremble. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Immediately after, the 4 terrifying bolts of lightning dispersed into a sea of thunder within the river. The river began to churn violently, as if it had come to a boil. The once green river instantly turned a vivid blue, an utterly eerie sight. Wuwang couldn't help but exclaim, the power of a thundersea spreading through water is far greater than through air. It seems we'll need to consider counter relationships when using this skill in the future. Only then can we unleash its full potential. If we could overwhelm the enemy, we wouldn't need to worry about counter relationships at all. Moments later, the river finally ceased its churning and returned to stillness, the thunder and lightning having dissipated. A series of notifications popped up on the interface. Killed level 345 Demon Eye Shark, EXP plus 110,000. Killed 345 level Demon Eye Shark, EXP plus 11,000. Killed a level 350 Demon Eye Shark, EXP plus 135,000. Killed a level 350 Demon Eye Sturgeon, EXP plus 125,000. Defeat the level 350 Demon Eye Shark Lord for plus 700,000 EXP. You have leveled up, gaining 5 attribute points. You have leveled up. You gain 5 attribute points. You have reached level 335 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 345 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached level 350 and gained 1 skill point. You have reached the advancement level. Please proceed to the sanctuary to claim your advancement quest. Chapter 124, The Deadly Wastes, Panic Professionals. Chapter 124. At the same time, a panel popped up. Wuwang. Class, Summoner's 7th tier advancement possible. Level, 350. Talent, Cataclysm Unique. Free attribute points, 1250. Skill points, 23. Strength, 82,224, 82,724. Constitution, 58,760, 59,010. Agility, 79,192, 79,692. Spirit, 260,240, 261,240. Class skills, Stone Summoning LV4 Target Lock LV4 Weak Current Summoning LV4 Phantom Step LV5 Storm Nightwing LV5 Water Drop Summoning LV3 Breeze Summoning LV2 Flame Summoning LV2 Ice Block Summoning LV2 Sapling Summoning LV2. Cataclysmic skills, Meteor Summon LV4, Thunderstorm Summon LV4, Tsunami Summon LV3, Storm Summon LV2 Volcano Summon LV2 Glacier Summon LV2 Thorn Summon LV2. Equipment, Venomous Vine Ring Unique, 100 Flowers Necklace Legendary, Dark Robe Epic, Frozen Prison Gauntlets Legendary, Chameleon Mask Unique. Special abilities, Ancient Statues Protection, Skeleton Throne, Eagle Eye. Pet Space, Pterosaur Incubation Pending, 5 days remaining, Fire Wyvern Incubation Pending, 5 days remaining. The attributes gained from leveling up are most useful during the early stages, but later on, only advancement can provide significant improvements. Equipment bonuses are crucial for ordinary adventurers, but for me, they pale in comparison to advancement. Wuwang stared at his attribute panel, analyzing it briefly. His advancement pace was rapid unless he had to travel far for quests. He could typically advance once a day. Thus, any bonuses beyond advancement held little significance for him. By now, the sun had set in the west. Wuwang turned his gaze toward the gathered points of light. The highest grade is just epic. Seems the drop rate for legendary gear and above isn't very high. He pursed his lips slightly, stowed everything into his spatial storage, then departed, returning to Dian City. Meanwhile, a group of people sensed the commotion emanating from the Demon Ice Shark River and rushed over swiftly. Staring at the now calm river surface, the group was utterly baffled. Hey, guys, what happened to that commotion? How come it's dead calm again? Who knows? The whole area was covered in dark clouds just now, and that lightning lit up the sky for miles. Could it be some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Did it dissipate the moment we arrived? Let's go check it out. One adventurer suggested. Are you crazy? Down there are nothing but demon eye sharks. If we go down, they'll devour us down to the last bone, another adventurer snapped. He knew firsthand the terror of the demon eye sharks. Once you went down, swarms of them would close in. There'd be nowhere to run. What's there to fear? What if there's treasure down there? After all that commotion, I refuse to believe nothing happened. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Whatever, you coward. A light shield materialized around one adventurer, enveloping his entire body. With a leap, he plunged into the river of demon eye sharks. He's got no sense of his own mortality. That demon eye shark river isn't something to mess around with. If he dies down there, we won't be saving him. He's so reckless. Who cares? I'm not risking my neck to save him. Beneath the demon eye shark river, the adventurer ventured deep into the riverbed, surveying his surroundings. It seemed perfectly safe. He muttered to himself, what's the big deal? This place is perfectly safe. It's nowhere near as dangerous as they make it out to be. He continued exploring forward, encountering no so-called demon eye sharks. What a load of exaggerated nonsense. How am I supposed to advance like this? How am I supposed to get stronger? He grew even more convinced that the magic eye shark river was nothing special. How dangerous could it really be? What happened to the promised horde of demon eye sharks attacking the moment he stepped in? Magic eye sharks, come on. I'm waiting for you. He shook his head in exasperation, but nothing happened. So he pressed onward with his exploration. But what followed sent a chill down his spine. Something's off. Even if it's not dangerous, it shouldn't be completely devoid of monsters, right? His throat convulsed a few times as he felt uncertain. After all, the Demon Eye Shark River was the highest tier area within the 7th tier dungeon. It couldn't possibly be completely devoid of monsters. Even if the Demon Eye Sharks weren't here, what about the other monsters? This vast river couldn't possibly be completely empty. This is strange. Let's see what lies ahead. He steeled his nerves and pressed onward, his gaze darting around the surroundings. After about 10 minutes, he reached the opposite bank, then cut diagonally back toward the river's center before continuing downstream. Yet, still, not a single monster was in sight. Dead and barren, not even a speck of vegetation. It felt like a river of death. Holy, this isn't right? He finally sensed something was terribly wrong. Panic surged through him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He quickly surfaced. Phew! Gasping for air, he shot out of the water and soared toward his companions. The professionals on shore watched his frantic, panicked arrival and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, looks like this fool finally got scared. I told you the Demon Eye Shark River was no place to swim. Who wouldn't believe me? He wouldn't believe it until he saw the coffin. Look at him scrambling now. Where's all that confidence gone? As long as he's okay. As the adventurer drew near, one of them sneered, what's this? Scared now? Where's all your bravado? You wouldn't believe me, but I'll be damned if I didn't scare the living daylights out of you. And no, that's not it. The adventurer shook his head frantically, his face turning pale. What, no? Still trying to deny it? Everyone saw how pathetic you looked. I swear. I didn't encounter any demon eye sharks. No. I didn't encounter anything at all. The adventurer stammered, the deathly stillness of the riverbed still vivid in his mind. You're babbling nonsense now. Save your explanations. If you're so desperate to save face, go ahead and die trying. What pride? This river is dead. There's nothing in it. Not a magic-eyed shark, not even a single fish. Impossible. I was here just a short while ago. How could there be nothing? You're still trying to wriggle out of it. May my whole family die if I'm lying. At this remark, everyone froze for a moment, their expressions shifting to solemnity. You don't joke about your entire family unless you're an orphan. But he wasn't an orphan, and he'd never joke about his family. So, go check it out. The group exchanged solemn glances before activating their light shields and leaping into the river. Upon reaching the riverbed, a sudden, deathly stillness washed over them, sending chills down their spines and making their hearts race. They dared not linger, immediately surfacing and reaching the shore, their faces now pale. This was all too bizarre, completely beyond their comprehension. What the hell is going on? This is bizarre. Dead silence. Complete dead silence. Could it be connected to that black cloud and lightning? Damn, that could be it, but it's still too bizarre. The riverbed is completely barren now, not even any plants left. Let's get out of here fast. I don't think we should stay on this shore either. Chapter 125, Divination. Could it be the same person? Meanwhile, Linlang Guild's temporary base in Dayan City. Ever since learning that Old Wu and the Diviner were coming, Chao Guang had been eagerly anticipating their arrival. Chairman Chao, Senior Wu will be here shortly. Just then, Chao Guang's assistant entered from outside and announced. Where are they now? Hearing the news, Chao Guang's face lit up with joy as he turned to ask his assistant. About a kilometer away. Ah, finally. Come on, let's go down to greet them. Chao Guang's face glowed with radiant joy as he strode purposefully toward the entrance. At the villa entrance, moments later, 5 figures could be seen approaching. Chao Guang immediately stepped forward, laughing heartily. Old Wu, when did you get back? Didn't you even give me a heads up? The professional known as Old Wu was a bald man clad in black robes. Hey, it's not like I'm never coming back. What's the big deal? Come on in. Chao Guang promptly ushered everyone inside, leading them into the villa's living room. Old Wu, with you back, everything's going to be so much easier. Chao Guang finally felt a deep sense of relief wash over him. With a psychic and a diviner, everything was now within reach. Old Wu nodded. Hearing the chairman describe this person, even I was astonished. To accomplish such earth-shattering feats in such a short time. 2 firsts and within mere days, he'd reached the peak of the 6th tier and advanced to the 7th. How utterly astonishing. Indeed. Not only did this person advance at an astonishing speed, but they must also be hiding some extraordinary secret. If we can capture this person, our Linlang Guild will surely shine across the entire continent. Chao Guang spoke with unbridled excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Ha, old Chao, don't get too worked up, you're not a kid anymore. Lao Wu burst into laughter too. This was the best news he'd heard since returning. You're no different. This is cause for celebration. If you hadn't returned, I'd be in a real bind. With you back, this matter will surely fall into place, Chao Guang said, smiling at Lao Wu. Lao Wu nodded. Yeah, everything's still on track. If we delayed another 10 days or so, I doubt I could have kept this guy under control. This person's leveling speed was reaching an extreme, unmatched by anyone before or after. It was terrifying. Had he not been discovered in time, within half a year, forget him, even the guild leader would have to think twice. But now, he's returned early. Keeping him under control would be a tremendous boon both for him and for the Linlang Guild. Chao Guang clenched his fist and said. Indeed. His rate of advancement is terrifyingly rapid. Given time, he could easily become an unrivaled force on the continent. If we can secure him before he fully matures, everything he possesses will belong to our Linlang Guild. Lao Wu chuckled and inquired, I hear he possesses some refining grass? Yes, 3 refining grasses. Then I'm claiming them now. I've searched for refining grass countless times and never found any. This time, don't even think about trying to take them from me. He desperately needs refining grass right now to refine his equipment. If the refinement succeeded, his power would surge significantly. Chao Guang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, no one's competing with you. Refining grass is precious, but success is probabilistic. It doesn't just happen with any old refinement. That's none of your business. I'll handle it myself. Lao Wu chuckled. Actually, the most mysterious thing about him is that Heaven's Chill Sword. I've never heard of it before, Chao Guang said, his expression turning serious. Hearing this, Old Wu smiled faintly. No matter how mysterious the Tianhan sword is, I have no use for it. He had heard about all these matters. What he hadn't expected was that during his absence, the guild had actually captured a diviner. Compared to these external items, the diviner was the most crucial. Without a diviner, how could they possibly track down this person's whereabouts? You certainly won't need it, but others will. Though what grade this Tianhan sword might be, it feels at least legendary. Chao Guang remarked with a chuckle. It could very well be mythic tier. Mythical grade weapons and armor are virtually unseen. He'd never heard of anyone possessing one. In short, their existence was exceedingly rare. Possessing even one could elevate a power like the Linlang Guild to a higher tier. Ah, this fellow truly has a great stroke of luck. Old Wu laughed heartily, his expression filled with emotion. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he asked, no one else knows about this, right? Not yet. Only our Linlang Guild knows, since not everyone can have a diviner. But who knows what might happen later? Diviners were notoriously elusive and impossible to recruit. As they spoke, both men's gazes turned to the young man standing nearby. The youth stood motionless, his gaze vacant and unfocused, as if his soul had been stolen. That's true. But I've already subdued him. Whatever divination you need, just have him perform it. Lao Wu's lips curved upward in a smile. You're the man, Old Wu. This guy's no pushover. If you hadn't come back, he'd still be resisting. Now that he's under control, it's up to us to decide.
After a moment of silence, old Wu chuckled, then his expression turned serious.
By the way, how's the investigation into my adopted son's death coming along?
His adopted son had perished in the dungeon.
Still investigating. No results yet, but the killer is also in Dayan.
In that case, let's cast the divination immediately.
We can't wait any longer.
Agreed. Xiao Guang instructed his assistant to fetch paper and brush. He first wrote down some clues about the murderer, then inscribed the location of the killer in the divination. After finishing, he handed it to Lao Wu. Lao Wu passed the paper to the young man, then fixed his gaze upon the youth's eyes, his own eyes flashing with intense focus. The young man took the paper, memorized the instructions at the top, and began the divination. Moments later, the divination concluded.
The youth marked the precise location on the paper. Unnoticed by anyone, one of the young man's legs was slowly vanishing.
Xiao Guang took the divination results, glanced at them, and declared, "This place is the Shanghai Villa. The ones who killed our Linglang Guild members in the dungeon are right here.
Good.
I will personally bring this man's head to my adopted son as an offering."
Divine the next one.
Xiao Guang began writing again, this time divining the location of that mysterious professional.
About 15 minutes later, the divination result appeared again.
At this moment, no one noticed the young man's vitality was also beginning to fade away. Xiao Guang picked up the divination result, his eyes widening in shock.
Also the Shanghai Villa? A gang? No, this is likely the same person. Chapter 126, Forces Converge at the Forest Sea. The same person?
At those words, old Wu's brow furrowed deeply.
If it really was the same person, this situation would be quite difficult to handle. His adopted son would have died in vain.
Xiao Guang said coldly.
It's highly likely the same person.
I was wondering why all the new blood in our guild wiped out. The Linglang Guild always operated with extreme caution. When leading groups into dungeons to grind levels and farm gear, they always had a professional at least 2 tiers higher in rank to lead the way.
Accidents had never occurred before. But when facing someone capable of completing 2 first-run clearances and leveling to 50 in such a short time, their people simply weren't a match. However, I can't offer the killer's head as tribute to you now. But I swear, I won't let this person off easy.
Lao Wu gritted his teeth and looked up. Seeing this, Xiao Guang offered comfort. Old Wu, please try to find peace.
This person is crucial to us, we must keep him alive.
This man's value was immense, far beyond what a dead person could ever offer.
I know.
Lao Wu nodded faintly. Though he grieved the loss of his son, he wasn't so consumed by sorrow that he couldn't see the bigger picture. That all these actions stem from the same individual is like a godsend. It provides the perfect justification. Xiao Guang smiled meaningfully.
In any endeavor, the hardest part is finding a pretext.
With a pretext in hand, things become much easier. No time to waste.
Let's set out immediately. If his location shifts, we'll need to consult the oracle again.
Before Lao Wu could finish his sentence, a soft thud sounded. Something had fallen to the ground. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pile of clothes on the ground. The young man had vanished. How could this be? Lao Wu looked utterly perplexed. How could merely divining the locations of 2 people demand such a heavy price? Seeing this, Xiao Guang also frowned deeply. For a diviner to pay such a price, the secret he hides must be truly earth-shattering.
No way. We just lost a diviner?
What a waste. Old Wu sighed deeply.
It's just one diviner.
Compared to that person, he's not that important.
Xiao Guang took a deep breath.
The price they'd paid for that person was no small matter.
If this diviner were sold, he'd fetch an astronomical price.
But they had pinpointed his location.
Gone is gone.
Right. No time to waste, we must depart immediately.
If he shifts locations and something goes wrong, we'll be out of our minds with regret.
Lao Wu gritted his teeth as he spoke.
Understood.
Xiao Guang glanced toward the door and ordered, gather the team immediately.
We're moving out. Target, Shanghai Villa. Meanwhile, the city lord's mansion of Dan City. Bad news, Lord Ning. Ningji's assistant rushed into his office. What is it?
Ningji frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him.
We've uncovered some leads regarding the matter you asked me to investigate.
That Xiao Guang from the Linglang Guild, his true purpose was never cooperation after all. Their people are scouting and investigating the route between the sanctuary and the dungeon.
It seems they're searching for someone.
The assistant spoke vividly, looking quite anxious.
Looking for someone?
Ningji furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his head in deep thought.
Who in Dayan City could be important enough for the Linglang Guild to send a vice president to search for? It seemed unlikely. Wait.
Xiao Guang had asked him about the Meteorite Impact dungeon before.
Could they be searching for that person? But there's not a single clue about this person. How could they possibly find him? Could it be they've already uncovered something? Whoa, the person responsible for the Meteorite Impact, could it be someone from our own Dayan faction?
The thought sent a chill down Ningji's spine.
When did Dayan ever have such a figure? It seemed highly improbable. Lord Mayor, what should we do next? Should we still hand over the chosen ones? His assistant inquired.
Ningji rubbed his temples, his expression pained as he replied.
Let me think. We can't rush this. We must figure out their true intentions. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Besides the person he just thought of, what else in Dayan could possibly attract the Linglang Guild to travel such a great distance to seek out?
Ningji racked his brain but came up with nothing.
Dayan was utterly ordinary and unremarkable. What about our people? Are they still monitoring?
Ningji asked his assistant.
They've withdrawn. We can't keep tailing them, the power disparity is too obvious. We'd be spotted too easily.
The assistant replied with a sigh. Their operatives were at best 4th or 5th tier, no match for the Linglang Guild's elite.
Notify all the guilds. Have them prepare. Something big is likely to happen soon.
Ningji felt a persistent unease, a sense of impending doom that refused to lift.
Understood. The assistant immediately departed to contact all the guilds in Danan City. Not long after,
he returned, his expression grim. Lord Mayor, they've refused. They won't get involved.
If anything happens, they'll immediately protect themselves.
Hearing this, Ningji nearly exploded with rage. Those bastards.
They think there's something special. Dayan faces imminent, unknown peril, yet they adopt this indifferent, not my problem attitude. They're not human, it's a disgrace. Everyone knew just how weakened Dayan had become. If they don't unite now, what fate awaits them? Ningji's face darkened.
After a moment of anguished deliberation, he ordered.
Convey my orders, the entire Dayan City Lord's Mansion is to be on full alert, ready for battle. The Linglang Guild came with hostile intent.
Without support from other factions, the City Lord's Mansion stood isolated and helpless.
Confronting these enemies would be like hitting a stone with an egg.
But as the City Lord's Mansion, if they failed to stand up, then Dayan would truly be finished.
Even their last shred of reputation would be lost.
Yes, Lord City Lord. The assistant's face grew solemn as he jogged off to notify the senior officials of the Dayan City Lord's Mansion.
Sigh.
I hope we're just being overly sensitive and nothing serious has happened. Ningji sighed and sat down, his expression complex.
Bad news, Lord City Master. At that moment, figures clad in black armor burst into the chamber.
Ningji looked up at the sound. It was the commander of the city guard.
The commander of the city guard coming personally? This was truly bad news. What's going on? The commander's face was grave as he reported. Lord Ning, the Linglang Guild has assembled all its members and is heading south toward the city. So tonight won't be peaceful after all. Ningji took a deep breath.
He had sensed something was off tonight, his heart filled with unease. This feeling was overwhelming, so intense it had him on edge, yet he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly.
Lord Ning, what should we do? The commander of the city guard inquired.
He himself could no longer make such decisions, everything depended on the city lord's will.
After all, the members of the Linglang Guild were formidable, acting on their own would only cost them their lives.
Sigh, what else can we do?
Gather everyone and follow them to see what they're up to.
Yes, sir.
All units from the city lord's residence swiftly assembled and marched in force toward the southern city gates. Chapter 127, Overwhelming Combat Power Shocks Dayan City.
The commotion from both sides was considerable, causing panic among Dayan City's professionals. Rumors began to spread like wildfire.
What's going on? That group just passed by, and now the city lord's guards are following them? Damn, they're mobilizing everyone. Is something major happening? Could it be related to that group that went out earlier? Something's off.
I didn't recognize a single person from that earlier group.
Looks like they're not from our Dayan factions at all.
With all this commotion, something big must be brewing. I can't shake this feeling that a storm is coming.
With Dayan teetering on the brink, I guess I'll have to start planning my move out of here. There's no future here, it's just a waste of life and potential. Could a major war be brewing?
Rumors of impending war swept through the entire city of Dayan, plunging nearly every professional into panic.
Some recognized the group of professionals. They weren't from Dayan.
They were professionals from Shanghai City.
The Linglang Guild. Definitely the Linglang Guild.
That group that just passed by, they're the ones. I recognized their exclusive insignia.
None of them are good people. What? The Linglang Guild? What are they doing in our Dayan? And making such a huge commotion? Could they be here to kill someone? The Linglang Guild? That's nothing but a bandit guild. I ran into them once in a dungeon run. They're no different from common thieves, bullying people under the guise of power. Disgusting. How arrogant. They don't give a damn about Dayan.
No pretense, just parading around town causing trouble in broad daylight.
No wonder nearly the entire city lord's mansion mobilized. This is no small matter. Fear my ass.
We adventurers are meant to step up in times of crisis.
Follow me. If you're scared of dying, you shouldn't be in this profession. Let's support the city lord's mansion.
As a warrior's cry rang out, the long-suppressed resolve within some souls ignited instantly. They followed the warrior's lead and charged forward.
Right. He's absolutely right. Isn't that what we professionals are here for, to contribute our strength when needed? No coward has ever worn the Dan profession's colors. Those who aren't cowards, follow me. Today we'll see what this Ling Lang Guild is up to. If need be, we'll fight them to the death. Even if we perish, we'll have no shame before the heroes who fought for Dan before us. Support the City Lord's Mansion. Support the City Lord's Mansion. More and more adventurers grew fiercely determined, surging toward the southern city gates with thunderous momentum. Those still hesitating, seeing themselves left behind, chose to follow after much internal struggle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Xinghe, having received advance notice, had already arrived at Li Wuwang's residence, the Shanghai Villa. Brotherly, they've moved. The Ling Lang Guild is heading this way. Looks like they're coming for you, Gu Xinghe said with some urgency. Chao Guang, the vice president of the Ling Lang Guild, was a 15th tier magic warrior class practitioner with formidable strength. So fast? Could it be divination? Li Wuwang stood on the balcony, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Such swift accuracy in pinpointing his location could only mean one thing: a diviner was involved. Yes, it was divination. Gu Xinghe replied tensely. I possess a passive skill that allows me to detect disturbances caused by divination. Impressive. Li Wuwang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Gu Xinghe to possess counter-divination abilities. If he could detect the fluctuations, he should be able to reverse-engineer the diviner's location based on those disturbances. But there was no need to confirm it now, because as Gu Xinghe said, they had already come knocking. Seeing Li Wuwang's nonchalant reaction, Gu Xinghe grew anxious and hurriedly added. Brotherly, I've investigated the last group that arrived. One of them, named Wu Lang, is a 13th tier mentalist. He's exceptionally skilled in mental control. He can turn people into puppets. Li Wuwang nodded. What else? A 13th tier mentalist, a practitioner specializing in mental attributes. How high could his mental power reach? But just 13th tier? Not something to fear. Then there's their vice president, Chao Guang, a 15th tier magic warrior. He has a record of defeating 16th tier warriors. He's not someone to be underestimated. The rest are mostly around tier 10. Over 50 people have come this time. Brotherly, you only killed a few of their new recruits. Is it really necessary for them to send so many experts? Gu Xinghe found this utterly perplexing. Killing a few people? The first group should have been sufficient. It would have shown Ling Lang Guild's seriousness. But then two more groups arrived in quick succession. One group included the Ling Lang Guild's vice president, while the other brought the dreaded Wu Lang. Killing a few newbies and sending both the vice president and Wu Lang? That's taking things way too seriously. He suspected there must be some hidden secret behind it all, but it wasn't appropriate to pry into Brother Li's private affairs, so he remained unaware of the other circumstances. They must have discovered something else about me, Li Wuwang remarked indifferently. What matters? Gu Xinghe asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Wuwang replied, do you know about the announcements for the first person to clear the savior stage and the first to solo the Icebone King in 2 seconds? Hearing this, Gu Xinghe gasped in disbelief. Brotherly, you're saying you triggered both of those announcements? Yes. Whoa! Gu Xinghe sucked in a sharp breath. He never imagined both announcements were triggered by Brotherly. That's insane. No wonder the Ling Lang Guild sent Chao Guang and Wu Lang. It wasn't without reason. The initial rewards alone were tempting enough to bring Chao Guang and Wu Lang here. But the real key lay in the secret behind Brother Li's astonishingly rapid leveling. This secret was beyond enticing. If exposed, it would plunge the entire continent into chaos. Gu Xinghe looked at Li Wuwang and proposed earnestly. Brotherly, you absolutely cannot fall into their hands. I suggest we relocate immediately. I guarantee they won't find us. You're currently at the 7th tier. While your strength is formidable, Chao Guang stands at the 15th tier, more than double your level. And Wu Lang, a 13th tier psychic master, is utterly unpredictable. One slip up, and he could control you. At your current rate of advancement, if you just develop for another month or two, returning to deal with them later won't be too late. Your chances of victory will be much higher. Li Wuwang rubbed his ears. You're talking too much. I'm not even anxious. Why are you? Just wait and see. Do you think they can turn the world upside down? Well. Gu Xinghe scratched his head awkwardly, falling silent. Yet deep inside, his nerves were frayed. About 15 minutes later, members of the Ling Lang Guild had already arrived outside the Shanghai Villa. Chapter 128, A Trap. Envoys from the City Lord's Mansion. That night, outside the Shanghai Villa, a group of over 50 people had completely surrounded the estate. Chao Guang walked through the main gate, glancing up at the two figures standing on the balcony, his brow slightly furrowed. On the balcony, Li Wuwang also observed the people below, remaining silent as he waited to see how they would proceed. Both sides expected the other to speak first, yet in an unspoken agreement, neither uttered a word. Chao Guang's frown deepened. How could these two remain so calm? Unmoved by the sight of so many professionals? Truly worthy of being the first to accomplish 2 firsts. That kind of resolve isn't something ordinary people can match. Chao Guang chuckled softly, glancing at the pair before turning his gaze to Wulang. He could tell that the most composed one was the person they were looking for. The one who seemed slightly flustered was not. Realizing the other party might not know his affiliation, Chao Guang added, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the vice president of the Linglang Guild in Shanghai City. My surname is Chao." Li Wuwang nodded from above and said, "And then?" At this, Chao Guang's expression darkened instantly. "You killed our Linglang Guild members, didn't you?" Li Wuwang paused briefly before replying, "Sorry, I've killed countless people. As for the Linglang Guild, maybe." At these words, Chao Guang clenched his jaw tightly. How could he be so brazen? They'd already revealed their ranks. Could this be a trap? "Kid, can't you see the situation?" Wu Lang couldn't help but shout from the side. "The situation? I see it clearly enough. You're all likely to die next." Li Wuwang sat down, looking down at them. Wu Lang burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Arrogant! You know nothing of your place. You're merely stronger than the average practitioner, but you're still just a 7th tier practitioner. Destroying you would be nothing more than a casual gesture." Chao Guang's expression darkened slightly as he stared at the youth on the balcony. Too calm. So calm it was almost absurd, making him feel a bit nervous himself. It felt as though they were the ones on the defensive. "Old Wu, be careful. This might be a trap. Don't give away any weaknesses." Chao Guang glanced at Wu Lang and whispered the warning. Wu Lang snorted coldly. "Old Chao, you're being overly sensitive. He's only a 7th tier cultivator, more than twice our level below. I refuse to believe his strength could span 7 entire tiers. That's a full 7 tiers. Not 7 levels. Within the same profession, a single tier gap could mean a huge difference. Even the strongest practitioners could only overcome 2 tiers when facing opponents. And now, we're talking about a full 7 tiers. His base stats alone would crush him. Let alone when powerful skills come into play. He's acting far too cocky," Chao Guang thought, still feeling a pang of self-doubt. This man couldn't be judged by conventional standards, otherwise he wouldn't have achieved 2 firsts. He's just grandstanding. Wu Lang clearly wasn't intimidated. Better to play it safe. Test him further. Fine, you decide. I'll only act when you tell me to. Wu Lang sighed, reluctantly following Chao Guang's lead. Right. No need to rush. What if something goes wrong? Chao Guang cautioned. They'd already lost a diviner, they couldn't afford complications at this critical juncture. Any setback would be a colossal loss, a loss so great it would be beyond measure. "So, are you two here to admire the scenery?" Li Wuwang remarked indifferently. "This is private property. You can enjoy the view, but you'll have to pay." Beside him, Gu Xing's soul nearly flew out of his body. Below him stood a 15th tier practitioner, a 13th tier, and the rest hovering around 10th tier. "Brother Li, can we really handle this? Kid, you really think we'd be intimidated by you?" Chao Guang hadn't made a move yet, still testing the waters. "So? Why don't you show me you're not scared? I'll give you 5 minutes. Either back off or I'll make the first move." Li Wuwang spread his hands, looking utterly unconcerned. "You." Chao Guang was momentarily speechless, pointing at him for a long moment without uttering a word. How incredibly arrogant. He was a 15th tier professional. And he was being intimidated by a mere 7th tier practitioner. He truly dared not act rashly, for this man's behavior felt utterly abnormal. "Old Chao." Wu Lang gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched so hard it felt like it might snap. "He's just bluffing to buy time. If we don't act now, that's when the real trouble will start." Thud, thud, thud. Just then, a steady rhythm of footsteps echoed, growing louder and closer. All eyes immediately turned in that direction. Outside the villa, the Lord of Dayan City arrived in grand procession with over 500 men. But they were stopped by members of the Linglang Guild. Linlang Guild business. All non-essential personnel stand down, a member of the Linlang Guild barked. Lord Ningji merely glanced at the man before commanding in a deep voice, "Step aside." Clang. At that single command, the 500-plus professionals behind Ningji instantly entered combat readiness. The clang of blades leaving sheaths erupted, their momentum surging like a rainbow piercing the heavens. The few blocking the entrance were startled by this overwhelming presence, their expressions shifting between shock and uncertainty. "Chairman Chao, long time no see." Lord Ning stepped over the 3 blocking the path, approaching Chao Guang with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Ningji, why are you here?" Chao Guang frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Ningji smiled and replied. "This is my great city. Where in it am I not allowed to go? But what brings the chairman of the association here?" Chao Guang gave a cold chuckle. "So that's what I thought. This is the source of your confidence?" He understood now why this man acted so brazenly. He had the city lord's mansion backing him. So he was stalling for time. "But, you're mistaken. We're not afraid of anyone from the city lord's mansion." At that moment, his doubts were finally dispelled. So this was the source of that brat's audacity. Chao Guang's cold warning rang out.
Ningji, I advise you to stay out of this matter and leave immediately.
Our cooperation can continue. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make Dian City lose its city lord's mansion.
Ningji remained unshaken. Whether I intervene depends on the matter, he replied.
But if you cause trouble within our Dian jurisdiction, I will intervene.
His gaze swept over the two figures on the balcony, strangers he didn't recognize.
Was Chao Guang mobilizing such a large force and gathering everyone just for these two? Clearly, some secret lay hidden within this affair. Chao Guang's face darkened. You don't know when to quit. Do you really think our Ling Lang Guild is some place where any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and spout off?
Chapter 129, Tensions Run High, United Against the Enemy.
He held the Dan City Lord's mansion in utter contempt. His talk of cooperation was merely a ploy to probe for intelligence.
Once that purpose was served, the Dan City Lord's mansion held no further value.
Once something loses its purpose, there is no need to hold back.
Ningji remained unprovoked by his words, instead reminding him, well, isn't that convenient?
Do you really think the Dan City Lord's mansion is easy to bully?
This was within Dan City. If the other party insisted on stirring trouble, he would not back down.
Even if the Ling Lang Guild was a colossal entity to the Dan City Lord's mansion.
If he showed weakness now, these people would inevitably push their luck. Therefore, he could only meet force with force.
Ningji, this is my final warning.
Chao Guang narrowed his eyes, his aura intensifying with a sharp, menacing edge.
I return that warning to you,
Ningji snorted coldly.
Though the Ling Lang Guild's professionals possessed formidable overall strength, their numbers were limited to just over 50.
The Dan City Lord's mansion had over 500 men.
Even if it meant trading lives, they would make the Ling Lang Guild's professionals pay a price.
Fine.
You've certainly been given face.
Chao Guang laughed bitterly, his voice trembling with rage.
I offered you a chance, but you refused it. Now, die.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous shout echoed from the sky.
Is that so? Do you really think Dan has no one to stand against you?
From the sky, a professional warrior wielding a battle axe charged toward them. Behind him, countless other warriors followed in relentless succession.
Count me in. Ha 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 ha. You've come to bully us right in our own backyard. Do you really think Dan City is made of clay? Big talk.
I'll see if you can leave Dawn today.
Outlanders dare cause trouble in Dan? Today, it's either you die or I perish. All die? What a bold claim. Bring it on. No cowards among Dan's professionals.
The Wuji Guild comes to lend our strength.
One after another, figures surged out of the darkness. Within moments, the entire Shanghai villa was completely surrounded.
Clearly, Dan City's professionals had come to support. The Ling Lang Guild members were forced back to Chao Guang's side. The situation had completely reversed. The Dan City professionals radiated overwhelming momentum, causing the Ling Lang Guild members to feel a surge of retreating fear.
It was true that their ranks surpassed everyone in Dan City.
But, the sheer number of opponents had completely sealed off the Shanghai villa.
Each of them was brimming with fervor, radiating a do-or-die intensity. It would intimidate anyone.
Even if retreat were possible, it wouldn't end well, they'd either die or suffer severe losses. Witnessing this scene, Chao Guang and his men's expressions darkened to the point of seeming to drip with gloom.
Fine. So you've gotten pretty cocky, huh?
Chao Guang practically ground the words out between his teeth, clearly unprepared for the remarkable unity displayed by Dan City's professionals in confronting them. Ningji watched the arriving reinforcements, his heart stirred to the point of tears welling in his eyes.
Who says Dan has no heroes? These are all my people from Dan. They're all still here. Dan has not fallen into decline.
Ningji felt as though he were witnessing the Dan of history, a Dan that feared no foe, faced adversity head-on, and stood united as one.
Chao Guang, what will you do? Ningji roared.
Chao Guang fell silent, deep in thought. The current situation was dire. Outnumbering them wasn't a significant advantage, given the vast disparity in individual ranks. But, when the numbers reached a certain point, and all were determined to fight to the death, the outcome became uncertain.
Old Chao, what's the plan?
Wuwang scanned the area, noticing more professionals approaching from the periphery. The situation was spiraling beyond their control. Escaping unscathed would be a victory in itself. Hold your horses. Call for backup first. Chao Guang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth.
They're just a bunch of nobodies. They won't dare act rashly. He knew they couldn't give up. If they did, future opportunities would likely vanish.
For now, only they knew that the professional was in Dan City. If time dragged on, more factions would learn of it, and then they wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, their diviner had vanished. They would never let this chance slip away. For now, they could only seek reinforcements. Once support arrived, everything would be over. On the balcony, Gu Xinghe clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. He stared at Li Wuwang in disbelief, thinking, so Brother Li had planned this all along, no wonder he remained so calm and composed. Now, not only had the Dayan City Lord's mansion arrived, but even Dayan City's professionals were rushing in one after another, standing against the Linglang Guild. Even though the Linglang Guild members possessed formidable individual strength, facing such a large number of Dayan professionals would require careful consideration. Brotherly truly lives up to his name.
Everything is under control. Gu Xinghe felt a surge of admiration.
While he wouldn't claim to be particularly skilled in this area, it was something he often did. But compared to Brotherly, he was utterly insignificant. The situation had completely flipped. As for Li Wuwang himself, the central figure, he hadn't anticipated the arrival of the City Lord's Mansion's forces. Even professionals from Dayan had arrived. But his confidence didn't stem from this. This was merely an unexpected turn of events. Xiao Guang had misjudged the situation. A misjudgment that could cost him his life.
Li Wuwang watched the scene below, thinking to himself, let's observe first. Though my sense of belonging isn't particularly strong, I cannot disrupt the unity that Dayan currently possesses. Below. Xiao Guang gritted his teeth. Ningji, are you certain you wish to intervene? Killing demands retribution, and debts must be repaid. It's a principle as old as time.
Ningji glanced at the two figures on the balcony, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Guang.
What exactly are you implying? Surely they didn't kill your people?
Xiao Guang's voice turned icy. What else could it be? My Linglang Guild suffered dozens of casualties at his hands.
Poof. Where's the proof? You just accused someone of murder out of thin air? Ningji retorted firmly. So they killed members of the Linglang Guild? These two, to have actually killed members of the Linglang Guild? That's no small feat. Evidence. My word is evidence.
Xiao Guang snapped coldly.
When had the Linglang Guild ever suffered such humiliation?
Enduring humiliation from powerful factions above them was one thing, but now even those beneath them dared to ride roughshod over them and demand proof.
Once reinforcements arrive, you'll answer for your actions. Death is certain.
Bull. Your Linglang Guild's methods are plain for all to see. They deserve to die.
Exactly. Your people deserve to die. It wasn't without reason. Ha! Would anyone kill without cause? It's obvious your Linglang Guild must have provoked them first. They deserve to die.
The group of professionals pointed at Xiao Guang and hurled insults. Xiao Guang said little, only sneering coldly. With 52 of us professionals around the 10th tier, you wouldn't dare strike first.
But our reinforcements will arrive soon. Chapter 130, The Arrival of a 17th tier professional. Terrifying aura.
Not a single one of these arrogant fools will escape. Xiao Guang gritted his teeth and growled. Faced with so many professionals, he dared not act rashly. All he could do now was wait for reinforcements. With 52 of them all around the 10th tier gathered together, even the professionals of Dayan City wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Xiao Guang was counting on that.
Xiao Guang, I'm giving you one last chance. Withdraw from Dayan City immediately.
Ningji glared at Xiao Guang and bellowed.
This was the final ultimatum.
If Xiao Guang refused to back down, they were prepared to fight.
Yet Ningji still considered the safety of Dayan City's professionals.
To absorb over 50 top-tier professionals would inevitably demand the lives of countless practitioners.
Such a price should not be paid lightly unless absolutely necessary. Impossible. You think you can just brush this off after slaughtering dozens of my Linglang Guild members? Absolutely impossible.
Xiao Guang retorted with a grim expression. If it were merely about the slain professionals, he might have weighed his options and retreated for now. But Linglang Guild's objective wasn't the slain professionals, it was the secret that person carried. Compared to that secret, no professional was worth mentioning.
A mere few dozen professionals? They could simply recruit new ones. It was nothing.
Xiao Guang, I'll give you 1 minute to think this through. The price you'll pay is beyond your means. Ningji narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised by Xiao Guang's reaction. Typically, this kind of situation would be resolved by offering a face-saving exit. But Xiao Guang chose to keep fighting back. Were they truly here to seek revenge? Hardly. With this thought, Ningji's gaze turned once more to the two figures on the balcony.
Was there anything special about these two?
Judging by appearances alone, he couldn't discern anything. But judging by Xiao Guang's reaction and demeanor, they were likely no ordinary individuals. The Linglang Guild was no small operation after all. It had managed to establish a foothold in a major city like Shanghai. Its depth and resources were self-evident. Precisely because of this, a mere vendetta wouldn't warrant such an all-out confrontation. Whatever had caught the eye of such a guild couldn't possibly be ordinary. Murder demands retribution, it's only natural. Just let me take these two with me, and I'll leave immediately. Xiao Guang snorted coldly, unmoved. He refused to believe that Ningji, as the ruler of this city, would risk the lives of professionals within his own territory just to wear him down.
Hearing this, Ningji dropped the pretense and stated bluntly, your purpose here isn't merely revenge, is it?
So what if it is?
So what if it isn't? If this grudge goes unavenged, where would the Linglang Guild's reputation stand? A flicker of shock crossed Xiao Guang's eyes before he swiftly masked it. This old fox had caught on so quickly? It seemed they truly couldn't delay any longer. Further postponement might invite unforeseen complications. But reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. It would be difficult for them to take those two away. Old Chow, should I? Wuwang, his face dark, whispered to Chao Guang, making a fist gesture. The implication was clear: should they take control of Ningji? Hold off. They're not fools. If they detect anything unusual about Ningji, they'll strike without hesitation. Chao Guang pressed down his hand and whispered back. He understood deeply that neither side dared to act rashly, otherwise the situation would truly spiral out of control. The outcome would be unbearable for either side. Are we just going to stand here like this? Wu Lang couldn't stand the feeling. Especially against a bunch of second-rate scoundrels. Wait for reinforcements. Forcing them out is too risky, Chao Guang cautioned. Fine. Do as you see fit. Ningji hadn't overheard their muttering. He simply stated, if you accuse someone of murder, you need evidence to convince me. Just making empty accusations of murder, isn't that bullying? He couldn't believe that merely killing a few insignificant mercenaries would warrant the vice president's personal intervention. That defied all logic. Though Chao Guang denied it, Ningji refused to believe the man's motives were pure. There had to be something else behind this. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Gu Xinghe watched the situation unfold to this point with some surprise. He turned to Li Wuwang and asked, "Brotherly, what are we going to do? Just sitting around like this isn't going to cut it. Whether it's a full-scale battle or a temporary compromise, someone has to step up and resolve this." Li Wuwang replied calmly. "Let's observe for now. Chao Guang's intentions are clear, and Lord Ningji has likely seen through them too. I want to see how he handles this." If Li Wuwang wanted to resolve this matter, it would be simple: just kill them. But he was curious to see how Ningji, the city lord, would handle this situation. For now, Ningji held bargaining chips to negotiate with Chao Guang. Gu Xinghe smiled faintly. "Well, brotherly, you're the central figure in this drama, yet here you sit watching the show. Both sides are drawing their swords over you. It feels rather absurd, no matter how you look at it." It felt odd, yet strangely reassuring. Li Wuwang stroked his chin and said, "Ridiculous? I don't think so. I'd say Dian City needs to make a statement and take concrete actions to rise from obscurity. Ningji is probably trying to capitalize on this situation. From what I understand, as city lord, Ningji has fulfilled his responsibilities. But Dian is a complete mess. Tidying it up will take considerable effort." Hearing this, Gu Xinghe's eyes lit up. "Brotherly, your analysis makes perfect sense. Dian just needs a catalyst. And the Linglang Guild, being a medium-sized guild, is perfectly suited for this purpose. The cost won't be too high, and the returns won't be bad either. Thinking about it now, it really is quite suitable." The Linglang Guild was established in Shanghai City. Though less renowned than larger guilds, it had become a force in its own right. Making a move on such a power base offered high returns with manageable risks. Neither too high nor too low, just right. Li Wuwang remarked. "Let's observe first. Ningji is indeed an ambitious city lord. If given another district to govern, he might well achieve remarkable results. Below them." Amidst the heated debate, a piercing eagle's cry erupted from the darkness, reverberating painfully through the air. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the sound. A massive black eagle approached, carrying 7 figures atop its back. None concealed their ranks. The lowest among them was a 15th rank, while the highest reached 17th rank. An overwhelming sense of pressure crushed the entire scene, nearly suffocating the assembled professionals and making them feel an immediate urge to bow down and submit. Who are they? 17th tier professionals, such overwhelming pressure. Chapter 131, plunged into despair, Li Wuwang makes his entrance. 17th tier is terrifying. Who are they? We don't have professionals like this in Dan City. Could they be from the Linglang Guild? That can't be. If they were from the Linglang Guild, they would have acted long ago. Why wait? We're done for. Looks like these visitors mean trouble. A chill ran down the spines of the gathered professionals, fear welling up within them. 7 individuals, each at least 15th tier, the highest reaching 17th tier. With such a lineup, their numerical advantage would be utterly meaningless. Because these 7 alone could wipe them all out. If only Linglang Guild's vice president, a 15th tier, had been present, they might still have had a chance. But the arrival of these individuals had completely altered the situation. They now stood with no hope of victory. Ningji and the other high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion watched in horror as these figures approached. Instantly, cold sweat drenched their backs. For a moment, even the air seemed to freeze. They stood frozen in place, immobilized by the overwhelming pressure, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Who are they? Ningji's face twisted into a grim expression. Does Dan City engage in diplomacy? No. Weak cities have no diplomacy, so we can rule out friendly forces coming to aid. With allies ruled out, it could only be enemies. Against such formidable foes, did they stand any chance? None. None whatsoever. The human wave tactic no longer held any advantage, for these 7 professionals could crush them one-sidedly. Any resistance they put up was futile. Let's just hope they're not from the Linglang Guild. If that were the case, there might still be room for maneuver. How is this possible? The deputy city lord managed to utter, his face turning liver-colored as he stared fixedly at the approaching figures. The advantage they once held was now utterly gone. Was Dian finished? Nearly every practitioner present now felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the high-tier practitioners. This overwhelming pressure plunged everyone into despair. No one could stand against it. This situation was hopeless. Meanwhile, the members of the Linglong Guild all wore expressions of surprise and excitement. For their reinforcements had arrived. Hail the Grand Elder! All members except Xiao Guang and Wulang knelt on one knee, hands clenched into fists. Elder Hong! You finally arrived! Xiao Guang was overjoyed, never expecting reinforcements to arrive so swiftly after their plea for help. Oof! The guild leader truly foresaw everything. We anticipated complications in your mission and arrived before your request for help was even made. 7 figures landed on the ground. The leader, a white-haired, shadowy-faced elder, gave a cold snort as he spoke. This was none other than the Grand Elder Hong mentioned by Xiao Guang as 17th tier Black Flame Mage. I see. That explains why the reinforcements arrived so swiftly. Xiao Guang remarked, feeling rather embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated the people of Dayan City being so stubborn, otherwise, how could things have gone wrong? Enough small talk. This is a matter of great importance. Tell us what exactly is going on here. Hong Da's gaze swept over all the practitioners present. Every professional from Dayan City now felt utterly hopeless. So these people were also from the Linglang Guild. It's over. Completely over. Ningji's face darkened with embarrassment. The last shred of hope he clung to vanished in that instant. It seemed all this was fate. Heaven itself was dooming Dan. At this moment, no matter how many schemes he had, they were all for naught. Counting Xiao Guang, the Linglang Guild now possessed 8 15th tier professionals. Faced with such terrifying combat power, they were nothing but lambs led to the slaughter. Yet Ningji felt a deep sense of guilt that so many professionals were caught in the crossfire. Damn it! Why did their reinforcements arrive so quickly? What's there to fear? Don't be afraid. We came here determined to fight to the death. Now more than ever, we must not show weakness. A desperate fight with no chance of victory. I only feel despair, not a shred of hope. It's over. Truly over. Earlier, we could have worn them down with numbers, but now there's no chance. 8 professionals above tier 15 killing us is as easy as crushing ants. Damn it, damn it. I can't move. I can't even escape. Is this what despair feels like? Danan is gone. 17th tier practitioners, too terrifying. The hearts of the practitioners grew utterly cold. Most couldn't even muster the will to resist, only endless despair remained. With not a shred of hope returning defeat into victory, resistance was futile. Their earlier momentum and fierce fighting spirit had stemmed from the sliver of hope they once held. But now, faced with overwhelming power, all resistance was futile. On the balcony, Gu Xinghe felt as if a mountain weighed upon his shoulders, crushing his breath. Brotherly, this is truly the end. With 8 practitioners above the 15th tier, our DN practitioners are utterly useless now. Our individual strength is far too weak. Li Wuwang, however, seemed somewhat amused. He chuckled faintly. Just now you said that as the protagonist of this incident, I was merely watching the show. But now, it seems I can't watch the show anymore. How can we watch? The momentum is overwhelming. Gu Xinghe couldn't understand why Brotherly remained so calm in the face of such formidable foes. He wondered if Li truly grasped the terror of 17th tier practitioners. Indeed, it is overwhelming. Li Wuwang smiled faintly. He'd never killed a 17th tier professional before. This would be the perfect chance to test his current limits. How about we retreat? Before Gu Xinghe could finish, he met the gaze of Xiao Guang and the 17th tier professional. He shuddered in fright. Despair washed over him. It's over. There's no escaping now. He's been targeted. Below, responding to Elder Hong's inquiry, Xiao Guang stated. Everything was proceeding smoothly until the Dayan City Lord's mansion mobilized a large contingent of professionals to confront us. Anticipating potential complications, we sought reinforcements. His gaze shifted to the 2 figures on the balcony as he continued, and those 2 up there, they are precisely our targets. Oh? Elder Hong's gaze swept over the 2 figures on the balcony, but he detected nothing unusual. Which one of you completed the Savior's mission and soloed the Icebone King? Elder Hong inquired calmly. At this, the professionals of Dayan City were stunned. Eyes widened in disbelief at the words spoken. What? Both first-time records were achieved by practitioners from Dayan City? Could Dayan City truly produce such god-tier professionals? Amidst the shock, a wave of regret washed over them. Targeted by the Linglang Guild before they could even grow stronger. It's over. Dayan is truly finished. Ningji was equally stunned. He never imagined the professional mentioned in the report would be one of their own from Dayan. Now it all made sense. No wonder Chao Guang had insisted on a stalemate rather than surrender. He'd come for this. But it was truly over. Completing that mission meant even a 7th tier professional stood no chance against a 17th tier one. Ningji wanted to slap himself. Why hadn't he realized this sooner? Had he realized sooner, he could have prevented this outcome. Now he knew, but the situation was already beyond repair. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the balcony. They watched as the frail young man seated there rose to his feet, speaking calmly and deliberately, utterly composed. The person you speak of is me. I'm curious what makes you think you've got me cornered. Or rather, who gave you the confidence and courage? Chapter 132, Skills Unleashed. None of you will escape. The Dan City professionals present stared at the balcony, astonished to see the frail youth openly admitting his identity. He's the same professional mentioned in the 2 reports? When did Dian ever have such an extraordinary professional? Whoa, how dare he admit it? With his abilities, he should have left immediately and waited until he grew stronger. Geniuses are always arrogant, let alone prodigies who transcend genius. It's only natural for them to look down on everything. But facing a 17th tier professional? No matter how talented, he hasn't grown enough yet. Alas. He's facing this 17th tier professional without flinching? Is he that overconfident? Sigh, he's paying the price for his lack of experience. He clearly doesn't grasp the terror of a 17th tier professional. Even with exceptional talent, his wings aren't fully grown yet. This could spell trouble. Below, Elder Hong gazed at the frail youth on the balcony, his tone leaving no room for argument. You? Little one, take my advice, come with us. You'll spare yourself much suffering. Li Wuwang smiled faintly. My apologies, but I'm not one to take advice. So, how exactly do you plan to make me listen? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Damn it, how dare he? That's a 17th tier professional. Still talking big? Doesn't he fear death? He's defying the heavens. He seems like the type who's all muscle and no brains. Don't underestimate the massive gap between professional tiers. He's got some nerve. Not only does he keep his cool, but he doesn't even respect a 17th tier professional? Is this the guy who pulled off 2 first-time missions? What gives him the confidence? Judging by those 2 quests, he's a 7th tier professional. Compared to a 17th tier, that's a full 10 tiers apart. A 10-tier gap is an insurmountable chasm, no matter the profession or talent. It's over. Completely over. Our great and finally had a prodigiously talented professional, and now he's going to be cut down in his prime. Even among the Dan practitioners, the words of Elder Hongde couldn't help but make him chuckle. Ha! Youngster, should I praise your boldness or call you reckless? Even if you somehow complete that seemingly impossible task, you're still just a low-tier practitioner. Before a 17th tier opponent, you're utterly insignificant. Chao Guang, standing beside Elder Hong, chuckled in agreement. Overconfident indeed. You might crush someone of the same rank, but a 10 rank gap? They could crush you with a flick of their finger. TSK, what arrogance. It's been ages since I've seen such a braggart. How amusing. Wu Lang chimed in with a laugh. Elder Han's expression immediately darkened. Boy, you have 1 minute to make your choice. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking you down by force. If you lose an arm or break a leg in the process, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hong Da Laozhang's overwhelming aura pressed down like a tidal wave. Gu Xing had trembled uncontrollably, his face deathly pale. Li Wuwang, however, remained utterly unflappable, calm and composed as if the terrifying pressure had no effect on him. Li Wuwang turned to the Dan practitioners and called out, fellow Dan practitioners, please step back. What follows may affect you. Below, Chao Guang looked at Elder Hong and asked, Elder Hong, should we let them go? Since the outcome is already decided, let the rest go. Killing these worthless scum would only be a waste of effort, replied the Grand Elder Hong. Chao Guang immediately turned to Ningji and said, Ningji, the Elder is being kind enough to spare you. Get out of here quickly. Ningji's face was grim, his heart torn with conflict. This was the future of their great peace city. How could they just hand it over like that? Young man, flee now. We'll buy you time. Ningji seemed to make a momentous decision. As he struck out, he shouted, a tree that remains standing will never lack firewood. I believe that one day, you will avenge us. In the blink of an eye, Ningji activated his skill and closed in on Chao Guang. Yet Chao Guang merely raised his hand and sent the fully charged Ningji flying. He hadn't even used any skills, purely overwhelming him with his base attributes. Ningji coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying dozens of meters away before landing on the ground, convulsing. Lord Mayor. The commander of the city guard watched Ningji's flight backward, his heart surging with boundless rage and battle fervor. Kill him. Without a moment's hesitation, the commander charged forward again, followed by over 500 city guards. Meanwhile, countless Dan City professionals nearby witnessed the scene. Their blood boiled once more, and their fierce fighting spirit made their entire bodies tremble uncontrollably. The city lord has charged. What are we waiting for? Kill. Buy us time. Young man, you must flee. Leave us behind. Your potential is limitless. One day, you will avenge us. Yes. Go now. You're the only one who gives Dan hope. Hurry. We'll buy time. Escape. You must escape. They fear your growth. Exactly. To accomplish a mission like this, your potential is immense. Once you're fully grown, no one will be your match. Kill. Even one life bought us 1 second, that's enough. In an instant. The battle cry shook the heavens as Dayan City's professionals charged toward the Linglang Guild members. Brotherly, they're stalling for time. We should. Before Gu Xinghe could finish, Grand Elder Hong had already materialized beside Li Wuwang. With a smile on his face, he said, "Young man, where do you think you're going?" Li Wuwang chuckled. "Leave? Did I ever say I was leaving? You truly have no fear of death. But rest assured, if you join my Linglang Guild, you'll be safe." Elder Hong continued, "Peaceful coexistence is better than constant conflict, isn't it?" Li Wuwang looked at the Dan City professionals charging forward to their deaths and said, "Tell them to stop. Stop them and come with me?" Li Wuwang remained silent. "Very well." Elder Hong nodded, instantly unleashing his imposing aura. In that instant, everyone froze in place, unable to move. "This is your final chance. Leave immediately or die." Hearing this and seeing the youth who seemed to be held hostage, the group of Dayan City professionals hesitated. "Everyone, leave." At that moment, Ning Ji, half kneeling on the ground, roared loudly. He understood their delaying tactic was useless now. Continuing the fight would only lead to pointless sacrifice, achieving nothing. Simultaneously, Elder Hong withdrew his imposing pressure. The practitioners instantly collapsed, hesitated briefly, then reluctantly retreated backward. Ning Ji, badly injured, was also supported by his subordinates as they retreated. "Alright, can you come with me now?" Elder Hong looked at Li Wuwang and smiled. "Yeah, I guess I'm ready." Li Wuwang flashed a row of gleaming white teeth and instantly activated his skill. Target locked LV4. Thorn Summon LV2. Thunderstorm Summon LV4. Meteor Summon LV4. Chapter 133, Apocalyptic Might to Total Annihilation. Rumble. In the sky, eerie black clouds gathered in vast numbers, plunging the already dimmed heavens into deeper darkness. The entire world plunged into darkness, accompanied by waves of thunderous roars. Rumble. Lightning danced through the black clouds like blue dragons. What's happening? Thunder? The practitioners who hadn't retreated far enough stared up at the sky with terror in their eyes. The dark clouds overhead seemed poised to crush down upon them, leaving them breathless and their hearts pounding. Holy! What is this? A thunder tribulation? Terrifying. Such overwhelming pressure, this isn't ordinary lightning. It must be a thunder tribulation. How could this be? The moon was out just now. Where did these dark clouds come from? It's so eerie. Wait, those dark clouds are heading straight for the Shanghai Villa. The group of professionals stared wide-eyed, gazing toward the Shanghai Villa in disbelief. Lord City Master, what? The commander of the city guard looked up, his voice trembling with alarm. Something's wrong. This dark cloud isn't natural, it's man-made. Ning Ji's eyes widened in horror. He had never seen such an eerie dark cloud before, as if guided by some force gathering here. This is bad. Some kind of energy is gathering within that dark cloud. Retreat immediately. Another squadron commander cried out in alarm, sensing the energy growing ever more immense. Retreat! The group of professionals wasted no time, fleeing toward the edge of the dark cloud. On the other side, Elder Hong, who had been smiling moments before, stiffened as he sensed the sudden shift. What's happening? He looked up at the sky, the colossal energy within the dark clouds filling him with apprehension. Where did those dark clouds come from? Such terrifying pressure, is it a thunder tribulation? I have a bad feeling about this. Chao Guang's heart pounded wildly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Thunder tribulation? That can't be. Wu Lang was also baffled, unable to figure out where the dark clouds had come from. This is bad. At that moment, Elder Hong's expression changed drastically. He sprang away from Li Wuwang's side in an instant, landing in the air not far off. His gaze locked onto Li Wuwang as he shouted in shock, "It's you!" At those words, every member of the Linglang Guild turned toward the balcony, terror flashing in their eyes. How could he possibly summon this thunder tribulation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What class is he? Quick, run! Li Wuwang smiled faintly, appearing like a devil in everyone's eyes. Elder Hong could scarcely believe it. He had been targeted by the thunder tribulation. Who are you? How could you possibly wield such terrifying power? He pointed at Li Wuwang, his teeth gritted, shouting the question. Who I am? Haven't you already figured it out? Li Wuwang countered. How do you know? Hearing this, Elder Hong was utterly shocked. Could this man know about the diviners? That's impossible. Their internal affairs were never disclosed to outsiders. If you can have diviners, why can't I? Li Wuwang chuckled lightly. What? Elder Hong froze, his gaze shifting to the young man beside Li Wuwang. Could he be a diviner too?
Guxing has snapped out of his daze, his face lighting up with excitement.
That's right. I am a diviner. This is impossible. How could you be so powerful? I'm a 17th tier professional.
Elder Hong's face darkened as he shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept it.
Crack! Before he could react, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Damn it!
Elder Hong keenly sensed the terrifying energy pouring down. He tried to flee, only to discover that, somehow, his feet were already entangled in thorny vines.
No!
He frantically activated a skill to clear the thorns, only to discover with horror that they seemed to have taken root on his feet.
They grew wildly, spreading and entangling his entire body in an instant.
Sharp thorns pierced his flesh, blood flowing freely.
Impossible! This can't be happening!
Below him, the professionals of the Linglang Guild also realized in horror that they too had been silently ensnared, unable to move an inch.
This is bad. Quick, break free. Escape! Or we'll die. Who is he? How can he be so bizarre? You wield terrifying thunderbolts, yet you also command these eerie thorns? No, I don't want to die. Boom! Four terrifying bolts of lightning struck down in rapid succession.
I will not die here. Elder Hong channeled every ounce of power into his ultimate skill, forming wave after wave of black light shields to withstand the thunderbolts.
Boom!
The first bolt struck, instantly shattering his shield into countless fragments.
Boom!
Another bolt of lightning struck, reducing his entire body to charred remains.
Boom! Boom!
With the final bolt of lightning, Elder Hong exploded into dust.
No, Elder Hong!
Elder!
Damn it, damn it!
Xiao Guang and the others cried out in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. They couldn't fathom how the 17th rank Grand Elder had been utterly defenseless, defeated in a single exchange and reduced to ashes. Yet it was not over. After the lightning struck, it transformed into a sea of thunder that surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing all directions.
A mere thunderbolt cannot harm me.
Xiao Guang and several other 15th tier professionals beside him immediately unleashed their skills in a barrage of attacks, attempting to withstand the onslaught.
Sure enough, the sea of lightning proved far less potent than the initial strike and was quickly repelled.
However, the 50 or so individuals around the 10th tier were not so fortunate. In an instant, they were engulfed by the sea of lightning, all carbonized and reduced to ashes. Truly worthy of a 17th tier professional, he managed to withstand 4 strikes of lightning before being reduced to ashes.
Li Wuwang remarked with admiration, then turned his gaze to Guxingha, who stood frozen in utter shock. Hey, let's go.
Li Wuwang grabbed Guxingha and used his flight skill to pull them back a safe distance. They hovered mid-air, and Li Wuwang turned to look at the Shanghai villa, now engulfed by the sea of lightning.
Blocked, it's blocked.
This sea of lightning formed from thunderbolts isn't that powerful after all, ha ha ha.
Kid, you can only unleash that once. We're alive again. You can't kill us. Where's the other guy?
Yet they soon realized the person on the balcony had vanished.
Seize this chance. Run. Don't hesitate.
The thorns beneath their feet had been completely scorched away by the sea of lightning, freeing them from their bonds.
Boom. 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 Boom.
Yet, 4 fiery meteors streaked across the sky, instantly reaching the skies above the Shanghai villa.
Chapter 134, Annihilation, the continent trembles. Look. What is that?
The practitioners of Dayan City turned in terror, watching as the fiery objects streaked across the sky, trailing long plumes of flame like burning balls, plummeting straight down.
The entire world was illuminated. Holy! A meteor strike? What the hell is this? Dark clouds and now meteors? Something's wrong, dead wrong. This can't be a natural phenomenon. Could it be that a practitioner has mastered such a skill? Summoning meteorites and thunderbolts? Can't rule it out. Could it be a powerhouse from the Linglang Guild? The fiery glow illuminated every practitioner's face. Their mouths hung open in stunned silence. Meteorites? Lord Mayor, could this be?
The deputy city lord's eyes widened as a terrifying realization struck him. Meteorite impacts had occurred twice before in Dayan City's auxiliary dungeons. Moreover, prior to this, Xiao Guang, the vice president of the Linglang Guild, had inquired about meteorite impact incidents. This clearly indicated that the current meteorite impact and thunder tribulation had been summoned by the people of Dayan. Highly likely. Lord Ningji was visibly shaken. He had investigated the meteorite impact incidents before, but ultimately found nothing. Now, the meteorite impact had reappeared. This meant the instigators of the meteorite impact were from Dayan. Could it be that a master from Dayan has intervened? The commander of the city guard exclaimed in horror. When had Dayan secretly harbored such a formidable practitioner? No, this master might be that person, the city lord exclaimed, both alarmed and excited. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel absurd. So it really was him. But he's only a 7th tier practitioner. This is utterly bizarre. Whoa, truly terrifying. To wield such power, what class is he even? A 7th tier practitioner unleashing such overwhelming power? It's beyond comprehension. Meanwhile,
Chao Guang and the others also sensed the disturbance in the sky and the source of the light illuminating the heavens and earth. What is that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Quick, run! The last remaining professionals of the Linglang Guild were now utterly panicked, their hearts gripped by terror. But to their horror, they discovered they couldn't move. It's a meteorite. A meteorite impact. Damn it, I can't move. This is absolutely impossible. The group of professionals were pinned to the spot by the meteorite's overwhelming pressure, unable to move. Snap. Some attempted to resist the meteorite's pressure, but in the next instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed. The person's legs were crushed by the pressure, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Ah! No! Who the hell are you? How could you possibly wield such devastating power? I refuse to accept this. A cry of despair rang out. Boom! 4 meteors crashed into the ground in rapid succession, erupting in a deafening roar. The sky and earth grew brighter, blindingly so that one could not open their eyes. The shockwave tore through everything. The professionals of Dayan City had already leaped to a safe distance, yet they were still caught in the shockwave's aftermath, each one sent flying. Holy, this feels like the end of the world. Is this the kind of power a professional can unleash? Terrifying and overwhelming. In all my years as a professional, I've never witnessed anything like this, a horror that strikes at the very soul. Only a 20th tier professional might stand a chance against that. Thank goodness we got out of there fast. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to us? What class is that guy even? It's beyond belief. With skills that powerful, the folks from Linglang Guild probably didn't make it. As the blinding light gradually faded, Gu Xingha opened his eyes, staring down at the raging inferno below. For a moment, he was lost for words. This was no different from the apocalypse. The entire Shanghai Villa area, within a 50-mile radius, had been gouged out by a meteorite, leaving a massive crater. Within a 100-mile radius, the shockwave had flattened everything, leaving the land scarred and devastated. Let's go. Li Wuwang said indifferently. Go, where? Gu Xingha's throat moved as he looked at Li Wuwang with deep reverence. To your birthplace Shanghai City, Li Wuwang replied. Ha? Shanghai City. Gu Xingha froze, then snapped to attention, his voice trembling. Brotherly, you're not planning to go to the Linglang Guild headquarters, are you? MHM. Li Wuwang nodded. It's time to settle things. Better to deal with them all now than have the Linglang Guild send more trouble my way later. Alright. Gu Xingha exclaimed with delight. If they could take down the Linglang Guild, then his plan to avenge his family could finally begin. Let's go. Li Wuwang summoned his flying beast companion and soared toward the direction of Shanghai City. It's them? They're still alive. On the ground, a practitioner from Dayan City spotted the flying beast pet in the sky, with 2 figures seated upon it. Holy! This proves it beyond doubt the Meteor Strike and lightning tribulation were definitely caused by that guy. What the hell class is this? Just casually unleashing forbidden level skills? Too terrifying. The Linglang Guild just picked a fight with the big boss, they got annihilated in an instant. Impressive. Dayan City actually has such a formidable professional. With only 7th tier strength, they wiped out over 10 15th tier professionals. Dayan is truly rising. After this, our reputation will spread far and wide. No one will dare underestimate us anymore. Ah, impressive, impressive. One professional after another shouted excitedly, visibly stirred and deeply exhilarated. Where are they going? The commotion in Dayan City had reached nearly every practitioner in the city. After all, the commotion was immense. Anyone within Dayan City could feel the violent tremors and witness the explosion that lit up the heavens and earth. Soon, news of the annihilation of over 70 members of the Linglang Guild, including 7 15th tier practitioners, 2 16th tier practitioners, and 1 17th tier practitioner, spread like a flood breaking through a dam across Dayan City. And it rapidly broke through barriers, sweeping toward other districts. In an instant, the entire continent trembled, every soul filled with shock. That such formidable professionals could exist within the seemingly declining Dayan City was terrifying indeed. Districts that had previously clashed with Dayan City immediately issued orders. Any future friction with Dayan City's professionals would be met with severe punishment. Almost everyone now grasped a single truth. The once declining Dayan City was poised for a resurgence. Redleaf City, which had once waged a major war against Dayan City, was the very culprit responsible for its decline. Consequently, Koyo City's leadership convened an emergency meeting almost immediately. Chapter 135, Storming the Linglang Guild in Shanghai City. Meanwhile, as the shockwaves from the meteorite impact dissipated, everything returned to stillness except for the raging flames still burning fiercely. Lord Governor, shall we go and investigate? The deputy city lord looked at the subsiding aftermath and suggested. Let's go see. Ningji gritted his teeth, forcing back the pain coursing through his body. City Lord, your injuries are serious. I suggest you seek treatment first, the city guard commander urged. It's nothing. These minor injuries are nothing. Ningji coughed up blood. Lord Mayor, I'm truly fine. Leave me be. Very well. The commander of the city guard supported Ningji as he and the senior officials of the city lord's mansion proceeded cautiously forward. Soon, they reached the edge of the explosion, the rim of the meteor crater. Whoa, that kind of force, nothing could possibly survive that. A crater this huge. The commander of the city guard sucked in a sharp breath. It was truly unimaginable what kind of professional could survive an impact of this magnitude. It's beyond belief that a 7th-tier practitioner could create such a scene. Shocking. For meteors crashing down, those Linglang guild members are dead as doornails. They didn't even get a chance to flee. Thunder tribulation plus meteorite strikes, they died justly. Serves them right. Even we never imagined that person possessed such formidable power. TSK. Such terror. That our great city has produced such an existence. Where are they? Could they have gone down with the ship? The deputy city lord suddenly asked. Impossible, unless it was little cutie. No, someone saw them depart riding a flying beast. A professional remarked. Laughed? Where to? The deputy city lord asked instinctively. Not sure, but they headed west. The person continued. West? Lord Ningji frowned in confusion, then demanded, does anyone here carry a continental map? I have one. The commander of the city guard pulled a map from his pocket. Unfold it for me, Ningji instructed. As the map unfolded, Ningji scanned it intently. His eyes widened suddenly. They're heading to Shanghai City? What? Shanghai City? Are they going to seek them out? Isn't the Linglang Guild based in Shanghai City? Whoa! That takes some guts. Shanghai City isn't ruled by the Linglang Guild alone, there are far more powerful and mysterious forces there. Just barging in like that won't end well. Oof. Who says they're definitely heading to Shanghai City? Just because they're going west doesn't mean they're bound for Shanghai City. True, but we can't seem to get in touch with them either. Speaking of which, Ningji frowned. Though their Dayan city had produced an extraordinary professional, they knew nothing about this individual. They had no means of contact whatsoever, leaving them no opportunity to even attempt communication. Forget it. Let them be. Wiping out so many core members of the Linglang Guild should have put Dayan city on the map. Ningji sighed helplessly, shaking his head with a wry smile. They had their own choices to make. By eliminating these Linglang Guild members, Dayan city's professionals were sure to reap substantial benefits in the future. Almost simultaneously, the news spread like wildfire. By now, every city across the continent must have heard. But whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. A high-ranking official voiced his concern. Ningji chuckled. I can't say about misfortune, but within the next decade, our Dayan city will rise to prominence. After all, no one dares provoke a mysterious professional who might possess forbidden level skills. 10 years is a conservative estimate. As long as that person remains alive, the deterrent persists, and Dayan will continue to reap its benefits. At the very least, Dayan city's professionals would no longer be bullied and oppressed by those from other districts in dungeons, as they had been before. Forbidden tier skills, these exist only in legend. Could such abilities truly exist in this world? The city guard commander narrowed his eyes as he asked. It's hard to say. The world holds countless wonders. If the concept of forbidden level skills exists, it certainly isn't without basis, Ningji replied solemnly. If they're so rare, how could he possess 2 forbidden arts? Echoed the deputy city lord. The thunder tribulation was forbidden magic, and so was the meteorite technique. But for one person to master 2 forbidden techniques, are forbidden arts truly confined to legend? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Ningji rolled his eyes. If he knew, would Greaton City still be in its current state? Well, regardless, this time we've truly made a name for ourselves. From now on, no one will dare look down on Dan. Let's head back. Starting today, our Greaton will rise to new heights. Meanwhile, Shanghai City, Linglang Guild headquarters. Bad news. Bad news. Guild Master. A professional burst into the guild leader's office, shouting frantically with a panicked expression. Hearing the commotion, guild leader Wu Baoju frowned and asked, what's happened? Why the rush? It's the vice president and the others. The adventurer was on the verge of tears, utterly flustered. What? What about the vice president and the others? Wu Baoju's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Yet he couldn't believe anything could have gone wrong. After all, the Grand Elder had already rushed over with reinforcements. With Chao Guang included, they had nearly 10 professionals above the 15th tier. With that kind of force, they could turn Dayan City upside down without breaking a sweat. The vice president and the Grand Elder, they're dead. The professional stammered incoherently. What? How is that possible? Is this information accurate? Wu Baoju leapt to his feet, slamming both hands down on the table so forcefully it shook under the weight. It's true. The news has already spread across the entire continent, the adventurer declared. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Grand Elder is a 17th tier powerhouse, how could he possibly fail? And with 7 other 15th tier or higher adventurers supporting him? How could this happen? Wu Baoju's eyes widened in disbelief. Rumor has it that a thunder tribulation descended and a meteorite struck the scene. That's absolutely impossible. He grabbed the professional and bellowed, "Gather everyone in the main hall immediately." Meanwhile, after a long trek, Li Wuwang and Guxing he had reached the skies above the border of Shanghai City. "Who are you up there? State your name at once." Chapter 136, 30 ranks I am unrivaled in the world. Conclusion. 2 armored professionals descended from the sky, landing before Li Wuwang and his companion. "Who goes there? State your names at once." One warrior placed a hand on the hilt of his waist-mounted blade and bellowed. "We are from Dayan City," Li Wuwang replied. "Dayan City?" The warrior's expression flickered with surprise before he demanded, "What brings you to Shanghai City?" "Looking for someone." "Who?" "The Linglang Guild." At the mention of the Linglang Guild, both adventurers narrowed their eyes. The news of the Grand Elder and Vice President of the Linglang Guild being killed in Dayan City had already spread like wildfire. At a time like this, for someone from Dayan City to seek out the Linglang Guild, they must be courting death. Descend. No flying is permitted above Shanghai City. The 2 professionals exchanged a glance, their voices devoid of emotion. Li Wuwang guided his flying beast companion downward. "Those 2? One of the professionals frowned. "Ignore them. As long as they don't break the rules, it's fine." Li Wuwang soon arrived at the gates of Shanghai City. After processing his pass, he entered the city. "Where is the Linglang Guild headquarters?" Li Wuwang asked Gu Xinghe. "South," Gu Xinghe replied. "Brother Li, are you really going to the Linglang Guild?" "What else? Better to settle this once and for all. Since I've already killed them, I might as well finish the job." Li Wuwang exhaled softly. Having slaughtered so many of the Linglang Guild, he knew they wouldn't let it rest. So, he might as well finish them off completely. Better safe than sorry. "Brother Li, you never cease to impress." Gu Xinghe had no words to counter and began leading the way. His plan was to seize control of the Linglang Guild, then use it as leverage against the Ji family. The Ji family was a major power in Shanghai City, no ordinary guild like Linglong could compare. Meanwhile, the Linglang Guild had convened an emergency meeting. All remaining high-ranking members had rushed to the main hall. They too had heard the news. The Grand Elder, the Vice President, Wulang, and a host of other elite warriors had all perished in Dayan. Upon receiving this news, they were utterly shocked, immediately dismissing it as impossible. Yet rumors never arise without cause. Therefore, this matter was almost certainly true. "Gentlemen, I trust you all understand why I have summoned you here." Wu Baoju, president of the Linglang Guild, looked sternly at each person. The assembly remained silent, their expressions grim. Clearly, they were all aware. "I'll cut to the chase. There's no need to verify this on site. The Grand Elder, Chao Guang, and Wu Lang have all gone missing. They have been harmed by the people of Dayan City." Though most suspected as much, hearing it from Wu Baoju still sent shockwaves through the room. This can't be. Dayan City is merely a third-rate city. How could they possibly have the capability to kill the Grand Elder and the others? They had 8 members above the 15th tier combined. How could they all be wiped out? Damn it! There must be a master-level expert stationed in Dayan City. Otherwise, how could those puny amateurs possibly kill them? Ugh! Over half our forces are gone. This is a devastating blow to the Linglang Guild. We will demand answers. The Linglang Guild won't let this slide. Wu Baoju's face darkened as he bellowed, "Everyone! The Grand Elders have lost contact within Dayan City. What shall we do? Revenge! Revenge! This matter cannot be left unresolved. We fight to the death. Right! We won't rest until they're dead. We must demand answers from Dayan City. The dignity of Shanghai City shall not be violated." The senior officials roared in unison, seething with rage. Good. Wu Baoju clenched his fists tightly and continued, "Since they managed to kill the Grand Elder and his group of experts, there must be a master strategist commanding them. If we go, we may not be able to take Dayan. This time, I shall go to the City Lord's mansion to request a 20th tier powerhouse to step forward and suppress Dayan. The authority of our Shanghai City must not be violated, especially not by some insignificant minor district. This is no longer merely a matter for my Linglang Guild, it concerns the entire Shanghai City. They seek to use Shanghai City as a stepping stone to power. This shall never be allowed. Right. This will never happen. If Dayan City truly gains renown through this, it would be an utter disgrace to our Shanghai City." Exactly. What kind of place is Dayan anyway? Thinking they can use Shanghai City to climb the ranks? That's a fool's fantasy. With just a 20th tier great being stepping in, we could utterly annihilate Dayan City, crush it in its cradle. Just as the crowd was boiling with righteous indignation, 2 figures had already slipped silently behind them. "No need to go to Dayan. I'm already here." A voice rang out, plunging the entire hall into deathly silence. Whoosh!
Nearly everyone turned simultaneously, staring at the two figures. Who the hell are these upstarts? Where's security? Get them out of here. Wu Baozhu, seated at the head of the hall, frowned and barked the order. You brat, get out of here now, or don't blame me for killing you. Security rushed over and glared at the pair, hissing under his breath. Get out. Wuwang's eyes flashed with savage intent, sending a chill down the security guard's spine. Fear gripped him involuntarily, as if facing a demon. Wuwang turned to Wu Baozhu and declared, I did kill members of your Linglang guild. Now I give you two choices, death or submission as slaves. What arrogance! You claim to be. Before Wu Baozhu could finish, he stared in horror as the ground erupted in chaos. Vines twisted like sinister snakes, erupting from the earth and twisting wildly. What is this? I can't move. This is bad. Damn it, I can't move. Terror gripped every face. Now they had no choice but to believe that man was likely the killer. But how dare they come here to kill? Wu Baozhu was drenched in cold sweat. He sensed an inexplicable force had locked onto him. The slightest movement would mean certain death, leaving no trace behind. Who are you? I've already said it. You have 3 seconds to decide. Otherwise, die. I choose to submit as a slave. Wu Baozhu was overcome with terror. The feeling of being on the brink of death was too oppressive. Everyone knelt on the ground, terrified, choosing submission. A prompt appeared above each head, submit as slaves. Gu Xinghe, step forward and take them all as slaves. Ha? This. Alright. Gu Xinghe stepped forward and took everyone as his slaves. Having subdued the Linglang Guild, Wuwang embarked on his path to leveling up. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Wuwang stared at his character panel and murmured, 30 tiers. I am invincible. News of the first 30th tier shook the continent, sending shockwaves of terror across the land. He was about to rule this era. All practitioners would live in his shadow. The end.